young players on it is a good thing. To be competitive and be young can set you up for future success. And I would love to see them extend this a little bit more. Now, you go back last night, the one thing that kind of is trippy about this team, even with the way that they're winning games, and they've been this way all year long, even when they weren't winning, they seem to just have bursts. They will put up like 5 or 6 runs in an inning and then not do anything for like the other 8. Or maybe they scratch across 1 out of the next 8. But it's been enough to win here as of late. But a Giants second inning as they put up 6 runs. Brendan Rodgers homered, a whole bunch of hits. Damn near went through the lineup. And you get the result of a W. Ty Blach with a really good start. 7 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned. Again, make no mistake, that's a very, very good baseball team on the other side in the Cleveland Guardians. If you think the Rockies are bad with their 20-35 record, we'll basically flip that around, and that's what you got for the Cleveland Guardians, who are 37-19. I love watching this. It's exactly what I've been wanting to see all year long. I want this team to be competitive with young players playing well. Tovar's hitting .286. Brendan Rodgers starting to come around again after a little bit of a slow start, but he's hitting .266 now. Got a second bomb of the year. Brenton Doyle's hitting .271. You got a lot of young guys that look promising. Jordan Beck, unfortunately, getting hurt and having the wrist problem. Montero seems to be getting a little bit more consistent at the plate. This is a good thing. And it actually says, Brett, we've been doing this with the Rockies for 30 years. I think it's cute. You haven't figured out how this goes, but this is just the start of a cycle we just got out of, and it's going to repeat like this. Okay, fine.
Oh, that was cute.
Like, there's nothing I'm going to say to the longtime Rockies hater or guy who has just been so burned by the Rockies, he's never going to be happy. But I enjoy watching baseball, and I enjoy that we have a baseball team in town, and I enjoy that I actually think they're doing something correct. Now, the biggest mistake they made was signing Chris Bryant a few years ago because it just didn't make sense given the situation. And I think that maybe Monfort and some people in the front office panicked because they got ripped apart for the Nolan trade. They knew they were going to lose Trevor Story. Like, a whole bunch of different stuff happened. So they were like, I need to go get a name. That was not a baseball move. That was an attempted business move, and both of those have fallen flat. But outside of that, and I think injuries might have forced them into this last year, but you were forced to call up some young players who actually played well and can set you up for the future. And I, for one, am going to enjoy watching this team grow. And if you guys are right, and that in a few years, the Rockies are going to turn around and sell these players, then you know what? You get to go ahead and be right. But I enjoy baseball, and these guys deserve some credit because they're playing well, and they've been shoveled with giant heapings of bleep for the entire year. And so, give credit when credit's due. Good job, boys. Secondly, we all knew this was coming. It's like you didn't have to be some sort of genius to figure this out. Chris Haynes on the Dan Patrick Show had this quote: I will be surprised if the Lakers' next head coach is anybody but J.J. Redick. He's doing some background, and he's calling some assistant coaching candidates from around the league. So that looks like it's going to happen. And look, you didn't have to be Columbo. You didn't have to be Matlock to try and put this thing together. The Lakers are going to fire Darvin Ham. And once again, the Nuggets have ended another coach's tenure as a result of a playoff series. But we all saw it, didn't we? Now, I think that J.J. Redick is going to be, I mean, you talk about getting thrown into the fire, drinking out of a water hose. That's exactly what this LA job is going to be. No, and I heard Raj yesterday, and if you could do me a favor, Nelly, and go and find, I think yesterday was posted on our Altitude SR account, Raj was talking about the idea that we were joking, holding Bronny James hostage to force the Lakers to make a move. And then he was talking about LeBron James, and wouldn't you take him here for a minimum contract? And I legit, maybe I'm the stupid one, I don't know. But let's live in this make-believe world that Raj was making up yesterday on Dempsey and Company. And let's say you draft Bronny James, and that somehow ipso facto means LeBron wants to play here in Denver, and he'll do it for a cheap contract. Do you want to do it? And this is where I was nuts. Maybe I am nuts. So I'll give you my take in a second, but if you guys missed it, listen to Raj yesterday.
It's been for, 3-4 years now that I think we've all been kind of dialed in on the plan that LeBron wants to play, if not with his son, then against his son in a game in the NBA. That looks like
he wants to play with him. Come on.
Well, I mean, LeBron's not going to Phoenix. So.
The only way that he can play with his son if he takes a minimum deal.
And the Lakers draft him. Why would you do that if you're the Lakers?
I mean, if you're the Lakers, you spend if he's still there at 55, you take the pick, which is why, again, I'm pleading to Calvin Booth.
Take him?
Take him.
No.
It's the funniest thing you can do. Right? So the Nuggets pick 28 this year? They picked 28 in the first round. They picked 56th. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think
they picked 56th in the second. I say don't utilize the 28 pick on him because you need to continue to get cheaper and continue to get younger. But as we talk about the Nuggets needing to bring in veteran minimum contracts, this is the easiest way you can do it. LeBron's going to be a free. Tell me LeBron James wouldn't look amazing in a Nugget uniform right now.
Okay, stop right there.
Would be.
LeBron James, the player, is still a phenomenal talent at the age of, he's going to be 40 in December. I've said it before. I don't think I'm ever going to see another athlete quite like LeBron James. And leave all of the personal feelings aside. Leave how you feel about him and the way that he carries himself aside. Talking strictly athlete, strictly player. I don't think I'm going to see anybody like him again in my life. To play this kind of sport that requires this kind of athleticism into this deep of an age is not replicable. And I don't even care as medicine gets better and people take care of their bodies better. You just can't be 40 and be able to look like you're 25. Not in this sport. Quarterbacks can do it in the NFL. He can't. And I say all that to tell me he wouldn't look great in a Nuggets uniform. The player would. I'm not taking the stuff that comes with it, though. And this is where I might be stupid. And you guys tell me. There is not a single part of me that wants LeBron James and that sort of attitude around what they have established as a culture here in town. The culture has always been, since this core has been together, the team is bigger than myself. My personal feelings I need to set to the side for the betterment of the team. Every person in that locker room, that Nuggets locker room, to a man would tell you that. LeBron cannot. LeBron doesn't just think he's bigger than the team he's playing for. He thinks he's bigger than the sport he's playing for. And he might have an argument for it. I mean, Michael Jordan certainly was. The amount of things that LeBron James has his hands on within this league, he's probably got an argument for that. But I don't want that here. Because I think a big reason why this team is good and a big reason why this team won a championship last year is because they didn't have that attitude. Like, I keep looking at stuff from around the league. You know, like this yesterday from Brian Windhorst. Donovan Mitchell's role within the Cavs organization ranks among the most powerful of any superstar in the league. Here's a quote. What Donovan has with the Cavs is what LeBron has with the Lakers. In fact, it might even be stronger. Listen to that for a second. I don't want powerful within the organization that somebody is willing and ready to wield, okay? Jokic has that same power within the organization. Why do you think that's not said? Why do you think that's not reported? I'll tell you why. It's very simple. Because he would never. That's why. What Donovan Mitchell and LeBron James are doing, and look, I can't believe Donovan Mitchell is in that discussion. He's a really good player. But that level good? To have this power over the organization, which means this, do what I say or I'm gone. Isn't that the translation? What I say goes, and if you don't do everything to a T to my liking, then I'm out of here. You have to absolutely placate to your best players on a roster. There's no question about that. But there is a limit to me. And Texture says, you're delusional if you think Denver wouldn't win a championship with LeBron. Look, they'd be the favorites. I would fully give you that. I don't think it's a guarantee. I don't. And that's my fear. If you don't, then what? And look, this is a hypothetical anyway. He's not coming here. But just for principle's sake, what do you think happens if the Nuggets don't win? Do you think that maybe LeBron James would say, hey, Michael Malone, I'm not feeling this? And then what do you do? For a 40-year-old guy and a team that was having none of these issues before. Like, that's what I don't want to invite into the locker room. It's why Bones Highland isn't here, and he wasn't even that bad. He just wanted to play more. And they said, we don't complain about playing time around here. You play and you earn your minutes.
Well, the good news is if you brought LeBron here and then the Nuggets did not win a championship, Michael Malone would get fired anyway. So why are we even talking about this? How many head coaches has LeBron gotten fired? So anybody out there on the text line that was calling for Malone's job after they lost Game 7 to the Timberwolves, you should be calling for the Nuggets to get LeBron James because that will lead to Michael Malone's firing.
I honestly think the number was he's played, is this his 22nd year or 21st? Whatever the number is. I think he's had 10 coaches. One every 2 years. And by the way, he had the same coach in Cleveland for 4 straight. That he also wanted to get fired after year 1 there. But they had a GM that was powerful enough and a president that was powerful enough that said, no, you don't make the decisions, I do. And I don't think it's a coincidence that that's the only time that LeBron James has been consistently on a team that seems to have their bleep together. Somebody was willing to tell him no sometimes. But 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
Very rarely is a non-Bronco the face of Denver sports. Nikola Jokic has taken on that role. He is the face of Denver sports, and I don't think there's a close second right now.
Back over to Jokic down the lane on Lopez, and he dunked right on him.
Home of the Joker and the Denver Nuggets.
Let's go!
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Your small business keeps you on the go. Progressive Commercial Insurance keeps your policy within reach with their easy-to-use mobile app. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com.
Take 5 with Fuzzy's Taco Shop's new $5 Big Cali deal today. For just $5, try our new Cali-style steak taco, piled high with grilled steak and crispy, fuzzy dusted fries, paired with a large drink to wash it all down. It's more than a big deal. It's a huge deal. A huge taco, a huge drink, a huge relief on your wallet, even a huge excuse to take an extra $5 anytime. Kick it with our new Cali-style steak taco and large drink for just $5 for a limited time at Fuzzy's Taco Shop.
Mark Springer here for Bet365, and at Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every basket, every game, every point, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. Whether it's a three-pointer at the buzzer to tie the game or a player goes 2 for 2 at the foul line. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only, must be present in Colorado. Please gamble responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You figured out the tickets, the bag policy, the set list, your merch table strategy, everything except, parking. With Spot Hero, it's already figured out. Visit SpotHero.com or download the free app and search your venue, then choose your parking spot and pay to reserve. Get 10% off your first park with code ENCORE10. Parking for concerts, sports, work, travel, and anywhere you need a spot. Spot Hero. Where do you park?
Men, this is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you've heard me talk a lot about how treating low testosterone can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels, and more. But today I want to talk to you about your sex drive, because low testosterone can have a significant impact on your desire for intimacy. It can even be a factor in erectile dysfunction, and if you're in a relationship or wanting to be in a relationship, a low sex drive could really be a problem. The good news is that if you're like most guys, treating your low testosterone could really change the way you feel about sex, giving you back the flame and desire that is so important when you love someone. So if you're feeling sluggish and tired, if you're not sleeping well, if your workouts aren't that great, and most of all, if your sex drive is more like a putt, make an appointment at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and have your testosterone levels checked. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Red Dolly Casino is Blackhawk's oldest and friendliest casino, the Cheers of casinos, where everybody knows your name. So next time you head up the hill, please remember our name, Red Dolly Casino.
Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let Silterhart Motors kick off your summer right. Unreal financing right now, 0% interest for 72 months plus $2,000 back on new Ford Escapes. Save 10 G's on all new Navigators. Any pre-owned 3-month, 3,000-mile powertrain warranty. Get to Silterhart, Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or go to sthmotors.com.
We're Matt and Elaine, founders of Chocolado Chocolate. Our dream was to build a sustainable chocolate company.
And our business has become way bigger than just chocolate.
Chase for Business was there with us from the beginning, with everything our business needed to get going.
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
All right, go ahead and record this. Write this down.
Stay tuned for more Altitude Sports Talk.
DQ presents how to enjoy the 3 best cookies at the same time. First, grab the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard from DQ. Then dig into Oreo, Chips Ahoy, and Nutter Butter. And last but not least, repeat! Because the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard packs all 3 into one powerhouse of a treat. So you can enjoy the best cookie trifecta in every red spoonful. Hurry in for a
So I got a question. This is going to linger here for the next few weeks at least. But it's on the subject of one of the best players on the Broncos, and the Broncos don't have that many best players on it. You know, we kind of went through this list last week. If you were to give me a top 5 best Broncos, it's a pretty difficult task. I think it's Surtain, it's Quinn Miners, it's Courtland Sutton, those guys for sure. After that, I suppose Alex Singleton would have to be in the mix. And Jaquan McMillan, maybe? New guy, Jonathan Franklin Myers, maybe? But it's difficult. And so I say all that to just reemphasize the point that the talent on this roster, at least on paper right now, does not seem to be up to snuff. And it doesn't always translate that way onto the football field in the same way that a really good roster on paper doesn't always translate. Look at the Chargers over the last, 3 years. I remember last year before the season started, we were looking at the Chargers roster being like, how does this team lose any football games? Justin Herbert, Austin Eckler, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Derwin James, Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa. Like a really good team. And it didn't work again. So it doesn't always translate. But Courtland Sutton, and this is according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, he wants that new contract. So what he wants is nothing crazy, to be fair. But Jeremy Fowler said that Sutton is looking for a reworked contract that will bump his salary up to around $15 to $16 million a year. He is currently working out away from the team facility and is scheduled to earn $13.6 in 2024, which is this year, and $14 million next year. So look, it's $2 million. It's not a lot. But there's arguments two ways on this. Number one, Courtland Sutton wants this contract now because by the end of his deal, he's still a younger player, but at the end of his deal, he's going to be 30. He's not going to see a contract that he wants. And to be fair, I kind of feel like last year's about the peak of what Courtland Sutton can be. He had that Pro Bowl season a couple of years ago before the knee injury, where he played pretty well. Finished that year 72 catches for 1,100 yards and 6 touchdowns. It does feel like he might have lost a step going year over year, especially after that knee injury. Last year, the big number that he put up was the 10 touchdowns. He's got 24 in his career. He had 10 last year. But the bigger thing that I think sticks out is that he had 59 catches for 772 yards. Is that worth $15 to $16 million? That's where it gets questionable. And my answer would be no. But where it might be necessary, and where you should be at least a little bit interested in keeping a guy like him happy, if you have a rookie quarterback who's going to walk in and I believe play immediately, he's got to have somebody to go to. You need to give him a safety blanket. And I think that guy, the only option on this team right now is Courtland Sutton. Everybody else is either I don't knows or knows. The safety blanket, I don't know. Could it be Marvin Mims? Could it be Josh Reynolds? Could it be a healthy Greg Dulcich? All of these are I don't knows. Courtland Sutton would be. And so, is that worth an extra couple $1 million a year and just tacking that on? The way that I see it is this. You can play hardball negotiations with Courtland Sutton for this reason. He doesn't have a giant contract coming in a couple years. He's not like Justin Jefferson, who's just waiting for this meeting where he's going to get paid $30 million a year. That's not going to happen. That will happen for Justin Jefferson. If it's not with Minnesota, it'll happen with somebody. Courtland's not getting that. And if his main concern is money and he doesn't have another big contract coming, he's not going to be signing checks to not show up to camp in hopes that they're going to fold, because they won't. Or at least they shouldn't. This situation, I think that Sean Payton actually used these words, it's going to work itself out. And I think that's exactly what he's talking about. It's going to work itself out because we aren't going to do anything, and he doesn't want to lose money, so he's going to show up. But if you don't have him on the field, if he actually does kind of hold serve and stick to his guns and wait until he gets a couple $1 million in a pay bump, it's not good for a rookie QB. You know, one of the things that over the last couple of years, have been really focused on with this team, but especially last season, there was a few games that put it totally in perspective. The Miami game was one. The Detroit game last year was another, where you looked on the field on the opposite side to those offenses, and you said, what makes them so different? What makes Miami that explosive? What makes Detroit that explosive on offense? And to me, it was clear as day. The Broncos looked like they were running in mud. And the Dolphins, the Lions, they looked like they were on ice skates. I mean, just gliding. Speed was the separating factor. And when you lost, well, didn't lose, when you cut Russell Wilson and ate that dead money, you couldn't spread that money around in free agency, so you had to be really picky and choosy on who you got. So in the draft, I was looking for them to add a whole bunch of speed on offense. Now, Troy Franklin is certainly one of those guys. He's one of them. But I look at that running back room, and Audric Estime, he might be really good. I mean, we all know he's like the Incredible Hulk. He's an action figure. He's a G.I. Joe. But as far as speed, he doesn't have straight line speed. Doesn't mean he can't get the job done. But when you're lacking in that category, it just makes things exponentially more difficult. Because when you don't have the ability to get the big play, it hurts. Now they have two guys that might be capable of doing that in Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims. We just haven't seen the opportunity. Troy Franklin couldn't because he just got here. Marvin Mims just didn't play last season. And that's when it comes to Courtland Sutton. He doesn't have that anymore. And when I say big playability, I'm talking about like a 60-yard touchdown. That's just not really his game. Courtland Sutton's a big, physical, good hands, but possession-type receiver. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I think if you said that to a wideout, he'd probably take that as disrespect, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. He's very good at that. What all I'm saying is he doesn't look like Tyreek Hill. He doesn't look like Debo. He doesn't look like Justin Jefferson. He doesn't look like Jamar Chase. Like, it doesn't look the same. And that running back room is incredibly interesting. Like, there's going to be an odd man out here. Because right now, that room, Javonte, Samaje Perine, Jaleel McLaughlin, Audric Estime, three guys who are very, very similar players. That's Javonte, Estime, and Perine. They're built the same. They kind of have the same style. Not really cut, shake, make a guy miss, go for 30 yards. Like, not necessarily their games. Jaleel kind of has that. The problem is he's just really tiny. But if you go back and you look at these numbers from last year, I mean, they'll hit you right in the face from a straight speed perspective on the team. And I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Big plays last year. The Broncos just weren't near the top. I'm going to find the exact statistic, but I remember we were like late in the season last year. And it was really hard to find, like, how many times are you going to make a big play? So, passes of 20 or more yards, the Broncos had 44 of those. Near the bottom of the league, right around them are teams like Pittsburgh, the Giants, the Colts, the Jets, the Cardinals. That's who you're keeping company with. But when you look at the rushing numbers and the rushing statistics, 20-plus rushes on the year. The Broncos had 9. Teams that were highest in the league, the Ravens had 21, the Dolphins 17, the Lions 15, the Cardinals somehow had 23. Don't know how that happened. But it's speed. Just straight speed. Just didn't happen all that much. And when you don't have that ability, it makes it really difficult because your margin for error slims because you don't have the chance for the big play. I compare it to this. In baseball, a really good equalizer is having a team with a whole bunch of power. Because you're never really out of a game, are you? Oh, we're down 4 in the bottom of the 8th. Well, a 3-run home run gets you right back in the game. But if you got a whole bunch of guys that are just slapping singles everywhere, you got to be really precise. You can't have strikeouts. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to take, instead of one big play, it's going to take 4 or 5 really good ones for you to make up that ground. And it just slims your margin for error. The speed and the overall athleticism of that offense still is a big concern of mine. And I really hope that Troy Franklin can pop here early in his career. I really hope that Marvin Mims is not fooling us with some of the athleticism and speed that he brings to the table and he becomes a really good wideout. It's a different kind of story at how this one ended, but when KJ Hamler came over, he was all speed, right? He was the tiny, shorter than 6-foot receiver that when he was on the field and he did, a dead sprint, he ran a go route. Teams were aware of it. Now, whether that actually made a difference or he actually put up numbers is a different thing than just having somebody aware. And at least in the running back room, there seems to be a theme of how they want their running backs built. But having that lack of speed, it's just a difficult thing to try and overcome. 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. I want to get to what happened in New York last night. There is a relief pitcher, Jorge Lopez. So he got ejected. He threw his glove into the crowd. And he said something you're not allowed to say. He said, well, you know what? Let's save it. Let's save it for a second. You're going to want to hear this audio because if you want to find out a way to get yourself kicked off a team real quick, and maybe this was his goal, you say these magic words, that'll pretty much do it. That will. It's almost like a tutorial. If you're looking to get fired from your job, I got a pretty easy way you can do it. Because, by the way, this guy wasn't having a bad year. He was okay. A 3.76 ERA this year. Not awful. Coming out of the pen, certainly not great, but not awful. But you say these magic words, it's going to end up in you on the unemployment line looking for a new job. So I'll play that audio for you next.
think it was the third base umpire. Yeah, it was DeJesus.
Yeah. DeJesus has got a short fuse.
And he threw Lopez out of the game. What's that all about?
I don't know. He saved him.
Well, that's adding insult to injury.
Because now the Mets have to bring in a cold reliever, right?
Bring a position player in now. Well, what has been a bad day all the way around has just gotten worse.
Whoa.
And Lopez responds by tossing his glove up over the netting and into the crowd.
That's where the Mets are at right now. It's not a good optic. No.
Did that not sound like a totally beaten broadcast crew? You know, as bad as seasons can be for an NFL team, for an NBA team, NHL team, baseball, when your team is really bad, has to be the worst. Has to be. Because you're stuck for 162 games with no hope, no prayer that it's going to get better, and really nothing to look forward to. So they just got swept by the Dodgers yesterday, the Mets did. They're right now 22-33. But the difference is the Mets had incredibly high expectations over the past couple of years. They went out.
It's not a good optic.
No. They went out and they signed a whole bunch of different guys to giant contracts that almost immediately didn't work. Now, the guy who pitched last night, Jorge Lopez, again, he had a decent year. He gets ejected from that game. He's pissed off. He throws his glove into the stands. And if you want to know how to get yourself fired pretty much immediately, this is how you do it.
Looking back on it, do you regret doing that?
No. No, I don't regret it. I think I've been looking the worst team probably in the whole MLB. So, whatever happened. So, whatever they want to do it. I'll be tomorrow here if they want me, whatever they want to do. So I'm going to keep doing this thing, so I'm ready to come back tomorrow. If they want me to be here, so I'll be here.
So let's take that step by step. For you to say, I've been on the worst team in probably the whole bleeping MLB is a bad start. But the way he finished that, when he said, I'll be here if they want me to be here, that's daring them to fire him, right? That's, please just cut me and get me the hell out of here. If I didn't make it clear enough by saying you're the worst team in the whole MLB, let me just really put an exclamation point on this by saying, if you want me to be here tomorrow, I guess I'll be here. So he is going to be DFA'd by the Mets. And it's a pretty good strategy, actually. You want out of your job, you just say that. Like, if you're at work today, just look like really mad and wait for like your boss to come up and be like, Nelly, you've just been kind of grumpy today. Is everything all right? Yeah, everything's fine except for the fact that it works for probably the worst company in the entire U.S.
I think I've been looking the worst team probably in the whole MLB, so.
Yeah. So if you want me to come in tomorrow, I will. If you don't, I totally get it and understand. Kind of up to you sort of thing. I would rather you fire me, though, so I get a couple of weeks of severance. Can we do that? Go ahead and do that, and then I'll do some unemployment stuff, too, right afterwards. And I just want the bennies to go along with me leaving. But my God. Texter says, would you rather be a broadcaster for a 40-win MLB team or an 0-17 NFL team? It is the 0-17 NFL team every single time. Look, that's 17 weeks. And I know like you're living through that for a few months, but you're active going on the air and discussing the game as it's happening happens 17 times. And being 0-17, look, I lived through it. My favorite football team had an 0-16 season. And you want to know the dirty little secret about that? it was actually kind of fun towards the very end because you're like, are they actually going to do this? They're actually going to lose every single game this year? It's embarrassing. But part of you is like, I swear to God, when it got to the last couple of weeks of the season and they were 0-14, I was like, lose. Do it. Please. What's the point of winning a game? Go 0-16 and really get yourself into history. But the MLB thing, like that has to be the worst. The worst. And again, the Mets aren't a team that's like, hey, we're struggling, but we have a whole bunch of young, good prospects that are down the pipeline. No, they signed a whole bunch of guys to giant deals. And now you have no idea what to do with them. Like all these Pete Alonsos and Francisco Lindors and guys like, what do you do with those? What do you do with those contracts? You know, they had to eat, was it Max Scherzer last year that they ate a giant chunk of his money when he left? Or was that Scherzer, right? I think it was. No, having a bad baseball team has to be the worst as a broadcaster. The worst. You know, Moj went through the 48-point season. And that's tough. That's a tough one. Because especially they started that year like hovering around 500 for the first few weeks. And then it just tanked. And so those ones are tough. But again, that's half of an MLB season. Now imagine doing that twice as often over the course of the summer where you're supposed to be having a good time. Because that's the other thing. The season ends and then it's cold. There is no, all right, well, I'll just have a pool day today. No, there's no pool days. Sorry. There's no barbecues. There's nothing like that. The season's going to end in late September, and then the weather is going to start dropping down to lower 40s, maybe dip down to the 30s a couple of times. And then it's snow. And then the snow ends, and you go to spring training, and the season starts, and then you wait for that next awful season. Like, it's got to be the worst. As much as I would love going to the ballpark every day, what a brutal trip that would be. You know what's fun with the Nuggets and the Avs? People ask you this all the time. It's a very basic question. But I remember the amount of times this was asked to me this year between the Nuggets and the Avalanche. Hey, big game tonight. Nuggets play so-and-so. The Lakers. Do you think they win? And I go, yep. Really? Why? Because they're good. I think they're better than the team that they're playing. Do you think the Avs win tonight? Yeah, I do. Why? Because I think they're good, and they're probably better than the team they're playing. Like, that's a fun thing to do. When it's a baseball team, you go, do you think they win? No chance. Really? No chance? No. They're not good. They'd be lucky to scratch together 50 wins this year. Like, that sort of thing, brutal. 303-504-0925. Again, we started the show, luckily. The Rockies aren't having that problem right now. They're playing really well. Couple of series wins over a couple of the best teams in the entire MLB. Texter, guys, 17 crap weeks in the NFL is 17 bad games. 17 bad games in the MLB is 3 weeks. Exactly right. Now, again, the time frame's the time frame. You aren't just like, if you're an NFL broadcaster, your job just isn't, I'm going to call, let's take whatever local crew that you want in the NFL. Their job isn't, I just show up to work on that Sunday and then that's it. You're doing hits on radio shows and TV shows, and you're doing interviews with other beat reporters and stuff like that. Like, your job just doesn't end. You're going to practice during the week. Like, all of that stuff still applies. But it's different when your team is actively in the stage of losing. And you have to say, and there's another touchdown that brings the score to Raiders 28, Broncos 7. That only happens 17 times. In the MLB, it's 162. And that's going to do it for tonight's broadcast. The Rockies lose 10-1 as they drop to 14-45 on the, like, that completely different ball game. 303-504-0925. By the way, I'm going to need the Broncos to do me a favor. Figure out the names, please. Too many name changes for me. So what used to be the UC Health Training Center that turned into the Centura Health Training Center has now changed to the Common Spirit Health Training Center. I can't keep up with all these. And I want to know how fast the old Google Maps is at changing names, because they're having to do this quite a bit now.
And not to be actually guy, but actually, it's Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit.
Thank you. It's Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit.
Oh, boy.
Too wordy. Too wordy.
So that means that the Broncos will practice at Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit so they can play their games at Empower Field at Mile High. Brett, whatever happened to Three Rivers Stadium?
Let's try this again. All right. Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit. So that's 5 words. Empower Field at Mile High. That's 5 words. They lead the league in words per stadium. There's no doubt about that.
Their WPS through the roof, dude.
I mean, incredible. I just need to make it easier. So help me out, Broncos. Give me something that rolls off the tongue a little bit better is all I'm asking for. Is that too much? You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed, so a lot to get to this morning. The Altitude Sports Radio app. Powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. Hey, Moj, can I start somewhere that we don't usually start? Can I talk about the Rockies winning back-to-back series against really good teams and now have a 3-game set against the Dodgers? And if they win that series, then I'm going to be really happy.
Mosier.
Can I start with that?
Sure.
The boys are playing well.
They're playing well.
I want to acknowledge that. For as much as people want to kick dirt on that team, and I get it, people are jaded and they're upset about what the organization's done over the last few years, especially when it looked like you had a viable club with guys like Nolan and Trevor Story and LeMahieu and everybody else. I get the reason for the anger. But this is a younger team with young players playing well that, you know what? When you're competitive like that against the league's best, shout out.
100%. Do you want the micro or do you want the macro?
Micro first.
Micro. They're playing some good baseball right now.
Yes.
I mean, when you beat the Phillies 2 out of 3 and you beat the Guardians 2 out of 3, again, I don't know if anybody's paying attention to how good those teams are. They're pretty dang good baseball teams.
The Guardians were running a 9-game win streak heading into that series.
Correct. And Philly, they've got almost 40 wins already. I think they had 39 wins, something like that. I mean, they're way up there. That's pretty dang good. Now,
macro.
Macro is you're still tied for the second worst team in baseball.
Oh, sure.
The micro says, okay, you got 20 wins on the year. Who else has 20 wins? I have to look it up. I think Miami's got 20 wins.
Probably.
And then the White Sox are just the worst team in baseball. Something like that. I guess it fluctuates on a daily basis. But you're tied, I think, right now for the second worst team in baseball. So that's the macro view.
No, it's
you play your butts off.
It's one macro view. I have another macro, but continue.
Okay, well, I've got another macro coming too. I'm so full of macros today, you can't even believe it. You want a macro? Hey, Nelly, you need a macro? Just give me a call.
You trying to get macro, Nelly?
I'll take care of you.
Dude, I'm tired of being micro.
Yeah,
I need a macro.
100%. Let's do it. But that's the reality. But you've 4-2 in your last 6, and you beat 2 of the best teams in baseball. Pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
The other macro is, you know what? You're developing some dudes.
That's it.
The other macro is you've got some guys that you're looking to the future and going, okay. And by the way, D is behind the plate.
Oh, he's having another great year.
That guy can hit the baseball, man. That guy's a good catcher.
He's fun to watch swing because sometimes he will just let a mammal hack
Love
rip.
it.
And it's like, if he connects, that ball goes a long way. The only reason I don't really put Diaz in these discussions, and it's not fair to him because he is having a great year. He is. But I don't put him in the discussions because he's 33. And
Understood.
If this team does get this turned around in a couple of years, he's probably not going to be part of their plans at age 35. But for the meantime, he's playing great.
Yeah.
Like, my focus here, there is one thing that weirds me out, even during this little winning stretch that they've had. Tovar's hitting 286. Brenton Doyle's up above 270. You had really... they were up and down, but for young guys, like, you saw what Jordan Beck was going to bring to the table before he broke his wrist. A guy like Hunter Goodman's got some good stuff to him as well. Bouchard is another one of those guys. But you get young players who are playing really well. The weird thing about this is Moj, they're kind of winning these games all or nothing. Meaning this. They have like a 5 to 6 run inning in these games.
Correct.
And like nothing else.
Correct.
That's what they did early in that game. They got a 6-run second. Rogers homered in the middle of it. But that was enough. It's just kind of a weird way that they're producing runs because it comes in like one giant spurt and then it's just kind of a break for the rest of the game.
They kind of give up runs. And, when they give up a lot of runs, they give up a lot of runs when they do.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that we don't talk about at all with this ball club, we don't talk about the arms at all.
Some of these guys don't play well.
Yeah, but why is that? Why don't we talk about Feltner? Why don't we talk about Gomber? We don't talk about the sort of makeshift starting rotation at all.
I think that's the reason why is because I'm still waiting for you to get Marquez and for you to get Senza and you to get Freeland all back because it is kind of a makeshift starting rotation.
It's a quilt of many colors is what it is.
But I'll tell you this, Moj, one guy that you should be excited about. And look, for as much as we have ripped apart the Arenado trade, and we should because it was not a good trade, it was a terrible trade. Austin Gomber's got a 2.76 ERA this year, pitching his ass off. Find me Rockies pitchers that are sub-3 ERAs from the starting rotation. It's not very often.
But he's also 1-2.
Yeah, that win-loss record.
I understood, but he started 10 games so far this year, and he's 1-2 with a 2.76. How does that happen?
Yeah, it's tough.
It's
just like just the games that you pitch, you can't get run support. You know,
it's weird, is what it is. Anyway, I don't know when any of these guys are expected to be back. It feels like Marquez and Senza have just been out of sight, out of mind for a year. You know what I mean? It's just it just feels like
they're on that Landeskog sort of like recovery train where it's like, are you coming back? Because I'd like for you to come back. I'd like to see it.
Either way, they're tied for the second worst record in baseball, but they're playing better. And you and I have liked Tovar forever. I know that he's your favorite guy. That's your boy now.
Oh, he does everything. I love him.
He does. But you know, I mean, that's the way you have to look at it. I think that's the other macro view.
Anyway, just want to give a shout out to him. And you know what? If you can beat the Dodgers in this series coming up, this 3-game set, you can win another one. Think about that stretch you would go on. Dodgers, Guardians, Phillies. That would be a hell of a stretch.
It'd be great.
So this one's going to be at old Chavez Ravine coming up in L.A. But anyway.
That starts on Friday. By the way, did you see, speaking of the Dodgers, did you see what happened in their game last night against the Mets?
I did. We're going to get to that later.
Okay.
Because
okay. Do you like meltdowns or do you not like meltdowns?
Well, I like a guy who's putting on a clinic at how to get fired from your job and to keep some unemployment because it's the perfect way for Jorge Lopez to do it.
If he was trying to get fired from his job but keep his money, he did a great job.
It's perfect.
I mean, I don't think he schemed it out, but he couldn't have schemed it better if he did.
Correct.
Okay.
So we'll get to that in a little bit. Here's something else. Let's do a segment called I Called It. You ready?
Oh, boy.
And it's not everybody.
How about we?
We.
Can I be involved?
Yes.
Is it good? Because if it's good, I want to be involved.
Well, we called it. This is Chris Haynes, NBA reporter, on with Dan Patrick yesterday.
I would be very surprised if their next head coach is anybody but J.J. Redick. Everything that I'm hearing is J.J. Redick. And from what I know, he's doing some background, calling some candidates, some assistant coaching candidates who might be able to join his staff or might not be able to join his staff. And so, I'm pretty positive it'll be J.J.
The second that they started sipping wine and talking hoops with each other, it just felt like it, didn't it? LeBron and J.J. Redick and the Lakers, yeah.
I was told by the king himself that he had nothing to do with this.
Of course not, Moj.
I was told that any coaching search that goes on is pure organization stuff. Of course, as soon as Ty Lue re-ups with the Clippers for he's getting $12 million a year to coach or some crazy number.
Yeah, Ty Lue just got a big extension. Yep.
As soon as that happens, and he was, quote, the other guy, well, then all of a sudden it's J.J. Redick, has he ever coached anything before ever?
No.
I know he played.
See, and I always wondered that.
Does he coach? Can he coach? What's the story? Is he really coaching, or is LeBron coaching too?
This is a great sort of setup here, Moj, because I've wondered this for a long time, and it just hit me again. Some sports you need to be able to coach, okay? And let me explain the difference. I don't know what the pie chart is, but for every coach in every sport, you have 100% of your pie. And some slice, maybe it's half, maybe it's a quarter, maybe it's a third. You have part of it is managing the personalities, and the other part is actual X's and O's coaching stuff. In some sports, the X's and O's matters more. Some sports, the personalities matter more. I would argue in basketball, especially for good basketball teams, it's the personalities that matter more.
Absolutely.
It's managing these very, very high-profile guys who are most of the time bigger than the actual team.
And the coach has a lot more influence in that regard because the roster is smaller. In the National Football League, the coach doesn't have really much of a personal relationship with any player. It's the position coaches that have the interpersonal, because the head coach will say, all right, you take you and your linebackers, and I'll see you in an hour, that kind of thing.
And sometimes, like in college athletics, your pie chart is 3 parts. It's X's and O's, it's managing personalities, and it's acquiring talent, right? It's recruiting and stuff like that. So everything's a little bit different. But in basketball, I think it's way more about, can you manage the big personalities on your great team or not? Because the X's and O's part, should you be able to drop a play? Yeah, you should be able to do that. But at the end of the day, Moj, the Nuggets win if Jamal Murray hits a couple more shots or Michael Porter Jr. hits a couple more shots. It's not, you didn't lose because an inbound play didn't work. You lost because you didn't shoot the ball very well against Minnesota. And so most of this is about keeping your personalities in check. And it really helps when you have a superstar like Jokic who doesn't have a big ego, but most of these guys have big egos. I just read yesterday, out of all the names of guys in the NBA that you think have the power of like what LeBron has, which is do this or I'm going to be unhappy and I will leave, or fire this coach or whatever. Brian Windhorst, Donovan Mitchell, his role within the Cavs organization ranks among the most powerful for any superstar in the league. His quote, what Donovan has with the Cavs is what LeBron has with the Lakers. In fact, it might even be stronger.
Jeez Louise.
That's Donovan Mitchell.
Who's a very good player.
Very good. He's not LeBron. He's not Jokic. He's not Embiid. He's not like that, but he's very good. That's why the personality stuff matters. And that's why maybe J.J. Redick isn't a bad choice for him. Like, the lack of coaching experience won't affect him all that much as long as he can keep the personalities in check. Why do you think the Miami Heat years with LeBron worked out so well? It's partly because of Spoelstra, but more than that, Moj, they had a guy at the very top of the organization that had the power to say no.
You're talking about Pat Riley.
Exactly right.
Pat Riley was able to keep it all in check. And by the way,
after that first year, they all got together, Bosh, James, Wade, and said, we want Spoelstra out. And what did Pat Riley say?
Said no, he's staying.
Said go to hell.
Yeah. Pat Riley is, because of his career, because of his past, he's one of the only guys, I think, in the league at that point that could actually have that kind of hammer over those three. You see what I'm saying? I mean, so it has to be, I think, a unique circumstance in that regard, and Pat Riley certainly was that guy for sure. He was that guy, and he still is that guy to a certain extent. I mean, well, not to a certain extent, he still is that guy, and Spoelstra's his guy, so he wasn't going anywhere. You're correct about that. But either way, as far as Redick is concerned, we've seen it before. I mean, Larry Bird tried to do it. Well, but Redick was never the best player in the game like Magic was, or Magic and Bird, two of the best players in the game.
Right.
They both tried their hand at coaching, and they both said, "You know what? Screw this. I can't do it with these kids." I mean, Magic lasted, I think, less than Bird. In fact, I know he did. He's like, I can't relate to these guys. I can't.
Right.
They don't want to work. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. It's totally different now. At least Redick is in his late 30s. How old? He's got to be close to 40 now.
Do you think he's that old?
Yeah, he's got to be. But he played at Duke, I want to say, in the early 2000s. So if I'm doing my math.
Maybe you're right. Yeah, he's 39.
Okay, There you go. So he can still perhaps relate. He's not that far removed from the game. What I like about J.J. Redick is when he was defending our guy Jokic so much.
Well, he's really smart.
He is really smart. He went to bat for him and so on. If you want that job, though, it's not like that job doesn't come without its perils. Just ask the last couple of coaches who went through there and got the old Ziggy zip, the old Spanish Archer.
Well, here's Chris Haynes again on Dan Patrick's show.
That's a tough job to take. It's just a tough job to take. I mean, this is LeBron James. I understand JJ and LeBron get along well. They have a podcast. That's just a tough job to accept. Under Rob Pelinka's tenure, he is fired. Let me see. Luke Walton fired Frank Vogel, and he's fired Darvin Ham. So he's safe. So if anybody's going to get some blame, it's going to be the head coach. That's why, and there's high expectations with that team. as there should be anytime you have a team with LeBron James. On top of that, being the Los Angeles Lakers.
That's it.
He's right.
Yep.
Is this the old, the movie trope of I got a girl who's one of my best friends. I kind of like her, but I don't want to date her because if it goes wrong, then we won't be friends anymore. Is that JJ Redick? Does he think about that? If this goes wrong, I can't be friends with LeBron if you fire me. That can't happen.
I don't think you should worry about it.
He's going to get...
I don't think you should worry about it, dude. Just go do it.
Nice little check, too. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. A lot to get to, including this.
A lot to get to, too. I got some good news this morning early that I'd like to share. That's pretty dang cool. You wouldn't, but you're not going to care about. Nobody's going to care about it except me. I don't even know why I brought it up.
Great.
Was it another epiphany you had?
No, but he just got some good news from the East Coast.
Okay, so Moj has good news that he only cares about that I guess he's going to share with all of us. Secondly, I got a question about the Broncos, and it kind of surrounds Cortland Sutton, but it's more... Moj, we just talked about micro and macro with the Colorado Rockies, right?
Yes,
well,
we
I
did.
got a micro and macro with the Broncos that I'd like to get to next. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, and I want to introduce you to the Tulatero app, where lottery meets technology, and with Tulatero, you can easily snag official state lotto tickets right from your phone. From Mega Millions to Powerball to Lucky for Life, Tulatero has all your favorite games covered. New users, join in on the fun by using the code MAGIC to score a free lotto ticket. Talk about luck. That's Tulatero, Tulotero, for that free ticket. When you use the code MAGIC, good luck.
No, Vic is not dead.
Oh, yeah, Vic's not here.
We've had 2 people on the text line so far this morning ask, is Vic dead?
No, not dead.
He's not dead. He's dead to us today. Thanks, Nelly. He's off today, but he's not. He's very much alive. He's okay. Okay, he's just not here today. Why do people immediately go there? Is Vic dead or is Vic in jail? Why?
Because it makes sense.
Yeah. The good news I got today, I'll share it with you real quick. I think it's really cool. One of my good friends named Frank DeVita was a hero on D-Day. Higgins boat, first to shore at Omaha Beach, delivering the troops being shot, the boat's hammered with bullets. 15 trips to Omaha Beach on D-Day. Frank passed away a couple of years ago, but the United States Coast Guard has bestowed the honor of naming a brand new cutter after Frank.
It's pretty badass.
Got that. I woke up to that news this morning, and it's currently being built. It won't be launched. It won't be finished till like 2026, 2027. Well, I wish Frank was here to see it, and he would not like it. He'd be like, "No, I don't deserve this." He was a badass. Anyway, it's really, really cool obviously for Frank's family, but for all of us who loved him or were friends with him. That's great news, man. I mean, they don't just name ships after people. That's
really cool.
It's pretty dang cool, yeah. So this ship, which will be in service for, I'm sure, a long, long time, long after I'm gone and thinking, right?
Thinking, deep down,
Just deep down thinking, just doing my thinking like Vic's going to be doing, just thinking. It's pretty cool. So that ship's going to be around for a long, long time. I just woke up to some really good news. Frank was a great man, great friend, and I'm happy for him and his family. Just great stuff.
Yeah, it's really cool. The other thing here,
somebody said the late great Vic Lombardi.
Vic is not dead. Just to reiterate. Reiterate. So the micro and the macro. Here's the micro. From Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, Cortland Sutton is asking in this holdout that he's on right now. He wants essentially a $2 million a year bump, which isn't crazy. Like, it's not an insane ask. So he's scheduled to make 13.6 this year and 14 million next year. Well, he wants to make in the range of 15 to 16 per year.
Well, these guys, the guys that are setting the market for wide receivers, I mean, everything is going up, up, up. And the next guy always gets a little bit more than that guy. But Sutton, in my opinion, I think he's a terrific player. He's not in the category of those guys who are setting the market, and he's not asking for that.
Correct.
But the problem is for the Broncos and every other team, the market gets bumped up just a little bit more, right? Just a little cut, just $2 million more.
Well, the thing
more.
with this is Sutton, I actually think, is going to serve a very important role on this team for what they went to accomplish this year. But on principle, I don't think I'd give him the money because I don't think that he's going to be worth that. And secondly, I just don't want to kind of set that standard. So here's what I'm getting at.
He's got 2 years left on his deal, doesn't he?
He does.
And so we're already talking about new contract 2 years removed from the end of his contract?
He's going to be 30 years old at the end of this contract, too, and I don't know what he's going to look like when he plays into his 30s, because I think the days of, if you remember, he had the Pro Bowl season, 2019, I think it was. He had over 70 catches. He had 1,100 yards, 6 touchdowns. Last year, it was 59, 700-plus yards, and then 10 touchdowns. So the touchdown number is the big one, and that's what I think the selling point for him is. If you need somebody to make a big play for you in the red zone, then I'm your guy, right?
Sure. Well, he's a bigger guy. I mean, he's, I want to say he's a 50-50 guy. Maybe he's a little bit better than that. But yeah, that's a good role for him.
But I said this earlier, and I don't mean this as disrespect, but it's going to sound like it because I think every wide receiver would take this as disrespect, and I don't mean it that way. He's more of a possession guy right now, okay? Your number one wideout should be a guy that can get you over 1,000 yards a year. I don't think he's that anymore.
But he's only 28 years old. So you're saying he doesn't have any game-breaking ability anymore, or you don't?
I don't think so.
You don't envision him in that role.
Look at the numbers. The Broncos in big plays last year were near the very least in the NFL.
But what would the head coach say that was attributed to?
He might say that that's going to be on the quarterback because that's been the common theme for him.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is I don't buy it.
Okay.
I think there's a whole bunch of other factors that go into it. But the role that he would serve that I think is very important on this team is you got a rookie quarterback who's going to be swimming, especially early in the year, just to try and get things right. That guy's got to have a safety blanket. Like, he's got to have somebody, things are breaking down, can I just find the guy? Let's say that Sutton, and I don't think he will, but let's say he does sit out into training camp, regular season, whatever. Or even into training camp.
Why would he do that when he's got 2 years left on his contract?
Because he wants more money.
Hold on a second. Cortland, if you're listening to me, and I don't think you are, but if you are, don't you even think about becoming a problem child with 2 years left on your deal. Now, if this was the last year of his contract and they wanted him and he wanted them and you're him and hawing a little bit, okay, I get that. You got 2 years left on your deal. Get in with your new quarterback and play some damn football. Do not become a problem child for this organization. It's the last thing they need, and I'll explain more why.
When
he doesn't have to be here now, Brett. He doesn't have to.
No, not now.
If he starts messing around with times he does have to be here, that he's required to be at the facility, if it was, I'd be much more inclined to give him $2 to $3 million more per year on a longer deal and tear up the last 2 years of this contract if he was here showing that, you know what, I'm committed to this team, I'm committed to this rookie quarterback.
Well, remember, before you get too bent out of shape, these are voluntary OTAs. It's not the biggest deal. The mandatory stuff won't start for a few more weeks.
Understood, but what do we say about these voluntary OTAs?
They're non-mandatory, mandatory OTAs, yeah.
Mike Shanahan, boy, did he! If you weren't at the non-mandatory, if you weren't at the involuntary workouts, you're not committed, man.
Well, listen. Here's the point, though, is that I think he can serve a very important role on this team for a quarterback who's going to be swimming early in the year that needs a safety blanket. Because if he does decide to sit out, even into training camp, and you miss some of that time, you're missing the chemistry you can build with that new guy. And then you're talking about, well, who's going to be the safety blanket? Because everybody else is up in the air, and I don't know.
Well, I would
Josh Reynolds? I don't know. Marvin Mims? I don't know.
Here's
what? You hope that Greg Dulcich can stay healthy? You don't know. Like, there's a whole bunch of I don't knows. Like, Cortland Sutton would be a sure thing.
Do you even want to mention the name Tim Patrick?
I don't know.
Okay. There's a lot of I don't knows there, Brett.
You know what I mean? But it's the truth.
He's going to find, here's the thing. Nix is going to find chemistry with somebody, hopefully multiple somebodies. I don't know who that is either. Maybe it is Cortland. Maybe it's not Cortland. I truly have no idea. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then, like you said, if you think he's not a true number one game breaker, 1-1, well, then why pay him anymore anyway when he's got 2 years left on his contract?
That's the thing.
I'm sure the Broncos do not want to do that, especially with money being as tight as it is right now.
When Sean Payton said, if you remember, he had that press conference the same day that the Nuggets and Avs did. Is that Friday? Thursday?
Yes.
Thursday. When he said the Cortland Sutton situation will work itself out, the translation is this. We aren't giving him another dime. He doesn't want to lose money. He's not going to be paying checks to not show up for training camp. That's how it's going to sort
itself out. Here's your job. I don't care if you want a new contract. Here's your job. To show up and be a good teammate and play your butt off.
Yeah.
Now, he thinks he's got a little bit of leverage. Maybe he does. Maybe he's got a little bit. But he ain't got that much. Let me tell you something. And I'll explain why Sutton shouldn't be this way. Because the Broncos can lose with you and the Broncos can lose without you, buddy, to be honest with you. Okay?
Yeah, but you need players.
Of course you do.
You and Vic say that all the time, but it's like, oh, you can win with Surtain or you can't. Well, Surtain could be a big part of the winning when the winning happens.
Absolutely. You just said it yourself. You don't think he's a 1.
No, I think those days with him are gone.
A wide receiver who's a 1 makes $20 million.
More than that.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking about like an average Well, your 1-1-1s make more than that.
St.
Yes.
Brown's making like 27.
Correct.
Justin Jefferson's going to get 30.
Probably, yeah.
Tyreek Hill's getting almost 30. Like,
so maybe. Listen, I don't know what he thinks of himself. You can't come in here and raise a stink and be a problem child and bang, and stomp your feet because you have to report to mandatory minicamp because you don't have your new deal with still 2 years left on your current contract. I'm not saying he's going to do that. I'm saying, God, I hope that doesn't happen. I'm reading the projected Broncos fans. Sit down for a minute. If you're driving, sit down. I'm reading the projected 2025 NFL draft order. I know it sounds crazy, but it's from Pro Football. It's the Power Football Index.
Okay.
Football Power Index. FPI.
Yeah.
My bad. So it's a computer.
They take all the analytics, they put it in a computer, and the computer tells you the most likely scenarios of what's going to play out.
Average draft position for the Denver Broncos is third worst. Not kidding you.
So number 3 overall or number 4 overall?
It's number 7 overall.
I don't get it.
The Patriots. So it calculates where your average, depending on what kind of season you have, where your average draft position would be. Patriots lead at 5.1 is where they're going to draft 5, but their chance of the number 1 pick 22%.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Their chance at a top 5 pick 66%. Chance at a top 10 pick 87.4%.
Yep, I got you.
So they think. So basically, the computer thinks you're going to stink. Carolina comes in at number 2, average position at 5.7.
So they think the Patriots will be the worst team in the league.
The computer does.
Yeah.
The numbers do. The AI does. The bots. Whatever, flipping computer dork out there is typing in stuff, whatever. The Broncos are the third worst at 7 overall. Chance of the number 1 pick overall, 12.4%. Chance at a top 5 pick, 51%. Chances at a top 10 pick, and they weren't even there this year. They were 12.
Yep.
77%.
I think that all makes sense. I would agree.
So ain't nobody thinking the Broncos are going to have a productive year this year.
Well, they're not very talented.
I know, we can have hope, which is why I'm saying Cortland. Why would they pay you you're going to be north of 30 when your contract is over. When the money's off the books, when the Russell money's off the books, you're going to be 30. And you want a $2 to $3 million a year bump for a wide receiver who's had knee history, who's 30 or older? Dude, that ain't happening. I'm telling you right now, if I was the Denver Broncos, there's no way I would do that. You've got to hedge your bets and you've got to protect your franchise.
Well,
you can't do that, Kaner. You can't pay this guy $15 million a year at the age of 32, 33 years old, and he's not a number 1.
I'll tell you this.
No offense. I like you very much, Court.
I think James Palmer nailed it with Kay Adams about the point to this season for the Broncos.
Well, he says it's a good room. Let's first say that it's early, but this is probably the worst quarterback room in football. Now, that can change after this season, but that's just from track record of the guys in the room. But the front runner is Bo Nix, because I really do believe, and this is outside of the norm for Sean Payton to play rookies at really any position. But if you look at everything that's going on in Denver, the number one thing that they need to figure out this season is if Bo Nix was the right pick at 12. That's it. That is the point of the 2024 season in Denver, was Bo Nix at 12 the right play, because they were about the
Stop right there for a second. I love James Palmer. He's entirely correct, but he better be the right pick at 12 or you're totally screwed. They're going to figure out if was Bo Nix the right pick at number 12. I completely agree with James's assessment. But I need the caveat of he better be the right pick at 12 or you're hurting big time. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nelly.
No, that was.
Are you sure?
That was basically it.
Okay.
I mean, that is the point. The entire purpose. It's much like, we were just talking about this with the Rockies. The purpose of the Rockies right now is not to win 90 games. It's not to be in the playoffs. It's not to win the NL West. It is about young players getting better. The point for the Broncos, I think, and this might be hard to stomach, but the point is not the win-loss record this year. The point is Bo Nix the viable starting quarterback of this team's future? And if he is, then you build around him after this season. That's what it is. And I don't think there's any other way to go about it.
Yeah. I agree. It's just fascinating to look at this draft position stuff, the projected draft position. So the Broncos are worse than Tennessee, Washington, the Giants, Minnesota, Vegas, Arizona, New Orleans, Seattle, Tampa. Who do you think the best teams are? Take a guess. Give me the top 5 teams in terms of chances to pick in the top 10. Are that the crappy chances to pick in the top 10? Okay, they're 31.
Niners.
They're 32. They have the lowest odds to pick in the top 10.
Ravens.
They're 29.
Detroit?
Yes. They're 30. The computer thinks the Lions are going to be good.
I don't think it's going to be Buffalo anymore.
It's not.
Dallas?
Nope.
Eagles.
Yes. Philly.
That makes sense.
It's just fascinating to me what the computer will spit out. Now, listen, the computer only knows what you put in. But the computer analyzes a lot of numbers and then spits it out, right? The computer doesn't have emotion like we have emotion. Computer's just well, are they? Let me ask you this. Do you think the next step in all this AI stuff is to program into this AI emotions and pain and feelings? So
I don't think they have that ability.
Artificial
AI's not
feelings.
there yet.
No, I mean, I'm asking you, is that the next step? Because that's freaky.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
Because if I got a computer spitting out numbers going, I'm a gigantic Titans fan, and that mother trucker's
ESPN.
Good stuff, man. It's 100% pure stuff.
ESPN Analytics, best chance to win the Super Bowl. The Niners, 16%. The Chiefs, 12%. The Lions, 10%. The Cowboys, 9%. That's their top 4.
Wow.
So
Crazy.
only one team in the AFC is the top 4. That's probably because they think the Chiefs are head and shoulders above everybody else.
Well, they are. Who's the next best team in the AFC? Buffalo? It's got to be Buffalo.
No, the Ravens.
Ravens. I guess you're right. Ravens. I'm sorry. Yeah, Ravens and Buffalo are the next 2 best teams in the AFC behind the Chiefs.
303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line. You can get in touch with us through the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and that is powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Back after this. All right, couple things I want to get to. We discussed this a little bit earlier, Moj, the idea that...
Leggy coming up at the top.
Discuss the idea of if you want to get fired from your job, like this is a cool way to do it. I mean, I don't know if it's cool, but it's a very smart way to do it because there's a difference. You quit a job. You don't get unemployment. You don't get those vacation days paid out. If you get fired, maybe you get a severance. Maybe you get some unemployment on top of it. There's a man by the name of Jorge Lopez, relief pitcher for the Mets. The Mets are a very, very bad team. Now, I know what people are going to say.
You realize the Mets, in just, how many days is it? 10 days? So 2 weeks, they're going to be playing the Phillies in London. Did you know that?
I actually did not know that, no.
Right, it says baseball, right?
I'm sure those people in England will care a lot about that.
Right, I don't know if playing, right, we're set a baseball field.
Okay, but listen.
Yes.
They're a very bad team. Now, people might say, well, they have a better record than the Rockies do. Fine, but the Mets were supposed to be good.
And they've got a bazillion dollar payroll. Bazillion.
Yes.
I don't even know how to categorize bazillion.
That's the difference here. So.
This is, you please give the entire story. This is just brilliant.
They're playing against the Dodgers yesterday. They're losing. Jorge Lopez argues he gets tossed out of a game. And this is how it sounded via the SNY New York on the call here.
I think it was the third base umpire. Yeah, it was DeJesus.
Yeah. DeJesus has got a short fuse.
And he threw Lopez out of the game. What's that all about?
I don't know. He saved him.
Well, that's adding insult to injury.
Because now the Mets have to bring in a cold reliever, right?
Bring a position player in now. Well, what has been a bad day all the way around has just gotten worse.
Whoa.
And Lopez responds by tossing his glove up over the netting and into the crowd.
That's where the Mets are at right now.
It's not a good optic.
No.
So, I want to say a couple things about that.
It only gets better. Let's start there because it only gets better.
That is a broadcast booth that is dead. They know what kind of season they're going to have to call coming up here, and it's 162 games, and they are not excited about this at all. Like, you heard that oozing through their call on that broadcast.
Been there.
Ugly day for the Mets, but that guy's happy. He got a glove.
Okay. He took his glove, by the way, Jorge Lopez, as he got ejected, took his glove and chucked it into the crowd.
Over the netting, which is behind the dugout.
But what happened afterwards is the more interesting part. Because he's in the locker room, and reporters are asking him, hey, man, what happened? And this is how, if you want to get fired, you can get fired.
Looking back on it, do you regret doing that?
No. No, I don't regret it. I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole MLB. So, whatever happened. So, whatever they want to do it. I'll be tomorrow here if they want me, whatever they want to do. So I'm going to keep doing this thing, so I'm ready to come back tomorrow. If they want me to be here, so I'll be here.
I've been on the worst team in the entire bleeping MLB.
Oh, goodness.
I will keep doing my thing. If they want me here, I will be here.
Well, they don't want you there anymore, buddy. No trip to London for you, buddy. Right. He's not going to London, is he? No bangers and mash for old Jorge.
I'm telling you, dropping one of those, I've been at the worst company in the entire U.S., and if they want me here on Monday, then I'll be here. That is daring them to fire you.
Which is what they're doing.
Of course, they're going to DFA him. And
you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
A great way to go about it. Just a great way if you want to get the hell out of somewhere.
Now, he gets his bread, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, major league contracts are guaranteed contracts, and I don't think he's on this.
He had a $2 million contract.
Yeah, get designated type of thing. So he's going to be DFA means designated for assignment. Now, where will they send him? AAA.
Well, I
try to move him. I mean, he's been on 6 different teams in all of his seasons in baseball. He's played for the Orioles twice.
Yeah.
So he's bounced around a little bit. He's 31 years old. He's bounced around from Milwaukee to KC to Baltimore. Minnesota was in there. This is his first year with the Mets. The worst blanking team in baseball, he called him. I'm on the worst blanking team, and he throws his stuff into the crowd.
So 2 people has said he's saying teammate. That is not what's written in articles here,
No.
and that is not the quote that he was given. Can we hear it one more time? Let's see if he says team or teammate.
I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole.
Team on. Team on.
No, team in.
Team
Team in the whole baseball, yeah.
Yes.
I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole MLB. So
I've been on the worst team in probably the whole bleeping MLB is what he said. So
Correct.
not teammate, team
No, he
in.
team in baseball. He said the Mets are the worst team in baseball, and I'm on it. Whatever they want to do. Hysterical, man. I mean, again, I think if you're a skipper, you want your guys to show emotion and have emotion and care and whatnot. Dude, he just lost it.
Yeah.
I think he gave up a dong to Ohtani. The Mets were getting killed. He gave up a dong, argued with the third base umpire, got booted, threw his glove into the stands, and then said I'm on the worst blanket team in baseball.
I love it.
And so they're like, yeah, we got to get you out of here, man. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. We got you.
If you try and think of like the ways that guys have tried to get cut or fired or traded from teams, you can get some pretty creative examples. Like Brandon Marshall just punting balls in training camp is a pretty good one too. Like if you want to leave a team, give me a football and let me just boot it as high as I can in the air over and over again until you guys are like, all right, we get it.
Get out of here, yeah.
I'm trying to think of some other, because there's been some good ones that aren't hitting the top of my head.
He's going to get his money. I'm telling you right now, he's getting his money. He's not making a ton, but he's going to get it.
You can't do the. No, this isn't like conduct detrimental to the team sort of stuff. Guys get ejected. You might not like what he said, but I don't think anybody's going to do that.
Well, if you're in the locker room, if you're in the clubhouse, and the reporters are all gathered around, and you call the team you're on the worst blanking team in baseball, that's kind of conduct detrimental to the team.
I thought conduct detrimental was like legal stuff. Wasn't it?
They get in a bar fight and it hurt somebody or something, or what?
Yeah, kind of.
All right. I don't know, man. Hey, listen. What's your interpretation of conduct detrimental to the team? Might be a little bit different than mine.
Look, Moj, by definition, that is pretty detrimental conduct to the team. You know what I mean? But still.
It cracks me up, though. I mean, the way guys lose it sometimes. You probably have been there before. You probably wanted to throw your glove into the stands and run into the dugout and hide, that kind of thing.
I don't know if it's ever been like at a team I've been on, though. Like, don't get me wrong. You get upset when you play any sport. You get upset. Maybe you're in a slump or you did something wrong. You make a big mistake. Everybody gets mad. But the Antonio Brown taking off his jersey mid-game. That's a pretty good example too.
That was Pittsburgh, right? No, that was where was he?
That was Tampa.
Tampa. That's correct. Yeah, he took his jersey, he stripped down to just his pants, right? I mean, everything was off,
bare chested,
except his football pants, and he's prancing through the end zone, right? They're like, yeah, you got to go, buddy.
Probably not the time or place, Michael.
Yeah.
What was that clip from again?
That was Walker Buehler in a post-game interview, and I guess the reporter asked him a dumb question, even though no dumb questions, 1:30 every day with PhD.
Yeah.
And that was him clapping back at the reporter.
Probably not the time or the place, Michael, just so you know.
Honestly, I thought
probably
that was
not the time or place, Michael.
I thought that was from The Office. Like, he was on a conference call with somebody at headquarters, and I swear to God, I did not know that was Walker Buehler. I swear to the Lord above, I thought that was from The Office.
No, I remember the clip too. It was really funny. Anyway, 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. Got Jeff Legwald coming your way next.
You want some great beef? I'm talking about top quality, delicious beef that you can't find anywhere else. Well, then do what I do. Go to CentennialCuts.com. This is a Colorado company in the cattle business for generations, and they know exactly what they're doing. Sustainably raised beef, finished on locally grown grains for that perfect marbling and texture. And the best part about Centennial Cuts is that they'll deliver the beef right to your door. Now, they've got all the steaks, all the sausages, everything you're looking for. They've got unbelievably good beef jerky in a variety of different flavors. And once you try it, well, by the way, it melts in your mouth. You'll never go back to anything else. If you want to check it out downtown, please do. Head to the Velvet Cellar or go to the A5 Steakhouse close to Ball Arena and try it out for yourself. Plus, they've got kiosks and mercantiles all over that carry their famous beef jerky. You can even get it at DIA. The next time you're getting ready to board a plane, find that kiosk at DIA, grab some Centennial Cuts jerky, and snack on that the entire trip, and you'll be glad that you did. My family was in town for my daughter's graduation. My nephews, we served Centennial Cuts, and they all loved it, and you will too. You'll be proud to serve it to your family, proud to serve it to your guests. Just go to CentennialCuts.com. That's CentennialCuts.com. Trust me, you'll never go back.
Joined as we are every Thursday at 8 o'clock by Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Leggy, can I welcome you with some breaking news from the NFL that dropped about a minute ago from Adam Schefter?
Certainly.
We were just talking about Courtland Sutton and him wanting to get a couple million more, it sounds like, from Jeremy Fowler on his contract. Well, my argument was, I get he's not asking for number one wideout money, but he's not a number one. And neither is this guy, but Jalen Waddle just got a 3-year, $84 million contract with $76 million guaranteed from the Miami Dolphins. Is Courtland Sutton just looking around the NFL, seeing these wideouts getting paid, including, look, his teammate last year, Jerry Jeudy, getting paid, and being like, well, maybe I do deserve a couple million more?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he is, because that tale is as old as time in the NFL. I mean, contracts are almost obsolete the moment guys sign them, just because of the dynamics of it. You know, it's when you come up, when you are available, when the team has to sign you. It's very rare teams do what the Broncos did with Courtland Sutton and Tim Patrick and sign them so much before they hit free agency. And it's rare for players to do it. And now you see why. I mean, he probably left money on the table when he did it in some fashion. And it sort of occurs to you at some point down the line. But And now I think sometimes we forget just how high the cap is now, and some of these contracts fit pretty easily under the current cap and wouldn't have, 5 years ago. We just sort of have to adjust our mindset about the math. But, the Broncos cap situation is Russell Wilson impacted, and they can't do much with anybody right now, including him. And I again, unless somebody changes their mind in the building, I have not gotten a sense they're all that amenable to bumping him too much beyond maybe some performance incentive type things. But, again, a lot can change because it's really not a big deal right now. But, it could be. But they've certainly added to the room as if they're, trying to get insurance.
Well, listen, when he's 30 years old, his contract will be up. I'm not extending a guy into his 30s, getting a $2 to $3 million a year bump. I'm not doing that. You'd be silly to do that, especially a guy who has injury history problems, Jeff, and maybe only going to get slower. I like Courtland Sutton. I think he's a fine wideout. He's not a true one. I wouldn't do it at all. And by the way, he's got 2 years left on his deal. Why is this all coming up now?
Again, I think it's all the change, Moj, in the building. If you're a player from a previous regime, and if you're Courtland Sutton, you're a player from like 4 previous regimes now. And I think guys just get tired of the uncertainty. What do you think of me? What's my role? Sometimes it's just human things. It's money. Money's in there because that's the business. But a lot of it is the kind of stuff we all worry about at work. Do my bosses like me? Do I have a role? And they've had so much change in the building. I'm frankly surprised this hasn't happened a little more, but they haven't really kept anybody long enough to have this come up, really. And if they have kept the guys, sometimes they've been injured and they haven't been in this position. But I don't get a sense they're going to do much, if anything, with them. And he may just have to decide, am I coming in or not, just to get the clock ticking on, getting another season accrued. And maybe they make a move, because that may be the one position, that and running back, where they may actually have depth on a very thin roster overall.
Okay, but he better not come in and be a bad apple. I mean, that's the worst case scenario when you're trying to get it.
Look, I know what you're saying, but when teams cut guys, they never say, people never say, oh, he had a contract for 3 more years.
That's correct. Correct.
Nobody said, hey, Russell Wilson's got a contract. So I don't really give too much credence to a guy has this many years left on his contract, and he should just honor it, because the teams never do. And I guess that's just, maybe I'm a little jaded after all these years.
I get what you're saying. I completely agree with you. My point is, what kind of leverage does he really have? And what would he command in the open market?
When you're a non-playoff team, it's hard to have leverage. I think, Surtain has leverage to me, because he's, to me, they've got to convince him they're on the right track.
Right.
I mean, I think he has the ultimate leverage. Like, I'm really good, and you better talk me into this is going in the right direction before I sign for another 5 years here.
Leggy, one thing I was thinking about was ESPN just kind of threw up their teams with the best chances to win the Super Bowl according to their projections. And the top 4 teams were the Niners, Chiefs, Lions, and Cowboys, according to them. And I think all those teams have something in common, at least offensively. They all have speed, right? Like, all those teams have guys that can run and create
Brett,
big
this
plays.
has been my beef with the Broncos for the last 4. You guys know this. I've said it on your show a lot. This is, the Broncos have speed in spots, but top to bottom, I don't think any personnel guy in the league I know would consider them an athletically speed-filled team.
Well, and that's what I wanted to get to, is that I understand that they try to do that a little bit with the wide receiver group. Like, Mims has speed, they get Franklin has speed. But the running back room is a different discussion entirely. Like, those teams have that. Maybe not the Cowboys anymore, but, the Niners, they have Christian McCaffrey. The Lions, they have Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, these teams have speed in the backfield, and it looks like the Broncos are building a whole bunch of guys that are like the same dude. You know what I mean? Audric Estime, Javonte Williams, Samaje Perine, they're all big backs who are bruisers, but maybe don't have breakaway speed. Does that matter to you?
Well, it wouldn't matter as much if the tight end room was a little more you need that speed element at tight end or running back if you're going to attack nickel defenses with any consistent success. I mean, you've got to stress teams between the numbers and the nickel. That's where you can win matchups. That's why all of those teams have good tight end presence too, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
Because everybody's in the nickel 70 to 80% of the time now, and more every day, it seems like. So you've got to have that presence at running back or tight end, or you're not going to be able to attack the defenses you face most often, like the good offenses do. And they just need, but again, you can't change out coaches all the time, because every new coach wants a new look of the roster. He wants his own guys, and it takes like 2 years. I mean, look at all the turnover the Broncos have had in Sean Payton's first 2 off seasons.
Yep.
Before you're sort of even at the starting point, and say he only makes it 4 years, or whatever, however it turns out, then you're doing it again, and it really is hard to maintain any kind of organizational roster building. I mean, you look at how the Ravens are building a roster, and you look how the Broncos are doing it, and it can't be more different.
Right.
You look at the Niners, how they're doing it. The Chiefs, are the ultimate example. That it's just, again, the Chiefs had 16 guys start the Super Bowl they drafted. To me, that's how you do it. Yeah, they got Mahomes, but you got to have a roster plan, and speed. You're right. Speed's got to be a part of it.
Well, let me write this down.
Let me just follow up on something real quick.
Good
Moshe.
teams with good players are good.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
That's true forever, Moshe. I mean,
but Jeff, you're so right.
Hold on a second.
Go
Hold on
ahead.
a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said what the Chiefs are doing. The most predictable thing in the entire first round of the NFL draft was the Chiefs taking Xavier Worthy, was it not? Like, it was them finding the fastest guy because they didn't have a lot of speed last year. It's like, what if we find another Tyreek Hill speed guy? Why don't we just go and do that? Oh, there he is. Cool.
No, I mean, again, you have a draft-built roster. You have the luxury of just adding on every year, because your roster has it's like every house. Your house is only as good as the foundation. Doesn't matter what the paint looks like or how pretty the roof is. If the foundation stinks, it's going to be a crappy house. And rosters are like that. And that's what, again, I know people get bored with me, but that's why the draft matters. We all get caught up in, the draft's an inexact science. You can't predict, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the good teams use it to build. And then it gives you the luxury of looking at the draft board and saying, yeah, Xavier Worthy fits right now. Let's grab him and add it on. And when it seems like, the quote unquote luxury pick, well, when your roster's been built through the draft, you just keep on keeping on. I mean, the Ravens have made that's the way they do business. It's the way the Steelers do business. Mike Tomlin has not had a losing season. And no team may participate less in free agency than the Steelers do.
Yeah. I read your article about Jarrett Stidham, which I thought was very good as always. Like, read everything that you write. this guy doesn't have a shot at the starting quarterback position. I mean, I can't envision a scenario where it's not Bo Nix at 24 years of age with 61 college games under his belt, getting his feet wet early and going for it in a season that the Broncos aren't going to win in anyway. How could it possibly be Jarrett Stidham?
Yeah, and to me, Moj, the only scenario was 2016 when Sanchez and Paxton Lynch both crater and look miserable. And that was the most hyped quarterback competition that people didn't get right.
Yeah.
It wasn't close from day one to when they made Trevor Siemian the starter. Yet on social media, I had to see every day about how close it was. Never close. That's how he could win it, the other two guys. But part of me thinks Sean Payton has decided Bo Nix will be the starter no matter what.
Yeah.
And, I just want to see how fair the fight is when it really matters. It doesn't matter now. You can say whatever you want this time of year, and he has. They can split reps evenly right now, and it doesn't impact Bo Nix's development. But you don't make Bo Nix the starter this year, his developmental curve essentially stops in September. Because if you're not the starter, you get almost no reps at all, and there's almost no real developmental value beyond meetings if you're not the starter. So that, again, I want to see how fair the fight is when training camp is going, when the preseason games are going, and when September is a couple weeks away instead of a couple months.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Last thing for you, Jeff. Mosier went through ESPN's FPI, that is the Football Power Index that is going to project where teams draft, right? And do you have the numbers still in front of you, Moj, for the Broncos?
I sure do. Well, the Broncos...
Those guys are like NASA, by the way.
Yeah. They're all. It's all geeks and computers.
They come to our meetings at our NFL Summit every year, and my eyes glaze over.
I got it.
I can name tight ends and stuff.
So it spits out these numbers, Jeff. The worst team, the Patriots, the chance at the number one is 22%. Top 5 is 66%. Chance to earn a top 10 pick is 87%, right? Well, the Broncos are number 3. They have their average draft position 7. The chance of the overall number 1, 12.4. The chance at a top 5 pick is 51%. And to pick in the top 10 is 77%.
Does that sound right to you?
Of course it does. Look, honestly, guys, objectively, can you say this roster is more talented than the team that finished 8-9 last year?
No, I agree with you. I said when Moj read the numbers, I'm like, that makes total sense to me.
Yep.
Total sense.
Because I just look at their top 3 free agents that departed. The quarterback won't play as well as Russell Wilson unless they get extremely lucky. The safety won't be as good as Justin Simmons, and the linebacker probably won't be as good as Josie Jewell. Let's throw the center in. Will the center be as good as Lloyd Cushenberry? I mean,
probably not.
The talent drain, they're not keeping up with the departures. And you got to do that first before you can think about being a playoff team. You've got to keep up with the departures just to stay status quo. And I'm not even sure they've done that. But again, we're looking at the 5th head coach in the last 8 years, essentially. And it's just, it can't be any other way. I don't know why people expect it to look differently. This is how it looks.
This is when
you rotate head coaches.
This is what's so weird to me, Leggy. And I can't fathom saying something like this on a sports talk radio show in Denver. But I said the Broncos' plan next year is very similar to the one that I want the Rockies to have, that it seems like they're executing right now, which is the win-loss record doesn't mean as much to me as much as the young development of talent on that roster. And I'm putting the Broncos and the Rockies in the same category because I don't think either of them are going to do any bit of winning this year. So it's all about, can the younger guys play well?
I agree with that, but they got to put them on the field. Drew Sanders last year, almost no snaps. Marvin Mims, 200-something snaps. And they didn't play rookies last year when they easily could have played them. So, until they decide to do this, and, you're around the league, there's always a curiosity whether Sean Payton is going to try, to lean on veterans to win more week to week than a long-term plan. And I think people are very interested to see how he approaches the potential of a rookie quarterback because, what kind of patience in game and during the week did he show with a 9-time Pro Bowler? What's that going to look like? What's Detroit look like with a rookie quarterback?
Right.
The sideline blow up. Are you going to see those things? Because that's a tough go for a rookie quarterback, and we don't have the data. We've never seen Sean Payton as a head coach with a rookie quarterback and a struggling roster. We have not seen it. We don't know how it's going to go because there's no data.
That's Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. He joins us every Thursday. Always appreciate the time, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
See you, buddy.
Leggy joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Back after this.
Hey, Nelly.
What it is?
When's your band going to play?
Which one?
The brass band, the cool band. The other one's a dork band.
I'll tell him you said that. We're playing on Saturday at Edgewater Public Market for their Pride Month kickoff event. That's our next gig.
That sounds cool.
And then
It's a little far from my home, though. Edgewater's about an hour drive for me.
Where are you living these days?
Southeast Parker.
Oh, man. The farthest south we usually go is Highlands Ranch.
Okay, well, then I'm out. Forget it. I don't want to come see you. I was going to suggest that we all go to a show, invite listeners to one of your shows and see you do your thing. And
yeah, that'd be awesome, man.
all that saxophone and all that kind of thing. I think that'd be great. But no, man, you're just too far away. Forget about it.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, anybody that's not Mosier, feel free to come hang.
Couple things here.
Don't you want to see Nelly blow a horn?
Yeah, I do.
Not in Edgewater. It's too far.
Here's what I wanted to talk about, though. There is a real sense out there, and I want to go back to this because we discussed this earlier, about coaching and how much coaching matters. It does matter. Now, again, in all sports, it's different. Like, I think the impact an NBA coach can have on its roster is more minimal than that of an NFL head coach, let's say. Okay? NFL feels like there's a lot more game planning, right? There's a lot more.
There has to be.
You're drawing up how to beat a specific defense or how to stop Patrick Mahomes or something like that. The
involvement of so many more players in every aspect of the game makes it a more complicated situation. Not that basketball won't be complicated at times.
Absolutely. Hockey's another one that I think it takes a lot of real coaching to get a game plan together that works to fit and break a certain scheme that an opposing team is running against you. Baseball, on the other hand, it's a lot like, I set the roster and then you need to go get a hit for me. You need to go give me 6 quality innings. Like, there's not much you can do from the bench other than make the right decisions at the right times on when do I go to my bullpen? Do I pinch hit this guy? Do I, that kind of stuff.
I need to watch more baseball, Brett. I blame myself. I fell out of love with the game some time ago. I still watch, don't get me wrong. But it's Rockies. I really don't watch random, Friday night games or anything like that. I really don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to watch more baseball. Do people still steal bases in baseball?
They do a lot more now.
Okay.
Like, ever since, and it's I don't know if it's a direct correlation. I feel like it has to be. They made the bigger bases last year.
Right.
Which gives you a better opportunity to get that extra whatever inches that is that they added to the base, like that can help you get there in a split second earlier than the throw. Like Ronald Acuna last year, and it sucks. He tore his ACL. He's out for the rest of this season. But Ronald Acuna last year, do you remember his stats?
No,
from last season? It was one of the more remarkable seasons that somebody's had in baseball in a long, long time. So I'll give you the numbers from last year.
But what skippers can do in baseball.
73 stolen bases for Ronald Acuna last year. Good. And he hit 337, and he hit 41 bombs. Like, ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
So, yeah, it's becoming a little bit more prevalent again.
But it used to be much more manufacturing runs, strategy, that sort of thing. And then the shift came in. It all sort of became sort of mechanical in baseball. Hey, you throw the starter out there, throw strikes, man, get outs, right?
Well, and here's the thing, and I'll use baseball as an example to this because this is like a coaching thing. We started talking this morning about JJ Redick looks like he's going to get the Lakers job, and I think basketball, especially when you have a high-profile team like the Lakers and high-profile players on that team, it's a lot more about managing the personalities. Obviously the Clippers think that Ty Lue's doing a good enough job managing the personalities of Kawhi Leonard and Paul George and all Westbrook and Harden, everybody else in the Clippers. And these guys in LA haven't. We heard over and over again, Moj, that Darvin Ham didn't have the respect of the players and they would tune him out and stuff like that. Like, that's a very challenging thing to do when the players are the biggest stars on the team. But at the end of the day, you're rolling out a lineup and you're saying, I hope my roster is better than yours. I don't think there's a sport that exists right now that does a better job of most talented roster usually wins the championship. That's typically how the NBA goes. It's how you got the Cavs and the Warriors in the finals for 4 straight years. The Cavs were the best team in the East. The Warriors were the most talented team in the West, and they always matched up at the end of the year. Other sports aren't like that. You get like, in hockey, a team gets hot when the postseason comes.
Sure.
They get a hot goaltender. In baseball, you got a hot pitching staff that can take it. Like we had the Diamondbacks and the Rangers in the World Series last year. The point is, when it comes to football, I bring up the speed question to Jeff Legwold for a reason. It's obviously incredibly important. And he said if you don't have a sort of game-breaking running back room, then you at least need a tight end to offset things in the nickel. And I brought those 4 teams that ESPN had as the favorites to win the Super Bowl this year in order: the Niners, the Chiefs, the Lions, and the Cowboys. All of them, especially the top 3, seem to have things in common. Like the Niners have an incredibly talented, really everything, but they got a running back that can beat you on the ground. They have a high-level tight end. Like the Lions have a really good running game with some explosive running backs and a very high-level tight end.
Correct.
The Chiefs have a very high-level tight end. Like the Broncos are missing both of those categories.
Jake Ferguson is not exactly a slouch for the Dallas Cowboys.
And Ferguson's very, very good for Dallas.
And then you look at their wide receiver room, especially led by
CD.
CD and Brandon Cooks. You're like, that's pretty good to start out, and then they got some other dudes.
But you know what that allows you in football? It allows you a margin for error. And here's what I mean. To go back to baseball, you know what a really good equalizer is? If you got a power lineup. If you got a lineup, if you're down 4-1 in the bottom of the 8th, it takes one swing and you're right back in the game. Now, imagine if you don't have that and you got a whole bunch of guys hit singles and doubles. Well, it's going to take 5-6 hits for you to get back into a ball game. In football, it can take a one play from Deebo Samuel. It can take one play from Jahmyr Gibbs. It can take one play from CeeDee Lamb. It can take one play from Travis Kelce, and you're right back in a ball game. If you don't possess that, well, now the Broncos need to be like, well, we need an 8-play drive.
More than that, maybe even more than that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it just makes it exponentially more difficult for you to get back into a ball game, especially if you're trailing.
It's an excellent point.
And that's the issue that I see with, all right, they seem to have some speed on the outside now. Now, we don't know if these guys can play, but Marvin Mims is fast. Troy Franklin is fast. Have no idea if they can play or not.
Correct.
But the positions that you wish you just had something in your back pocket, a game-breaking running back, that if he finds a hole, he's going to go for 50 yards. A tight end, that if he's over the middle, 15 yards downfield, he can make a guy miss and turn that into a 40-yard game.
But it's not always easy to acquire all those guys, Brett. I mean, you got to do it in stages at times.
But they haven't had one in forever.
Understood. And I completely agree with you. And you heard Leggy say the way that they're building their roster and what Baltimore is trying to do to get over the top. Completely different, right?
No, he brings up the Ravens. The Ravens always have a good running game. And on top of that, they have, why am I blanking on his name? Tight end, Mark Andrews. I was going to say Todd Heap. That's a blast from the past.
Jesus Lord.
Mark Andrews, though, is a stud tight end. Stud.
Pulled Todd Heap out of your tail. I mean, the
I
Chargers.
love Todd
The
Heap.
Chargers.
Todd Heap was a great. He was a great tight end.
Chargers. They have that. What's his name? Gates.
He was a good tight end, though.
They get that Hunter Henry. Yeah.
You know the baseball game that we play with the players from the 90s?
Yeah.
Playing that with tight ends is a fun game, too. If I drop an Algie Crumpler on you.
Super good.
Yeah. Everybody
How about
enjoys
if I
a good
throw
Algie
Mark Bavaro on you?
Bavaro's good. Oh, wait a minute. Who's the guy that I loved from the Jets? Anthony Becht.
That's random. Anyway, you're right about that. I thought somebody is typing in here, Leggy's a half full guy right now. Let me explain something.
Wait, he's saying glass half full?
Yeah, he's only a glass, half empty, half full guy on everything. Yeah. Let me explain.
Leggy sounded really negative to me during that.
That's what he's getting at. He's not a.
Oh, he's not a glass half full guy. I don't understand. Glass half full means you're optimistic.
Right, half empty means you're pessimistic.
Yes.
He meant half empty.
Okay, gotcha.
So, but what he said at the end was very, very true. And so, 3841 and everybody else listening, you may not want to be a half-empty kind of person, but I think you have to take that avenue. He said that everybody around the league, or a lot of people that he talked to around the league, and believe me when I tell you, Leggy is connected around the National Football League in a big-time way.
Mm-hmm.
He says everybody is waiting and waiting to see what Sean Payton does this year. Because he's never been saddled with a rookie quarterback and rebuilding this kind of roster with a poor roster. He's never had this before. What will he do? Hell, what can he do? And I truly believe that. I bet there are people around this league who have been adversaries of Sean Payton, who are contemporaries of Sean Payton, who have, maybe they're even friendly with Sean Payton, whatever the case may be. They don't even know what this Broncos team is going to look like this year. They have no clue how Payton is going to go about it. We know what he didn't do last year. He didn't play the young kids a lot, right? And now, what is he going? Is he going to be forced to do that? Will he have a complete change of heart? What can he do with a rookie quarterback who's ready to take his first snap in the National Football League? He hasn't had that before. So he's got. I mean, this is basically put your big boy pants on and go to work type of stuff.
Isn't that
so? If you think that if you're looking at it and go, I want to be a half full guy. Okay, be a half full guy. That's great. I feel like I want to be a half full guy too. But I think that history and the reality would tell you, you don't know, we don't know, they don't know.
Here's the bizarre thing about what you just said and what Leggy was talking about a second ago. Sean Payton is a veteran head coach in this league. Been around a long time, had a lot of success, has a really good resume. But because of the circumstances that the Broncos are in, rookie QB, roster turnover, no established really good veteran players for the most part on this team, it almost feels like you got a brand new coach, doesn't it? Despite all the experience that he has, because he's never done it in this type of situation, it does feel like he's swimming in some waters that are totally foreign to him. And I don't want to say, maybe totally foreign is unfair, but just overall, when you haven't been in a situation, like Moj, here's the equivalent. I've been in radio my entire, 12 years now, whatever it's been. You could put me on the broadcast booth. It's broadcasting. It's a totally different beast. It does not mean that I could just step onto a TV set and do TV.
I thought you did pretty good when you did that for the first time.
But I'm talking more specifically like your job. Calling an Avs game, no chance. Like, I couldn't do it.
I bet you could.
I couldn't. But it's not, even though it's in the same sort of realm, it's a completely different situation.
Sure.
That you find yourself in. It doesn't mean that if you have success at one thing, it's going to translate to the other just because they're neighbors. You know what I mean? And having a rookie quarterback, and this is a big question for me, and this would be the only real disaster that I could see. Outside of the obvious, like Bo Nix stinks, and and they messed up drafting him, all that stuff. Outside of the obvious, the worst thing that I could imagine happening this year is exactly what Leggy said. A coach with a penchant for playing veteran players will try and do that for the sake of wins despite it not amounting to anything, as opposed to developing young talent. Again, I bring up Drew Sanders because I think this matters. When you have a high-end draft pick on that guy, I think he was 67th overall, and he's going to be in year 3 before we even know if he can, and we won't even know then.
He's hurt now, yeah.
No, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is his year 2. He's going to miss this year. He's going to be going into year 3, and we're going to ask this question, Moj. Can he play? Because I haven't seen him yet. That can't happen for a team that is going to be bad. You need to bite the bullet and just admit the team isn't where you want them to be and develop young talent. That's got to be the goal.
I completely agree with you.
If you don't,
otherwise you're wasting time.
It's a waste of time, and I would say it's an organizational failure that nobody stopped it from happening.
Isn't this sad for me to sit here and say this, but it's reality. And Broncos fans, you better swallow this pill. And if you want to do it with a cold one, that's fine. But the purpose of this year should not be trying to win. I know that sounds crazy.
Winning should come at the byproduct of developing players.
It sounds so counterintuitive because we all want to win, and we've been full of losing for quite a while. We all want it. But this team is not in a position to win. And if you can accept that you're not in a position to win, then you're going to have a much easier time following and being a fan of this team this year. I have a Band of Brothers reference, Nelly, that I want to get in that I can't. Well, Vic's not here. Can I get it in?
If it's quick.
It's like when Spears says to Blythe, you have hope. What you have to do is pretend you're already dead. That's the only way that a soldier can function properly.
It.
You have to not pretend. You have to accept the fact that you're already dead. And then you can function and behave as a soldier should, without remorse, without
fear.
Yeah, exactly right.
No,
I mean, there's going to be fear there, but without.
I get what you're saying, though.
Anyway, so Broncos fans, the Broncos themselves have to accept the season's already lost. Like they're already going to have a losing record.
I agree with you, actually.
And then do what it takes so that the next year you don't. And then when the money comes off, you really don't. And so on and so forth.
I told you, by the way, naming old tight ends is a fun game, as we got these on the text line.
Kellen Winslow's, that's low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, Kellen Winslow's
easy.
too good.
Can't
do that one. See, I like this one, though. Talking tight ends, and you don't mention Ben Coates.
Coates.
Ben Coates is a great one.
I don't necessarily want to go Patriots on this thing, all right? Can we not?
But Ben Coates was great. Come on.
Okay, all right.
Pete Metzelaars.
Awesome.
Little Heath Miller action for you?
Heath Miller got a little bit more run than I thought he would. A couple of people have chimed in with Heath Miller. I'll take more of them. I'll tell you what, 303.
504-0925. Give me more of these obscure tight ends that we have forgotten about from yesteryear.
These guys weren't obscure. Ben Coates wasn't obscure. He was great.
Okay players.
Okay.
Give us all your piping hot Jeremy Shockey takes.
How about Russ Francis? That's way before your time.
Do you remember a guy by the name of Chad Mustard?
Yes, I remember the name.
Did you know that Chad? Well, I only bring this up because he was with the Broncos for a couple of years.
Yeah, wasn't his cousin's Alan Ketchup?
Chad Mustard. My first meeting of him, he was a substitute science teacher at my high school.
You're kidding?
Yeah. A couple years after he got done playing, he was substitute teaching.
Cool.
And then he actually got signed back with the Broncos for a little bit right afterwards.
I like it.
Joe Giravicius is a great name, but he was a wide receiver. He does not count.
Blam.
I want more. Mark Bravo. Love it. See, you guys know how to play the game.
I think he means Bavaro.
Bavaro. Mark Chimura was a little too good for me. Like, he's too good to be in this game.
Because he was a Packer.
No, he was good, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Jay Novacek, he was very good. Too good.
Jay Novacek, too good, guys. We're looking for, okay to almost subpar players.
303-504-0925. Get on it.
30, yeah. Shot Mazda text line
what
if
he
you
said.
guys want in. Back after this.
Saw a brand new Mazda CX-90 on the road the other day, and guess what? It had Silter-Har plate frames on it. I knew it came from Silter-Har because they've got an unbelievable deal right now on new Mazda CX-90s. You can lease those babies for $299 a month. Before June gets here, and you've only got a couple of days, why not take advantage of all the savings, all the awesome inventory at Silter-Har Motors in Broomfield? And the Mosher Special, yeah, it's still in full effect and going strong. $1,000 in free accessories, free 3-year maintenance, or you can get $1,000 in extra trade allowance. Now, listen, I'm telling you, they've got so many cars in captivity up there. I love the Bronco. I saw a Volvo wagon that I really wanted. My wife said, not quite yet, but I'm going to do it. I promise you, you've got to get there yourselves. Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com.
What if I hit you with a Bubba Franks? Or
Hold on
a
a
Virgil
second.
Green?
Those are great.
Or a Wesley Wall? See, these are the names I'm talking about. These are the ones I was looking for.
And Virgil Green?
Brandon Pettigrew?
Mike Tice? He's the former head coach, too.
Yeah, Tice doesn't count. That's a coach name.
Yeah.
Jermichael Finley. God, I love
That's
Jermichael
a pretty good
Finley.
one. Yeah. Ron Egloff, you guys are going Riley Odoms, Ron Egloff. Those are Broncos. We know them.
Expand your horizons a bit. I want random.
And Tony Scheffler, we're not talking Broncos here, dudes.
Oh, yeah. How do you?
Dave Casper. I mean, Dave Casper was in his time, Dave Casper was a star player. Bo Scaife, Denver's own Bo Scaife. Okay. All right, fine, good enough. I'm done now. People kind of let me down to that. I'm done. Jeb puts here, yeah, he was a Bronco, people. Those are easy.
Expand the horizons. Don't go just Broncos on me. Let's get around the league a little bit.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
Yeah.
Exactly right. All right.
Hey, do you think Dallas closes it out tonight?
Yeah.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay. Are you going to watch that game tonight?
Yeah, I am. To me, it's very simple. If you get a game in which Kyrie and Luka play well, I think it's over for him. You know, I said it about Game 4 that it had a lot of the same feel as the Nuggets and Lakers series did, which is the Nuggets would play poorly. They didn't really have a good game the entire Lakers series, despite winning that in 5. But the Nuggets played poorly. Jamal misses shots. Jokic is giving you a B game. And
AG or MPJ is going off.
The Lakers still can't find a way to win.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Or even the game they do win, they win by 4 or 5 points. You know what I mean? It's close. That's what the Minnesota game was. Dallas, they have 2 guys that they need to play well to win. Both of them played poorly, and they had to squeak out a victory by 5 points. And the difference between Minnesota and Dallas, at least in this series, and I thought it would be the difference in the Nuggets, but it wasn't. If you score on their defense, Minnesota's offense can't keep up with you. They can't. They just don't have the horses. Anthony Edwards is one guy who can score a lot. Even when Karl-Anthony Towns plays really well for his standards, he puts in, 24? You know what I mean? It's not like he goes crazy. They just don't have the offensive firepower to keep up if you score 112 points.
Sure.
And that's all it's going to take for Dallas. If they put up above 110, it's ball game because Minnesota can't do that. In fact, I wonder how many times they've done that this postseason. I'll look it up right now, but it can't be a whole lot.
Do you want me to Phil while you're looking up your stat that you just brought up? And you're pulling a full Vic Lombardi right now. You know that, right?
No, I got it right here.
Okay.
So the Phoenix series, they did that a lot. So they had 3 games in which they scored over 120 against Phoenix. But since then, after the first round, scoring over 110 points, they did that exactly once. The closeout game against the Nuggets, Game 6 against the Nuggets, they put up 115. They have not scored 110 in any game in these first 4 against the Mavericks. So once in the past 11 games have they put up over 110 points. You put up 110 on them, you probably win. And I think Dallas is totally capable of doing that because what Minnesota does really well defensively, and they're a very good defensive team, but they were really good at stopping the Nuggets from the paint.
You're right.
Dallas is
that's
we
fine.
Can bury
We'll
you
just
from
shoot the
outside.
ball. Yeah, we'll just shoot the ball from outside. I will be more focused on the other sport tonight.
Fair.
Aren't you even the least bit curious about what the heck is going on? Because I think it's my opinion that whoever wins this series, listen to me, whoever wins this series is going to win the Stanley Cup.
You think so?
That's what I think. Some tickets to Thursday's Game 5 of the Florida-New York series at Madison Square Garden are listed for more than $4,000 a piece on the secondary markets.
That's wild.
For Saturday's game 6 in South Florida, listings for similar seats at ice level are reaching more than $3,000. That's in Sunrise, Florida.
What do the teams in the East have that you don't think the teams in the West have?
Dude, I'm telling you right now, man, they are playing such a big, thick, heavy game of hockey right now. When I watch, let me put it this way. When I watch that series, I see much bigger boy hockey than I do out west with Edmonton and Dallas. Now, I think that's probably unfair because that's a heck of a series as well. It really is. But boy, oh boy, are these teams absolutely finishing every check, slugging it out. The talent level is very tight. The Panthers have been dominating that series. They lost 2 in a row in overtime and then won game 4 in overtime.
Yeah.
So get this, going into tonight at MSG, right? Tickets, $4 or $5 grand, whatever, if you can find them. The Panthers are the favorite going into
Really?
Rangerville. Yeah. In fact, the Rangers are plus 105. Florida's minus 125. How does that grab you?
Interesting. Because you said it about game 4 that if Florida ended up losing that game, the lazy thing to do would say, well, they got out goaltended, right?
Correct.
Like,
Correct.
Shesterkin was just better than Bob, and that was not the case. And you have right now 3 really good goalies left, and I can't believe that Officer Bob over there has somehow rekindled the light of being one of the top guys in the league again. But we knew about Shesterkin, we knew about Ottinger. If Florida can get that level out of them, I told you, they're my favorite team that's left because, first of all, there's really no Avs thing that you have deep hatred for with the Florida Panthers. Secondly, they just play a really fun brand of hockey. High pace. They're really good going tape to tape. I want them to win because I want New York to be sad.
Mm-hmm.
I do not want them to have this. I want the Canadian streak to continue because I think it's just funny. Because they pretend they own the sport. They haven't won forever. How many years has it been again?
Since 1993, Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah, keep that going for me.
So here's...
And obviously I'm not rooting for Dallas.
Here's what I'm getting at when it comes to... Blake Wheeler was injured February 15th, I want to say, for the New York Rangers. If you saw the injury, he got hit behind the Montreal net, and his leg crumpled underneath him. And he was like, yeah, one of these kind of things. He made it back. Last game was his first game back. I don't think he probably should be playing on that leg, but he's trying to anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Lindgren, the defenseman the other night, took a hit right in front of the benches. And Ray Ferraro's between the benches. He said, guys, I think Lindgren's going to go. He's going to the bench right now. I think there he goes down the tunnel. He's being helped down the tunnel. He said, I don't know if anybody caught this, Ferraro said he made an audible squeal, essentially, when he took the hit. No, like he's like, it's one of those you're not faking it type of things. It's an audible man squeal.
Yeah, almost with like some terror in it.
Correct. And he's literally heading down the hallway being supported. Right? He's back like 2 minutes later. Like, okay, it might be torn, but it's not broken.
Oh my God!
I mean, so again, when this is done, this is the way that series is going. When this is done, I'm telling you, the guys who move on will move on with whatever they got going on. Mm-hmm. The guys who are done, they're going right to the operating room. So if a guy says, and you're talking about tough hockey players, and Lindgren's a tough hockey player. Do you remember when Nazem Kadri beat his face?
Yes.
Because he laid out Donskoy at Madison Square Garden, and Kadri went over and just beat the snot out of him. That's such a great day. What a great night. But you look at all the guys who are listed as day-to-day or, whatever. It's like everybody. Everybody's just hurting right now. But when a man squeals, not like a pig, man.
Oh, sorry.
But, or squelch, it's like a really hurt, okay, like, you're in now. He's injured somehow.
What if
you
that
just
was
don't
the
know
sound,
where, when, what?
What if that was the sound that you make when you're really hurt, though? Like when Mosher when Mosher ripped his Achilles apart and it turned into pulled pork, and he just goes, wah, wah, wah.
You know what's funny? Did the bear tell you? I didn't make a sound. When you were the, I was just like, I was just shocked, like, oh, I can't believe that happened.
Mm-hmm.
So you know exactly what it is.
So what, you were Kobe? You got back up to the free throw line, hit the free throws, and then walked off the court?
Pretty much. I did not make a sound because I guess I was just in shock. I knew exactly what happened. It was horrifying.
303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line if you guys want in.
So that's big boy. What's going on in the East is big boy hockey. Of course I'm going to be all over that tonight. It's going to be awesome.
And by the way, Moj, I actually saved a sound clip from the Altitude Sports Radio broadcast when Jonas Donskoy got hit. Listen to how Peter McNabb reacted.
Oh, and he is absolutely obliterated.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. That gonna leave a mark.
That's Nelly. I'm so glad you pulled it up. The late great Peter McNabb. He knew exactly. And then Kadri went over and beat his face.
Oh, and he is absolutely obliterated.
So,
I wasn't doing that game. Pete was in with Connor. I was just sitting there watching, going, "Oh my God."
We talked about if you want to get fired from your job, there's an easy way to do it, and it's to do what Jorge Lopez, the reliever for the Mets, did yesterday, which he got ejected from the game, threw his glove into the crowd, and he said, I play on the worst bleeping team in the MLB. There's a very easy way if you want to go to jail. I can tell you a very simple way to do it.
I look forward to that. Also, as we get to break from the 0012, Mike Honcho was not a tight end.
No, he was not.
Okay.
He was a center, I believe, in the 70s. Back after this. Circa Sports available in Colorado right now. And guess what? 2 big playoff games tonight. We were just talking about Florida and New York. Florida, despite going on the road to the Rangers, minus 124 in the Circa Sports book. The basketball game tonight, the T-Wolves are 5-point favorites to try and extend this to a game 6. You can find that and so much more on the Circa Sports app, that brand new Circa Sports Colorado app. And don't forget the Circa Survivor and Circa Million contest that you have to sign up for at the Circa Sportsbook in Vegas, but it's up to $16 million in guaranteed prizes. Find all of that on Circa Sports. Download the app or circasports.com.
See, you slough it off, but you're being such a jerk about it.
Because it's such a deeply personal thing that happened to you, and you're acting as if this is a worldwide problem that needs to be
hang on a second.
solved.
One time playing golf at Green Valley Ranch. What number is it? 2? I guess it's number 2. A raccoon that used to live under the bridge there stole my lunch one time, and I was pissed.
Now, you have so many stories about animals stealing your food.
Have you ever had an animal steal food or steal anything from you?
My dog occasionally.
Who told you that? My dog ate $500. It was a disaster. I had to follow him around for a while and get it back.
No, but Moj was talking about he showed that in Australia or Austria? Australia.
Down under.
They have now reflective boxes for McDonald's fries so that seagulls don't come and take your food. And he goes, how cool is that? And I go, I've never had the unfortunate incident of a bird taking something from my hands. This seems to happen to you a lot.
Nature is nature, man. By the way, last year the bear went in the garage. There were 3 raccoons in the garage that she scared out.
Well, I've had raccoons get in my trash.
They're going for the dog food.
I've had raccoons get in my
trash. Get out of here.
Go on now, get.
Get
out of here.
All right, I gotta know. 303. I know you got something to get to immediately.
Yes.
I get it. 303-504-0925. We all know my tragic story. The raccoon stealing my lunch. I was super hungry. That wasn't as bad as being attacked from the air, from the sky, by an animal and stealing my McMuffin. That sucked. If you've never had an animal steal something out of your own hand, then you don't know what I'm talking about. Those people who go over in Asia and the monkeys, like, take stuff out of their pockets and their cell phones and all that kind of thing, that must be awful.
But it happens to you so often.
303-504-0925. Has an animal ever stolen something from you, especially out of your own hand?
It's heartbreaking, and I can't even believe it.
Just, if this will make you happy, this did happen to me once. This might be the only time this ever happened. So I was in Mexico. I was playing golf. I was with my wife, a couple of her coworkers, okay? On the golf course, they have signs everywhere that says, we are not responsible for what the cuates take on the court.
What's
so
that?
It's Coati is how it's spelled, but they call them cuates.
Okay.
They look like a breed between a small dog and like a raccoon, okay? That's what they look like. And these things are scavengers.
Sounds like you're making it up.
Look it up. There are videos on YouTube of these things stealing. They take things and
it looks like a little. Yeah, it looks like a little. Yeah, it's like
a small dog and a raccoon kind of like got together.
It's kind of like an otter and a raccoon got it on.
Yes.
Okay.
So these things, they said, and they even reminded us, like out loud to by the way, just be careful. If you see those, they will steal your stuff.
Okay. It is a member of the raccoon family, by the way.
So these things, Moj, they take whatever they can find, and they literally have these spots where they hoard things. And people have found videos of their stash. They have money, they have food, they have car keys, they have like whatever they can take, they take. They're when I say animals, I mean like they're animals. They take things from you. So we pull up to the green on like the 3rd hole, and I see 4 of them kind of off in the woods. I'm like, oh, there they are. That's the things that they were worried about. These things ran into our cart. We had margaritas, 2 of them. They took the margarita out of the cart. They threw it in the air. The margarita falls on the pavement, and they all start slurping it up.
Jesus.
Like that fast.
So they're
could not do anything about it.
So now they're drunk cuates.
Correct.
That's awesome.
But these things are
I
real.
might want to hang with those guys.
It's kind of cool to watch, but they are literally the most evil sons of guns that you could imagine because they will take whatever's in front of them. Now, secondly, we had the story earlier today, and the point was...
That's an excellent transition, Brett.
If you want to get fired, this is how you get fired. And it was Jorge Lopez. He got ejected from the game. He's a Mets relief pitcher. So as he got ejected, he takes his glove off, and he just hurls it in the stands. He gets in the locker room after the game. He's interviewed by people from SNY, and here's what he says.
Looking back on it, do you regret doing that?
No, I don't regret it. I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole MLB. So, whatever happened. So, whatever they want to do it. I'll be tomorrow here if they want me, whatever they want to do. So, I'm gonna keep doing this thing, you know. So I'm ready to come back tomorrow. If they want me to be here, so I'll be here.
I'm ready to keep doing this thing. I'll be back tomorrow if they want me here, but I play on the worst team in the entire bleeping MLB. That's what he said. That's how you get yourself fired. He did. He got cut.
DFA.
DFA. It's a euphemism. For
What do you even do with him? Is it AAA? Where do you send him?
I don't know. But here's a way you can go to jail if you'd like to go to jail. I saw this on CBS News on Twitter. So there's a district judge in Michigan in court. This guy is, he's supposed to appear for driving on a suspended license, okay? I guess you're still in the time where you don't have to show up to court. You can zoom into court.
Correct.
So the guy zooms in.
It's a virtual court hearing. I think his lawyer virtual too, or is
I think the lawyer was in the courthouse.
In the courthouse, okay.
So the guy zooms in, and he says, "Give me a minute. I'm just going to find a place to park." And the judge starts laughing. And he reminds him, "You are facing charges for driving on a suspended license. Are you driving right now?" Pretty obvious that he was. And the judge says, "No bail. Show up at 6 o'clock tonight to be arraigned."
Right to jail, right away.
And if you watch the video, the best part is the guy's acting like the judge is mad at him for being on a Zoom call while driving. And he's like, I'm pulling up to the doctor's office. I'm almost there. I'm just going to park. And then I have an appointment. And then the judge, he can't even believe it. And he just looks at the lawyer and he says, "Suspended license, right?"
Sir,
that's what.
You're being suspended for dealing drugs. Hang on. I got to sell this 8-ball real quick. I'll be with you in a second. Like, that's exactly what this guy did. You want to go to jail? That's the easiest way you can do it. Commit the crime you're accused of on the Zoom call with the judge.
And the dude's, the look of shock on dude's face. Like, oh, how could I be so dumb?
It is maybe
it's hysterical.
The greatest "how stupid can I be" look that you could ever have.
Right.
Like, the guy was genuinely shocked at how dumb he was.
You're in a hearing for illegal possession of a weapon, right? You're like, "Hang on, judge." Bam, 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 bam.
Or it's just you're going John Morant while you're on the Zoom call.
Right.
I mean, incredibly stupid.
So good. It was the look on the dude's face. He's like, and he rolls his head back like, "Oh my God." He was very polite though.
He was.
He was very polite. "Hang on, judge. Listen, I'm not looking at you while I'm driving. I'm pulling up to my doctor's office, and I'm going to park, and we're going to do this thing, and it's all going to be good." And the guy goes, judge is like, he talked to the lawyer. He's like, "We're talking about this is for driving with a suspended license, correct?"
Let me look at his face.
So good.
By the way, bad angle there. Can't go from underneath.
Yeah, you can't. So good.
I have one request to make from the Denver Broncos, and it has nothing to do with actual football, okay? Because the football stuff, I have plenty of requests, and I have made those requests on the air already. Like, play the young guys and develop Bo Nix and all that good stuff. Here's the request I have outside of football. I understand that sponsors change, and you need to change the name of things. That's kind of how business goes. It's happened a lot over the past couple of years, but I can get with that. That's fine. Here's my request. Can we not make the name changes so damn wordy every time we do it? Because UC Health Training Center, that changed to Centura Health Training Center, has now changed again, and it is called Broncos Park Powered by Common Spirit. The stadium they play in is Empower Field at Mile High Stadium. Just call it Empower Field. Just call it Broncos, call it Common Spirit Park. Why all the words? What are we doing here? Like, calm down on the amount of consonants that I need to say.
This is all because they're getting bread out of people. That's why. Listen, if somebody said, "I'll give you $1 million if you name it Baby Jamal Kale at Steve's Insurance."
Well, seriously, it's like, welcome to Mosier Lombardi and Kane, powered by Centura Health via Common Spirit Health and American Airlines. It's like, too much. Too much. Just come up with an easier name, something that rolls off the tongue. Because I'm going to refuse, as I have with Empower Field, and I'm sorry, I'm just calling it Mile High. That's all I'm doing. I'm going to do the same here.
Okay, here's what you do. Where is
I'm going to Broncos Park. There you go. That's what I'm saying.
You don't
I'm not powered by anything.
Nobody who knows anything about Broncos football calls it Broncos Park or
Dove
UC
Valley.
Health. It's Dove Valley.
Yes.
The area is Dove Valley.
But if you want me to use the name, then I'll use the name, but it's going to be short. It's going to be Broncos Park.
They only use the name for press releases and that sort of thing. Everybody from any member of the media who has been down to Dove Valley, everybody says Dove Valley. From all the photographers, reporters, scribes, it's Dove Valley. That's all it is. I don't care what name you put on it. It doesn't matter to me. Call it whatever you want to call it. Hey, listen, they're giving you big bucks to put the name on the roof.
But it's too many. This, like a texter says, it's sponsorship, Brett, just like your guys' stupid ad reads. That's not the truth. For example, what you could call it is Coors Field. There's a sponsor.
Ball Arena.
Heinz Field.
Heinz Field. It ain't that hard. Ain't that difficult.
But here's the problem. When New Mile High came in, which was first Invesco, when it first came in, Broncos public couldn't, what you couldn't do is you couldn't separate yourself from Mile High Stadium. You couldn't do it. So they called it's Empower Field at Mile High. You see what I'm saying? Because they wanted to keep the Mile High. The fans demanded. Now listen, every stadium naming rights was going on all across the entire world. Mm-hmm. It really started to blossom about 25 years ago is when it really started to come into vogue, right?
Yes.
About 25 years ago. But people, they wanted, dude, if you're a Broncos fan, you were a Broncos fan, it's Mile High, dude, and that's all there is to it. So they had to grip the Mile High and hang on to it in some capacity and put it in there.
Let me just give you...
So just understand why it is the way it is.
Real quick, not exactly wordy, but the top 10 strangest stadium names in sports. This is a 2016 article from Bleacher Report, okay?
So this is 8 years old.
The KFC Yum Center.
Sounds great.
That is where Louisville basketball plays.
I like me some KFC.
Tony Macaroni Arena. Tony Macaroni Arena. That is Livingston FC. Where they play or played, I don't know.
What is Livingston FC?
Soccer.
Yeah, but where?
Livingston.
Is that in the U.S.? Is that someplace else?
That's Europe.
Okay.
Talking Stick Resort Arena. Yeah,
okay.
Know that one.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Scotiabank Saddle Dome. I actually kind of like Saddle Dome.
You know who cannot say Scotiabank?
Riker?
Mark Bertinoli.
Oh, really?
Scotia. It comes out Scotia every time. He's like, damn it. Every time. Love it.
I like this one. Welcome Stadium, Dayton football.
That's kind of pleasant.
Mend a Hose Jungle. That is the Castleford Tigers Rugby League Football Club.
Mend a what?
Mend a Hose. Mend-a-hose.
Thought there was a 2 in there.
University of Phoenix Stadium is funny.
Yeah.
Just University of Phoenix. Oh, dude, Moj, you give this one to me. This is a cricket team.
Dr. Y.S.
Rahasakara?
Y.S. Sakara Reddy, ACA VDCA Cricket Stadium.
That's ridiculous.
The best one, yeah.
That's
a dude's name. If I had a name like that, I'd want to put it on everything. You're damn right I'm buying a stadium.
Help, please.
Yes.
Number 2, Hunky Dory's Park. That is from Drogheda United.
Don't even know what that is, but okay.
And the number 1 strangest name, according to Bleacher Report in 2016, the Dripping Pan. That's Lose FC, English Football Club. All right. So there you go.
I like it.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Hey, guys, when you get older, your body changes. You got decreased energy, increased body fat, decreased libido, maybe even more, the brain fog, the overall lethargy. I've been there, and I'm doing something about it with Castle Rock Hormone Health. 6 offices all over the Front Range and more to come. Their doctors are experienced with hormone replacement. They are optimizing it at all times. It's really, really good for you. It's going to get you feeling better. You don't realize how your body chemistry changes as you get older, and now you will. And trust me when I tell you, you're going to get back to being you. So do yourself a favor today. Book a free consultation at crhormonehealth.com. That's crhormonehealth.com. I went again yesterday for a little treatment. I'm feeling great, and you will too. crhormonehealth.com. We're here.
We're here. We're here.
Vic is not here today. Vic is okay. Vic had an event today. It involves golf, but for a very good cause.
Correct.
So that's why Vic is not here.
Quick bit of news for you, Moj. CSU is promoting John Weber from interim athletic director to permanent athletic director. They are also hiring longtime college administrator Scott Sidwell as the school's deputy athletic director, that from Pete Thamel. So, a couple of moves over at CSU as John Weber is taking over. And CSU is in a, it's funny. I remember we were talking to Jay Norvell before the season last year. And you could tell that there wasn't some sort of, I don't know, how would you put it, Moj? It wasn't jealousy or anything like that, but it was Well, we're trying to put together a pretty damn good football team, too. And this was just Deion's first year that was getting all the pub and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you kind of felt like maybe they were getting swept under the rug a bit.
Well, the good thing about Weber is he's a CSU guy.
Yes.
Okay. I think in that particular spot, man, I love going to Canvas. Did we not have a great time there when I took you last time?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that stadium beautiful?
It is.
It's freaking great. It's great to have a Ram that wants to run Ram stuff and get the Rams as viable as possible. I like that. He was interim, what? Was it earlier this year? He was interim,
been
right?
a few months, yeah.
Okay. So here we are.
But, you know, this is going to be a big year for them, and especially for Jay Norvell. So you take over, you're basically rebooting the roster. Remember, when he first got there in 2022, it was like stripped down to the studs. They were playing a whole bunch of 18, 19-year-olds, freshmen, redshirt freshmen. So they finished that year 3-9. The next year, win a couple more games, jump up to 5-7. This one's got to be a bowl-eligible year for them. Has to. Make that jump, get up to, just keep doing the steady climb.
Build. Just keep building.
I mean, like a 7-win, 8-win season. Get to a bowl game and continue to just make incremental steps as you go up the ladder.
They don't play Washington State this year, but they do play the Beavers in Corvallis.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, golly, those poor kids at both those schools, what are those coaches? And you're a
Wazoo and Oregon State.
Yeah, you're a Pac-12 team, and everybody's like, adios, amigos.
Yeah.
You're like, what the hell? Do you know who they opened up the season against?
CSU?
Yeah. On the road, mind you. It's a payday.
I do not know, actually.
They're at Texas.
Say that again?
They are at the Longhorns. The Texas You ever heard of them? Texas Longhorns? They live in Austin.
Oh, that team.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so you're 0-1 before you get Northern Colorado. You'll pace them. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
No offense to all you Bears fans out there. All right, don't get on me, but they'll beat Northern Colorado. Then they'll take on the Buffaloes. Then you start to get into the Mountain West. Okay? Then you start to get into, but I'm looking at it right now. Texas loss, UNC win. Buffaloes, what do you want to call it? Let's lean toward loss, okay?
I would lean that way.
Okay, so now you're 1-2. You play UTEP at home. You'll beat them. I don't even know how good the Miners are. Maybe they're decent. I don't know. Let's say you're 2-2. On the road at the Beavs. Now the Beavs lost their quarterback. I mean, things have changed, obviously.
You know what's weird? Like really weird. And CSU is a little bit of an exception to this, but this game that college football is playing where everybody's leaving and going somewhere else and transfers in, transfers out. You asked me about Oregon State. They were good last year. Good football team. No idea this year. None. You know what I mean? It can flip that quickly on a dime for a lot of these teams in college football. And by the way, that includes the teams here in town. That includes CSU. That includes the Buffs, obviously. Like, you can have seasons where you go 9-3 and drop to like 4-8 the next year just because guys transfer out who are important. You know what I mean?
It feels like unless you're an absolute blue blood program, Georgia, Alabama, LSU, these kind of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Michigan, Ohio State, Notre Dame. It feels like unless you're that, the volatility that could occur with your program on a year-to-year basis is mind-boggling. That's what it feels like to me. It just feels like, golly, man, yeah, you're right about that all of a sudden you can go from 9-3 to 3-9 like this because some dudes take off and you couldn't replace the, you see what I mean?
Of course.
And is there any doubt in your mind that bigger schools are poaching some of the best players off the smaller programs?
Oh, it's pretty obvious, yeah.
So what are you going to do?
Well, you just got to hope that you have an established culture, I guess, that if you're one of the lower end schools, guys enjoy it well enough to stick around. I mean, it's probably not going to happen, but
I saw a great tweet from Ryan Koenigsberg the other day. See if I can find it. The teams are now ranked on tiers in college football, and the Buffs were in the 3rd tier. I think it was Ryan. Dang it, Ryan, where are you? The Buffs, I think, were in the 3rd tier, and the Rams were in the 4th tier.
Who did the rankings? Just
It's
guy?
It's based on money. Oh, here it is right here. It's the tier rankings. AP poll finishes from the last 10 years determine how universities will be paid by EA Sports for EA College Football 25, okay?
Okay.
I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but here are the tier ones and see if this makes sense to you. These are the schools that are getting all the money.
I can guess them.
Okay.
Bama.
Yes.
Georgia.
Yep.
Texas.
Nope.
Oh, this is based on 25 AP Top 25. Ohio State.
Yep.
Michigan.
Yep. You ready for this? OSU, believe it or not.
Oregon State?
No. Oklahoma State.
Oh, Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma. Utah
yeah.
is a tier 1 team. Utah.
Dude, they're a good team.
I understand that, but geez, when you're playing NCAA 25, are you going to be the Utah Utes? Who the hell's going to be Utah?
Utah fans?
Bunch of dorks. By the way, my nephew is going to Utah. I'm like, you little son of a gun. You Big 12 and out over there at Utah? What's your problem, kid?
Utah's a really good team, though.
Well, my kid's going to Cincinnati, too, so they're going to be in the same damn conference.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. You don't think I'm going to have bets with my daughter when the Buffs play the Bearcats?
I'm sure you will.
You bet your butt I will. I'll take that kid's money all day.
What else here?
Sorry. Iowa is a tier 1.
Yeah.
LSU's a tier 1.
Yep.
Notre Dame's a tier 1.
Yep.
Penn State's a tier 1.
Yep.
Clemson's a tier 1. And then a lot of tier 2s that you'd recognize, including Stanford, believe it or not.
This is based on what AP Top 25 appearances since when?
Last 10 years. AP
Stanford?
Yes. AP poll finishes from the last 10 years determine how universities will be paid by EA Sports for EA College Football. Tier 1 gets $99.8 million.
So where was CU in that?
CU was in the 3rd tier.
Based on AP, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I agree.
CU has not been good.
Agreed. Other teams in tier 3, are you curious about that at all?
Yes.
Syracuse, Kansas, South Carolina, the Buffs are in there, Minnesota, Air Force, Iowa State, Wake Forest, Georgia Tech, Louisville, SMU. San Jose State is in there, believe it or not. That'll blow your mind.
So that one, unless I'm going crazy,
I'm just telling you, bro. I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. I thought it was pretty.
The last 10 years would be back to 2013. They've had the Buffs since 2013 have had a single year in which they've been bowl eligible.
I don't know. It just based on the final finish in the last 10 AP football polls, 2014 through 2023.
Yeah, they finished ranked once. That was 2016 when they finished 17th.
Okay, well, that's better than Cal and UNLV and what's that dragon? What's that one with the dragon sticking out? What is that?
UAB?
Okay, UAB. Central Michigan. Duke. You know, Rutgers is in there. Rutgers is a tier 4. Anyway, I thought it was interesting as to where these teams rank in getting all this money. And but the difference between, get this, tier 1, $99.8 million. Tier 4, $9.9 million.
That's a big jump. That's a big jump.
That's $90 million, bro.
Yeah.
That's a big, big, big jump. Yes. So I guess my question to you was, how do you ever get the Rammies up a tier? Can Jay do it? I don't know, man.
Finish a couple years 9-3. That'll put you like 23rd, 24th, probably in the AP. That's how you could do it.
I just want everybody to be good.
Well,
I just want everybody to be decent. If it's the dork.com bowl, you know, or whatever bowl.
I don't care what bowl it is. Yeah. Meineke Car Care Bowl?
Sounds great. I love Meineke, man. Yeah, I need to do brakes, and they hooked me up. I mean, yes, just get to any bowl, dude. But do you know how much fun, by the way, do you know how much fun it is to go to a bowl game? Have you been to a bowl game before?
I haven't been to a bowl game, no.
Last bowl game I was at, the Buffaloes got killed by Texas.
That's right.
It sucked.
Was that right after COVID, right?
It was during COVID.
But they were allowing sprinkles of people into the stadium, right?
Well, you ought to see the way they made people sit in the stadium.
Oh, I remember.
Like they would section off like 5 feet, and then it's like if you think back on it now, it is the dumbest thing you could ever imagine in your entire life. But you know what? I did it.
Can I ask you
because
something
I wanted
else?
to go to a bowl game. What? It was so dumb, though.
College athletics is obviously trying to squeeze every dollar, every penny that they can. And I feel like it's almost as if you heard stories about people who max out credit cards and then like flee the country or file for bankruptcy or something like that.
Is that like somebody who took money from a dentist's office or something, then fled to Portugal?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Because here's the thing. They have an orange. They're squeezing the juice out of the orange.
All right.
And at this point, the orange is almost dissolving in their hand. They're squeezing so tightly.
Okay.
So according to Ross Dellinger, the NCAA Rules Committee meets next week to discuss permitting schools to display corporate logos on the fields and perhaps patches on jerseys. A year out from implementation of a revenue-sharing model, the commercialization of college athletics is here. That's from Ross Dellinger.
I can't believe they didn't do that already.
I can't either. But how many more ways of making money will they find? Because now you have the TV contracts, which has always been the big money maker. Mm-hmm. That's the one that keeps it all afloat. Now, the second was letting the individuals get cash through NIL.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're going to do the corporate logo thing. And I'm just like, how many more ways can you squeeze cash out of this? And I truly think the NCAA knows they're on the verge of being defunct. All it takes is the Big Ten and the SEC to say we don't need you anymore and they will be gone. And I think they know that. And I think they're trying to get all of their ducks in a row before that day inevitably comes.
Well, has the NFL gone to logos on the jerseys yet? Have they gone to sponsors? Because obviously the NBA has.
No, I don't think they have.
The NHL has only on the helmets, right? The Avs have Kiewit on their helmet, right? But these sponsors, they want every time you watch a hockey game, you see Kiewit all over the place.
Sure.
And by the way, Kiewit's a great company.
Mm-hmm.
We love working with them. They're awesome. So I'm super glad that they're one of the sponsors, right?
Yep.
And by the way, Ball Corporation, they're awesome people.
Yeah.
Super duper awesome people. So I'm glad that we're invested with them, at least on the hockey side of things.
Where's Kiewit headquartered?
Right here in down here.
Incorrect. Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh. Well, they have an office right down the way here.
Well, they do. They have offices in a lot of places. They're headquartered in Omaha. So say thank you to Omaha.
Thank you, Omaha.
That's all I want.
Why? I can't believe you're still pounding for Omaha. You've been here over 5 years, and you're still pounding for Omaha.
Yeah, so what? I love my wife and I love my parents. Is that okay to do?
Your wife lives here.
Yeah, I know. Just
anyway.
because you hate where you grew up doesn't mean I have to.
I don't hate it. It's just, anyway, you get back to what were we talking about? You got my
NCAA patches.
The patches and all that, correct. So all of that stuff, it just seems like a natural evolution of trying to wring as much bread out as you possibly can. I mean, I don't see why there's anything wrong with that. If sponsors are willing to pay it.
It's just the NCAA, here's the point I'm trying to make, Moj. The NCAA forever has been a sport that revolved around a single word, which was tradition. And obviously all of that's out the window. And now that a couple of things have gone, everything else is left within the last couple of years. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it turned into the Wild West, bro.
Would there ever be a day that you imagine a Notre Dame jersey would have
Lucky Charms, Lucky Charms, General Mills, Lucky Charms?
like they would have that somewhere on there. No chance. But now it's like, whatever, dude. Whatever's going to make the most money, we go ahead and do it.
Right there in the Golden Dome. Could you imagine Notre Dame ever selling the side of a Golden Dome.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, that will never, ever happen. Ever. But do you know how much that would be worth?
Everybody.
Do you know how much that would be worth, bro?
Everybody in the NCAA is walking around with a tattoo on their forehead that says your advertisement here. Like, whatever you guys want to do, if you want to give me some cash, I'll find a way to make it work.
Who was it that tattooed themselves? Company says, yeah, if you let us tattoo you, we'll give you. Oh, God. That's just vague. It's vague in my head.
Yeah, I don't know.
Didn't Subway let you get a tattoo and then you could get free sandwiches for life or something like that? I think it was a food company.
Really? I might have done that. I like me a good
Was there
sandwich.
rules? Could I get like Subway tattooed
like on the bottom of my foot?
On my butt cheek or something like that? Like,
no, I think you needed to get a Subway-related tattoo, though.
No, I'm saying I would get the entire Subway logo, but I would have it very small printed where it almost looks like a mole. Would that work?
I don't think that qualifies, bro. I don't think that's
where if somebody who was lucky enough to see my butt cheek would say, "What is that?" They would have no idea.
Here it is. Okay, it was the Subway series. I believe this was a couple years ago. You could show up to Las Vegas, and if you wanted free subs for a month, you could get a 2-inch by 2-inch tattoo on your wrist, bicep, or foot. If you wanted free subs for a year, you could get a 3x3 tattoo on your shoulder blade, forearm, or calf. And if you wanted subs for life, you needed a 12-inch by 12-inch tattoo on your sternum or back.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
So you're at the beach, you rip it off. But it's like, Jesus Lord, man, what's that Subway tat?
Well, the other thing.
Well, I got, hey, free hot ham and cheese right here, knucklehead.
Hey, a pretty steep assumption to be made that that company is going to outlive my life.
Correct.
I've seen a lot of companies go under before, and I got that tattoo forever.
Subway ain't going under.
I need some stock in the company if you're going to do that. I need to get something out of this. At least enough cash where I can get it removed at the very end if you do declare bankruptcy.
So that's a long way of saying good luck, Mr. Weber, the new permanent AD at Colorado State. Hey, Rammies, man. Rammies, I want it as bad as you want it for you, man. I love your stadium. I love your coach. I want it for you. God, I want you in the Big 12 bad. You gotta get there, baby. You gotta somehow make yourself attractive enough that somebody wants you.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line back after this.
Hey, Bretsky, I think Jake raises a very good point here. We went from CSU AD to Subway Tats.
It happens.
That is an absolute. How does that you get from point A to point Z? How does that happen?
It happens. Are you new to this show? Things like that just go down occasionally.
Can you imagine if Lombardi were here today, where it would have gone?
Oh, he probably would have told you he was about to get a mortadella sandwich tattooed on him.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Actually, I think his mother actually tattooed a mortadella sandwich on him.
Might have.
Have you ever had mortadella?
I don't think I've had
It's pretty
mortadella.
good, man. I don't know what.
So what is it, like bologna?
Yeah, it's sort of like that. I had a mortadella sandwich in New Orleans. It's like a big sausage with stuff in it. It kind of looks like head cheese, maybe a little bit, but I don't know. It's pork fat that's in there. It's really actually pretty damn good. I sent it.
I mean, I'd probably eat it.
The funny part is, I sent the photo of my mortadella sandwich to Vic, Adelio, and Mario. What do you think the reactions were of all three boys?
They're probably grossed out. They don't seem to like them.
One of them was grossed out, and two of them were all over it.
So Vic was grossed out.
100%. Lombardi, he could not handle it. Adelio and Mario both handled it quite nicely. In fact, Adelio said, I'm going to go get one right now.
Let me ask you something, because we've had, I still haven't watched this. I have to. It's the Showtime Lakers series on HBO that everybody seemed to really like, right? Have you seen that there's a Clippers one coming out?
What?
So,
yes, with
FX is going to have a show that surrounds the Clippers, but it's about the time that the Clippers had to remove owner Donald Sterling, that era. So it's going to have big name actors in this, by the way. Lawrence Fishburne is going to play Doc Rivers.
I saw that. Ed O'Neill is playing Donald Sterling, correct?
Ed O'Neill?
Yes.
Like Al Bundy.
Yes. Yes, he's playing Donald Sterling, yes.
So this is going to
I believe,
premiere on FX on June 4th. And I'm just wondering, does anybody truly care about this story?
I couldn't give a rip less. No.
The
guy was a mess of an owner. He seemed like a bad guy.
Yeah, seemed like a jerk.
Nobody wanted to play for him, really.
That is
right?
Ed O'Neill. Look at that.
Yeah.
Did you see the tagline for this? The show is called Clipped, the scandalous story of LA's other basketball team.
How would you feel about being other?
What's the owner, Steve? What's the owner's name?
Steve Ballmer.
Steve Ballmer.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm sure that he knows they are LA's other basketball team. That's why he built his own joint to try to get out of the shadow of the Lakers. But the Clippers I'm telling you right now, the Clippers and the Angels will always be LA's other team.
I'm trying to think, though, was this a big enough stories that would get you and we can bring this back, a biopic? Because turns out, as you two made fun of me at the end of the show yesterday, you guys were the ones sounding like idiots. Because I was correct in the way I was saying that. So I want to hear an apology. Vic's not here. I'll wait until tomorrow, but apologize to me.
All I've ever heard is the sophisticate say biopic. Because you don't say...
What sophisticate has said biopic?
Okay,
Name one.
So what's it short for?
Biographical picture. Like biographical motion picture.
Okay. Well, you don't say biography. I
don't know how else to say this. You're wrong. You can try and argue all you want to.
Biographical, but man, it can go both ways.
I'm
not
disagree.
wrong. I'm totally not wrong.
Hey, did you see that biopic the other day? That's not how you say it.
Yeah, it is.
You see that biopic?
You sound like a little kid when you say biopic.
Okay, fine.
Biopic.
I will sound like a little kid and be correct. You will sound like a fake highfalutin guy. How does that make you feel?
Pretty damn cool.
It wasn't Ted Bundy. He played Al Bundy.
I said Al Bundy.
A guy here said Ted Bundy.
Yeah, Ted Bundy is a completely
serial
different
killer.
guy.
Yeah, jeez. Anyway,
Ted Bundy also had a biopic about him.
Okay. No, I probably
played by Zac Efron.
I probably will not watch this.
I have no I didn't. There's some things in sports. It's like, oh, it's a story for a second and then it leaves. I don't think anybody truly cares about the inner workings of ownership.
No, but it's not that. This guy was scandalous. I mean, he was. He was racist. He was seemingly a bad. Is he dead or is he still alive?
I don't know, actually.
He's 90 years old,
so he's still around.
He didn't seem like a good guy.
Look, man,
he had all those young women. It just was it's a very
right now.
messy thing, and he was a total racist.
If they did this show and they don't spend a full episode on the interview that his side chick gave with Barbara Walters, when she said, "He's my confidant, I'm his silly rabbit," and Barbara Walters goes, "His what?" His silly rabbit?
Wait. She called herself his silly rabbit?
Yes.
I don't recall that. I don't watch.
Now that you got to find it. We got
Barbara Walters still
5
alive?
minutes. Barbara's still around? Why would you do that to her?
She is?
Yes.
Yeah, she died in December of 22.
Okay, never mind. Why would you do that to her? Why did you kill her in December of 22, Moj? How dare you?
She was 93 years old when she passed away.
Dude, have you really not heard this clip before?
No, I have not. I swear to God.
Oh, my. Okay, yeah, Nelly, give it to us.
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No.
If that is not a full episode of this docuseries, then I'm totally out. It has to be. First of all, do you know what I am? His right-hand arm man. That's how it started.
Who was this?
Some chick.
It wasn't his wife, obviously.
No, it was not his wife. You're right about that.
Remember, she took over the team, and they're like, no, you got to sell.
Yeah, Donald Sterling, side chick. Let's see who this is.
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm man.
V. Stiviano is her name. Yes, V. Stiviano. And her first name, I think, is V. Period. V. Stiviano.
All right, that's enough. I've had enough. I can't even believe I looked that up.
If the entire,
I was so dumb.
Let me tell
I
you
feel
something.
dumber for looking it up. I'm an idiot.
If the entire series was about that woman, I might watch. That woman and Ed O'Neill in a docuseries. I'm so in on that one. And I bet you Texters agree with me. Guarantee it.
His silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No.
No.
His what? His silly rabbit. He calls you that? No, actually he doesn't. I don't know why I said that. Sorry. My bad. 303-504-0925.
I gave this way too much credence. I shouldn't have done it. I blame myself. It's awful. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Speaking of, do we have a fact checker here for us, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I'm just curious if we reached a definitive verdict on the most random NFL tight end who didn't play for the Broncos and was mid at best. Did we land on an answer? Was it Cameron Mora? Was it Michael Huamanawanui?
I love that guy. Huva Padalot. I don't know how you say his last name. I love that guy, though.
Alfred Papunu?
What about James RoboCop Thornton?
You know what? When I was a kid, James Thornton lived by me. And I would see him from time to time. He was a bad mamma jamma that kid. Remember James Thornton played for the Bears? Remember?
I don't remember him.
Don't remember James RoboCop Thornton? Great player.
See, but I still I just like the name Ben Coates. I'm a big Ben Coates guy. And I don't know, his final numbers, his final stats might almost be too good, I think, to be in this category. Let me see. Played in the league a long time. So he had almost 500 catches for 5,500 yards and 50 touchdowns. That's a pretty good career.
Yeah, come here, look at Thornton real quick. Look at that.
Oh, he's a beast.
Yeah, an absolute beast. Nice guy, too. Stud, total stud.
Yeah.
He didn't have a long career, but he had a pretty good career. Made a little bread.
Delaney Walker's a good name for this list. Delaney Walker's a really good one. Like that one a lot. Visante Shienko? I remember Visante. Look at Moshe, you're shaking your head. I mean, how dare you? How dare you?
What's the date? What date of the week is today?
What day is today?
Yeah.
It's Thursday.
So tomorrow's Friday?
Tomorrow is Friday.
Already? Oh, I like that.
All right.
Because we're getting closer to drunk takes.
Absolutely
Today's Friday.
If you missed any of the show, check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane.
Do we have any this week so far, Nelly, do you think?
Yeah, I think he's got
Bajillions.
Yeah.
Really?
We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. We love you. Goodbye. Brett.
Welcome into the program in the greatest city in the greatest state in the world. Stempsey and Company. Chris Stempsey, Kim Becker, KJ behind the glass today. Oh, you guys, you just don't know what's about to come for you. What's going on, Kim?
Hello, Chris. Hello, KJ. Welcome. This is fun. My first show with KJ behind the glass.
Also his
Excited
first
to be
show.
here. His first show?
Yes, yeah.
Totally.
He's been here. He's on the boards today.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Exactly
Awesome.
right. Exactly right. How are things? We haven't seen you in a while.
Things are good. I know. I just told you when I walked in, though, these weeks just fly by.
They do.
How's off season, Dempsey? And I'm like, it's off season. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing nothing, but the weeks fly somehow.
Off-season Dempsey just sits around fire pits
It sounds pretty nice. That sounds pretty nice.
Hangs out on on the couch.
Yeah.
Plays a lot of video games.
Eating a lot, literally. I put
wait.
a post on Instagram yesterday. It was like the 5 things that I ate in the last 2 days. It was like pizza, tacos, popcorn, junior mints, ice cream, and steak. And I went to Mustard's Last Stand. That's like all I've done in the last week is just eat. So
leaning right into the off season for real. There's no doubt about it. We have a lot to do in this show today. Actually, speaking of watching things, now that I have a ton of time to watch things, I watch sports like baseball, the Rockies.
Hey, pretty good.
And why wouldn't you watch them right now? Why? Because they've won 12 out of their last 19 games. They won again yesterday, beating the Guardians to win that series. They won 2 straight series. What on earth is happening with the Rockies right now?
Everyone turned against them, and they were like, "We'll show you." Now, I think that it's one of those things, right? It's probably a moment in time where they're going to play really well, but do we see it lasting the entire season? I don't know, but it's fun. I mean, this is the time, right? The Nuggets and the Avs get out of the playoffs. Everybody's in Denver. Like, what do we do? What do we watch? And then the Rockies play well. Now, I did see the photo of Coors Field during the Phillies series, and it was a lot of Philadelphia fans.
Yeah.
A lot of Philadelphia fans, but it was sold out. Yes, one of the Phillies games sold out.
Sold out.
Completely sold out, Coors Field.
Yeah, the Rockies are probably the most susceptible to this right now. When you are struggling, let's put it that way, when you're struggling and your fans aren't showing up to the ballpark in droves, then other teams' fans are going to show up to the ballpark in droves. And the Phillies, obviously, one of the best records in all of Major League Baseball, so those fans are feeling themselves, and so they're going to show up. The tickets are easy to get. They're not super expensive. It's a beautiful ballpark, and they get to see their team. Well, they got to see them take 2 losses against the Rockies, so that's great. I think this is, to be honest, a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Because coming into the season, I think some of the analysis, I think it was we had Patrick Saunders actively on our show. Me and you did the interview, and he said, "Well, I don't know. I got them losing 97, and they're still going to lose a bunch of games. There's no doubt about that." But the question always was: could they play competitive baseball? Could they look like they're trending in the right direction? Could some of the young players start to play better? Just show us some life in this organization. And for the lion's share of the first 8 weeks of the season, it was bad. But since then, you had a 7-game win streak, followed by, I think, like 4 or 5 straight losses, but then followed by this stretch of games, which they're winning a whole lot of them. And yesterday's game was an interesting game, I thought, just because you almost had the kind of the prototype Rockies game, which is you just immediately get down, or like your starting pitching immediately lets you down, and you get down early, and then you just never get out of this hole. But Ty Blach was able to, though he threw like 30 or 31 pitches in the first inning, keep that at 2 runs, and then the Rockies scored 6 in the second. They scored 6, Kim, in the second. And then all they had to do from there was hold on.
Yeah.
And Ty Blach was like, yeah, look, it was when they scored 6 for me, man, I was able to really settle down and settle into the game. And then he threw 94 pitches. He lasted 7 innings. What? It's what a fun game to be able to watch.
Well, what a fun game, and definitely more fun than the one last week. What was that game that went to like 11 innings or something like that, and they ended up losing? What was that one? Who were they playing? It was like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Was it 10-9 the A's game? I think it was.
Yeah,
yes,
it
went into 11 innings, and the Rockies had a lead, many times in that game, and then blew it 10-9. So that's the kind of game that you watch, and you're like, come on, what are we doing? So it's awesome to see that they're having a game like this, that they actually can hold on to a league. And I would say that's an improvement from last week. Right?
Yeah, from last week.
They're making adjustments. Look at them go.
Well, at least they're playing well. I mean, I don't know that it's just a lot more fun when you go to the ballpark and you know that your team has a chance to win that night, you know? And what they've done lately is they've won series against the teams with the two active best records in Major League Baseball. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
And now, though, we'll put that to the test because they're going to LA to play the Dodgers.
They also swept the reigning World Series champs, Texas Rangers, earlier, like a couple weeks ago. So they are competitive, and I want to go back to what you said. It's fun being a fan, going to a game, of course, and going to a baseball stadium in the summertime, knowing that, wow, your team actually has a chance. But what we've seen is that people will go regardless, even if they're fans of the opponents of the Rockies. We talked about this before the season even started. Coors Field is going to be busy. There's always going to be people at these Rockies games because it's a fun thing to do in Denver. So yeah, this is just another bonus layer for people to go to the games, because I've got friends and they're all like, oh, I want to go to a Rockies game. They have no idea what their record is. Yeah. They don't know if they're losing or they don't care. Right. They're just like, cool, it's summer, it's nice out. Let's go to a Rockies game. Like literally, they probably couldn't name two teams that they've already played.
Right. Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, that's fine. Let's go. Like, they don't care. No one cares, but it's awesome.
It is. It's just an event, right? I mean, that's for ownership and everything, for, the bottom line of making money over the course of a season and filling the stands and all that kind of stuff. Their superpower is that they have that baseball team has become an event, more so than a sporting event. And because of that, they will always get people through the turnstiles. And then obviously teams like the Phillies or the Cubs or the Yankees or whatever, like those fans just come in droves because they want to see their team, and they're actively rooting for the product actually on the field. That's, it's too bad for us because it makes for, especially if you're watching on television, makes for weird TV.
Yeah.
The opposing team, scores a run of any sort, and that the crowd erupts, and it's like,
where are they again?
We're in Colorado, aren't we? But it does bring me to this as well. I think at the beginning for manager Bud Black, it's been, I think by and large in the last few years, it's been, it's not his fault. Like, it's why would we fire the manager or let go of the manager? Because he's working with what he has to work with. I think that started to take a little bit of a turn early this year because it got so bad so fast. And I wonder, in regards to the narrative around him and the job that he's doing with this team, are we just back to the same space where it's like it's cool? He's doing a fine job. The players are at this point kind of improving, and all the heat that he was taking here, just 3-4 weeks ago, is off. I don't know where we stand with that, but I think I'm on board. I'm on board with whatever, with keeping him around and doing whatever he has to do. Like it feels bigger than him.
Well, and I think I'm on board with it too, because I've repetitively said this about every single professional sports league. I can't stand the whole, it's now or never. It's a one and done season. We have to change everything right now. And if we don't go to the Super Bowl, if we don't go to the World Series, if we don't go to the NBA championship, we're firing everybody. I don't like that. It doesn't work. You do have to make these long-term investments, in my opinion, in every single position when it comes to a professional sports team. Now, I know this one's a little different because the Rockies have been a little disappointing over the last, several years, and there's been a lot of conflicting thoughts about the front office and the management of what they're doing with this team. But my dad actually made a good point. He and I were talking about the Rockies this past weekend. He's like, the Colorado Rockies TV deal, the media coverage, they can't compete with the Yankees or the Mets or the Dodgers or the Cubs. And so they just don't have the money to pay these players to come play for the Rockies. And so it's almost like they're in different tiers when you look at some of these other MLB teams who have so much money at their disposal. They can pay for the good players. They can pay for the good pitchers. Unfortunately, the Rockies don't have that. And I don't really know what the answer is. I don't know if there is an answer to allow the Rockies to have more money to spend, more money to work with, because I don't think that that's just Bud Black's problem. I think it's just the situation and the environment that he's in. So I would say no, you don't fire Bud Black and everything gets fixed.
Yeah, it's a An interesting situation. Here's the Rockies' record by month this year: 1-3 in March, 6-19 in April, and 13-13 in May.
Ayo,
So
500.
right. It's slowly doing what it's doing, which is I think it's a lot of fun to be able to see them play and play well, and hopefully some of this is a carryover effect, momentum effect, because that's it's a team that has patchwork things together. You have to make obviously better decisions with some of your personnel. Obviously, the Kris Bryant thing is, it's not great. It's not great. That's who you handed all the money to, right? And he's kind of in and out of the lineup all the time. And when he's in the lineup, it's not as if he's super consistent at the plate. So it's that one is kind of blowing up in their face a little bit. Some decisions in the past obviously have not been where they should be, but you have an opportunity to kind of right some of that and do the right thing going forward. And some of that just involves with the young players, which they have started to do this season as well. So the Rockies playing well enough to make the show.
Make the show.
Make the
I'm
show.
excited.
Yeah,
I'm going to be there. I'm going to a lot of the games this summer.
You going?
I'm going to be there.
Soon?
I'm going to be one of the new in-game hosts.
Oh, that's right.
So I actually start next week.
That's right.
With the Rockies. So I'm really excited. I get to watch baseball and be in Coors Field. Yeah.
What does that entail, by the way? Is that the same as what you were doing? No.
Similar
Broncos
to Broncos was just Red Zone. I was like hosting the Red Zone features and putting those together.
Yeah.
This will be like, the in-game host that you see at a Nuggets game or at an Avs game or whatever, kind of doing the contests with spectators and whatnot and the giveaways. And yeah, I'm excited. It'll be fun. I start next week. Go Rockies.
Rockies and Dodgers tonight. Walker Buehler looks like he's going for the Dodgers. Dakota Hudson for the Rockies as they opened up a series against the Dodgers in L.A. All right, let's take a break. We have a lot to do on this program. Want to get to some comments that James Palmer made about the Bo Nix and Zach Wilson situation happening with the Broncos. We'll get to some NBA playoffs as well. Snoop Dogg has a bowl that he's going to just give all the money to the players. We have a lot to do on this edition of Dempsey Company. We'll start next.
Well, he says it's a good room. Let's first say that it's early, but this is probably the worst quarterback room in football. Now, that can change after this season, but that's just from track record of the guys in the room. But the front runner is Bo Nix, because I really do believe, and this is outside of the norm for Sean Payton to play rookies at really any position. But if you look at everything that's going on in Denver, the number one thing that they need to figure out this season is if Bo Nix was the right pick at 12. That's it. That is the point of the 2024 season in Denver. Was Bo Nix at 12 the right play? Because they were about the only team, as I called around, that was going to pick Bo Nix in that area.
That was James Palmer with Kay Adams on the Up and Adams podcast. James Palmer, obviously formerly of the NFL Network, still obviously covers the NFLs, is at OTAs here in Denver. So we'll hear more from him in just a second. Another clip from that particular program. Look, I think he's not wrong in one respect. As we welcome you back to the program, that is. You have to know, I think, sooner than later what on earth you have in Bo Nix. And maybe not even so much of what you have, but let's get his learning curve started, because it's going to be rocky. I mean, earlier this week I had a discussion with Raj, and it was it was kind of centered on what are kind of reasonable expectations for Bo Nix and just kind of existing in that space. And it's for me, that it's I think I put out I think I said something like, I think he'll throw 20 touchdowns, 25 touchdowns, something like that. And to which he balked at. And which is fine, but when you look at what you need to get from him, you need to get that clock started, I think, sooner than later. Because as was pointed out a few days ago, even last year, when you look at quarterbacks and the touchdowns that they threw, this is actually was one of his best points, was C.J. Stroud threw for 23 or 24 touchdowns. Like, he's going to throw for more than C.J. Stroud. And I had to back off a little bit and go, okay, maybe he's not going to throw for more than C.J. Stroud. But also last year, quarterbacks in general had a tough time throwing a ton of touchdowns. I mean, they're just the touchdown numbers overall for quarterbacks were down over previous years. So just all that means is that defenses were able to really be successful against some really good quarterbacks last season. And if that's the case, and it's going to repeat itself this year, then you had better get him in front of some of these defenses so that he can know how to operate in subsequent meetings against some of these teams and subsequent season. So that's why while James Palmer is saying this from you gotta make sure that you had you did what was right at number 12, I think that's not the thing anymore.
No.
It's can you get this guy? How quickly can you get him up to speed?
Yeah, it always surprises me when people talk about, it was number 12. Was this the right decision, or should they have done this in the draft? Yada yada. It's all water under the bridge now, right? And that's exactly what Sean Payton would say if you asked him or any other coaches. Like, how do we know that you made the right decision at number 12? He's going to be like, what are you talking about? The draft is over. We have our guy. We are taking steps forward. We are not looking back. We are figuring out exactly what we need to make sure that we're setting up Bo Nix for success. And Dempsey, you said this months ago, that you thought whoever they chose, whatever rookie quarterback they ended up with in the draft, they needed to start right away so that they could get reps. Now, we did think it was going to be Bo Nix, for a while here before the draft. And now then we knew it was, and we talked about this the week after the draft happened. You said, yeah, game 1, put Bo Nix in, because you have to get that transition period going now. And I think that it makes total sense. There's no other question. I will say this again. I think Zach Wilson is just an asset that the Broncos signed basically for free. They can trade him away next year. Great. It's just another backup. Like, he's not going to be the starter. It's going to be Bo Nix. And the Broncos don't have anything to lose at the end of the day. What do they have to lose by starting Bo Nix, by getting him in there now under center and throwing him to the wolves, for lack of a better term? Yeah. And look, it's not going to be pretty all the time. No. I mean, there's some pretty wicked defenses on the Broncos schedule, just to be honest. And obviously that, in addition to, just the fact that he's going through this all for the first time. And, the Broncos at OTAs are continuing on with OTAs this week. And so you're trying to get
your quarterbacks, everybody up to speed with everything. But in particular with Bo Nix, getting in and out of a huddle, play calling, just all the
little
all
things.
exactly right. That when you put them together on Sundays, now it starts to make total sense. You just break them down to their component parts, and you're doing some of that here and with OTAs. If the season is going to be a learning process overall, which is just how we kind of view this season, right?
Sadly, yes.
I mean,
Sadly, yes.
It is what it is.
Bar is set low.
It's a low bar. It's a low bar. It's a low bar. It's okay, but it's a different kind of a low. You know what I think? It's a different kind of a low bar, because there's the low bar of just like you look at your team, you know it's gonna suck, and you know that because the talent out there is not only not that great, but it doesn't even have potential to be anything better than what it ever is.
And you're stuck with them.
That's one.
Okay. One
category.
scenario. Right.
Yeah. I think the Broncos exist in, it's a low bar because you're not going to the playoffs, but you have players that you're interested to see if they can rise to the occasion. And a coaching staff, you're interested to see if they can coach these dudes up and start to get something out of it that looks like there's light at the end of the tunnel.
I'd be curious actually to see what some of our listeners on the text line think about this. Now, are most Broncos fans accepting this bar? Are they accepting that this is a low bar? Are they going to be like, okay, we'll give Bo Nix, a game or two really to get going? No, we don't care about the score. We don't care about the wins. Or are Broncos fans just so PO'd at what this organization has been the last couple of years that they just want to win right now? I'd be curious, because I think the two different ways to look at this also, and the two different ways that you just presented, Dempsey, is like, are people just fed up with it? They just want to win right now? Or are they understanding like this is now in a rebuild phase?
Well, there's a lot of stages of grief, right?
I mean, that's what it is, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that in the perfect world, we all want to win now, right? I mean, that's the thing, especially around here. I mean, this is not a situation where this is a franchise that just never wins, and you just go into each and every season knowing that at the end of the season, you're going to be as frustrated as you are in any other season. Now, though, this team has won and won big time, which is why we're all just kind of tearing our hair out, the rest of my hair out in this kind of situation. But I do believe in levels to this. I do. And the thing about the Broncos this season is because they have been, quite frankly, substandard for 7 straight years, 8 straight years, that we're just kind of tired of that.
Yeah.
And it makes it harder to get on board with, okay, but we know we're not going to the playoffs again. And you're telling me into this microphone that I should get on board with this football team because why? Right? Because for what? When all I want to do is see this team win games. I get that.
Yeah, I do too.
I get it. I think in this case, there probably could be just a little bit of grace, just a little bit.
A little. Just like a game?
Just a little bit of grace.
Maybe 2?
Well, no, this season long grace.
Oh, what, Dempsey?
Season long grace.
Oh, okay. Oh, boy. The problem in my eyes is that we've been excited about this team over the last 8 years, even though it's been substandard. What was the one point in the last 8 years that everyone in Denver was just stoked about what this team was going to do?
Right after they acquired Russell Wilson.
Exactly. So we've all been there, right? We were like, okay, that was the point that everybody got so excited that they were going to be good again, and then they weren't, right? Dreams were crushed.
Right.
And so that's why I think people will have no grace in this situation, because we've been here before. You could also argue we had a little bit of this with Sean Payton being hired as the head coach last year. It was like, okay, hopes were absolutely down. Hackett gets fired halfway through. Russell Wilson sucks, but now we have Sean Payton. He has to be the answer, because if he's not, who is? Everyone got their hopes up again. So right now, I just think that most people are like so over it. Okay, cool, you got Bo Nix. He should be a great rookie quarterback. But like, I'm not giving him grace. I'm just annoyed and I'm over it, and I want this year to be over already. That's where I'm at. So if we're being honest. Just take me to 2025.
So where does Zach Wilson fit into all this situation?
I told you, he's a trade asset. He's just there in case Bo Nix, knock on wood, this doesn't happen, goes out and get his Achilles torn on the 4th snap.
Let's hear what James Palmer
Deja
has,
vu.
Let's hear what James Palmer had to say.
That I do find interesting is Zach Wilson, because the arm talent being there on Thursday next to Stidham, next to Bo Nix, was just standing out just easily. I mean, he threw some dimes out there, and I'm just fascinated by his talent winding up with somebody like Sean Payton.
Okay. James Palmer, really appreciate your work, appreciate your opinion. However, we all know that Zach Wilson has an arm. He has talent. He knows how to throw. That's why he got drafted so high. That's why he played so well at BYU. What does he look like when he's getting rushed at, when there's pressure coming from the defense? A deer in headlights. And that's the problem. The kid doesn't know what to do. So that the issue is not his arm talent. The issue is the actual game of
being
NFL. Yes. Like, whatever.
Do you want to hear more of what James Palmer had to say?
Fine.
I talked to John Beck this offseason, who works with, he works with every quarterback on the planet, but he also works a lot with Zach. And we were talking about Zach, and I was like, what's next for him? He's like, he needs to land in a spot where he's going to grow. He needs to land in a spot where he can continue to improve, because he's still a young quarterback, but still has 33 starts under his belt, okay, right? Like, so they think the experience, people around him, John Beck included, the experience he had in New York with the difficulties there are going to mold him to be a better quarterback. I'm kind of fascinated to see behind the scenes what Sean Payton can do.
Here's what after having listened to that, and I listened to this earlier this morning, Zach Wilson's in the wrong spot.
Yeah, exactly. If James Palmer thinks that's what he needs,
this is
the
not
Broncos is
right.
not the no.
This is not the team for you.
I agree with you.
Yeah, he's got to go to a team where he's actually going to have a chance to be a starter, where a team is actually going to pour into him in a real way. I mean, look, they're going to pour into him enough here, right? I mean, but they drafted Bo Nix for a reason.
He's an emergency backup. Emergency. Heavy emphasis on emergency.
And that's why while I understood why they acquired Zach Wilson, but like, if you're going to draft a quarterback up over his head, then you are not in any way, shape, or form saying, you could say, hey, we're taking a flyer and we'll see if this individual could come in and play well. But even if he plays well, is he actually a part of your future, or is he just, what is he really? And that's, to me, I don't know what Zach Wilson thinks he's here to do, but if it's to start, like in an appreciable, like in a way that eventually says, hey, we're handing these reins over to you. You are our guy for the foreseeable future. This is not his team.
Well, okay, so going back to what James Palmer just said, he'd be curious to see what it looks like behind the scenes with Sean Payton. Yeah, I'm curious too, because I wonder what Payton and Payton told Zach Wilson when he came here. I guarantee you that they did not tell him he was going to start. Mm-hmm. They probably were very transparent about like, hey, this is why you're here, just so you know, yada yada, because then Zach Wilson gave his number to Bo Nix too. And that whole gesture just shows me that Zach Wilson understands his role here. So even putting that in his mind, I don't know Zach Wilson as a person. I don't know how he works mentally as a quarterback, but to know like you're here just pretty much as an emergency backup, probably not going to give you a lot of opportunity to grow. I wonder how that's affecting him mentally. Or does he think, oh, whatever they tell me, I don't care, I'm just going to compete. And that's like my mental, I'm competing. Because you heard Jarrett Stidham say that, right?
Yeah.
We're competing. If in his mind, this starting quarterback job could be anyone's.
Right.
Well, we know that that's not true. I don't know what Zach Wilson thinks about that, but the fact that he gave Bo Nix his number and...
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I think all three quarterbacks they're in different spaces, even though they're in the same quarterback room. And so if you're Jarrett Stidham, then maybe you think they brought you here last year. They started you in the last two games of the regular season. They said probably to you, like, here's what we want you to accomplish in the offseason. Come back and be ready to compete for a job. Okay. That's all well and good. So he's in a spot where he feels like he can still do something about, the bottom line of him being the actual starter here in Denver. Then you have Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson just wanted to get the heck out of New York, right? I mean, it was a disaster for him just to be plain and simple about it. But clearly has the arm talent. We've heard Coach say that about 1,000 times on this program too. His arm is so good. Arm is so good. It'd be interesting to see what happens with a real coach. And I think that's great. Wonderful. But you have to also go to a place that the quarterback situation is a little bit more uncertain so that you can inject yourself into that in a real way. That doesn't seem to be here. Now, if it's just going to use this place as a kind of a quarterback rehab for you, in air quotes, so you can kind of get yourself back together, get your confidence back in the right space, and then be ready to go somewhere else and utilize like a new foundation that you've built here. Wonderful. Wonderful. I think that to me is the best. That is what Zach Wilson ought to be here for. Yeah. And, and he can't trade himself, but like he's here now. And I think for him, that's the best use of his time here versus Bo Nix, who is drafted 12 overall. And, they go out and get your top wide receiver. Lucky for them, they already had the center that you worked with in Oregon from the year prior. And it just looks like this thing is set up for you. So now you are just here to learn, and then get out on the field and execute. Like Chris says here on the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I'm not worried about wins and losses this season because it looks like the Broncos have a plan, and now it's about execution.
Okay, I like that, Chris.
I do too.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, I think that's what this is. And so, if you're a fan, you just have to, you have to be. If you look at the team and you think that they do have a plan, all right, cool.
Yeah, you have to get on board with that.
But if you look at the team right now, you think they don't have a plan, then this is going to be walking the plank all season long for you, and it's going to be really, really bad.
True.
And I tend to skew a little bit more toward I think they actually do have a plan. And I think they are a franchise that's, you don't know what you're necessarily about to get next. They're just going to march to be their own drummer. But I'll take the track record first.
Yeah.
And I'll even take the fact that they almost got this team to the playoffs last year after having started the way they started. Sean Payton, like, I know there's a big narrative that he doesn't play young players and rookie players and all this kind of stuff. We had to put a lot of those people on the field, especially on the defensive side, because they had no other choice. But they were able to do that and fix whatever they had to fix offensively to give themselves a chance. And so you get to a game against the New England Patriots where you fall on your face, you lose that game, and obviously your playoff hopes it was a damaging blow at that point in the season. But you got to that point of the season to a game that could have helped you propel you actually into the playoffs. So I think when I look at this team, I hold on to that. I think anything more than anything else.
Well, and it's easy for the negatives to overshadow the positives. Obviously, that's just kind of the doomer mentality that those of us who are Broncos fans have had over the last 8 years. But you're totally right, Dempsey. I mean, Sean Payton is the kind of guy that has a plan. He might not divulge that plan to everybody. We might not ever find out what it is, especially with the, lessening of media coverage, especially last year. And I think it's a little bit better maybe for training camp this upcoming season. I'm not sure, but Sean Payton, you have to know, has a plan, and that's why the ownership group kept him around. That's why they went out and got him, because they knew that he was the kind of guy that wants to win. He will figure out a way to win, or at least put the Broncos on that trajectory. But I do think you're right, and I appreciate touching on the positives of last season. I mean, they beat the Chiefs. They went into Buffalo and beat the Bills on a Monday night. Mm-hmm. There were we're on the 5-game win streak, 6-game win streak, something like that. I mean, there were times when they were down in the dumps at 1-5, and then they went on this win streak and they figured it out. And that's what we do have to remember. And again, I think it's really easy for all the negatives, like losing to the Raiders twice again last year, losing to the Commanders when they should have won that game, losing to the Jets, losing to the Patriots, all at home.
Right.
They should have won all of those games. And that overshadows the positives of it. But you do have to remember, they beat the Chiefs, they beat the Bills, they had some good games in Mile High. The end of the season wasn't great, obviously, with the benching of Russell Wilson. That overshadowed everything too, but there are highs.
If it was a player, we'd be talking about the glimpses that this player has shown, right? It's the ability to say, okay, everything didn't go right, but we saw enough that suggests that we might still be on the right track here. And so that's what we'll find out. We'll find out this season. There's a lot. Obviously, we're just in OTAs, and Sean Payton has actively said to us, "Don't read, too much into what's happening in OTAs because things can be different." I mean, we get it. But hey,
that's our job, dog. Come on.
From Dan, why do we care who starts if one of them rises up to lead the Broncos? I mean, I guess at the end of the day, that's fair.
But we just don't know, so that's why we're picking one.
Okay, I want that guy to actively be Bo Nix. Is really what I want.
Yeah, we're assigning it to Bo Nix.
All right. The Stars and Oilers playing a very fun series. Actually, the NHL playoffs have been really good. Yeah, this round has been really, really good in particular. We'll talk through that, and then we'll talk through the notion. What does this kind of mean for the Avs as they try to retool and then get themselves back into this space where we're currently watching the Stars and the Oilers? We'll discuss next. Welcome back into the program. Chris and Kim with you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you're anywhere just bopping around in the summer and you want to listen, which you should do that on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Last night, the Edmonton Oilers tied up the series with the Dallas Stars. I can't decide which team I think is better in that series anymore. Dallas scores the first two. Edmonton just scores all the rest of the goals in the game, and they win 5-2 to even that series. Just when I think that the Stars might be, I still think they might be just a tad bit better than Edmonton. But just when I really start to lean into that, then 5-2 happens. And Edmonton looked really, really good.
It's the same back and forth that I had in the Avs and Stars series. It was like, oh, the Stars look better. Shoot. The Avs are in trouble. Oh, no, wait. The Avs just won 5-2. They look much better. They can do this. They just beat them in Dallas. Then you head back to Ball Arena and it's like, oh, nope, never mind. It's the same. And, I think that speaks to the Dallas Stars. Mm-hmm. What I've seen in the Stars out of the last series and a half is that they are so good on defense. All it takes is like one little slip up and the other team's offense can just go on fire, which is what happened to the Avs, what happened to the Oilers last night. However, the Stars are really good at making adjustments for the next game to figure out what happened on their opponent's offense and how to fix that, how to stop it. And so I would be really interested to see how this next game, how game 5 goes between the Oilers and the Stars. I would say that the Stars would probably take this one. Yeah, next one.
Yeah, and my general sense of this too, and you can just tell me if I'm wrong. If you're Dallas, it's not that it's exactly the same, but your defensive focus, the way you're defending both the Avalanche and the Oilers are in a similar vein. Just because Nathan MacKinnon, Connor McDavid, right? Like the principles that you're using to slow down Nathan MacKinnon are the same principles that you're probably using to try to slow down Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, these kind of guys. So for them, it's probably just kind of maybe tweaking what the defensive plan was against the Avs and then applying it to the Oilers. But to your point, if you're not on your P's and Q's, then boom, you get hit with 5 goals. And but by and large, Dallas has been able to do it, and so that's. We'll see. It's been a very interesting series. The series in the East has been too. They I do believe they played tonight. Florida and New York. For everyone who we were just talking about Phillies fans in Coors Field, and that conversation is always kind of omnipresent with Nuggets and Avs games. It's like, oh my gosh, so many opposing fans. And I'm just here to tell you that I promise you that Ball Arena is not the only place where this exists. So if you've been watching this series and these games that have been played in Florida and the multitudes of Rangers fans in that arena, it just is what it is. Like people's fans, they travel or they're already there and they're able to buy tickets and all the things, and then they just show up in their team's garb and they do all the cheering. So it's just been interesting. Although I do believe the series is now headed back to New York for this particular game, but. I watch what's happening and I wonder, can the Avs just get themselves right back to this situation next season?
Yes, I think they can. They have for the last 8 years, right? They've been in the playoffs for the last 8 years. It's the Avs know how to play. They were just hit with these very unfortunate meteors throughout the season. One being Val Nichushkin. I just think that they've had a streak of bad luck when it comes to outside factors that they can't control. But this team can rally, and this team knows what they need mentally to get back on track. So I do think that they are going to be another contender next year. I mean, they were favorites, in the top 5 to win the Stanley Cup for the last 2 years after they won it. Mm-hmm. And I think that we'll probably see the same thing because they play really well. And the star power on the Avs roster between Nathan MacKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, Cale Makar. I mean, they're just huge, impactful players that aren't going to lose steam next year. They're not going anywhere, I'm pretty sure either. So I do think that the Avs can get back to this. And I think that they would have been able to compete with the Stars and the Oilers. I really do. I think we would have been in the same situation had it been the Oilers and the Avs. We'd be going to a Game 5 series would be tied 2-2. I really believe that.
Yeah, it's so let's see. Each of the last 2 seasons for the Avs, first round loss, then second round loss. So I mean, I guess you're getting back to the space by just virtue of the consecutive seasons. But obviously, with a lot of holes to fill on the roster, who do you keep and who do you not keep, and how does it help? Can Gabe Landeskog come back and when is that going to be? I mean, sometimes I get a little bit ahead of myself. I just say Gabe Landeskog's name, and I'm like, oh, he'll be there at the first game of the season, and he may not be. Probably likely won't be. But at some point this season, I think everybody expects that he will be on the ice, and so what version of him do we get? What version of Val Nichushkin do we get? And provided the fact that if they don't do anything with the contract or are not able to, or whatever, then he's coming back and he's playing, and you got to embrace him with open arms. I mean, you still love him as a person, and you want to support him through all his trials and tribulations. But what does that all ultimately mean when you put all that into the pot and you stir it around and you go, okay, we know this is one of the best teams in the NHL, just period, right? So going into the regular season, that's just that is a thing that is indisputable. But around here, again, kind of like the Broncos, the Avs are expected to get to Western Conference Finals and or Stanley Cup Finals and win the thing. And it's a window, that's a championship window that remains open. But when you look at the landscape of the Western Conference, is that changing? Is it getting a lot out of their control? Is it, there's just a lot of uncertainty. But when I watch this series, I don't see why the Avs can't be back here. And I don't see why they can't be back here in a way that they are not just a participant, but they're actively getting through this level to get back to the Stanley Cup Finals. I mean, these two teams are really good teams, but the Avs, come on, especially when they've played Edmonton, it's been a smack. They've smacked those dudes down. The Stars are a different story, but it's not unattainable. And even as I'm watching these teams play pretty well, I'm pretty secure in the fact that the Avs will be back here, and they'll be back here sooner than later.
I agree with you, and I think if you asked anybody that had covered this team closely over the last year or 2 or 3 or 4, 8, they would say the same thing. And I think that comes from very specific firsthand observation and understanding of how this team works. I don't think that we're just saying that because we're homers or anything like that. I think everyone would agree that the Colorado Avalanche are one of the top teams in the NHL, and they probably will be again next year.
Florida is an anomaly. They have always had a tough time filling the stands, even when they're a top-performing team, says the 720.
Which is surprising, I think. Are they just, they're just more of an NBA
I think it's,
city.
Honestly, no, the Panthers have been there for a minute.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that they lasted this long, to be honest with
really?
you. But look, it's not just Florida. It's not just Florida. It's
well, and in the conference finals in any league, you're going to see fans of the other opponent. Yeah,
and New York
because
fans
they
in particular.
Exactly. They splurge their money to go watch their team in the finals for sure.
Yeah, we watched Knicks fans. It's basically take over Philadelphia's arena in the NBA.
This isn't like a situation. We can't really compare this to Phillies stands in the Rockies stadium because that was just a random regular season game. This is a final, so different situation.
It's a different situation. Happens everywhere though. I promise you that. It just does. Is Anthony? If you're starting a team, would you start that with Anthony Edwards?
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's just take Nikola Jokic out of this. We'll take
How many players that we're playing currently?
Right, players that are playing currently. That's actually a good way to ask it. I will play you a bite from a person who says that it's absolutely yes, and then we will discuss and say who we think we would start with next. All right, into hour number 2 of the program on a Thursday, a Kim Becker Thursday. Christopher Dempsey, Kim Becker, KJ, and Steve Nelson. Oh, wait, Steve Nelson. Did I say Steve Nelson?
You did. Weird.
Wow. Yeah.
Steve Nelson.
Yeah. He's gracing us with his presence right now.
It's
Hi,
been
Nelly.
84 years.
Yeah.
For hour number 2 of the program, we'll have his NFL notes coming up in the next segment, as well as some CU stuff. Also, CSU with a new athletic director. That was good news for them. We'll walk you through who that is and why that's important. I think for Colorado State, it's good news for them. On the Get Up program, hosted by Mike Greenberg on ESPN. Obviously, it's been a lot of basketball talk. It's basketball and hockey, basically, back and forth, with just a little bit of football sprinkled in about this time of year. Anthony Edwards obviously came up in the conversation because his team is actively trying to keep themselves alive, and they have their game 5 tonight against the Dallas Mavericks in Minnesota, trying to extend the series. They didn't get swept. Good for them. Hooray. But now they are trying to take the next step in what would be something that no team has ever done in the history of the entire NBA, and that's get down 3 games to 0, come back and win that series. Anyway, especially in the Western Conference Finals. That would be wild, just to be honest with you. But they had an interesting discussion, I thought. And it's kind of a 2-part thing. One, Mike Greenberg basically said out of all the contemporaries here, his contemporaries being every other player that's playing right now, that he thinks that Anthony Edwards will win the most titles.
I will give you the guy who I think right now, you can include Luka, you can include Giannis, you can include Jokic, you can include anyone you want. Over the next 10 years, the guy I think will win more championships than any of them is Anthony Edwards. And if you were telling me I could start a team with any of them right now, that's who I would take. He, by the way, is 22 years old. He does do it on both sides of the floor, and he is the heir to Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. He's not faking it. He's not trying to be like Mike. He's not trying to adopt a Mamba mentality. He just has it.
And why does he think this?
This kid was born with the same stuff those guys were born with. And those guys won 11 championships in the NBA. This guy is 22. He says all the right things, does all the right things, and none of it is fake. It just is inside of him. By the way, he'll D up your guy any day of the week, and your guy can't D him up. I will right now, if you're telling me I could take any player to start a team in the NBA with right now, any player, I would start it with Anthony.
Okay. I mean, okay. He is a talented player. There's no doubt about that. I got nothing against Anthony Edwards. I know there's a little bit of we don't necessarily like Anthony Edwards. I don't have anything against. I don't think about one way or another about him. He's just he's a player. I enjoy watching him play. He's going to dunk on somebody in every game, and that's fun. I don't know if they can go that far to say he will have more titles than all of his contemporaries right now. And so that list is going to be something like Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown in Boston. It would certainly still include Nikola Jokic and Giannis Antetokounmpo in Milwaukee. It would include anything that John Morant might do in Memphis when he gets back next season. It would include anything that Jalen Brunson might do with the Knicks, who they announced themselves to the world this year in terms of the NBA world, in terms of this is a team that you're going to have to deal with in a real way. Or Tyrese Halliburton with the Indiana Pacers. There's a lot to have to get through. And I didn't even say Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, because right now, if you're looking at the Minnesota Timberwolves, basically they're on par with OKC. They're on par with Indiana as an upstart team, New York as an upstart team. None of those teams have won. And we don't know which one of those teams, if any of them, is going to be a dynasty. The NBA is actively showing us right now that there is no dynasty. That when you win the title, you don't even get out of the second round the next year. Like, that's the NBA that we're currently watching unfold before our eyes. And in that NBA, you're saying that this guy is going to win And maybe the better question, Kim, is actually how many titles would that take to win more than all of your contemporaries in this era of the NBA? I don't know.
It's a hot take. It's a hot take. But I understand why this take was placed, because that's who we're watching. We literally just got done watching Game 4 here, where Anthony Edwards showed up in the desperate time that the Minnesota Timberwolves needed him to show up. And then you hear, his little comments after the game, like, yeah, I heard people say that we were going to get swept, and I didn't want to get swept. And that's it. I don't want that. You hear in the Nuggets series him say, well, I told the security guards that we'd be back for Game 7. Like he has a confidence about him that I think really exuded out of that game that we just witnessed on Tuesday night. And that's why I think this take was made. That's why I think that he said, I would, form my team around Anthony Edwards. And he's not thinking about anybody else because he has tunnel vision right now. He just watched Anthony Edwards go off.
Yeah, I even say Luka Doncic, which I didn't even say Luka Doncic, and I should have said that.
I know,
yeah.
and I was thinking that too. It was like even Luka Doncic, but yeah, and to say that over Luka Doncic is maybe quite the hot take. After Luka sunk that half-court shot, but then he missed his free throw. So that could have won the game or put them in a much better spot to win the game. But yeah, no, Luka's insane. He's absolutely unbelievable, and he's only 3 years older than Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards is 22. Luka is 25, which baffles me because he looks so much older than 25. It's crazy. But I think that's probably why he's just this young, fresh 22-year-old, doesn't let outside noise get to him. He's on a team that's really good, that's been able to figure it out. They did this against the Nuggets also, came back, won. So I get it. It's tunnel vision. He just watched Anthony Edwards go off. That's why he said this. But when you do that entire list, you name all of those names from the NBA, other guys, no. You compare him to all those guys, I don't think that he's got a solid argument.
Yeah, look, he is the prototype of the kind of player that you would, you know what, honestly.
You want him, yeah.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Anthony Edwards is kind of the prototype of the kind of player that we used to almost always see that was a star. Let me just put that out there in the league in the past. So if you're going to say Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan and Clyde Drexler and like these players, these athletic twos that really could, they were kind of the leaders of your team. When harken back to a time when the shooting guard was actually the guy who scored all the points on your basketball team, which is not the case anymore, by and large in this league. But he kind of harkens back to those type of players. I got that for sure. From a talent standpoint, from a mental makeup standpoint, and then he also does respect what came before him, right? I mean, we heard him basically just say that Nikola Jokic was the best player in the NBA. My job is here to try to knock off the best player in the NBA, and I love that about him too. I don't know just quite yet if he is capable of lifting the team to the highest height. Like he has done a heck of a job this year. They are in the Western Conference Finals. But you got to win the NBA Finals. Like, that's what you actually have to win. And to do that, you also can't have these games that he has been popping in this series. And that is 19 points on 6 of 16 shooting, 21 points on 5 of 17 shooting, 26 points on 11 of 24 shooting. Now, they did just win the last game, and he scored 29 on 11 of 25 shooting. What that is saying to me is that teams are finding formulas that are able to bother you to a degree that you are not your most effective self. And if he is not his most effective self, the Minnesota Timberwolves will lose. They are going to lose this series. It doesn't matter. Like they can win tonight. I actually think they actively will to win tonight. But Dallas Mavericks are not losing 4 games in a row. They will not. And it's going to be upon players like Anthony Edwards to make sure that you're not in a 3-0 hole before you start playing, before you start getting really real.
Yeah.
And so until he shows me that, I can't put him at the top of that list. I cannot. Even if I think he's going to grow into that. Because you have players that are already doing it. And
But what about, sorry to interrupt, but what about the series against the Nuggets? The T-Wolves were up on them. He didn't show you that in that series?
from a stand. Well, look, yeah. So the T-Wolves, yeah, the Nuggets, yeah. See, here's the thing. I think the Nuggets series, the Nuggets series to me was a very, at the risk of giving a little bit too many excuses, I think the Nuggets had two issues in that series. One, their personality of take the foot off the gas pedal, which they showed you all throughout the entirety of the regular season, kind of got them into trouble in some spots. I think that also was present in that Minnesota series, especially in that first game one, especially because I think they looked at that basketball team and said, okay, but we know you guys are good, but we're still better, and we're just going to show up and win this game. And Minnesota said, no. It's not going down this way like this time. And then game two was just a weird circumstance. But also, honestly, Kim, I really do. That team, that Nuggets starting five was as beat up as I'd seen them. Like all of them. And not just, it was just Jamal. Or, we've seen Aaron Gordon be pretty beat up as well. And just going, if they can just get him right, then they'll be okay. I just think those two things were the downfall of the Nuggets in that series. And by the time they kind of got themselves back together, well, Minnesota had all the swings to be able to finish off the series too. And so yes, did Anthony Edwards do the job against the Nuggets? Yeah, I mean, yes, question mark, because he was 6 of 24 in game 7 and they won because Cat made all the shots and Jaden McDaniel started making shots as well. And then all Anthony Edwards had to do was pop in timely ones in the fourth quarter, which he is want to do. He'll definitely do that. But what I want to see is pretty much total domination, start of playoffs to end of playoffs, against defenses that know they have to stop you, that put their best players on you, that scheme their best schemes against you, and you still do what you need to do on a basketball court to be able to get your team to the top. We have not seen that out of Anthony Edwards yet, and that is why I can't put him there. And quite honestly, we haven't seen that from, I'm trying to think of the final four teams here. Boston Celtics continue to kind of, at least Jason Tatum has gotten his team to the finals. They lost to the Golden State Warriors. So at least he's got a little bit more of a track record there. But outside of that, I mean, Indiana just got here and they were ushered out immediately. And now you have Luka Doncic, who has been to the Western Conference Finals one other time. But even he, as great as he is, first team All-NBA every single season, still hasn't gotten to the NBA Finals. Now that's probably going to change this year.
Yeah.
And so I would take Luka over.
I would take Luka too. Yeah.
But
you could make this exact same argument last year if it was this exact point in time a year ago about Nikola Jokic. You could say, oh, well, Nikola Jokic is that guy who dominates from the start of the season.
He dominated from start to finish.
Yes, he did last year, but he hadn't gone to the finals yet a year ago. And I bet we would probably be having the same conversation around Nikola Jokic and not Anthony Edwards. Yes, then the Denver Nuggets went to the finals and won, and so he did dominate the entire season. But don't you think you could have made this argument before they got to the finals about him?
Yeah, well, look, Nikola was taking the arrows of, remember it was the MVP thing, and then just a bunch of stats and right. No real wins when it really counted, and so that was actively irritating me as well because you knew what you were actually watching with him and this basketball team. The Nuggets last year it was just a matter of time, right? You just looked at that team and went, "Yep." You know what a champion looks like, and this team has all the right stuff, and their best player, Nikola Jokic, cannot be stopped. And Edwards needs to look like that. He cannot be stopped.
Okay.
And got his team to, obviously, the NBA title. And just quite yet, we can't just quite anoint him just quite yet.
So if the Timberwolves somehow make it out of the Western Conference Finals right now and go to the championship and play the Boston Celtics, will you say Anthony Edwards has done it then, or do they need to beat Boston?
Well, let me just tell you, if he gets the Timberwolves through this into the finals, he will have done something that nobody has ever done.
True. So that counts? Then you want to create your team around him?
He still needs to win.
Hey-o.
I'm creating my team around Nikola Jokic, and that is it. Nelly's NFL Notes are next. So I think we'll call these these are kind of like retro days now. They're
The days of yore.
yeah. Nelly's NFL notes.
We're back.
Yeah, from time to-
Flashbacks, nostalgia.
Nostalgia. Nelly, hi. Let's get your first story.
Happy Throwback Thursday. And actually, quick side
It is
note,
a
I was
Throwback
thinking,
Thursday.
we've been talking about what we're going to name this segment when KJ takes over officially starting next week. You remember when I was in India and Josh Grismer was running the show, you called this Grismer's Gridiron Game.
Wait, hold on. Did we?
That's what I.
Is that what Grizz said?
That's what Raj used to call it, right? Grismer's Gridiron Game.
I like the alliteration.
Well,
I guess we have Nelly's NFL notes, also some alliteration.
I didn't get that. I used to just call them Grismer's NFL notes.
I would say it's a copycat league. You could take that name and you could make it Granderson's Gridiron Games.
There you go.
Right.
There you go. You got a couple GRs.
Yeah, that's true. I like that. Speaking of names, I'm going to get to the Utah owner, the hockey owner, about the name of his team too.
Oh, yes, we do. Okay,
next. But,
yep.
Okay. Anyways, football. Nelly, what's story number
Yeah,
one?
supposedly it's NFL notes, regardless of who's running it. But I'll tell you this. The Broncos announced earlier today that they will be adding 2 more players to the Ring of Fame. First up is tight end Riley Odoms, who played from 1972 to 1983. He is a 4-time Pro Bowler, which makes him only one of 13 Broncos with 4 Pro Bowl selections in Denver. And then the other addition is safety Steve Foley from the vaunted Orange Crush defense. He played for the Broncos from 1976 to 1986. And believe it or not, he's still actually the franchise leader in interceptions with 44.
Yep.
Now, Dempsey, I know we make a lot of jokes on this show about how old you may or may not be, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say you were the only one of the 3 of us who actually watched these guys play. Why don't you speak to their importance and why they earned their spot in the Ring of Fame?
I am that person here on the program today.
Called out.
Or most days, I'm going to say. Yeah, look, those two. Yeah, but old and
It's wisdom. It's experience.
It's wisdom and experience.
We need it.
Yes, all the gray hair. These 2 players were massive. They just were. And Steve Foley was one of my favorite players, to be honest with you. Steve Foley, like, is in that same era with Louis Wright and all that, and those defenses were just really, really good. I to this day, I will always say that the Broncos Orange Crush defenses didn't get the respect nationally that they ever should have. I mean, they were really good. And individuals like Steve Foley were the reasons why. Now, Riley Odoms, I know my mom used to always talk about him a lot, and this is the time when like the Broncos exist in this city as the overarching team that everybody loves the most, right? And in Denver, when you're talking about a city falling in love with a football team, it's in this era. And it was with guys like Odoms and Foley. And, they went to the Super Bowl in 1977, lost to the Dallas Cowboys that year. But you knew what you had with that football team, right? It was they made the city proud, even though you got beat by like one of the storied franchises, especially back then. The Dallas Cowboys and all the great players that they put on the football field. But for Denver, it was a big deal to start to put yourself on the map, on the radar screen with teams like that. And it takes individuals like this to be able to do it. And so I think this is exactly what should happen. And as many as those players as they can reasonably make a case for to put in the Ring of Fame, then they should do it because it's one of the great eras of Broncos football. I couldn't be more happy for both of these guys, and I can't wait for the ceremony. They do it. It's a big deal when they have those ceremonies during the football season, and it'll be something to look forward to during this particular Broncos season.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I said, there you go, everybody. A positive to look forward to. Maybe get your tickets to one of the home games because there you go.
No doubt. All right, Nelly, what's next?
We had an interesting conversation with Jeff Legwald earlier today on the morning show, and Brett Kane was looking at some of these betting favorites to win their divisions and teams that are favored to have success in this upcoming season. And one thing that they all had in common is they all have speed. They all have guys who can break off these game-changing plays drop of a hat, and the Broncos don't really have those speedy playmakers. And Jeff Legwold agreed that you need those if you want to break up modern defenses, especially at one position.
You need that speed element at tight end or running back if you're going to attack nickel defenses with any consistent success. I mean, you've got to stress teams between the numbers and the nickel. That's where you can win matchups. That's why all of those teams have good tight end presence too, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
Because everybody's in the nickel 70 to 80% of the time now, and more every day, it seems like. So you've got to have that presence at running back or tight end, or you're not going to be able to attack the defenses you face most often.
So okay, so the AFC East favorite is the Buffalo Bills. That's what Dawson Knox, and I can't remember the tight end who played.
Dalton Kincaid, right, on the Bills?
Could be, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
And then running back, the Bills didn't have a running game to speak of, really. So, and then you have the AFC North favorite, the Ravens. And that was Isaiah. He took over for our guy who got hurt.
Well, Mark Andrews is usually their go-to.
Yes, Mark Andrews. Look, here's what I think. If Greg Dulcich plays the entire season or the majority of it, then check that box for the tight end for the Broncos. Like, yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, that's if he doesn't play, then no. You know, they don't have that sorted out at all. And I know Lucas Kroll is a guy that they really, really like. And Sean Payton just told the story. He looked at him and said, "Don't worry, everybody's going to know who number 85 is this season." Great, but the guy that we actually know that can stretch a defense and actively had a role being carved out for him was Greg Dulcich. And so if he can play, then the Broncos do check that box. Now at running back, I know Audric Estime didn't have the greatest, like at the combine, he ran kind of a slowish time. But I think when you watch him in film, when you watch him just on the field, I think he's faster than it appears to be. Like that his 40 time would make it seem like he is. And I think in terms of some of that stuff, you also have a change of pace back in Jaleel McLaughlin. That guy's fast. He's really fast and shifty. You have a slot type of receiver in Troy Franklin that you brought in that is super fast. I think that the Broncos, again, when I look at this football team, I can't say that they don't have these things because we just haven't seen these players in an appreciable way on the football field. And so,
or healthy.
or healthy, right. In the case of Dulcich, right, or healthy. And so it's one thing to say that you just actively don't have it. And I really want to make this point because it's one thing to say that you just don't have these things. We know because we already know these players on your team. We've seen them. They are not fast. They are bad. And you have to go out and find what you need to find. Versus, all right, we have players that we just don't know. In the case of Greg Dulcich, because he never plays because he's injured. In the case of Troy Franklin, is because he just got here and we don't know. Josh Reynolds coming over from Detroit. Everybody says he's a really good playmaker, but I wasn't dialed into Josh Reynolds, when I was watching Detroit Lions game. So, okay, I'll just take people's word for it, but then actively watch to see if the Broncos actually do have these things. And maybe they don't. I'm not naive. I'm not sitting here saying they have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and Devin Achane and these guys. They don't have that. But until we see these players on the field, to say that they flat don't have these things, I think is a little bit of a mistake.
No, and I can see that point. I think with the tight end situation, though, I mean, so many people wanted the Broncos to draft Brock Bowers at 12.
Right.
And because he was a really good tight end. And then sure enough, the Raiders picked him up at 13 right afterwards. And so I think obviously, since so many Broncos fans wanted that to happen, that means that there was a hole there. I don't think you can trust Greg Dulcich. I think he's probably a great player. He just has not been healthy in the last, 2 years, 3 years that he's been on the Broncos? Like, he's played what? How many games? I don't even know. Not many. He's a great player. I think he had a really fast 40 time actually coming out of UCLA, but just hasn't been able, Dulcich, but just hasn't been able to to show that. So I understand all that, and I do agree with you, Dempsey. I think that the
12
Broncos
games.
have 12 games in
Yeah,
2 years or
in 2
3
years.
2 years. That's not good. Okay, so also the
not.
Broncos they have these players. I don't know what it is, but something's missing. I think a lot of it is locker room, leadership, veteran experience. I just don't think that talent and speed is all you need to get past some of these defenses. I get it, but I just think you also need better leaders than you have right now.
Yeah, I just think we have to be careful by saying worst. And I know there's a look. It's a hot take society. You're either the best or you're the worst, right? Let's rank the best things or the worst things. And if in my newspaper writing life, if I was going to rank, let's call it this is what we're talking about here. It's speed at tight end, speed at running back. I think I would do it in 3 different categories. One, the haves, right? The teams that most certainly have these things, whatever that list looks like. 2, maybe the have-nots. And you would know a have-not because you've actively seen their personnel on the field just not have it. And then part 3, you would have the unknown. So the question marks, right? These teams that you just don't know what they have just quite yet. And I think the Broncos fall into category 3 more than category 2. Last year, you could have argued category 2. You want to argue category 2? You want to say Jerry Jeudy was terrible? You want to say Courtland Sutton was, he's fine, but not what you really need? You want to say that Adam Troutman and Chris Manhertz were not? Okay, I will grant you that. I will grant you that. But now when the names are changing and turning over, and they're turning over into guys who, by and large, have not either been appreciably a part of a significant part of an offense, or B, just got here to the NFL period, then I think you're a question mark. And I think the Broncos are a question mark until they show that they need to be put into one of those other 2 categories. All right, Nelly, what's next?
This segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. One more cut from Jeff Legwold here. Anytime you talk about speedy teams in the past 5-10 years, got to bring up the Chiefs. And so Brett mentioned that he said the most predictable move in the entire first round of this year's NFL draft was the Chiefs snagging Xavier Worthy, the speedster who set the new 40-time record. He said everybody saw that coming from a mile away. And Legwold said that the reason they can afford to pluck speedsters like him is they've developed every other part of their team through the draft.
No, I mean, again, you have a draft-built roster. You have the luxury of just adding on every year because your roster has it's like every house. Your house is only as good as the foundation. Doesn't matter what the paint looks like or how pretty the roof is. If the foundation stinks, it's going to be a crappy house. And rosters are like that. And that's what, again, I know people get bored with me, but the draft, that's why the draft matters. We all get caught up in, the draft's an inexact science. You can't predict, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the good teams use it to build.
And yes, he's totally right. The good teams use the draft to build. But when you're in a situation like the Broncos are, who do not have a lot of solid foundations, when you look on both sides of the ball, it's hard to say, yeah, the draft matters so much because they have 1 pick in the first round and then 1 in the third. And then, the thing is, it matters if you have good draft capital and if you have good picks and if you already do have a foundation, like he said with the Chiefs, but the Broncos don't. And so, of course, it was important to get a quarterback in the draft for the Broncos this year, but you're going to need like 3 or 4 more drafts to really create a solid foundation of players for the Broncos. So yes, it matters in the grand scheme of things for the long term, but it's tough right now when the Broncos are in the situation that they are and have been for the last 8 years. They trade away all of their good picks basically to get Sean Payton and Russell Wilson, and then they're stuck in this situation. They don't have a foundation. And so he's totally right. Leggy is totally right on all of this. You need a foundation. It's just the draft is not necessarily the way to get that foundation for the Broncos currently.
Yeah, it's been a it just hasn't been a lot of picks for them, right? I mean, look, on the surface level, I agree with him. I mean, yeah, you build for the draft. I mean, it's every sport, right? It's it's the best way to be able to do it, especially, and it's the cheapest way to be able to do it, especially when you have to pay big time players like the Kansas City Chiefs. They have no choice. And look, we know who the Chiefs Foundation is, right?
Well, yeah, Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
But
so
that's
you can
also,
afford to do whatever you want in the draft.
And that's your dynasty team, right? We're talking about in the NBA how there isn't a dynasty. Well, currently it's the Chiefs. It used to be the Patriots in the NFL. Now it's the Chiefs. They have all the money to pay the players. They've got their guys. And so, yeah, they're just in a better situation right now. The Broncos traded away all their picks. Had they not done that, maybe they could have used the draft to really create a foundation over the last couple of years. But we would have hated that too.
Yeah, I still think the Broncos can. You know, if you have look, your margin of error is super small because you need to hit on more of those picks. You don't have this. You can't cast this wide net and say, "Oh, it's cool. We have 12 picks." If like 7 of these dudes pan out, that is great. When you only have 7 picks, then you pretty much need 7 players to pan out. So you're just going to push yourself back year after year after year. But the Chiefs, the Chiefs they are a cheat code, man. They're a cheat code because Patrick Mahomes is their foundation. And I could be playing wide receivers for the Chiefs, and somehow I would get five catches for 97 yards and a touchdown in a game because he's that good.
Yeah. And even after losing Tyreek Hill to the Miami Dolphins, who is super speedy, an insane weapon, they're still fine.
and on top of that, he's doing the Tom Brady thing by taking pay cuts or reworking his contract so that they can be able to pay. So it's one on one hand, have you built a good foundation? Well, on the other hand, you have an all-time great quarterback. And then third, that all-time great quarterback is actively saying, hey, here's more money to make sure that we can continue to. It's not that the Chiefs signed 0 free agents.
No, of course not.
I mean, that's not a thing.
No.
And so
they're working together. It's like, I mean, there are certain quarterbacks that do that. Aaron Rodgers did the same thing, and that's why he's been successful, right? He's taken pay cuts so that other players can get better salaries. So did Tom Brady. You have to. So these are exceptions to the rule. I mean, you look at the Cincinnati Bengals, who have Joe Burrow, who could be a great foundation to the team, but they struggled a lot in the last couple of years. So it's like, yes, the Chiefs have this great foundation. They, of course, went out and got their guy who they needed in the first round, looked at speed. Unfortunately, they are one of the only teams that are in that position in the NFL right now. And the Broncos are definitely not one of those teams.
I would argue that they're the exact only team in that situation right now.
Yeah.
Because of their quarterback. He's that good. And you can just draft whoever you want. Like Xavier Worthy, wonderful.
Yep.
Run fly patterns all day long.
Right.
And free up space, take the top off the defense or stretch it out, free up space for Travis Kelce to work underneath. Wonderful. Like that. I mean, that is.
We all see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We know what they're doing.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's quite a different thing for almost anybody else. And, yes. Do you need to hit on draft picks? Yeah. But do you need to have some money to not just sign free agents, but to retain your own free agents? Now, you just talked about the Cincinnati Bengals. Well, they're running right into that right now with T. Higgins. So you're going to franchise tag him. Wonderful. Sooner or later, you're going to pay him or you're going to trade him is what you're going to do. Because Joe Burrow is getting all the money and Jamar Chase is getting all the money. No team can keep everybody, not even the Kansas City Chiefs. See you later, Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
But if you have a literal all-time great quarterback as your foundation, then you can do whatever you want with your draft picks.
Yeah.
Because he's going to lift all boats. But that is not the reality for the vast majority. And like I said, I think that's the only situation in the entirety of the NFL where you can just do what you want.
And they can pay free agents less because everyone wants to go play with Patrick Mahomes.
It's it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. University of Colorado doing more. Well, according to the CSU Pueblo coach, very shady things with their recruiting. We'll discuss what that might just be and how that impacts anything, if at all. Next. Well, into the last segment of the program. Chris and Kim, Steve and KJ with you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 coming to you from the Backus and Schenker studio. Serious Lawyers for the seriously injured. All right, here we go, Kim. The latest episode in As Colorado Turns.
The off-season drama.
The off-season drama. Okay. The University of Colorado, Colorado State University, oh my gosh, CSU Pueblo head football coach, a guy by the name of Philip Vigil. He tweeted recently, just about 18 hours ago, at the NCAA and the Big 12 conference, and the question he had for them was, is this considered tampering? Or is Coach 2 Bless, which is the Twitter handle for, we'll get to who this individual is in a second, NCU football able to recruit our current players like this? So what he did was he posted a text, what he says is a text exchange between one of his players and a Colorado player personnel coach, Devin Rispris, who just got here this year. And in that text exchange, it reads a little bit like this. And his name is scratched out at the beginning. The player's name is scratched out in the high school. It says, hey, is this such and such from such and such high school? The player says, yes. Who is this? Rispris says, hey, man, how's it going? This is Coach Devin Rispris, the Assistant Director of Player Personnel here at Colorado University. Me and my team wanted to check on your availability. Are you a full commit to CSU Pueblo? Player says, yes, I'm a full commit to Pueblo. Rispris says, okay, do you have any interest in a commitment flip with us? Player says, I'll have to talk with my family and coaches as well, if that's okay with you. Is there a specific time frame that I need to get back to you? Rispris says, okay, seems like a commitment flip will not be possible until next transfer portal opens, so we'll be in contact with you throughout the season, and we'll hopefully be able to make this happen next off season. Great player on the field, and even, I'm sure, even better person off the field, blah, blah, blah. He denies that this is a real exchange to Rispris. Meanwhile, Vigil is he's mad because this appears to be tampering. Look, this kind of stuff is pretty commonplace. I mean, we're talking about college football here, and the transfer portal has really blurred the lines a little bit. Not even a little bit, a lot bit. And so I'm just going to guess that this kind of a text exchange happens tens of thousands of times.
Yeah, it's just not screenshot and then posted onto Twitter.
Right.
Yeah.
And for CU, the backdrop is earlier this year, they had to, they were assessed like 11 rules violations earlier this year for knick-knack stuff kind of like this. And so, like, I'm not here to kill them over this because they're trying to poach a player from what has been a good program. CSU Pueblo runs a good football program. But look, one of the violations that CU had was hosting a postgraduate camp. This is last May 30th for high school graduates and transfers, of which there were more than 350 players that attended. Well, 7 of them had yet to be actually in the portal. So that is active, kind of tampering, and you cannot do that. You can't bring them to your campus when they're still basically a part of somebody else's roster. And because of that, they self-imposed a 2-week recruiting ban on themselves, self-imposed. And so it's just like these little things that keep popping up with the program. Can we just stop?
Like,
or be
it is
better
the
at
off
hiding
season. It is okay. I know. And, this has only really become more prevalent in the last couple of years with the NIL, with the transfer portal rules. College sports used to be fun because we were watching college kids play who just wanted to be there and play. They weren't getting paid. They didn't have all these NIL deals. They weren't trying to go to the hottest, flashiest. Oh, boy.
This just felt very Field of Dreams.
Nelly.
There was a day when college
Okay.
kids wanted to play for the love of the game.
And it's true, isn't
They'll
it?
come in droves, Kim, if you build it.
All right. Well, now I lost my train of thought, so I don't know what I was going to say. But it's true. Thank you. And what are they going to do? Okay, so they have these screenshots. Are they going to go try and track the phone number down? Anyone can say this is catfishing. It's been photoshopped. Whatever. Move on. Like, it's just a kind of a dumb thing to put on Twitter, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you understand the coaches, especially when CSU Pueblo. I think John Riston has been gone for a couple of seasons now. They won a lot of games under him, and they're trying to turn it over and make sure that they get back into a lot of winning. And so I will never begrudge a coach that's trying to retain talent that he feels like he needs to retain. Okay, that's one thing that's fine. Anybody I see this on this text thread was proven to be a catfish. No, it wasn't proven to be anything. You can just because a coach gets back, the opposing coach gets back onto Twitter and says it's a lie. I don't care. I mean,
think a lot of people
anybody can say what they want to say.
Saying that because they said Colorado University. People were like, no one calls it that.
Yeah, except for the people who don't know. I mean, he just got here.
Like yesterday?
In January.
Okay. You should know. It's been 5 months. You know that it's called the University of Colorado.
You'd be surprised. You would really be surprised. I think that if we can't use that as that's the reason why this is fake. No. Well, if we just fly down to, I don't know, let's just fly down to let's fly down to New Orleans. Ask somebody, put CU up there and then say, what is this university?
That's fine. They don't work here for the last 5 months. This guy's been in the facility under Coach Prime. You know that he's gotten a lesson from Coach Prime. We are the University of Colorado.
No, because here's what I know about Coach Prime. He does not care about the tradition of the University of Colorado. That is last on his list. So if it's even correcting the name University of Colorado, do I think that he cares about that? I do not.
Guys, you guys ripped me a new one when I said Broncos Nation by accident one time.
You said
both.
Broncos Nation?
You said I did. I still don't think I did.
Get off this show.
Because that's what I mean.
Get out of this.
See, so it does matter. It does matter.
I'm just saying that's not a deal breaker. That is not a prove it or whatever. But it happens all the time. But it'll be interesting to see how this. Honestly, if everybody just didn't say anything at CU, it will go away immediately.
Probably, yeah.
It'll go away immediately because nobody really cares because it's a thing that happens all the time in college football. But I think the drama, I'm here for all the drama all the time, and college football is providing all of that to us in spades. We're about a month and a half away. We are about to start June.
Yeah.
So we're about a month and a half away from media days.
Right.
And then
training camp.
For college.
Oh,
for college.
Oh, I'm thinking NFL. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah.
It's coming up soon.
Yeah. Then they're pretty much off all of July.
Colleges?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll report at the last week of July is when they'll report, and then their training camps will start in August.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah, so but we're pretty close. We just saw the SEC had some meetings as well, so it's quickly approaching upon us. All right, that's going to do it for our show here today. I have the Minnesota Timberwolves in the game tonight. I also have the New York Rangers in the playoffs tonight. Yes.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't. I have the Panthers.
Panthers. Okay.
See you tomorrow, Dempsey.
You will. You will. Nelly, we love and appreciate you.
Broncos Nation. Oh no.
He found Broncos Nation.
No, he just clipped off what I just said. That's not fair. Photoshopped.
KJ, we love and appreciate you too. 2 days until he takes over full time. We love and appreciate all of you out there that make us what we are here at Altitude Sports Radio. Keep listening. PhD is next.
Oh, thanks to AAA Home Improvements. They are the best. As we get going on this glorious. What is it? Thursday. I know it's Thursday because I saw Kim Becker. I saw her, and they were doing something about calling colleges something. I don't know.
I've thought it's been Friday for about 4 days now.
Does it feel like that?
Yeah.
Summer's here, baby. We're back from...
Good summer days should feel like a Friday.
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't
I've
know,
been saying
man.
the same thing driving in.
To me, it doesn't feel just like shorts, t-shirt, just chill. This temperature right here, man, you know what? Colorado.
Thank you, Nelly.
I tell you, man, 72, little breeze, sunshine.
Tough to beat.
Come on, man. Seriously, it's ridiculous.
My daughter's been, and I love the evenings. My daughter.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Put a little sweatshirt with your shorts on.
My daughter's had these soccer things every evening, and when you get there, it's kind of still warm.
Yeah.
But then as you get back, the sun starts getting behind the trees a little bit.
I love
the wind
it.
blows just a little bit. You know, I've got my hoodie on.
Right.
And at first I'm going, maybe I take this off. Then I'm like, oh, this is perfect.
Oh, it's best because
perfect.
this is the one time of the year that it's nice during the day, but you can still keep the windows open at night to
Cool.
sleep.
Yeah.
God, it's just so good, man.
Beautiful.
Still miss the Avs and Nuggets. It is funny with the Avs.
Great game last night, huh?
With the hockey.
Yeah. Well, I actually watched some of the baseball. I watched my first.
I can talk
part of
to
my
you.
first baseball game.
Just let me know when you want to chat about it. I know all about it.
The pride of Regis High, get them a W.
Ty Block had a rough first, settled down well.
What he 31 pitches in the first?
Yes, something like that.
I think he
yes.
pitched 7 innings, 94 pitches.
Settled
Most
down
he's had
nicely.
this year.
Yeah, gave up 2 runs like that. Looked like a disaster. They didn't want to stretch the bullpen. They hung in with them. Then he was shut him out 2 through 7, and then the men's league softball team, that is the Guardians, couldn't get anything together till the 9th when Kinley had a strikeout, but Stallings dropped the ball. They said it was a wild pitch. It wasn't. It was a pass ball. So he had to get 4 outs, and they got a couple. They scratched a couple, and the tying run was at the plate, but he struck him out too.
Scott, are you going to make me have to watch this? Is that what you're going to do?
Well, let me just tell you real quick.
Because if
really
you watch, then I'm going to be left out on an island, and now I'm going to be sitting here listening to you talk baseball, right?
To find it.
Okay, so I just need to understand if you're setting a precedent.
I can make the argument that the Broncos and the Rockies right now are the same exact team. Same exact team. And that is optimistic. Because if you can lean into the good young guys with the Rockies and you see what's going on, and you can lean into what's going on with the Broncos, and we were just out there, and I think I got some great news to report about that. I know the wins are tricky, but if you can just sort of get into how these guys are doing here and there and what good things are happening, I think you can get excited about the team, whether they make the playoffs or not, in my opinion.
But and here's where they are similar, and I'll agree with you on this. They're both where they should have been 5 years ago. This year,
I'll agree with you on that one.
They're both doing this year what they're, and we'll see if the Broncos are. But anyway, the Rockies are where they should have been 5 years ago. As far as, hey, come on now, let's just get these young guys. Let's roll them through. I'd put everything I could when I coached varsity. I put my best teaching coach as a freshman coach because I thought that's where the development started. Man, I would make sure my minor league system has developmental guys that know how to teach the game of baseball and boom, 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 boom. And I would, you know, like the Clint Eastwood movie, I'd find that dude that's washing dishes and do a 97-mile slider. Give me that guy. Let me find that guy.
The biggest similarities between the two teams in terms of from a fan's perspective is that if you want to enjoy them, you drop the expectations and you just enjoy small moments. That's it.
Okay.
Just drop the expectations.
I'll give you one. Brendan Rodgers, second baseman for the Rockies, hit a home run off his childhood and former teammate like in Little League. Logan Allen.
Good story.
Pretty good story. First of all, one kid makes it to the majors from a little kid's baseball team, never mind two. Yeah. And they face each other, and the one hits a home run off the other. Okay, pretty interesting.
Which speaks of, and I know, here's my squirrel moment. Did you see the video that was out a couple years ago? 2 kids that grew up in Little League playing together, and now they're in the state tournament. You know, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Dude blasts a walk-off home run.
Hugged him. I saw it.
And instead of celebrating, his team went out and hugged his best friend, who was the pitcher.
I think that made me cry a little bit.
Wasn't that great, though?
I'm getting choked up.
Yeah.
It was pretty damn good. And yesterday, Ty Block, who's a little bit older, he's 33, but, you know, he was at
He's
Regis.
a Regis kid.
He's a Regis kid, man. He's a Regis kid done well, and they're playing in the state championships, of course, and we can get into the private.
He gave him a shout-out in the postgame.
Who did?
Block. Someone asked him about it. He goes, yeah, I've been following them. They're playing great right now. Go Regis.
Yeah.
So he gave him a shout out in the post-game interview.
Yeah. And we can get into a deeper conversation if you want about public against private schools. Private schools should just have their own tournaments and be fine with that because they have different rules than public. Yeah,
There's not enough.
Yeah, well, boo-hoo, there's not enough.
There's not.
Oh well.
We don't live in a state that has private schools.
Oh, tears coming down my eyes. Play a regional one against Nebraska and Utah and Wyoming. Right. Man, there's not enough private schools.
But also, isn't this Regis's first time to the state finals?
No, they've won the states a million times. Matt Darr's got his
Matt
Darr's had his program click. Well, Walt won at Regis as a high school coach. So did Matt Darr's done a great job after Walt. Really, high school baseball? You want to go there? We can have some fun with that one if you want. Now, Regis is pretty good. One of their grads, Dallas Macias, is ripping it up for Oregon State right now. I've known him since he was 6 years old. I mean, there's all sorts of good things out of Regis. 1 mile away from a public high school, Smoky Hill, which has to do things by a different set of rules than Regis. But good luck to Regis. Okay, anyways.
Oh, my God.
Good Lord. Are we going to...
That was an anti-elitist type of elitist.
We're 9 minutes in.
An elitist rant right there.
Knocked it out of the park very quickly. Over at the Broncos, though, let me tell you what's good. It's good to see just a new Tyler, Scott, new everything. Fresh. Jerry.
Cindy.
Bud. It feels new. It feels fresh. Nothing against some of the old guard that we all loved, but you know what, man? Just in the stretch line alone, never mind what's happened on the field. And Tyler, I want you to take, obviously. It just sounds different. It feels different. It's just a different team. And I tell you, it feels good. That was my impression.
That's all you got to see was stretching, though, wasn't it?
I saw a little throwing around before I was, Tyler saw a little bit more than me. I'm pedaling around here today. But what'd you see, Tyler? What'd you see out there?
I would agree. Everybody's in a good mood. Everybody's having fun. Got a little bit feisty after you left. There was one kind of big collision between defensive back and wide receiver. At the same play, you had a fight going on the offensive line, defensive line. Nothing big, nothing huge. I didn't see the fight. I just saw the scrum.
Really?
Yeah, but no, it really was not a big deal. Like it was everybody scrummed. You break it up. Move over, get on to the next play. Not a huge moment. Certainly,
you don't have to fight in these moments, but you got to let them know that I ain't happy with that. It's kind of like playoff hockey. You don't want to get a 5-minute major or something throwing hands in a playoff game, but you got to run into the guy and bump him a little bit, do something extra, and let him know I ain't happy with it.
It makes sense because you're a week and a half into this thing now. You've been practicing against one another for a while, and now's when frustrations start to come out a little bit. In terms of the quarterbacks. I thought that Zach Wilson just looks good.
Wow.
Zach Wilson looks the dude has got wicked arm talent.
Okay.
Every time I see him out there, I just see him like, you know what? I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he's on the team.
Like he said yesterday on this show, that he said if you're just going on pure arm strength and impression.
He's the only one that pops.
His ball pops.
Yeah, his ball is the only one that pops when it comes out of the arm.
I know we're excited about Bo Nix, but could that be a redemption? A reclamation project that actually may work out. There's been a handful of them.
Sean Payton allowed.
Well, here's what I'm really hoping.
He signed him.
I'm hoping that Zach Wilson has enough of a rebound that actually we can sit Nix for a little bit here. I think it's probably unlikely.
And start Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody's going to start, it's not going to be Stidham. Stidham won't be starting. Although I do look at Stidham, man. He looks the prototype. And you know what? He had the best throw of the day, actually. Jarrett Stidham had the best throw of the day. It was probably a 55-yard corner route that dropped it on money. It was during a team drill, not during 11-on-11, not during routes on air. Like, it was a legit football play.
Mm-hmm.
Davis Webb runs up to him and he forces him to run all the way down the field, celebrate. That was the best throw of the day. But there's just nothing. You don't see anything like you do with the other two guys.
You don't see a spark?
No. Even though his name's Sparky. Is
he ever going to live that down with me?
No.
That was the biggest. They had faux pas in Sean Payton's first year, and I think he's changed, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like he has changed. And I talked to somebody up there, and he said, yeah, I think he understood. He kind of came in a little big and heavy, and that ain't how we do it here.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he has changed, and I think that's for the good.
I just think there's a lightness over there.
But don't bring Sparky in. You shouldn't have brought the Spark thing in last year. That was a bad faux pas.
I'm looking at Stidham, Nix, and Wilson. It's just like, what's going on here? Like, some Wilson or Stidham's got to go. And if Wilson is showing that and he's the guy, hey, awesome. Cool. He started 34 NFL games. That's a lot.
Well, and I want to be clear. I don't want to over-exaggerate anything. What we were watching is we're watching Routes on Air, and I was there as long as I possibly could. I got to see one team period. So I didn't see a whole lot of football. And I'm not trying to over-exaggerate what I saw out there.
Well, Sanford's going to be coming in here. He definitely had a anti-Knicks.
Well, it ends at 12:30, right? So he's staying till the
end.
Well,
Knicks struggled a bit. He did.
Okay.
Okay. It was fine, and I don't like I put that out there on Twitter kind of as a joke. Like Bo Nix was fine, but that's the best way I can describe it. Like it was fine. He had some good throws. He had a couple bad throws. It was fine. It just nothing special, nothing terrible.
Too deep of a conversation to have in 45 seconds.
Okay.
So maybe we can do it on the other side. And I think I understand your whole take on this Bo Nix. And Bo Nix may be the guy, may not be the guy, right? I mean,
that is right.
Right.
That is right.
But you want the effort of trying to find that guy.
That's right.
And if he's not, you can kind of tell he's not, then guess what? Here we go. Let's find somebody else.
Fine. Move along then. But at least you gave it the right effort and you had the right strategy working on that. And then you can build around that. And it's cheap. It's cheap. Right now it's cheap.
Right.
Because eventually if he works out, well, you get a lot of money. What the hell is going on? Well, we can get into that deeper. Sanford's going to be in studio and probably after 1 o'clock, I would guess. You know, it's funny. I forget about Mike. It feels like Mike has lived here forever. I forget he's only lived here 2 years because he feels like such a deep part of everything we're doing here. He goes, where's the station from here? We're over at Common Spirit Park at Broncos Land. I got that close. I know.
You're really good. Just go up to 470 and get off at
I don't think Mike.
Quebec and come back around.
I don't think Mike has any clue where 470 is compared to where.
Well, he's a North Ender too.
He is. Because it's like, where? Tyler, did he say that to you? He's like, where am I?
No.
How do I get to the station?
I had fun watching practice with him, though. It's fun to watch practice with an offensive mind like Mike Sanford. Because all that I know about football, and I know way more than a normal human being, I don't know the game like that dude does. I don't know the passing game like that dude does.
Well, we'll have him in studio, and we'll break it all down for you. Andy was there, too. I'd love to hear Andy's take. He wanted a tight end, so he's an anti-Nixer. So we'll see, we'll talk to an anti-Nixer, perhaps.
Bad fumble.
He's an anti-Nixer. You're a Sir Nix-a-lot.
Oh, that's... Well,
Adam Troutman, bad non-contact fumble.
Yeah, my Bo Nix is high today. No doubt about it. It's PHT on 92.5. All right. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney, Ford, Longmont, Third and Alpine in Longmont. Incredible facility. Great showroom. I'm a customer there. I needed a pre-owned car. Got one that we absolutely loved. The service was amazing. And the deals, come on now. It's a buyer's market. Exceptional values at Mike Maroney, Ford, Longmont going on right now. Proud partners of CU Athletics. How about this? $20,000 off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat. Go green and take $20,000 off MSRP on an F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. And that's not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Want their lowest payment on a 2024 Bronco Sport Big Bend? Lease one today for just $249 a month. What are you waiting for? Come on now. Do the right thing. Buy now and save big at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, Third and Alpine. For all the details, visit them online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Bum, 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 bum. All right, y'all. Great to be with you today.
And do a little classic rock Thursday.
Oh, cool.
Right?
Fine by me. I threw on, I like this song too, but I threw on, Sean Payton. We got him? Is he going?
No, I threw it up there so you guys know when he walks
All
up.
right. We're awaiting Sean Payton. I threw on hey, I don't want to screw everybody up in their car, but, oops, sorry, bad headphones. Play Rush Limelight, Oh, God, Scott, Tyler. You put on a little bit of Limelight by Rush.
Gets you going.
Oh, my God. On a sunny day.
Outside. And Rush was big when I was like late high school, college. And I just never got into Rush.
Play the line. We're waiting for Sean Payton. We got a minute here. We got some screw around time. Dan,
Who
can
did
you find
Tom Sawyer?
Well, that's Rush.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome too.
That's a great song.
But just the beginning of Limelight, Dan, if you can find it, while we wait for Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Just want you to roll your windows down a little bit. On this day, just roll your windows down. Don't use the air conditioning. You don't need it.
It's pretty warm.
Just roll your windows down. Let it be a little bit warm.
AC with the windows down.
Let the AC with the windows down.
Yep, that's how you do it. You get a little bit of fresh air, but you stay cool at the same time. Yeah, I'll air condition the neighborhood.
I'm just saying, look at those Rocky Mountains. And Dan, how are we doing there? I'm running out of things to say while we wait for Sean Payton. This is killing time.
It wasn't exactly like they're prepped for him.
Yeah, I know.
Cortland Sutton was not at practice.
No, there's some
voluntary.
You see Cortland Sutton.
You see Jalen Waddle's deal?
Cortland Sutton did communicate during the middle of practice.
I'm sorry, what happened?
Yeah, he communicated.
What did he say?
Well, he where's Cortland Sutton right now? Where is he?
I'd say he's working out.
Dominican Republic.
Yeah, is he in Colorado? I think Dominican sounds good. Yeah. Well, we'll just say he's in the Dominican. Okay. Cortland Sutton is not at practice, but he did send out a congratulations to Riley Odoms and Steve Foley on reaching the Hall of Fame, Broncos Ring of Fame, excuse me.
Yeah.
And
Steve Foley was not in the Ring of Fame.
He was not.
No.
Wow.
Yeah. And he said that's always been a goal of his outside of winning the Super Bowl. So he's not at practice, but he does want to make the Ring of Fame.
Here is Sean Payton. Let's see what he has to say.
Season relative to the OTAs and the mini camp.
He loves the relative.
You guys have covered it long enough. When you get to the mini camp, it's very similar to the OTAs. There's just a little bit more time in the schedule those days, but the practices themselves look very familiar. Had a great visit with Steve Foley, talked with him early this morning, and then Riley Odoms, of course, isn't here, but had a chance to visit with him. Here's the thing for me, my memory of these guys, and we all have different memories of generations of players, but this was the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup era when all of these guys, you traded Slurpee Cups, and this was the 70s and the early 80s. And then just, his story,
Scott,
visiting with the team,
Cups.
Someone who was a high school quarterback, a college quarterback. 8th round, there's a head coach who's got a vision for someone. And I didn't realize that at one point his brother was the center, he was the quarterback, and he threw a pass to his other brother, the receiver, in college. That's pretty amazing. So there's some New Orleans ties. He went to Jesuit High School. And so we followed, I remember those defenses. And I think his late defensive coordinator, Joe Collier, would be real proud today of both of the inductions. So it was great to have him around and visit with our players. And so, any questions?
When the young guys get to see players who have done great things, get in the Ring of Fame, can you see that inspire them or see that?
Yeah, look, this morning my message, I read the bios of both of these players. I think it's important for them to appreciate the history, embrace it, and I shared some other earlier stories with them about it. But I said, look, you'll remember this meeting. There's going to be a number of you in this room that will go through this, and I just can't tell you who. But but it'll mean a lot to you, and it certainly means a lot to these players the further they're removed. But it's only special because they won, and to be a part of those 2 Super Bowls that he was, and look, Riley's drafted as a tight end. Was he 4th or 5th pick overall? That was unprecedented. I mean, I think for that position, University of Houston. I think the young players don't think about it right now. And Steve's message was very good. He said, we didn't think about that. We thought about playing for each other and winning, and the other stuff takes care of itself.
What do you? All right. We'll get back to we'll just follow it and see what else he has to say. Dan, where's Grizz? Can he help you out with that?
When you
one?
say Riley Odoms was probably the Broncos' first kind of stud tight end,
no doubt.
3, I think in his career, 3 All-Pro teams, 2 of them first All-Pro, and that. I mean, Pro Bowl's wonderful. In fact, one year he was second-team All-Pro and didn't make the Pro Bowl.
I think when he was done, his stats were 3rd in tight ends behind Ditka and one other. I forget who the other one was.
Yeah.
But that's how good he was.
Yeah, and then the problem is now, which was a running era.
Yeah.
And the problem is now he's compared to all the greats and Gonzalez, the Shannon Sharps, and all these other guys who have come in and just blown his stats away, and you forget.
Different football.
Yeah, different football back then. And he was
you got to
pretty good.
compare him to his peers.
Actually, I am amazed Foley and Odoms were not.
I'm shocked.
That's a long time ago.
I'm shocked that Riley Odoms in for a while. Now, Steve Foley was an undersized. He plays safety or
And
corner.
there's years there haven't been anybody into the Broncos Ring of Fame.
Yeah. Steve Foley should be in there.
I didn't know he was.
Steve Watson should be in there.
Man, there's a long list of folks that should be in there. I mean, Eddie Mack's not in there. How is he not in there?
I don't know.
Well,
it got me.
Steve Watson.
It'll be fascinating to see when my era starts getting circled in there. I mean, I certainly played with at least 5 guys that I could say should be in the Ring of Fame.
Well, one of them is, right?
Yeah, Peyton's there.
Peyton's there. Even guys like Ryan Clady. Ryan Clady should be in the Ring of Fame. I don't know if he will be, but he certainly should be. You can go through the no-fly zone, pick a dude. Certainly one of them has to end up making it in there.
You think
Chris Harris should be in there eventually
because he's got the longevity also.
Oh, he'll be in. There's no doubt about it.
He should be in there.
Does Akeem get in there?
Talib probably should be in there too.
Yeah.
But here's the problem that we've got on, and I fought analytics for a million years, and I understand it's a tool and there's importance to it, but you can't compare this to that. And sometimes you do just have to watch. And when Aqib Talib and Chris Harris around those corners, your defense was, and then you add the pass rush that they had on top of it.
Well, listen, you've only won. You've won 3 championships, so why don't you just start there?
Right.
And
And then after you go to the championship teams, then go to the teams that went to 3 or 4 Super Bowls, like Riley Odoms and Steve Foley.
I'm actually not like groupthink, like all these guys should make it, but I'm going to give you these guys just off my team. There's a handful of dudes that are certainly eligible to be in there.
All right, let's do yes or no.
Demaryius Thomas.
Oh, without a
doubt. Of course, right?
Yes.
Emmanuel.
Tomorrow.
What's that?
Emmanuel.
Sanders? No.
I would agree, but I think he's in that conversation. I think he's there, man.
I'd want a conversation. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, obviously Peyton's there.
Yeah.
That's probably it offensively. I don't think we had anybody, although Ryan Clady technically was on that team. He just didn't play.
Right.
So I'm putting Ryan Clady in that category.
I would too.
So I've got 4 so far. Then you go to defense. I'm just going to go the starters as I'm looking at it.
Obvious.
Derek Wolfe.
Probably.
Yes, probably yes.
Right?
D-Mac's going to present him.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sylvester Williams, no. Malik
might
Jackson.
have something to do that.
Malik Jackson, if he'd stayed here just a couple more years, he should have been because he was dominant. He took the money and ran after the ring.
I'd agree with that.
He was good enough to be up there, but he wasn't here long enough to be
Vaughn, no-brainer.
No-brainer.
Brandon Marshall, inside linebacker, no. Danny Trevathan, great player, no.
If he had stayed here, for sure. But no.
He's not another guy. If he'd have had the years in Denver that he had in Chicago when he left.
It's crazy when Malik and Danny both left, what happened. I mean, it still was a good defense, but it
Danny's
wasn't great.
a hell of a football player, but he's not in the Ring of Fame conversation.
But if he stayed here and had the years he had in Chicago here, then for sure.
Yeah.
And Jackson probably also.
D. Ware, yes.
Didn't play here long enough.
He's not eligible, but he
But you know
should
what?
be.
Change the rule.
Guess what? It's your house.
Yeah, change the rule.
I've told you guys this before.
Hey, you know what? The old owner of D-Mac's house made him take off the shoes before you walked inside.
That's right.
You walk with the shoes on in D-Mac's house now.
I've told this before, but I had a conversation with Carrie Penner one day about DeMarcus Ware, and I asked her if you'd ever have a chance of making it, and she said, well, we do make the rules.
You make the rules. Paint the house pink.
So, I mean, I'm not. That wasn't like yes, he's going to.
Would
but
possibly object to D Ware? You know what you should do? D Ware and Neil Smith. They're kind of in the same category.
Okay,
have them both in.
You should make like they do for the Hall of Fame, like they did the giant old timers class that they put in. There was a cat like the Legacies or whatever.
Sure, whatever.
You can do something like that.
Whatever.
Like Aqib Talib.
I would. It's tricky, though. He's had some controversies off the field, obviously. And I would say yes, because he was an integral part of the no-fly zone.
Chris Harris, yes.
Yes.
TJ Ward?
Probably not.
Probably not.
And Darren Stewart, probably not.
Probably not.
I mean, I'd talk to him because I tell you what, they were instrumental too.
That being said,
I just gave you 6 guys on that team that are certainly worthy of being in that conversation.
That being said, even though Darian and TJ, I would do something for the no-fly zone. Those guys.
Actually, that's not a bad idea.
5 of them somewhere outside of the stadium.
You could put up something that.
Well, I love statues. And the stadium's big, man. You got a lot of space there, man. I would do something to honor those guys, and I would have a ceremony just for that. That could be different than the Ring of Fame.
Let me ask this: is Bill Romanowski?
No. He should be. He should be, but he won't be.
Why? I mean, I kind of know why,
I mean, because he's Bill. Because all the stuff that went into it, the stuff that happened after the.
But boy, he changed the attitude of the defense.
It was a big deal, man.
He changed the whole attitude of the defense.
He probably should be.
Yeah, playing wise, he should be.
I agree. There's a lot of other stuff with Romo.
How about John Mobley?
But that's why there's guys that don't make it. Because my whole point with all that is, like, we're sitting here like, what took Steve Foley so long? Because I just gave you 6 dudes on one team that are worthy of it, right? You can't put them all in there. You can't do that.
Why?
I don't know why not. I really don't know why not.
Does it not lose like a little bit of?
No, because they're all great players. You haven't mentioned the poo-poo guy.
It's true.
I mean, none of these guys.
I think Trevor Price should be in there.
He's a guy that would be in a conversation. When he wanted to play, he was pretty dominant.
He was a pretty big part of winning Super Bowls.
Yeah.
I mean, you got 3 Super Bowl
championships. Well, let me ask this, and I don't think he's eligible.
I got a tricky one for
But Gary Zimmerman, I mean, I don't think he was here long enough, but you got a Super Bowl and he's in the Hall of Fame.
Did something go sideways with Eddie Mack in the organization?
Yeah, I think so.
It did?
I get the feeling it did. But I don't know what it, I don't know what it is.
Back-to-back championships, you're Ed McCaffrey.
I get it.
But I'm not sure he made any Pro Bowls I think he was just the perfect complementary wide receiver.
It
he never made a Pro Bowl.
It reeks of something behind the scenes that I'm not aware of. So, but I don't understand why he's not there.
Well, let me ask this: you've got Neyland. Let's go to the Super.
Well, I know why Neyland's
he had one appearance in '98.
So the first 2 Super Bowls that they won, Neyland. The offensive line was the most dominant offensive line in football for about 3 or 4 year window, and Neyland's the only guy on the.
Would you put Stink in there?
I think Stink would be eligible, but again, another guy that went sideways for a while. I think he made 6 or 7.
He was part of 2 Super Bowls.
6 or 7's enough.
Yeah. Zim was only 2. Is that right?
I think. How about Tony Jones, late great Tony Jones?
Keep going, man. I mean,
but that offensive line, you got to look at it. The no-fly zone, as important as it was to Super Bowl 50, that offensive line was for 30, 32, and 33 just as important.
What's the next Broncos running back who's going to run for 2,000 yards, and who's he going to be running behind? And then maybe we should talk about how good that Broncos offensive line really was. Because it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if the Broncos will get a Clinton Portis 1,500-yard rusher ever again. Never mind 2,000 yards.
So, 98, Tony Jones, Mark Schlereth, Tom Neyland, Dan Neal, Harry Swain.
Harry Swain dressed the best of anybody. No, that was Tony that was doing it.
I know.
Tony was the guy that always wore the bowler hats and was always in a suit. I mean, he was awesome. Passed away like a year ago, right?
God, how would Mark's head ever fit into a room if he actually got into the Ring of Fame with the Broncos, though? I mean,
But there's another guy that may have gone sideways with the organization for a while.
No, Mark's fine with the Broncos.
Not his first 3 or 4 years. He wasn't. Go ask Tommy what he thinks
because that's because of the Elway relationship.
I think it was more than that.
I think Mark's fine with organization, but it definitely went sideways.
No, all right. I'm not saying it didn't. And listen, there were a lot of weird things that have happened. Mike Shanahan went sideways with the organization. He wasn't out at the Dove Valley for years.
And they finally put him in a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that all gone? Doesn't that all wash away
It
because
should be.
of new
Absolutely.
everything?
Of course
Absolutely
it should.
should
Of
be.
course it should.
I mean, that's
But is John Mobley in?
I don't know.
Should John Mobley not be in this thing? How about Al Wilson? Did Al Wilson get in?
Al Wilson should definitely be in, but he definitely had problems behind the scenes with the organization.
Well, he thought the organization did him wrong.
That's right.
97 defensive guys. Neil Smith, Keith Traylor, Michael Dean Perry, Alfred, Bill Romanowski, Alan Aldridge.
You should put Alfred in.
You should put Alfred in.
Of course you should.
Yeah.
John Mobley, Ray Crockett.
Close. I mean, you have a conversation.
If you're having a conversation about Aqib Talib,
a good defense,
if you're having
man,
a conversation about Aqib Talib, you're having a conversation about Ray Crockett.
Yeah.
God, those are some ballers. Those are some dogs right there.
Right,
Are you
I'm
kidding
telling
me?
you.
Darian
Damn.
Gordon, Tyrone Braxton, Steve Atwater.
Chicken ought to be. Chicken had some
Chicken
great
should be
years
in there
there. Chicken
too,
should
yeah.
be in there too.
That is one hell of a defense, brother. We're just going off like that. That is a room full of characters right there.
Right.
That's a personality team right there.
That might
must-
be the biggest personality team in the history of the
Dude.
Broncos.
And then you think of Shannon on the other side of
Well,
that?
yeah, now go there. Well,
TD?
so I was going to the locker room, and so you had Traylor on the defensive side and Shannon on the
Oh,
offensive
my
side.
God.
And you'd come in after practice and hang out. I used to go hang out and play darts with Schlereth and the equipment guys in the back room. And boy, after every practice, it was Traylor and Shannon just throwing barbs on each other, all in the locker room.
You know what I heard today?
Fantastic.
I know it's just stretch, but you know what I heard today? That same type of talk going back between the offense and defense about college football. I think guys talking crap about each other's college football stuff is like the lifeblood. And you know what? It was pretty fun to just hear it for a little bit today. And Bo Nix was right in the middle of it. And it's fun, man. I think guys take so much pride in that stuff. And I don't know what they were talking chisel about back then. But I'm telling you, man, it felt good out there today hearing that sort of thing. It's a collegial attitude. It's younger guys. They may not win a lot, but I bet this team gets bonded, Tyler, closely together. I bet they are. I'll be curious to hear Mike Sanford's take on it.
Let's compare. Look at the Nuggets right now and how many years now they've been together. Would you not call that a pretty close team?
It would, but they need a little. There needs to be a little fresh paint there.
Well, I'm not saying it doesn't need to be fresh paint, but you see a chemistry that is built now over 4 or 5 years of battles together.
It does, but you can also wear that out too.
So let me ask you this: Ring of Fame, Aaron Gordon.
Hell yes. You can just put the whole starting five in, as far as I'm concerned, that won a championship for the first time. Who is going to argue with Michael Porter Jr.? I say yes, but I could see people having a beef with that. Would you put it?
Ring of Fame?
Would you put him in?
No.
Not yet, but he's got time.
No.
I mean, Jamal Joker, we know right
you
now.
don't just get to be in the Ring of Fame because you.
Well, you
won
would
a
put Jamal Joker or AG rather. That's automatic.
Yep.
AG's not automatic.
It depends if the analytic boys get a hold of it and say his numbers weren't as
Is
good as they should be.
KCP automatic?
Again, the analytic boys will
KCP's
get a hold of
definitely
it.
not automatic. Are you kidding? No way.
You don't win without him, man.
Okay, that's fine, and that's true.
The most fun one is Bruce Brown.
No, stop.
You do not win a championship without Bruce Brown.
Bruce Brown, what are you talking about? In the Ring of Fame? Stop.
They ought to sometime bring that entire championship team back and put a flag up with the 2023-24 team, or 22-23 team.
You win a championship without Bruce Brown?
No.
No, but that's not the argument.
You win a championship without Michael Porter Jr.?
I'm not sure.
Bruce Brown was here.
I don't even know how you do that. I can't even do that. All right. Sean Payton's still talking. This guy is having the time of his life, as Sergio Dipp would once say. Dan, how long is this press conference going for?
I'll tell you this.
We're going up 15 minutes now.
Oh, my Lord.
I'll tell you this about Sean Payton, and I felt this last year also. For all the grief that he gets for being a grumpy old, grinding old school coach, practices aren't like that.
No.
It's not. That's not different this year. It was like that last year also.
Yeah. Well,
he has a fun practice. He has a fun environment.
And I don't know, so I'm really asking you, because they make fun of him and all that, but was Belichick not a different guy in practice than he was in the media room?
I don't know. He's just a jerk.
Well, he was a jerk in the media room, and that's all
I don't
our
know
perception.
the answer. I don't know the answer to that.
Got me. It looks like I don't know. Get a job at Foxborough High School. All right. Well, we'll see. I don't know what he's talking about, Dan. Anything interesting?
He gives an update on Bo. We'll get to that. He
Okay.
does talk about Javonte Williams going into year 2 after the ACL. So I want to get that for you guys as well.
We'll have that coming up next. Wait. Sean Payton is still talking.
Well, relative to time and space.
My God.
He was just talking about time zones.
The different interwebs of the world.
Wait.
This time that I've been in front of this microphone is just really like 2 minutes if you think about it.
We should just tune him up right now and hear what he's saying. Right? What is he?
You know, like if you have that player, then yeah, that's interesting. It's a good idea.
Right.
You know,
to be capable or functional.
Yeah, I don't want to be one out of every 4 going to the 40 though because he's kicked out of bounds. You know, but he's there to make the tackle.
Special teams.
But I think you will see a lot of change in every one of us, and I'm just as anxious as you are to see it. You know, we're trying to go through it. Ben, you know, our special team coaches were practicing it. We had the officials in yesterday. They kind of went through all the rule changes, but specifically we spent probably a half an hour on this. And I would say the one thing for you,
Can I get a
you know,
30-second
the
TV
kicks
timeout?
made, no one moved.
Actually, we did miss something in the Sean Payton presser. Relatively important. Relatively, this one actually is relatively important. Sean Payton said that rookie running back Audric Estime had a knee scope, suffered an injury last Thursday at OTAs, limped off. Should be back in training camp late July-ish.
I'm sorry. What was the injury? What did?
Well, it doesn't say specifically what it was, but he had a knee injury, had a knee scope. Now, knee scopes, honestly,
sucks.
It depends on what you're doing, but you can bounce back fairly quickly from a scope.
Okay.
Once you got to open that thing up, it's a different story. But if you keep it to a scope, generally speaking, the recovery is manageable. So they are saying he should be back before the actual season begins. But you know, not a great start. Not a great start.
That is such a bummer. Fans would have. I did not know that. Fans would have loved watching him in training camp.
If it's just a scope, it's going to be 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's minor surgery and it's not on you.
Well, Riley Moss had a little something. He basically missed he played a little bit in the year, but missing training camp is not good. Sorry to hear that. That's, hey, football, right?
Well, that sucks. I mean, actually, of all the guys that they drafted, I would say he was easily the fan favorite of people that you were intrigued to watch.
No doubt about it. I think he was going to have the most.
D-Mac already anointed him the starter.
I think he would have beat out Javonte Williams if he stayed healthy relatively easily.
I do think he would and will beat out Javonte Williams. I don't think it'll be as quickly as you think.
Yeah.
But I agree.
Not now.
Well,
who knows?
when Jamal Murray had his ACL, I was talking to the guy who's now like in head of a college as far as rehabs and injuries and blah, 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 blah. And he told me they have studies and documentation. In that first year, you kind of get from the guy what you can get. It's that second year that all of a sudden the ACL is pretty much 100% ready to go. I thought he was fine early. And if you look at the last 17 games he's played in, if you just look at last year's, well, he had 3.6 yards a carry, and he didn't do okay, because you really weren't running the football, and you didn't have the greatest line in the world to do. He's going to be fine. He's 2 years removed. I bet he's back to more of what he can be or should be or was than he was at any time last year.
Was Javonte Williams elite last year? No, far from. He was still a decent running back. He was. I mean, he had 774 yards. It was
in 13 games.
In 13 games.
But only 3 point is
3.6, right? And you want to be averaging around 4 or higher. That's
well. Can I say something? Back in the running days, it was you want anything above 3.7, you had a really good year. If you got 4, you were into elite.
Yeah, things are a little bit different. But his rookie year, and for comparison though, he ran for 903 yards and 4.4. So was he elite? No, but it was a functional running back.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good, though. 4.4.
That's good.
Yeah.
You take that.
Oh, his rookie year was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he got hurt, 4 games in the next year.
Sean Payton just clocked in like a 30. Dan, how long was it?
26 minutes.
Wow. 26. That is epic for just a press conference. You could have asked him about his shopping list. You could have asked him about vacation plans for the summer. 26 minutes.
And here's why I gave him biggest credit. We didn't hear it all, but I gave him taking the first 4 or 5 minutes to honoring old dudes.
I thought that was cool.
I think that's really cool.
I think that's one thing Hackett really lacked, a sense of just the history and what things mean.
Well,
to
I think
fans.
he lacked the history. It's not my hump. I think Sean Payton a year ago
Fair.
had no history of what the Broncos really were or what they're about. And I think the ownership group, I think it may have surprised them how intertwined this team and this city really is, and some of the stuff that they even allowed. I mean, I think if they went back a year later, goes, listen, we're not keeping guys out all the time. We got to get hey, let's. I think they learned a little bit, and I think it may have shocked them how influential the fans are in this town.
You learn. You're at a place for a while. You learn the culture. You get it. Estime. All right, here's Sean Payton about Estime.
No, and I'll just be honest with Audric. So we went ahead and had a PRP. We did a small scope procedure just to make sure everything's clean. It is. He'll be available to start a training camp, so we won't see him working through the rest of these OTAs. But on the conservative side, he's going to be just fine. It was all good news, and he'll stay in rehab, but he'll be full go at the start of training camp.
It's a need.
Yeah, it's a need.
Well, so hold on. So he just called that a PRP. That's great news. That's nothing. PRP is absolutely nothing. So that's it. That's a platelet enrichment plasma something. Platelet enrichment plasma something. Right. I've done it, Scott. I don't know if you've ever done it. So basically, they just go in there. They take your blood out. They run it through this like centrifuge thing, and they enhance it and they put it back in.
Which promotes healing in a joint.
Yeah, I've done it. I wouldn't even classify that as a surgery.
All right, well, cool. The beginning of training camp is way different than the beginning of the season, so that's great news. So that's good. Okay, so everybody's going to get to see Audric Estime at training camp. Name the official name of the location now. Do you guys remember?
Sunnyside Retirement Village Togetherness.
Common Spirit.
I will never
nailed it.
Call it that.
Why?
Why should I?
There you go.
It's Dove Valley.
The Broncos Low Expectation Comet Spirit Building.
They respectfully ask people to refer to it as.
They're going to pay me?
More from Sean Payton and our guy Mike Sanford in studio, plus no dumb questions still to come here on PhD.
Hey, it's summertime, baby. That means it's time to start looking your best and feeling your best. Tyler Plummett's here with my friends over at Revitalized Health, and they're going to help your body look better, feel better, sleep better. Who doesn't want all those things? They can help you out with testosterone, with peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. Whatever your body needs, they've got it covered. They're going to come up with a customized game plan that's specified for your body and your needs, and you'll be amazed at how much better you can feel. With 3 locations, Revitalize is close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
it's hard for me to refresh. Like, it's hard for me to only catch you up like on a Netflix series. You guys watch one and then you miss 3, and then you watch one, and I'm trying to catch you up. But all 3 of them are doing well. Specifically to Bo, he's doing really well. He's picking it up. There's a lot that's going in. He's throwing the ball extremely well.
That is Sean Payton just moments ago after his epic press conference. But that is about Bo Nix and the quarterbacks. Mike Sanford was Mike going to go in the locker room and stuff? Tyler, was he going to do the whole deal?
Well, I don't know what's going on with Mike because he had a great question planned that he was going to ask Coach.
Oh, did we hear that, Dan?
He wanted to go into the scrum, but then when I left, he said he couldn't do it because we asked him to come on at 12:30.
No. What?
I don't know.
We said come in when you can. When you're... No, we didn't say come in at... Did you say come in at 12:30, Dan, or just say come on in?
I just asked what time works.
Well, he's late if he's...
Well, if what time works, he shows up at 2:45, that works for him. So when you leave...
That's right.
It's like when somebody goes, hey, what do you think about some... Do you like those things?
He had a good question, though.
Well, I hope he... Did we hear Mike ask a question there? Was he...
It was 5 seconds or less. I had him practice it on me.
What was the question?
It was 5 seconds or less.
What's the question?
Sean, after working with these quarterbacks for a couple weeks, what are their specific skill sets that speak out the most? Something like that. I forget.
Well said.
Good.
It wasn't my question.
That's what he wanted to know.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if Sanford had the cojones to throw that out there amongst the local muggles.
Oh, he had the cojones. He was ready for it.
Okay.
He was trying to get Lindahl to get in there with him.
I've never heard Andy ask a question in one of them scrums. Did Andy have something on his mind?
No, Andy's not a scrum guy.
He's
not
an
a scrum
evaluator.
guy. Yeah.
Andy's done so...
I'm shocked that Mike is a scrum guy. Like no former player or coach wants to be the scrum guy.
Oh, I know.
That was the hardest thing to get used to. Yeah.
When you're in the scrum... Well, Scotty's done a bunch of scrums.
I've done a bunch of scrums. But the first year doing it, it's weird.
Yeah,
I've like my first year in the media, I had to do it because that was my job to do it.
Scrum or one-on-one?
Both.
One-on-one's different than scrum.
One-on-ones suck also.
Oh,
though.
I'm not saying easy.
it's Yeah.
I love one-on-ones.
So I had to do the scrum. I had one-on-ones, and I had to do the post-game, midfield interview and post-game locker room interviews.
Tough or easy? Scott
it sucked.
Well, you've done that a million times.
They were my literal teammates. They were my teammates.
Why did it suck?
And they sucked because they sucked at football.
Oh, they sucked
it was
at
a
football.
miserable experience. They're getting absolutely crushed. And I'm that dude walking in asking questions that I hated that people would ask me of.
That you know
of
the
my
answer
friends.
to.
So how'd you do it?
I just did it. Yeah, it probably was not great. It probably was not great. I probably gave all the outs, I thought you had a good first half, but in the second half you had 2 sacks. But in the first half things went good. What happened in the second?
I tell you, I've asked a million questions over the years, but there's also been a million times I've gone and never asked a question at all because I don't know.
Well, if you listen, especially when you're scrum, if you listen, you hear what's being asked. And sometimes your questions you get, then you don't need to ask questions.
That's why it's all pointless and it all sucks because everybody just feels a responsibility to have my voice heard.
Yeah.
So they've got some dumb question that they've pre-planned rather than going with the flow of the conversation.
I made a career out of that.
Go with the flow of the conversation and we will get interesting things.
We could have a chart of D-Mac and Brandon and see who got the dumbest question, who got their voice heard the most.
It's like, everybody's already asked the questions I want, but I got to ask something.
I did ask Jokic if he was looking forward to that parade.
When I first started doing radio, like when we would have call-ins and stuff, I'm brand new. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm pre-planning my questions. I'm like, actually, I would write it out on my notepad what I want to ask these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no, follow the conversation and then ask something about the conversation.
If you can. That's the way to do it. Not many people do that, though. But that is the way to do it if you can be smart about it. Or just throw out the first question.
Yeah.
And blurt it out.
No, but
I think the first question's harder than all the follow-ups.
It is.
You just listen to
I don't know, man. I think the first question is just the most obvious thing. You just ask the most obvious thing.
Well. But then it's sometimes the most obvious thing is like the dumbest question.
Can't be.
Yeah. Then you get dumb question.
I really like Sean Payton. I don't know what you about an OTA. Well, we'll see. He talked for a half hour today. He must have said something. We got anything else, Dan? You got any other?
I've got an update on Javonte Williams. You guys want to hear about Javonte?
Absolutely. Let's hear about Javonte.
Oh, we just did.
He's been looking good. I think historically speaking, when you talk to the experts, they say, the complete heals finishes at 2 years. Obviously, you begin playing before then.
Okay, Scott.
But he's been doing well. He's in shape. I know that he's looking forward to the challenge last year. Really is when you think about it. Even in training camp, it was still early enough in the process where it was hard for him, to go full speed with confidence, and yet, we were building kind of and getting him where we all felt comfortable that he could play. And so I think he's looking forward to this year and certainly the confidence in his health and the strength of his knee.
This was the most ridiculous thing of all time because we had just been through this with Jamal, okay? Javonte should not have even been playing in training camp or probably half the year last year. We learned that with Jamal, and Jamal talked about how mentally it was difficult to be amongst rebounding inside because you always had doubts, like, do you trust yourself or not? And we all agreed the smartest thing was for Jamal to take the time that he needed to be right. And look how much better it worked out. And he still has probably some sort of lingering, nagging things.
We did not all agree to that at the time. That's not true. Well, at the time, we're all sitting there calling him out for not being out there with his guys.
But I'm saying when it came to Javonte, we had learned from Jamal the right way to do things. And at least I thought Javonte was going way too early.
Yeah, I did too.
Way too early.
Boy, he literally
you could tell
said
it by the end of the season.
Yes.
I thought he just didn't have the juice.
Sean literally just said verbatim and what you said about 60 seconds beforehand, though. I mean, it's the year two. Year two is where you try to get him back.
Right.
I sat down with a long time with a guy he's got a PhD in. That's what he does, that type of stuff. Now he's in charge of a college. And he was telling me that because I was wondering what you just talked about. Could Jamal come back at the end of the year? And he goes, and I guarantee he was one of those voices in Jamal's head saying, you don't need to. And to be honest with you, it's going to be the year after, 2 years after. And remember, he was still sketchy to start that season after missing an entire year. He was still sketchy for 15 games.
Jokic said he's going to suck for 20 games.
Yeah, and he almost did.
We thought Jokic was joking. It was almost right on 20 games. Jamal
Do you
was
realize Jokic and I, whenever Nikola speaks, we probably ought to really break it down and just listen.
Seriously.
Right?
It's crazy.
I mean, we ought to probably...
Even when we think he's joking around, maybe we should just be like, wait a second, we should really listen to what he's saying.
Yeah. Well, when he said in the postgame at the last interview, he said, we've got to make improvements on this team. We got to add some depth, and the coaching staff's got to get better.
Listen to him.
Listen to what he said.
Yeah,
listen to that.
He's the smartest basketball guy on the team. Listen to that dude. I hope the best for Javonte. I think Tyler, guys in the NFL, especially running backs, are terrified for their jobs, and the coaches allow it. If there was somebody looking out for him, but who could Javonte Williams, Tyler, afford to not play when the trainers and coaches are saying you're good enough to play?
But but I'm sorry. Go ahead. You go.
No, it's all right, Scott. I mean, it's not about can he afford to. It's just a player can't mentally get himself to that mindset. You feel such an obligation to be there for your team that you can't think about yourself. And it sucks that that's the truth, but you don't think about your personal self, the best for your future. You think about how can I help my team today?
Well, and here's the difference. Jamal had whether he sat out and played early, tried to force it the last couple of games, maybe even get back to the playoffs. If he doesn't, guess what? His money's still guaranteed the next year.
That's right.
When you're an NFL guy, guess what? You don't play this year. What, you weren't doing enough?
Huge difference.
Then all of a sudden, if he doesn't play at all last year, then I'm not wondering this year, does he even make it to camp?
Right?
Sanford's here. Our guy. Oh, man.
You got a little sun today.
I cannot wait to. Oh, man. Oh, we're
he's a no-hat guy in the sun.
Hey, when'd you get a haircut?
Microphone.
You there?
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, people.
There you go.
Hi, buddy.
Actually got a haircut about 3 weeks ago.
You look fantastic.
Yeah, looks fantastic.
Yeah,
happy
birthday
I
to
cleaned
your
up
wife.
the side, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Or was it anniversary or your wife's birthday?
Yeah, it was the entire month of May. My mom's birthday, Mother's Day times 2, right? Mom and wife.
Yeah.
I've learned something in that photo.
Yeah.
You were a spiky hair guy.
No.
You were a spiky hair guy on your wedding.
A little spiky hair guy.
It was spiky.
Yeah.
Little Bo,
yeah.
Little Bo Nixie.
It was,
Little Bo Nixie.
But that was 2005, not 2024.
All right.
Just to make that clear.
Well, I think that's an important distinction. Yeah.
All right. You got some time?
I got time.
Okay, cool. We only got a couple minutes here. So just overall, and then we'll dig deeper in a little bit. But overall, what'd you think today?
I thought the energy was actually really good. That was the biggest takeaway that I had. Hearing, I didn't go to any training camp last year.
Mm-hmm.
I was licking my wounds as a coach.
Right.
So I had heard that the energy wasn't great. It was a new way of doing things coming off the Nathaniel Hackett era, where it was just all hip hop dancing all the time at practice to Sean Payton. But the energy was great today. It was very competitive. I thought it was spirited, and that's a good start. That's
for
what
a coach, you look for that.
I think it's really important
in these practices this time of year. Don't you kind of look for that?
You absolutely do. You want to see that even the rookies that are being integrated into the roster, like they find some comfort. And there's a lot of young players out there.
Did you get your question in?
Is
there a story?
First,
is there a story?
We can lead with the tease.
Okay.
Is that I went into the scrum fully expecting to drop the question.
He spoke for a half hour, so I don't know exactly what your excuses would be for not getting the question off.
And I chickened out.
Why?
We prepped.
Why?
We practiced.
I know.
He spoke for a half hour.
I knew you would have little nerves. That's why I asked you to practice with me.
So the first time I ever entered the scrum was the combine.
What you were going to say.
I went to the scrum at the combine, and they're like they're kids. So I'm used to talking to recruits.
Did I talk you out of it? Is this on me?
I think it's because we prepped. Like I'm more of an improv guy. Kind of like to go with the flow.
A little bit, but then I also said something like I was impressed that you get in there, and
I was in there now. I was in there. I was.
You know what? I feel like this is on me.
Well,
no, it's not your fault.
You can see where to be a short muggle helps. Because you're 6'4", you can't stand right up there. You got to be off to the side.
Everybody's looking over you.
You got to be like with Nick Kosmider off to the side someplace.
That question at 6'4", just throwing it out.
So
he said it.
This was at Pro Day. Okay, it was Pro Day with the NFL measurement tape, 603.58.
How many? Well, so again, 5'8". So again,
603.58.
Yeah.
I round up.
He's 5'5", 3/8".
No.
He was 5'5", 3/8" a while ago, and he calls it 5'6".
I'm either 6'4" or I'm a 603.58. Either one of those.
So you chickened out. That's too funny. But Sean Payton did talk for a half hour. Bo Nix, Zach Wilson, Jarrett Stidham. You saw them all out there. I cannot wait to hear Mike's report coming up next.
All right, if you're in the car, if you are in the market for a car, or if you're in the car, either way, go check out my friends over there at Phil Long Ford of Denver. Tyler Plumpus here, and guys, I bought all my cars from Phil Long, and I keep going back because it's just a great experience, and you're going to have the same experience that I have. You're going to get a great deal, you're going to get in, you're going to get out, and you're going to find the car that you want because the inventory at Phil Long Ford is as strong as it has ever been. Cars, trucks, pickups, vans, SUVs, electric cars, electric pickups, they've got it all. There are so many choices over there at Phil Long Ford. You got to go check out those electric vehicles because they are incredible. They also have great incentive deals with great interest rates, all at Phil Long Ford on your favorite car or truck. So jump on the website at phillongdenver.com and get all of the info. And keep in mind that when it's time for service, the award winners in Phil Long Ford Service Department are incredibly skilled. They know their stuff. They're going to make it easy, and they're going to keep your car in great shape. Keep in mind this weekend on Saturday, June 8th, you want to go out to Phil Long because it is the 60th birthday of the Ford Mustang, 9A to 3P. There's going to be barbecue, ride and drive, music, some beautiful classic Mustangs from the Denver Mustang Club, all at Phil Long Ford on Tufts Avenue off of Wadsworth, free to the public, so do not miss out.
Song for song, best album of all time. I'll fight you. Mike Sanford with us out from OTAs. Your first time there at Broncos Park at Common Spirit. Formerly known
Is it
as
powered by
Dove
something?
Valley.
Powered by Common
There
Spirit.
we go.
Right.
I knew there was a powering.
What'd you think about just the facility itself? Like, just first, we've been out there a million times. What'd you think just in general when you saw it?
Yeah, so I've been to quite a few NFL facilities. I actually asked Tyler the very question about all the different teams that he's been with throughout his career. Solid facility. We go out to Baltimore, especially when that thing was brand new. That thing's like a castle. It's on a different level. But yeah, it's a solid facility. Certainly it doesn't need the upgrades, but the upgrades will be good.
It's coming though.
Yeah, it'll be
big
nice.
time.
It's a rock solid facility as it stands today.
You didn't go in the locker room though, did you?
No.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the only complaint would be space in the locker room,
Right,
but it's not a terrible locker room by any means. I mean, I've been in bad locker rooms.
Well, the bad thing is, the locker room, then if you're going to go inside the practice facility, I mean, you got to walk all the way outdoors anyway in the wintertime. So.
I'll tell you this, man. CU's got it beat by.
But that's every university. Mike and I were actually talking about that today.
Great discussion.
Because guess what? You don't have to recruit in the NFL. You recruit with $1. And now college, we were just saying that, we wonder if college athletics, the facilities, will start slowing down.
Oh, interesting.
Because you don't have to recruit with that. You recruit with the bottom line just like you do in the NFL.
Well, but if you can recruit and you got $5 million and your place is 10 better, I mean, that might be the second or third thing on the list, but.
That was all you could spend money on 20 years ago. It was the facilities arms race in college football.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks. Let's go.
All right. The winner of the day, and today was third down.
We have a winner.
Yeah, so I charted every pass, 7-on-7.
Okay.
I'll get that information. I'll divvy it all up. Get my tallies. Tomorrow you have to listen 10 a.m. Dempsey and Company.
Yeah, don't do it on our show.
Definitely not. Yeah. I'm not. I know you guys. Way deeper stuff than just stats. But the winner of the day to me was Jarrett Stidham. Much to the chagrin of many probably listening right now. Jarrett Stidham looked really good. The ball was jumping out of his hand. He looked like the veteran of the group.
Best throw of the day.
By far the best throw of the day to Marvin Mims on a deep post. He actually located, there was a corner sloughing off, and he located the ball perfectly over that corner.
It was a big 50-yard pass, probably, right?
No, it was beautiful. It was on time. He climbed the pocket. So Jarrett Stidham was my winner of the day.
Okay.
Bo Nix. Let's talk about Bo Nix. Let's get some Bo Nix talk right now.
Let's go. We get
How's
Bo Nix
doing?
Bo Nix, he you know what? You know what's weird is he doesn't look like a rookie.
Okay.
But the best description that I've heard,
physically or as a quarterback?
Yes, to both questions.
Okay.
He doesn't look like a rookie. He's got the most gifted lower half of the three quarterbacks. I mean, he's thick. He looks durably built. In terms of his processing, I saw him miss one read today. That was a real clear missed read in 7-on-7. It was a flat defender read, and he threw it into coverage. That was one mistake he made. He looks boring.
I've said that about Bo. I told you.
And Sean Payton said it after the first OTA.
Yeah.
He's boring.
Yeah.
And where that's a good thing is that there were really no turnover-worthy plays at practice today. Mm-hmm. And I think last week at OTA, I didn't hear of any turnover-worthy plays from Bo Nix. Nothing physically just completely jumps out to you. He doesn't stand out of the three quarterbacks necessarily, but he just goes about his business and does it pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple throws. He did leave one throw up that led to a collision in OTAs, no pads.
That was the one I was telling you guys about. There was actually two little incidents on that play. There was one with the defensive backs and the wide receivers, then the offensive line and D-line. They had a little scrum that was separate, independent of that. I'm not sure what happened with O-line, D-line, but that was a little moment in practice.
I do think he has genuine leadership traits. I do. I like seeing him after he had a good rack of 4 plays of team. He went over and dapped every guy up, and it was authentic. It wasn't probably what a lot of people saw with Russ. Like, hey, you're my guy.
Yeah.
Hey. So I like that.
Do you think it's an advantage that there's no significant veterans really on the team? That we can be ourselves here as a young crew?
I think so. And there really aren't. There is not a true alpha out there. The closest thing that I saw to an alpha today was Alex Singleton.
I don't think there is an alpha on offense.
Bowles?
Probably Cortland Sutton by default. Bowles is not an alpha.
Okay.
Bowles thinks he's an alpha, but he's not an alpha.
He's loyal.
Yeah.
He's loyal.
That's a good way to put it. Okay.
But yeah, I
What
think-
about your third quarterback? You only got 2 now.
So Zach Wilson, routes on air, I thought he was the best guy out there.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, routes on air. The ball jumps out. He throws it so easily. Full effort thrower. Today didn't really have any wild plays. Did have one turnover worthy type play, but ultimately it didn't cost him.
What was the rotation?
So today it's been the same through 2 weeks of OTAs.
So it would be Bo
according
today.
to the
Yeah.
presser. No, it was Bo again.
Yeah.
So it was Bo 1, Stiddy 2, Zach Wilson 3. So that's going to impact how you look.
Which allegedly they're not allegedly they're rotating that throughout the weeks, but now it's
But
2 times in a
they
row.
open the practice when the media comes out
but
to
2
Bo
times
Nix.
in a row that when you've got the media out there, it's not a coincidence that those 2 days have been Bo Nix.
Yeah, because they can choose which day they let the media out there. The practices are all the same. They could have had us out there yesterday, for example. So do we look into that? Does that mean something or not?
Yeah,
I think it does.
Of course, it means a couple things. One, what you're trying to think, and 2, they're trying to sell. They're selling.
Yeah.
You know what's Andy actually pointed out something about that. So Sean has had this deal with the media where we've been just as uncomfortable as we could be, up on the berm, far away,
Not now.
And today, like all the routes on air, all the action, all the QB work, it was as close as you could possibly be. I mean,
Full access.
we're 15 feet from it, right? Andy actually pointed that out. He said, "Hey, I'll give Sean credit for this. He's letting us see whatever it's going to be with Bo Nix, good or bad."
But that
changed
also
last
goes about to what we talked about with Sean. I think this coverage and the intertwining of the Broncos in this city, I think he underestimated. To be honest with you, and again, talking to somebody that's in that building, he said, I think he learned a little bit of lesson. This is a lot different New Orleans.
Do you like being up high, or do you like being lower on the ground to watch what you're watching?
I like to be able to be mobile. So
this
even
was
today,
ideal.
It was ideal. So that like during quarterback individual when special teams was going on, no offense to special teams, but the hot topic.
I don't know what
in
you're talking
town-
about. The best battle at practice is the punter battle.
No question. And there's no doubt. What was interesting from the press conference was Sean Payton talking about the amount of practice time that's going to be dedicated to the new kickoff rule. So one unit that I think is going to get screwed in this whole deal is going to be the punt unit.
No doubt about it.
I wouldn't be surprised if some team in the NFL says, you know what, let's spend less time than everybody else on this kickoff return, and let's go block some punts this year.
You know what's interesting, too, with kickoff return? You could have – well, I know Justin Fields has made news because they've talked about him returning kicks. If you're returning kickoffs, it's not nearly as dangerous as it used to be. You don't have a flying start at the guy. You really could have Pat Surtain. You could have anybody back there that you just feel good with the ball in their hands.
It's going to turn into the hands team. That's what it's going to become. It's not going to be the most electrifying players back there. You're going to have the most sure hands you could possibly have. You'll have 2 guys back there. The guys up front are no longer going to be the speedsters. They're going to be more kind of like linebacker type of bodies. They're going to be the bigger type of bodies because they don't have to run as far and they don't have to cover as much.
No, you guys just got to block a guy right in front of you, and then, here we go.
What it's really turned into is a 53 1/3 wide rugby scrum. So
Did you see them actually practicing that today?
They didn't practice it today.
Oh, okay.
I do think that's something that Sean Payton and special team coordinator Ben Kawika, I believe, that they're going to probably keep under their hat a little bit in terms of their strategy.
You're going to love that dude, by the way.
Yeah. So we have
every
mutual
ball's
friends.
going to be on the ground. You guys know that, right? Every kick is going to be on the ground. There will be no more sky punts or sky kicks. They're going to intentionally have squib type looking.
You think
kicks.
so, huh?
Oh yeah.
What's the rule
single
if you
time.
hit your own guy?
So
if you say you squib it,
and
your guys are lined up right between the 30
and 35,
right
something like
in that area.
Yeah,
so what if
like
you
that.
squib it
and
you
you
hit your own guy?
That's a good question. I think it's a live. I don't know.
I bet it'd be a re-kick.
No way is it a
40-yard
re-kick.
line?
Yeah,
Maybe?
I think it'd be something like that.
It's a live ball no matter what.
I think it would be placed like at the 40. I think that's the penalty of it. Like if you kick it out of bounds, it's at the 40. Probably if you hit your own guy. I think there is a rule like it's something like that.
Yeah.
All right, why don't you stick around for No Dumb Questions, Dan? We can just focus on Mike Sanford here.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present.
He's not a dumb guy.
I got one on the text line for him
No
already.
Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, here you go. Is there a difference? And if so, what is the difference between being cheap and being frugal?
How it impacts somebody else.
Pretty solid.
How it impacts somebody else.
I would
For
go
example,
explain how.
because if you're going out to dinner and you're taking somebody out and you know, you just are looking for the lowest price or whatever, or you make them split when you shouldn't, you're cheap. But if you're just going out and you say, no, it'll be a little bit cheaper if I do this, you're frugal. So it's how it impacts somebody else.
But what if you go on a date to a steak dinner and you're like, I'm going to order a hamburger for myself to save a few bucks, but the date can order the tomahawk?
Well, if you're dating Vic Fangio, that's your problem.
I am Vic Fangio.
I think that's cheap.
That's cheap?
Yeah.
Hmm.
If you go to steak,
it's also passive aggressive too.
yeah. If you go to steakhouse,
Oh, so you're setting the stand. But what if you let
Yeah.
her order first? Is that worse? Because then she feels like a jerk.
Well, then you make her feel guilty, and that's the
Right.
passive aggressive.
Yeah.
right, exactly. You go to a steakhouse, order a steak, be ready to spend at least $150 on dinner. I mean,
When's the
don't
last
order.
time you went to a steakhouse?
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be ready to spend that money if I go to a stupid steakhouse. I mean, I'm going
I
to,
don't know. Since I've dropped alcohol a couple of years, you can go to steakhouse for
you
less
can
than
save
$100.
some bucks.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
If you're getting a filet or a boned-in prime rib, you're at $75, $80 already.
Yeah, get a Coca-Cola on top, yeah.
Who the hell? All right, stop. You go to a steakhouse, you get at least a glass of wine, you get a scotch, you get something.
So
just don't,
I literally
bother.
don't drink.
Yeah, don't go to a steakhouse then.
So I can't eat nice food because I don't
You
drink.
can eat nice food, but don't go to a steakhouse.
Yeah, what
Really?
do you order? What do you
Really?
order at a steakhouse?
Go
sans
to
alcohol?
Outback.
Oh,
Go to
no,
Outback.
I
There you
get
go.
so.
Well, all right.
I'm a
I
big
guess I
bone-in
did.
guy. Okay, so
I thought you say Bo Nix.
We've
Yeah,
heard.
big Bo Nix guy.
Yeah, I'm a big bone Nix type of guy.
But what do you drink with your bone in?
That is interesting. It is tough, right? So generally speaking, I'm an iced tea guy or a Diet Coke guy, or I just go with sparkling water. If you want to be fancy, you get the sparkling water.
So I'm not going to hate. If you don't drink, there's reasons why you don't drink. That's fine. But I'm just saying that to me is the fun part of going to a steakhouse.
You
is the whole thing.
you can go to the dive bar to drink. Why do you have to go to the steakhouse? to drink?
That would be frugal.
Right.
That would be frugal. Why are you asking the question?
Because I was just thinking about somebody today. And I always
Well,
think,
okay, what? Don't say who it is, but what did they do? I'll tell you if they're cheap or frugal.
what don't they do?
Then they're cheap.
Who are you talking about?
No, you just said you're not going to ask. It doesn't matter.
All right, what's the example of between cheap and frugal?
It's everything in their life.
Everything.
Everything.
Then they're cheap.
I live by this quote: "Be who you can afford to be." So everybody's got their own means and they have different situations and circumstances, correct? If you don't see a level of generosity within their decisions of spending money, then they're cheap.
Yeah. Yeah. It's always good to not be cheap around other people. Whatever you do on your own, it's up to you.
All right, here's our coach
Very
question.
deep question.
All right, is Mike our coach? Is he the station's coach?
He is the coach as far as I can tell.
All right, coach.
Although we've all coached. All of us have coached.
Yeah.
But not like, Mike.
Team like yours doesn't count.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
Coaching's coaching, man. I'm coaching softball right now. 14 and under softball, and I'm coaching my ever-living tail
I bet
off.
you are.
What I do wrong?
No, don't tell me my coaching doesn't count.
I coached yesterday. See if you guys are like this. With my daughter who just turned 10, who's in these soccer things, right? And I gave her a story comparing life to soccer. And I went, as soon as I got done, I went, boy, that's pretty good. And then they said, it's kind of one of those deep coach, John Wooden type moments. I said, it's like soccer. Ball goes by, you got a choice to go after and chase it or just let it pass you.
There you go.
Life, you're going to have options.
That's good
There you
stuff.
go.
That's a Ted Lasso moment.
All right, coach. If you had to put together coaching staff on the station, who's on your staff and what are they doing?
Columbus, my O-line coach, run game coordinator, no
Good.
doubt.
I feel like I'm boxed in.
You should be.
Scotty's
Nothing wrong being boxed in if it's a good box.
Okay.
I'd have to go two-way coaching, offense, defense. platoon, if you will.
Okay.
Scotty's definitely my outside backer, rush end, and tight end coach.
Okay.
I could do that.
Yep, absolutely could.
Yeah.
D-Mac is he's gonna be my
Paul
chief of
Kelly.
staff.
Yep, that's Paul Kelly.
Yep, and he's gonna circle around and tell me all of the people that are detracting from the things that I'm preaching.
Okay.
I'm a good rat.
Let me ask you this.
What if you suggested luau in the middle of practice? What would D-Mac say?
I would say no.
That was a Harbaugh story. I told him.
What happens?
Hey, what do you guys think if we had a luau today?
What,
Crickets.
Harbaugh?
Oh yeah, this is back when I was coaching with him at Stanford. Oh yeah,
Yeah. Right before big install day, I asked the coaching staff, hey, so what do you guys think about a luau? It'd be a good idea, right? Yeah, so apparently Harbaugh's
you
got
were
a
either
yes man.
a yes man or you were somebody that
was going to
actually
be
thought,
fired.
We need to actually get
So
this
what's the hype man say?
The hype man's like, oh, I think that's the greatest idea I've ever heard, Jim. We need to break up the monotony.
Wait, let's go. What's the guy that's been around 20 years and knows times at a minimum?
Yeah, that was the rest of us.
Yeah. And well, let me ask.
And we just kept our mouths shut.
Let me ask this as a football coach, because I've always said this with basketball, and I know the basketball staffs have grown immensely compared to when I played. You had 3 guys, right? But I always thought a head coach in the NBA, and see if it's for the NFL or college, needs to have one of their guys has to be their boy. And I always tell the story. There's a difference between being a friend and a fan. A yes man is a fan, right? Those yes men coach are fans. A friend's going to tell you the truth even if you don't want to hear it. And Doug Moe had guys on the bench. He'd go out after coffee. He'd be ranting and raving. And he'd have a guy, well, Doug, you're too hard on him. That's why. I always feel you got to have a coach has got to have a guy that is just right there and is always a sounding board, going down the road. Obviously, the NBA travels more. But can basically say, dude, you're too hard in the locker room. You need to come back in tomorrow and then let's talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
Because yes men coaches ain't going to tell him that.
Well, that's like a Ted Lasso guy, like his assistant dude. Like that is a Ted Lasso sort of guy.
Well, I think that's brilliant. I think you got to have those guys.
Well, you're seeing it right now with the Broncos. It seems like every month that goes by, there's another saint that comes in to the coaching staff. You look at Lombardi, I believe Carmichael as well. And he had his
Carmichael is his
henchman.
But you can't bring yes men in.
Yeah,
he's the henchman.
You're setting yourself up if all you're doing is bringing your guys.
But let's go to the rest of the staff, though. I'm
yeah,
curious.
So I'd have Chris Dempsey being my wide receiver coach.
Okay.
Pass game coordinator, analytical. He knows how to dissect the defense.
He does know analytics.
Yeah, X's and O's guy.
Arguably the smartest guy here.
I'd say Vic Lombardi's a corners coach.
Corners?
Yeah, corners.
Okay.
Yeah, he'd be a good corners coach.
Just size?
Just solely based off body type.
See, I would have made him my PR staff.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Moj?
Moj, linebacker coach.
Linebacker?
Oh, that adds up.
Yeah.
Big,
I can see him throwing.
Big dip.
Throwing in a big old lipper.
Kaner?
Going out there. Kaner. I think Kaner'd be a good
cheerleader coordinator.
Yeah. No, Kaner, I'd say with Kaner, man, that's a tough one. He'd be a really good offensive analyst.
There you go. Breaking it down. Tanner?
No, you've got Andy, though.
We'll get to it.
Lindahl? Lindahl's my D-line coach.
Oh, yeah. That's
definitely the D-line coach.
That makes sense.
Without question.
Kreckman?
He's the defensive analyst.
Another mind.
Yeah, good mind.
Good mind.
No,
yeah, not a great on the field coach.
Like a beautiful mind.
He's purely analytics.
Yeah,
that's all he is.
You don't want him instructing players and holding them to a standard on the field.
Tanner,
he'd be my data entry guy back in the office.
Yeah, it adds up.
You got film staff too. Don't forget your film.
I feel
guys.
like you're boxing him in also, but that's okay.
Tanner. He'd be good on Friday night, for the party.
Yep.
He'd be helpful
really good.
there. And good Raj?
Good Raj, he would be a great film staff guy.
Yeah.
The thing I love about a good video manager is they take the brunt of it now. If they miss a play, then it is always in college
God
football,
forbid
pro
they
football.
mistag it.
If they mistag a play, or if they cut out a play too early, or if there's a fight and they don't keep the film rolling through the fight, head coach automatically beelines to the video coordinator's office and gives him the ever-living business.
Oh, so what are the coaches? I'm always curious. What are the coaches looking for in the fight film?
Who started it?
Okay.
And then who finished it?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, no coach really hates fights, right?
We love them.
Yeah. Like they say
Here
what
for
they
it.
have to. Like, hey, go run a couple gassers. But internally, behind the scenes, we need more guys like that.
I think coaches, as it relates to evaluating fight film,
relatively to.
I caught myself because that's actually how the presser started today with a relative to.
Everyone.
But you go into evaluating the film of the fight with a preconceived idea. So if you don't like a kid on the team, it's his fault.
Wait a second. Who's the head coach of this team?
Well, I think it's Mike.
Coach.
Didn't you ask if,
He's
if I'm assembling
his
a staff?
Well, you assembling the staff. I assumed you were the general manager. You both. You're
No,
the
the
head.
GM doesn't assemble the staff. The GM hires the coach. The coach assembles the staff.
Kim?
Special teams coordinator.
Steve Nelson?
Nelly. God, he'd be my assistant head coach.
Charge of the music.
Yep, charge of the music.
Yeah, Jumbotron.
He'd be the Jumbotron.
He'd keep he'd keep practice running.
Spring?
Spring.
You got to have an equipment manager somewhere.
Spring. Spring would be good.
Got that?
Yeah.
Berto?
Birdo.
I don't know. Equipment manager's got to like
Strength
wash
coach.
clothes.
Strength coach.
Just ready to go, man. All energy, all juice, all the time.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Lift those weights, dog.
All right. I'm missing anybody?
I think you got everybody.
Kevin Shockey?
Shockey?
Fan.
Grizz?
Oh, man, Grizz. I think Grizz would be a good safeties coach. Good technical coach.
He knows Christian McCaffrey.
They're buddies.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, Mike, thank you. I appreciate it. Any other final last thoughts before you take off to the great unknown?
We'll talk about it a little bit more tomorrow on Dempsey and Company. A lot of parity on this roster.
I love it. It's PHC on 92.5. Yeah, for the record, Moj has never asked me to play wiffle ball. I'm down with it, Moj. Anytime you want, and that's because my energy level is up. I'm feeling good. It's summertime here in Colorado. It looks amazing. But if you're still kind of bummed out, you're not feeling great, you don't want to play wiffle ball with Mark Mosier, I don't know, just not kind of your thing. It might be low T, and guys put that off. That's for sure. I don't know why. I mean, we wait on a lot of things. We're just men. We do stupid things. But you lose your testosterone a little bit once you hit your 30s or so, and then where are you a few years later? You're putting on weight. Sex drive stinks. You're less productive at the gym. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get things going for you in the positive direction. Take the low T quiz on their website. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions, yes or no. It just takes a couple minutes. Listen, you're going to see what the results are. If you go in, they'll draw your blood, results within 30 minutes, and you're off from there. Cost of the appointment is $99, but they say, don't worry about it. You're signing up for the treatments. We'll forgive that $99. It's on us. 720-440-7900. This is the number to call to straighten things out and get things going in a positive direction. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we'll dig back into the OTAs and got some fun NBA stories going on too. I do want to go through the meltdown of meltdowns, man. And this is Jorge Lopez, who I don't know much about. I really don't. And I understand the Mets are having a terrible season. I haven't really followed them. But I guess they suck. They're 22-32. It's probably a little bit better than the Rockies, but
Rockies got 20 wins now after last night.
They're catching.
Yeah.
Hey, man, the Rockies won their last 3 series. They've won 12 out of 19. Power rankings had the Phillies 1 and the Guardians 5. The Rockies just beat both of those teams in a series. The power rankings have the Rockies at 28. They're going into a weekend set with the Dodgers. We'll see how they do.
3 straight games in L.A.
Let me ask you guys something with all this Rocky stuff. And so I get it, man. They've earned the right for us to pay attention. They have. I mean, what they're doing is pretty damn cool. So they've earned that right. But when you're sitting there watching it, do you believe?
I really like the young talent that they have in terms of their own culture. Like when we talk about the Broncos and Mike saying like, hey, there's that good feeling out there and whatever. I sense that too. I do sense that with this team because I think sometimes having older guys around is a bit of a bummer, and I don't think you can be yourself all the time. Now, can you win without those experienced older guys? Probably not. But if you're not winning anyway, I think those older guys will just bum you out, man.
But don't you think with football, you're probably right on from this standpoint also. You've been so far down and are so down right now, you really can't afford to have a DJ on your team right now, right? You can't have a guy that's never really going to play, but he's a great you just can't afford that guy right now in the locker room. Now, go down 4 years, this thing is progressing.
Different.
And you can bring a DeMarcus Ware in. Like DeMarcus Ware coming in for your all's team was the perfect time. Veteran guy that's still hungry for a championship.
Now you want to really win.
Now you've got something to go.
Plus, you've got
right now, you
experience
don't
yourself.
need that.
They're just young kids out there just chopping it up about SEC football or whatever and competing and trying to figure things out. Great environment for Zach Wilson, man. Just get that load of New York off you. There's no expectations.
He's in a great spot, man.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
I agree.
It's a great opportunity for reclamation.
And the last thing that he needed was to go to another spot where he was going to have expectations.
It's 0 here. He can just be himself, man. Just relax. Well, Jorge Lopez, I don't know what the hell's going on there. But, not good in New York. And then this happened.
I think it was the third base umpire. Yeah, it was DeJesus. Yeah. DeJesus has got a short fuse. And he threw Lopez out of the game. What's that all about?
I don't know. He saved him.
Well, that's adding insult to injury.
Because now the Mets have to bring in a cold reliever, right?
By the way, the Mets were winning 3-0 at the time.
Well, what has been a bad day all the way around has just gotten worse. And Lopez responds by tossing his glove up over the netting and into the crowd.
That's where the Mets are at.
Great super
right now. It's not a good optic.
Not a good optic.
Well, the fight with the third base umpire, because he gave up 2 runs in his relief, but the fight was he didn't call a check strike. I don't know if it had been a strikeout or not, but he didn't call a check swing a strike, and that's when the arguing started.
He got
with the third base
tossed by the third base umpire
because he's arguing a check swing.
They've got that authority.
I guess
that's like a legit question.
Dude,
I didn't know that they had that authority.
I have never ever seen a third base umpire toss a starting pitcher. I mean, it's kind of absurd when you think about it.
But when announcers sit there and say, better get off DeJesus, the third base umpire. He's got a short fuse.
Yeah.
Now, is that something you want to be known for as,
no,
as
of course not.
As a referee, as an umpire?
I think, again, the evil necessity of officials in sports just drives me nuts. That being said, you can't just huck your glove. You got to really toss it because those screens are pretty high these days. You can't just casually toss it. It's not an accident. And afterwards, Lopez.
Looking back on it, do you regret doing that?
No, I don't regret it. I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole MLB. So, whatever happened. So, whatever they want to do it. I'll be tomorrow here if they want me, whatever they want to do. So, I'm going to keep doing this thing, So,
wow.
I'm ready to come back tomorrow. And if they want me to be here, so I'll be here.
Turns out they don't want him.
No.
As what was the listing they put him on? The
what they should do with Chris Bryant.
Wow. Well, he's not on the team today.
They option. What's it called when they option?
I forget. What is it? Dan, do you know what it is? We're all like scratching.
It's basically saying everybody's you're able to trade him with not. We're going to put him to option. Some guys don't have their options to go to minor league, so they
fired him.
They float around. Yeah.
All right, he got fired.
Designated for assignment. Is that what we're looking for?
Designated for assignment. Yeah. But when you do that, if the team tries to pick him up, then you can pull him back and then make a trade.
Give me a guy who wanted to be fired from anything more than this guy did walking off the field, throwing his glove into the stands, and then saying, I'm on the worst team in Major League Baseball.
Antonio Brown.
Pretty good.
A couple times.
Brandon Marshall.
Pretty good. Worse than this?
Antonio Brown's is worse.
Antonio Brown is tough to top.
No, that was the worst of all time. You take your pads off. Literally take your pads off, I guess, which is the equivalent of your glove. But you got kind of half naked at the same time. You stop the game. You run across the middle of the field, hyping up the crowd, doing your little dance, waving goodbye. Yeah, that's the most epic one of all time.
Pretty good.
That's
tough,
a major
tough to top.
So I'm looking at it. Could you imagine going to a game? I don't know if you ever have or you ever have. Catch a baseball as a souvenir, and it's like the greatest day in the world. You don't even care if the game won or lost, right? Now a player throws a glove over the net, and you get to keep a new baseball glove?
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. Pretty good souvenir.
It makes me wonder in your regular work life at your office, if you just didn't care and just wanted to be fired. Like, what's the most epic way to go out?
How many times did Dennis Rodman get kicked out, take his jersey off in San Antonio and Chicago, just throw his whole jersey into the crowd? That's a
hell of a souvenir.
That was multiple times.
How about when Scottie Pippen, I was watching The Last Dance the other day, just didn't go into a playoff game and Kukoc hit the game winner. Just didn't go in. And then says on The Last Dance, I don't regret it. I'd do the same thing.
Well, is that any different than this guy?
Remind me the context of that one. Why didn't he go in?
The play was designed for Kukoc,
Instead
not
of
him. So he didn't go in the game.
It was the year Jordan was playing baseball.
And Kukoc had hit multiple end-of-game winning shots. This was in the playoffs. Pippen refused to go in the game.
Well,
and
he didn't have a role in the play.
Kukoc hit the shot and won the game.
He could have been a pretty effective decoy for the play. I mean, you kind of know what's going to happen when he doesn't walk back into the game.
Hey, TD, get in there. We're going to fake this run. I can't see, Coach. Just run straight ahead.
We just did you anyways. Don't worry about that concussion.
Epic. Epic meltdowns.
You see a lot of meltdowns at practice. You see a lot of dudes say crazy things.
Did Brandon get fired right? Did he get dealt right after that, after he kicked the football?
Oh, I don't remember the specific timeline, but I would say within a handful of days.
It was something like that, right?
Yeah.
Because he just wanted to be gone.
Yeah. I mean, dude, the ball gets thrown his way. He bats it down, doesn't even try to catch it. He'll catch another one. He'll punt it to Peoria over the fence, punt it onto a literal car, like cars are driving by, probably breaks a window, somebody causes an accident, whatever. I've never seen a meltdown like that one.
What was that like, man? I mean, what were people?
You know what? It was weird because in a weird sense, he was speaking for the team.
Really?
Yeah.
Why don't you explain that coming up? We'll talk about the OTAs, PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's T-Mac. It's a buyer's market, and that means exceptional values at the Mike Maroney Auto Group, proud partner of CU Athletics. They're discounting hundreds of new Chevys, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000, $20,000 off, or get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down. They've even got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every budget. This is Mike Maroney. Come on now. Doesn't get better. Every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So, where do you go? No problem. Today, visit them. Mike Maroney, GMC in Boulder. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, go to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's what I'm talking about. Turn it up. Roll the windows down. It's summertime in Denver, Colorado. Come on, baby. OTAs are here, my man. Footballs are flying. You're listening to PhD on 92.5. Woo! The unreal. Come on. All right, welcome to the show. Way to go. Fired up to be with you today out at OTAs. We'll have Let's Football go in just a little bit. And the Brandon Marshall, we're talking about Jorge Lopez throwing his glove. And now he's been, by the Mets, and I don't want to be here, and the team sucks. Brandon did have, Brandon's been very open with his mental health issues that he had going on, but there's no doubt he was just trying to get the hell out of there.
Oh, yeah.
But it was interesting when you said he was kind of speaking for the whole team, sort of, in a way.
I mean,
how so?
Well, I mean, look, when these things happen, more times than not, it doesn't happen in a good environment. Sometimes it does. Sometimes you've got everything's going great. Everything's awesome. And your star player just wants to get paid and he's unhappy. So he's actually disrupting the team. And when that happens, that can certainly alienate the team from that player from his teammates. And then it causes friction. But the Brandon one was just weird because, first off, Brandon was so talented. But he was a head case. He was.
Self-admitted.
Self-admitted. And he got a lot of help that he didn't know that he needed at the time.
Right.
But nobody was like, in my memory, I honestly don't remember guys like, hey, Brandon, knock it off. Like, stop it, Brandon. Don't do that.
Well, he was doing it when the cameras were there, too.
Yeah.
So which adds more validity to it.
Right. Yeah. But I'm just telling you, like that was the vibe of the room. Like, everybody's just so miserable. Like, in a weird sense, you're like, damn, I wish I could have done that. Like, I wish I could have been the one that could voice my mind like that, So I don't remember teammates being like, knock it off.
But again, the difference was Brandon Marshall still had more years on his career and was still an NFL caliber wide receiver. And, not everybody could do that. It goes back to, why does Javonte Williams come back, play maybe too soon? Well, I don't have guarantee money in the next year, so I better come in here and play this year.
You guys are so lucky to be able to be professional athletes. Seriously, you lived the vast majority of people who are listening, 99.9% dream come true, right? To get paid to play sports. So when I see something,
I wish I could do it again.
I'm sure when you see Lopez,
just 1 year.
Yeah, give me 1 year, man. God, you know what? I'll take 4 games. I'll take a game.
I'll take a vet minimum right now.
Yeah.
When I
could do DJ's job.
When I see,
you cannot hang on that rim like he can.
You know what's crazy? You probably could do DJ for 6 minutes.
Well, I mean, 6 minutes every 5 weeks.
Could you do that?
Be an ice tub in between. But
all right, we're up by 15. Jokic is out. Can we somehow only be up by 11?
Let's go small ball.
Yeah.
Small ball. Hastings.
I mean, the ball goes up. You're still big, right? Ball goes up. I mean,
You just need me for emergencies.
That's right. I think the rest of us look at guys like this as crybabies. Brandon Marshall, I get it. Crybaby. Like, you're getting paid to play. Shut up on whining about the level of the team. Do something about it. Not shut up, shut up.
Well,
I think you should speak your mind.
And at the time, I think you're probably right with the fans for Brandon Marshall, because the fans, they didn't know yet. They didn't know how bad it was. They didn't know how miserable it was. If that would have happened in year 3 for Josh McDaniels, Brandon Marshall would have been a local hero. The fans would have been buying him beers because that's how the fan base felt about Josh at that time also. But they didn't know that yet.
No. I think we look back now, and I think Brandon Marshall almost gets a pass. It was like, boy, I guess he was sending a message what was really going on there. This kid right here could be right in another year or two also. That they're going, boy, this place has been a bad place.
How long do you have to get paid to play a sport where it's no longer that you feel lucky to being paid to play the sport? You feel like it's deserved and this is really what I do.
Half a year.
Half a year?
Yeah. Maybe.
Really? That quick?
Yeah, once you go through battles.
Okay.
Once you go through battles, you don't even realize that it's not even, it doesn't, yeah, you're getting paid, and yeah, I guess it's kind of a job, but it now becomes pure competitiveness.
This wasn't an accident.
Yeah, it's pure competitiveness.
You're where you should be.
Pure fighting.
And we didn't get here off luck.
It's not luck.
No, hell no.
And this guy right here, and now you couple with him probably frustration for giving up 2 runs in a short period, and now this umpire does something that really hacks you up, and now you lose your mind is what he ends up doing.
So I would say the majority of my career, I felt unlucky. I felt incredibly unlucky. The first year or two, I felt like the most blessed man on planet Earth, and I was for my entire career also. But that I was also in a different state of mind of like, oh man, I just hope I make the team. That'd be cool to say I played for the Broncos, But then all of a sudden I started a couple of years. I got 15, 20 starts under my belt. I'm seeing dudes that are getting paid $10 million a year. I'm on minimum wage, which is fine. I was making good money. But then at some point, I got like 50, 60 starts underneath my belt, and I'm seeing dudes like they've got 5 starts, getting a $40 million contract.
Does that kill you?
And I look at guys that I know that today that have got like $18 million in the bank, and I'm like, I never once got a payday, and I started way more than any of these dudes.
I told you I went to the GM once. Who's a good buddy of mine to this day, Stan Kasten, and. It's like, I think president of the Dodgers still right now. And I go, and they'd signed John Koncak. And back then, he was making his rookie deal was like $450,000, $500,000 a year. Mm-hmm. Back then, that was a lot of money. I think I was making $150,000. Mm-hmm. Crushed him in college. I crushed him in every practice. Plays a first-round pick, 4th pick in the draft. He's going to play all the time.
He's making triple of yours.
I didn't think he played dead in the Western.
Exactly.
But he was a legit 7-foot-plus guy.
Yeah.
I went to GM at the end of the season. We were talking about, hey, Scott, we'll try to get your contract done, blah, blah, blah. We offered this. I go, Stan, how about we do this? I'll play John one-on-one. I beat him, you give me his deal.
Yeah.
If he beats me, you can pay me whatever you want to pay me. Well, Scott, I said, we don't have to let him know that's what's going on. Let's just play. He was competitive because he wasn't competitive. I knew the one thing that I had. Listen. I was a scrub in the pros, but I'm also in 5 Hall of Fame, so I must have been pretty good at basketball at some time down the road.
Mm-hmm. Scrub that played for 12 years, whatever you played.
But in the pros, stat-wise, whatever, I was scrub. Also said it's better to do that for a living than single houses, which is probably the other option. So I always worked, and so my whole thing going in is there's no one. I can be out-talented all day, but there's no one going to be out-competitive as me. Mm-hmm. So I was a competitive joker, even to sitting there at 11th, 12th guy, whatever. I'm coming in. I told you the greatest compliment I ever got. I came to the game when I was in Detroit, and we're playing New York, and Lambeer and somebody else got in foul trouble, and I come off the bench. I'm sitting there at midcourt, and Patrick Ewing's down there waiting on a free throw, and I'm going, Patrick. I'm sitting there hollering. Mm-hmm. He looks over at me, puts his hand in the knee, bends over, and just shakes his head like this. I'm like, got him. And Patrick's 20 times, and we're buddies now. But he's 20 times the player I was. But he couldn't outwork me.
Yeah.
He couldn't outcompete me.
Yeah.
So that was my.
That's what drives you the most nuts.
Yes.
Looking at the talent and looking at these dudes, like I am holding on for dear life out here. And I've got twice as much of heart as you guys have.
And that Koncak for me was that guy that I played with in Atlanta. I just, dude, you're soft. Come on, man. 7-1. You should be killing people.
But it wakes you up in the morning, gets you going, right?
Yeah. Well, but there's many times after practice, you're sitting there shaking your head, and you're going, what? Come on
now. So if you're a younger guy than like your Bo Nix and this crew, do you think he already feels... How important is that for him to embrace that I belong here, that I should be here, that
he doesn't have to worry about that. He does. He is. But he's the dude.
But to take the next step,
can it go the other way?
But to take the next step, you've got to resign yourself. Okay, I'm here. What's next?
That's right.
You know what's crazy?
Next?
Zach Wilson. This may be kind of interesting with Zach Wilson. Because who's to say he just wasn't given a raw deal in New York by an incompetent team? They're the team that has missed the playoffs the longest, 13 straight years. Broncos are second at 8 years in a row. They are arguably the most incompetent football organization. Who's to say that just give him a break that he won't play well, that he won't actually be the guy?
Put man in a new situation with expectations off. without the fear of the disappointment of everybody that you've already let down.
Closer to a lifestyle of what you did in college.
Were you around with Tommy Maddox at all?
Yeah.
Okay. To me, that's an interesting example, right? Drafted 20 years old out of UCLA. Way too young. A lot of expectations here. Failed miserably. Went on to have a pretty good NFL career.
It had a couple of really good years in Pittsburgh,
right?
Yeah. But he was also rushed in here because Reeves hated Elway. Yeah, he didn't want Elway. He wanted a guy that was bitching about trying to throw the ball more. He wanted to keep running.
I think the Zach Wilson thing is kind of interesting. I think
I'm telling you, I've quickly and for sure, probably way too quickly changed my opinion on it. But I thought that there was no chance that Bo Nix would not be the day one starter. I'm starting to feel like not only will Zach Wilson push him, like he might make it difficult to be starting day one. He really will. He'll make it tough on Bo Nix to just be anointed.
Well, we're going to talk about the quarterback room for the Broncos. We'll hear from our guy James Palmer and from Sean Payton about it coming up with Let's Football Go next.
Hey, summertime is here, and summertime means you want to look and feel your best. Tyler Columbus here, my friends over at Vitalized Health, and they're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. Who doesn't want all of those things? Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got it all covered over there. Matter of fact, go ahead and get a free complimentary visit, and you're going to get a free vitamin B12 shot just for going in and checking them out. You will be amazed at how better your body can feel, and it's summertime, so who doesn't want to look their best? They have 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
I was wondering if anybody else picked up on that, Dan. Very good of you. When Mike Sanford starts talking about the positive lower half and it's thick.
Same maturity level. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. They are the absolute best. I got some business for Mountain High Appliance. We're going to buy all sorts of crap from them. It's going to be awesome. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance, with locations in Louisville, Littleton.
I'm sure you're paying full price,
I am
right?
paying full price, Tyler. I am paying full price. Fully intend to. Colorado Springs and Glenwood
If they make
Springs.
Full price? Really?
I intend to.
You will pay everything they ask you to pay.
I will pay everything but I really am. Dan, they give me such a hard time. Dan Bud Tanner, what's first up?
Jealousy.
All right. Let's start with Sean Payton from today. He was asked about the quarterbacks, specifically Bo Nix. We'll play this here, and then I have another soundbite I want to play for you guys from James Palmer, specifically regarding Zach Wilson. But here is Shawnee Poo from today talking about the quarterbacks.
It's hard for me to refresh, it's hard for me to only catch you up on a Netflix series. You guys watch one and then you miss three, and then you watch one and I'm trying to catch you up. But all three of them are doing well. Specifically to Bo, he's doing really well. He's picking it up. There's a lot that's going in. He's throwing the ball extremely well.
Okay, throwing the ball extremely well. That's good to hear from Sean Payton from earlier today. Now let's hear from James Palmer, who was on with Kay Adams. James says Zach Wilson, something about him has stood out so far in OTAs.
The arm talent being there on Thursday next to Stidham, next to Bo Nix, was just standing out just easily. I mean, he threw some dimes out there, and I'm just fascinated by his talent winding up with somebody like Sean Payton. I talked to John Beck this offseason, who works with, he works with every quarterback on the planet, but he also works a lot with Zach. And we were talking about Zach, and I was like, what's next for him? He's like, he needs to land in a spot where he's going to grow. He needs to land in a spot where he can continue to improve, because he's still a young quarterback, but still has 33 starts under his belt, okay, right? So they think the experience, people around him, John Beck included, the experience he had in New York with the difficulties there are going to mold him to be a better quarterback. I'm kind of fascinated to see behind the scenes what Sean Payton can do.
Okay. It'll be interesting. Everything's being paved for Bo Nix. They'll want to win games, though. They'll want to win games. It'll be a bottom line thing. Everybody can say, hey, it's a developmental year, watch. It'll be like, well, we can beat these guys if we do this, if we do that. They'll want to win.
Could you see where they start Nix for 4 games, kind of rough, whatever. Then they bring in Sparky for a couple, and then they bring in Wilson in for a couple.
Yeah, but hold on. How are they going to do that? You're going to keep 3 active quarterbacks on your roster?
No, you won't. You won't. They did it last year. It happens for teams that have got quarterback problems. But when I say problems, I don't really mean they don't have a starter. I mean they've got injuries. They've got concerns of availability. Who will be out there for the game? So in theory, they can. Generally speaking, with the new practice squad rules, it's so easy to stack guys down there and stash them away with veterans, with guys that have got 4 or 5 years of experience.
All right, so which guy is going to be on practice squad?
You might not have him on the roster yet. I'm not sure. I would guess a practice squad guy is going to be a waiver pickup, would be my real guess.
Okay, so you're going to have to go over this, 3 guys on active and 1 guy on practice squad?
No, I was getting there.
Okay.
No, you'll probably have 1 guy off waiver wire that'll be on your practice squad. Zach Wilson will win the backup job, and Jarrett Stidham's probably on the outs. Now, maybe you put him on the practice squad. You can. But I would guess that Stidham will get an opportunity somewhere and will bounce if they ask him to go there.
Well, who's the cheapest right now?
Cheapest, right?
Zach.
Because New York's paying most of his contract.
Zach, you're paying $2.5 million.
Yeah, Zach's cheap.
And Nick's got a rookie deal, so that's fairly cheap.
Yeah.
And Stidham's making over $5 million.
Yeah, give her something
like that. More than Zach Wilson.
I don't think it's that big of a difference between Zach and Stidham, but it's there.
But is it guaranteed?
No.
But here's what it comes down to.
No.
Zach or Stidham was the guy last year, and I do think that Sean had legitimate curiosity about Stidham. You don't go make a trade for another quarterback if you're satisfied with the guy in your team. You just don't. And I don't care if it's a throwaway 6-rounder. I don't care if you're saying you didn't invest anything in Zach Wilson. You did it because you wanted something better on your team. That's why you did it. So Stidham's job will be gone.
I actually agree. It's a little confusing for me with Stidham even on the team right now. But
well, there's no reason to get rid of him.
No,
Right-
you're
right
right.
now.
No, you're right. You're right. Dan, next up.
All right, guys, let's last thing here from James Palmer. What's the number one question that needs to be answered this season for the Broncos?
Well, he says it's a good room. Let's first say that it's early, but this is probably the worst quarterback room in football. Now, that can change after this season, but that's just from track record of the guys in the room. But the front runner is Bo Nix, because I really do believe, and this is outside of the norm for Sean Payton to play rookies at really any position. But if you look at everything that's going on in Denver, the number one thing that they need to figure out this season is if Bo Nix was the right pick at 12. That's it. That is the point of the 2024 season in Denver.
Okay, so that's the number one thing they need to figure out. What's the second most important thing this team needs to figure out this year?
Why we care?
You being serious?
Yeah, a little bit.
Talk to me then.
I mean, why do we care? I don't know if this is from the team or what they've got to sell. You talked about the Rockies earlier. If you really look into it, the young players are exciting.
Yes.
I think it's come to the point where you've got to sell the fans of this is why you should care. Bo Nix may be the future. Offensive line stronger. Defense getting back to what it wants. Look at this start at the DN position. Look at I think you got to sell why we should care.
I think it's fair. I mean, how do we keep the fans engaged? You know, how do we provide hope and a reason for them to believe even when things are going to be rough?
How much?
Dude, you get to 14 games in the season, you're 7-7. This crowd will be ecstatic.
Oh my God!
But I mean,
I'm
thinking like
Absolutely.
offensively specifically. What are you trying to figure out? I don't know what you're trying to figure out. Like, you don't really have any like positional battles that are important. There's nothing going on offensively. I guess Estime maybe. You figured that one out. Punter is seriously like the most legitimate position battle going on.
Straight up position
It is.
battle.
Well, but I'll throw this to everybody, or for my opinion also, because and you've heard me chirp on this. We've talked about the Sean Payton system, the Sean Payton guru, the Sean Payton this, the blah, 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 and yet we really haven't seen anything. Show me what you are. I think, and that may go a long way to satisfying even the fan. Show me what you are. Did last year? If you would just watch that season blind, could you tell me what Sean Payton is?
No.
As a head coach?
No.
No way.
No, because
other than a tyrant was the only thing he showed.
Because Russell Wilson wasn't his guy.
I understand that. That's fine.
And it just never worked.
But how about now this year, second most important thing you do, show me who you are.
He's got 3 quarterbacks that are his guy now. He's rattling off 30-minute press conferences where you can ask him about his shopping list, and Stanford didn't ask a question. I mean, come on, man.
Would it be fair to say this is his team?
Yes.
And I don't mean just. I'm not just saying the guy in
What's
charge.
he missing?
A lot. I'd say this is the first time that he feels responsible for this team. But no, he's not going to say he's got his guys yet. No.
I tell you what, he's not going to do. He ain't going to step in it like he did last year with Jarrett Bell, talking about 2 lattes or whatever that was.
That's right, because he feels a
responsibility.
Yes, that's right, because he feels a responsibility for this team.
I'll tell you this: how much media was out there, man? A lot, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was a lot today. Hey, come get a better look. Circle the field. Have a better view. I'm not going to stick you up on the hill like I did last year, so we can talk better about this team. We all heard casual conversations that can relate to the personality of this team. We couldn't hear that last year because we were in Timbuktu up on the hill. That wasn't for COVID up on the hill. That was because of Sean Payton.
Yeah.
That's changed. He's changing. You're going to hear so many more positive vibes and positive things about this team leading into training camp and beyond because they're making more positive changes.
And as you said, Russell wasn't his guy. You've lost your biggest agitation.
I'm going to agree with you about, kind of prove it to us but I think they're doing the right things to do that as well. because they're a little bit more open. I do think it was a mistake during free agency that they didn't just have press conferences with the new free agents. They should have done that. We don't know who Brandon Jones is. He's the new safety free agent. You don't know John
receiver.
Franklin Myers. They didn't have something with. It's all internal stuff. They're still not quite there, but they're getting better, I think. So I think that is the second best thing. And if they could do Hard Knocks, they should do it. If they could do Hard Knocks, they should do it. It would help. Dan, next up.
So Justin Fields says he's not buying into the idea that he could return kicks for the Steelers this upcoming season. He addressed the anecdote from teammate Jaylen Warren that special teams coach Danny Smith said Fields could be an option to return kicks. Fields said, I think everybody kind of interpreted that wrong. He was basically just trying to send a message that no matter who you are, you could be on special teams. He just used that as an example. It's funny how serious social media takes everything. It was kind of funny to me when everybody was making a big deal about it for no reason. Warren floated the idea in a podcast interview with teammate Cam Hayward, and it obviously exploded on social media. But I guess my question for you guys is, with the new kickoff rules, are we going to start seeing the best athletes, regardless of position on your team, returning kickoffs starting this year?
One reason people said that you couldn't put, say, Surtain or somebody like that out there was too dangerous. That danger has decreased mightily. I mean, massively. That has gone down. It would be the equivalent, a kickoff return of interception. So how dangerous is it for Pat Surtain to return an interception? Because a kickoff is not going to be much different.
I think you're actually going to go the opposite direction, Dan. I don't think you're going to put your most electrifying guys back there. It's going to be your most sure-handed guys, because I'm telling you, a skied kick is going to become a rarity. Every single kick is going to be on the ground, because they're going to try to, number one, buy time for their guys to get down the field, and number two, it's a good opportunity to try to get something bad to happen, right? See, maybe you get the ball in the hand. So my point is, you're going to get the most sure hands you possibly can back there. But the idea of Justin Fields is insane. Of course not.
Yeah, that was a goof from the get-go. But it's going to be, I think it's
punt
going to be.
return is different, though, and that's what they were talking about.
I think it's going to be, because kickoff return was just stupid for so many years. It was an irrelevant play. It was like the short extra point. It was dumb. They have fixed it. It's going to be better, for sure. It's going to be a real football play now.
It's going to be freaking weird. That's what it's going to be.
It'll be a play. It's not going to be just some sort of ceremonial event where the ball rockets through the end zone. There's going to be something that at least happens.
You're going to be bored with it after 3 weeks.
Well, I probably will be, because I think it's dumb, period, and I want to just you score, it's 4th and 15 at your own 35, let's see what you do. Most teams would punt, but I think that would be a more interesting play than an onside kick. So it still isn't where I want it to be, but it's going to be better. Scott, I can tell you're thrilled by the special teams conversation. Yeah. Next, Dan.
The Miami Dolphins have agreed to a 3-year, $85 million contract extension with Jaylen Waddle. He's going to receive $76 million in guaranteed money. Waddle's new deal, which runs through the 2028 season, makes him one of the NFL's top 5 highest-paid wide receivers. That guaranteed money ranks behind only A.J. Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Waddle has set a Dolphins franchise record, fellas, with his 3rd consecutive 1,000-yard receiving season in 2023. I also saw a report today that Tyreek Hill wants a raise and a contract extension. This all going on in the middle of the Dolphins trying to negotiate a new contract for Tua Tagovailoa. So how are they going to pay Tua and Tyreek and Jaylen Waddle and Bradley Chubb and everybody else they have on the roster?
Tua is going to be unhappy, but you can't redo that thing already. You can't. You just gave him all that money, and it was an enormous deal. However, I get it. You're sitting there looking at it like, hey, who had the most yards? Who's the best wide receiver on this team? Tua's making about 25. Great money, right? Well, guess what the new guys are making? 32, 33 every single year. And so he's immediately already outpriced.
Well, didn't your wide receiver 2 years ago say that he may retire in a year or so anyway?
Tyreek?
Yeah. So
he
now,
did.
Now all of a sudden,
but that was
I'll
before
take
we
a
found
5-year
out.
deal for $30 million a year.
That was before we found out he has 9 kids. 9.
They got friends to play with?
Sure.
Didn't he have like 4 kids in 1 year?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure did. He's also married.
Mm-hmm.
In case people were confused, the 4 kids in 1 year didn't come from the same woman.
Been in the Guinness Book of Record thing if it did.
Yeah.
Unless it was puppies.
Nah, there was Octomom. I think that was me. Is that me?
Yeah, you got them big old.
I know. I forgot
headaches.
my good headphones, and this is the piece of crap they have around here. I'm going to buy another pair of headphones. Just leave them here.
Mosher will steal them.
Mosher doesn't go into the secret DMAC cave.
We got like $1 million TV behind us, but couldn't get the headphones.
You know,
the TV is incredible, though.
I have my own philosophy on what radio stations should do about headphones, but
what's that, DMAC?
They should, for every mic, there should be a pair of Sony headphones plugged in. Period. But that's just me.
I'm right there with you.
If you got a mic, there's headphones.
You put a jack there for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
You stepped out on the ledge.
I think we've got everything we need.
I'm a little surprised to see you out on the ledge. That's a little.
We've got everything we need. Look at this place.
I haven't seen.
Matter of fact, I put out a tweet bragging about the studio today.
I am not complaining about anything. Is Andy coming in a little bit early? He is? Okay, cool. Because Andy was out there today too. I love Andy's take on stuff. Andy's just got the most unique just view on basically everything. And if you look at this market, to be a tad serious about Andy Lindahl, who really has looked at CU Buffs and Broncos football from a closer point of view than Andy Lindahl?
Over the last 20 years,
it's insane. Yeah. On the sidelines, in locker rooms, Andy's a football guy. Ain't no doubt about it. So looking forward to his take. Just really quick. I saw the mock draft, the NBA mock draft.
Oh! Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I know. The Lakers are going to draft Bronny. I looked at the whole thing.
They're like 14th pick in the draft.
The 17th, but
17.
Yes. I know. We had all this fun conversation. It was fun, but I saw the mock.
How do you take Bronny at 17?
Hold on. Don't you end the best conversation we've got for the entire summer today.
I know. I'm sorry to do it. I don't have to.
You don't have to.
But I looked at the mock. And
what are you going to talk about the rest of the summer?
I don't know. I saw who the Nuggets might be interested in, which is kind of interesting. I was like, I thought we got ourselves that in Julian Strawther last year, but apparently there's a better shooter from Kansas.
You're telling me LeBron has power out there?
I don't know how the Lakers don't do it, frankly. But you're right. They're going to be giving up on a better player than Bronny. Ain't no doubt about it by taking Bronny at 17.
There's probably a whole bunch of people 18 and below going, good.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Because that just drops. It's kind of like when the quarterbacks are going 6. That means guys this year drafting 13 to 20 were getting high-graded dudes, right?
Yep.
I forget the kid's name out of Kansas that supposedly the Nuggets are interested in, or this mock says they should be interested in.
You didn't send it to me.
It was in our group text.
I didn't listen to
it. Was in our group text. I thought, it was in our group text.
Let me see.
I got the name.
What's the name?
Kevin McCullough Jr. He's a shooting guard out of Kansas. Senior. So
Give me the size,
another veteran college player.
And probably played with Christian Brown 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, you want to break that down? Shooting guard? Shooting guard, right?
Shooting guard, yep.
Didn't Julian Strawther? No? I don't know, Scott. I don't even know what they look for in the draft these days. Like what the projections are. Guys, 28th. Who they? What? Huh? Help.
Well, hold on. Did you read this right here? McCullough may not be a sharpshooter, but he has made progress from through. Okay, so another project. Okay, good. They want to get back to the finals. They'll draft McCullough.
What should they be drafting? Who should they, or what type? Don't give me a name. What should they be looking at 28? Seriously.
Playmaker.
What does that mean?
You said no. What type? I said playmaker.
What does that mean, though?
Guy can do multiple things. If you're only going to get one pick, you got a guy that can handle the ball, that can shoot the ball, and understands the game of basketball. So probably some European.
This is PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac, and if you're in the marketplace for a new car, truck, or SUV, I want you to listen to this. Everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. These are incredible deals. So depending on which model you select, qualified buyers will save in one of so many ways. How about this? Save up to $10,000 on a new 2024 model. Buy with 0 down, 0% APR financing, and get a $5,000 discount, making no payments for 90 days. It's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Got a trade? Bring it in, even if you owe more than it's worth. And every new vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So what are you waiting for? Check it out. It's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics, conveniently located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. Mike Maroney Chevy GMC. Online at Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. Look at who the cat drew again, Andy Lindahl. Good to see you, brother.
Rad, man.
Hey, come on now.
Rad.
It's a great movie.
What's that?
Rad.
Oh,
It's not really a great.
It's pretty
movie.
rad.
I love that.
But
As
you
a
used
kid,
to
I
ride
loved-
those
Have you not
bikes.
seen this movie?
I guess I've
What?
I missed Rad.
Hold
You don't know
on.
about Hell Track and all that?
I guess
Rad,
not.
Rad is like a cultural movie.
Have you seen it?
Oh yeah.
I thought
Oh,
you
yeah.
were too old. I give
No,
you
no,
the-
I've
you know
seen
what,
it.
veteran?
I like the. I'm trying to blank on the rollerblading one though.
That was a good one. And
Yeah.
there was a skateboard one like
Yeah.
that.
Gleaming
too.
the Cube.
Yeah.
And Thrashing, I
Yeah.
think.
Thrashing, yeah.
Thrashing, where they're actually trying to stop bad guys by skateboarding. Rad was just a dumb, we're going to win a race movie.
How'd you get the T-shirt?
I bought it. I'm very proud of it. Go to 80stees.com, baby.
Oh, you have a subscription.
No. But there's a place that'll give you, listen.
You
even-
wanted that
Where did you
T-shirt.
get subscription?
Even for
out
you
of
with
that?
your like Schoolhouse Rock, you could go get some of that.
Oh, they have like
your Starsky and Hutch. I bet you they sell a shirt. What other
Okay, so
70s
no-
thing can I attach to you?
No, like I used to have.
You're a hee-haw.
Dark.
Let's get you a hee-haw shirt.
All right, fine.
You were the last hee-haw guy.
I used to watch Hee Haw.
Old Boston. Now you, I would, but Boston
Roy
guy
Clark.
here?
I watched Hee Haw.
Hey, but could Roy, if you ever go down to the
He's an
worm-
unbelievable guitarist.
The
He's
wormhole
unreal.
of guitar,
He's
is he unbelievable?
He is unbelievable.
Who, the hee-haw guy?
Roy Clark, who's who started Hee Haw.
yeah.
Oh.
There were 3 channels when I was growing up. I
No,
mean, we
I'm-
watched everything.
I'm with you.
If Hee Haw
You
was
had
on
to
by
flip the UHF and the VHF.
yeah, then I'm watching Candlepins for Cash, Candlepin Bowling in Boston. You guys know Candlepins? It's
No,
like,
but I sure
I
there's
know.
no show at
Everybody had shows
80stees.com.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like skee ball, except it's a lane. It's real bowling.
I got a Cobra from G.I. Joe.
So the
Hey,
Hee
what,
Haw
you didn't play
guy,
with any toys?
the guy that was the executive producer and put Hee Haw on the air and got all those country westerns.
Yeah.
When I went into my high school Hall of Fame thing,
Yeah.
he was one of the guys in my class.
Look
He
at you.
went to my high school.
Look at you.
There
Roy?
go. Yeah, no.
Another low-key brag. He's mentioned
Seriously, you
twice
never
now
played
how
with
many
any
Hall of
action
Fames.
figures or
Five.
anything?
I got
Five.
it.
Star
Did you
Wars,
hear he
G.I.
said
Joe,
five?
none of that?
5 and 5.
We got like 9 conversations going on.
Well, that's 5 more than I got, Scott.
You in any Hall of Fames?
No, come on. I can't even
You're
get
not
Metro
mad.
to acknowledge my existence. What Hall of Fame are they going to put me in? Although we did go to the Super Flag Football Super Bowl with them.
Hey, no.
You know who we lost to? A rugby team. I'd never seen it. We were like, are we going to play flag football? No, they're just going to rugby pitch down the field.
Oh,
and we're
hell
gonna
yeah.
lose.
Yeah.
Oh, it was unreal.
Where are you with Bo Nix? Because you hated
Listen.
him. You hated the pick.
I still don't
you
love
wanted
that
a
you
tight
forced
end.
it at 12. I still want Brock Bowers or Turner.
There you go.
Okay?
There you
but I don't know, man. This is so tough. How about this? I will give you, he had a couple throws today that made me
Okay.
feel better.
Okay.
But you got to give me that we won't know what we're looking at until they're allowed to actually make some content.
Well, of course. We can only know what
I'll
we
tell
know
you what,
with
just
what's
so you
in
don't think
front
I'm
of
being
us.
unfair to the kid. There is a flutter to the ball on the very deep, the ones that get near the sideline that I'm worried a DB is going to swoop underneath and pick off.
I just want to see what you saw today. That's all. Tell me.
I saw
A
I
flutter.
thought- you know
He
what?
saw a flutter.
Here, I did see some flutters. Here's what you know. What though, we can all agree on this.
Yeah.
There's nobody that needs to start ahead of him, right? And you and I
Okay.
like some of the Zach Wilson throws, but then I saw Zach Wilson jets out there, and I'm like, all right. There was one throw. I guess you were both gone. I think you were talking to Mike.
Yeah, because actually, when I was there, I liked what I saw out of Zach. I didn't see the boneheaded stuff.
It wasn't necessarily boneheaded, but he had one of those plays where I just had total Jets flashbacks. I was talking to Atwater, right? And I didn't even see the number, okay? Because we're in the end zone view.
Yeah.
And all I see is the guy turn shoulders sideways and fling it to the back. And I'm like, that was Zach Wilson, wasn't it? Steve's looking over. He goes, yeah, that was Wilson. I go, ah! He goes, what's your problem? I said, that was the Jets. That was the Jets all
That's
last
Jake
year.
Plummer. Jake
I
Plummer
watched
like that.
it. No, it was literally Zach Wilson against the Broncos flinging that stupid in the flats pass to the back that, you know what it did? It netted you 2 yards. Well, it was
Well,
third
get
and
used to
11.
it, buddy.
Oh, boy.
Hey, get used to it, pal. You're going to be seeing a whole lot of that this year.
I know. So no, but there was one throw by Nix. Where a pretty good pass rush in his face, again, near the hash mark, probably between the hash and the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
He comes back, good velocity on it. It was frankly the hottest ball I saw him throw of the day. But he put it on the receiver. It looked like a good ball. But you know, and look, the other thing that had me frustrated, I think you were gone by this point because you had to get on the air. Wilson had one where he got blitzed, and it just was a total mess. He tries to hit the tight end, the ball's no. Now again.
All right, so you're telling me he isn't totally, he's not fixed. All right.
No, but here's the thing. You know what was great? I think you'll agree. We're really lucky to have Mike Sanford here, and I'm not saying that because I helped get him here.
Agreed.
How educational was it to watch practice with Mike where he was like, well, here's where the receiver should have. Like, Mike is not going to come on and come the fall and be like, oh, the quarterback sucks. Like, he will tell you who screwed the play up. And there are a lot of times where receivers, frankly, weren't getting to where they needed. He goes, that route's not where it's supposed to be, right?
I said the exact same thing in the first segment. All the football IQ that I've got, watching practice with him, I don't know the passing game like that, dude. I don't know the stuff that he knows. Like, he's got a different view of this game than
he sees
anybody.
The whole chessboard.
Honestly, anybody in town. The only media member in town with that type of view of the game.
So you want to know what I saw today? You want the God's honest truth?
I'm waiting for it.
They are not fast enough. There's just not enough team speed. We can sit here and have our little kick each other in the cup contest on we won over the quarterback. I don't think there's a supporting cast that's going to give us a true read on these guys. You watched it? What receiver is getting so much separation that you're like, that's a dude?
Well, in fairness, I wasn't there.
But you saw last week.
I did, yeah.
Like Mims, I think Mims has some. Look, Mims, I think is going to play more.
See, this is tricky for. Hold on, this is tricky for me because you know who that guy has been for the past couple of years? Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy had the afterburner speed. Jerry Jeudy at this time of year was a
training camp
was a superstar
and training camp, right?
Yes.
You know how many times Nate and I got on this damn? Hey, Jerry Jeudy's finally going to show us why he got drafted 14th, and then he never did.
He never did, but he had that extra gear in this situation.
But here's what scares me, D-Mac. They can't touch each other right now, and still nobody's like. Shouldn't they be getting more wide open than they are?
Yeah, I would think.
That's interesting.
It was either Mike or you. I can't remember. One of you two asked me during practice, like, is there a wide receiver that you have to game plan around?
I asked you.
That was you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like,
you gave me the sour milk face.
I don't know. I don't know. There's not. There's not. Now, the one dude is Troy Franklin, and he could be that. And I'll tell you this. Pete Carmichael is Sean Payton's bulldog. He's the bad cop.
He's the Alex Gibbs.
Yeah, he's the bad cop out there.
What's his job?
So he's
to be Alex Gibbs.
Senior offensive analyst. That's his job title.
Senior offensive analyst.
But when he speaks, pay attention because he speaks for Sean Payton. And he is all over Troy Franklin. And I don't mean to make that like Troy's messing up out there, but he's all over him. And he knows how important he is to that team.
All right, breaking news. Can I get some break? You got breaking news music? I'm going to break some news for you. Breaking news.
We got our show's done music, but go ahead. What's the breaking news?
The Denver Broncos will not be on Hard Knocks. Adam Schefter just tweeted it's going to be the Chicago Bears.
Okay.
So our little sources,
I'm happy with that,
who were trying to tell us that maybe it was going the other way.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Proves not to be right. It's going to be the Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams.
They will have a nice PR run, and there you go.
Good. They can have the PR run and let Caleb Williams get more distracted, and we can let Bo Nix go to work.
Well, there wasn't enough team speed to really enhance Hard Knocks.
Okay, you guys.
They could be the end season. What if they
could have had a Bo Nix though? They could have got a Bo Nix.
The Bo Nix thing is the funniest thing ever. I'm totally leaning into it. It's hysterical.
What's that? The Bo Nix?
Oh, because I got a little.
That's how you say it. Could have had a Penix or a Bo Nix. What did you end up with?
Well, I got a Bo Nix right now because we're done working. And Nate and Andy are coming up next right here on 92.5.
He's got the most gifted lower half of the three quarterbacks. I mean, he's thick.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
All right, Andy Lindahl, I am knighting you, deeming you the sports czar, if you will, for a moment.
For now.
What do you got for me? What are you dropping on the people? Sounds like you want to reshape sports as we know and love them. You're radical.
It is radical.
You have an agenda.
I do. Here's the
You're
thing.
a disruptor.
Andy Lindahl is unhinged.
Really?
Andy Lindahl is taking no prisoners.
Bruh.
Andy Lindahl is the disruptor.
I can't read.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Really feels taken out of context.
Mark Springer would never. Would never. Welcome to the show, everybody, and a extremely happy Thursday afternoon to you. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are with you until 6 p.m. today. We have much to do on this radio program. Nick Kosmider will join us. Nick Kosmider will chat with us about OTAs.
I was out there.
Andy Lindahl.
I watched them.
How are the OTAs today?
All right.
How was the Ontario Transit Authority?
So,
what is
who
it?
am I completely
Off-season team?
Off-season team activity. Organized team activity.
Organized. Excuse me. Excuse me.
There is no off-season.
There is none whatsoever.
So
I've heard that.
Tell me that you didn't get this vibe because you went last week, okay?
All right.
Sean Payton is really much happier and more pleasant without Russ around.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yeah.
Because that's the biggest change, right?
Mm-hmm.
And look, the team, to me, doesn't look terribly much better than a year ago.
No.
I've got my concerns about a lot of positions. Like, we're all going to worry about the quarterback. I was telling the guys here.
You should have concerns.
You saw it. The team speed still is not where it needs to be. The skill positions are still not popping the way I'd like them to.
I would agree with that.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
But Sean Payton was definitely there was not a tension at the podium. There was not. This is a relaxed Sean Payton. Matter of fact, at one point, I almost wanted to laugh. I'm like, I kind of like this Sean Payton. What's going on?
Charismatic dude,
Yeah.
right? Work in the room.
We're at the podium. He's getting ready to talk about Steve Foley, but he can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
And a fighter jet flies by. We get a Top Gun flyby over the field where the guy does a banking maneuver right above the building that we're standing under. And Sean just is like, dude, that's cool. he stopped his answer, which, is savvy because he realizes I can't talk over this jet thing. And he goes, where's that from? Is that from the Springs? Oh, man, that's cool. And he's like, hey, tell Steve Foley, hey, Steve, there's your flyby. We got you a fly. I mean, he's cracking jokes. He's shucking and jiving.
Right.
None of this was going on last year.
No, it's one of the things that I really picked up on. And do I think the absence of Russell Wilson makes Sean Payton happier? Without a doubt. Okay? Makes me happier too.
What I talk with Russell about's none of your business.
But also, like, I think this is now his operation. He got here, and in New Orleans, Andy, he had that thing on lockdown.
Yeah.
Okay? Especially had been there since 2006. And so he knew everybody that was in the building was he picked them to be there, or he decided that they should be there. The roster were all guys that he either drafted or signed or signed off on in some way or another to be on that football team. And he showed up here and he walked in the door and there was a mess of turnover of a bunch of previous coaches, turnover in the front office, going from Elway to George Payton. You were preparing for an ownership change, or the ownership change was starting to take root with the organization, which changes everything that's going on around that place. And so I think Sean Payton right now, when he walks around, I feel like he feel like he owns now. Like his name is officially it's on the deed. Like he's not renting anymore. This is now officially his space. You know, last year he was just a dude with a couple of lawn chairs and a flat screen, and this year he's got a fine sectional couch, well-appointed end tables, comfortable lighting. He has everything. Remember, lighting's a big thing with Sean Payton, by the way. He lights candles and he watches film. We learned that about him. But it's now his. And I think that he is more comfortable in his own skin as the head coach of the Denver Broncos.
He even said R today.
Look at that.
That was something you and I noticed last. He said our Ring of Fame when talking about, again, he was kind of funny.
Not their Ring of Fame.
Because he kind of was radio Sean Payton. I'm like, this guy could come on and help us have a little fun. Now, again, will all this work out? I don't know. We'll see. Whatever.
They got to win games.
They got to win games. But again, at least it did feel like he moved into the house. He painted the rooms the color they wanted. But he goes, I went and looked at our Ring of Fame. And again, it stuck out to me because you and I noticed there wasn't a lot of R's. This was theirs and this and the previous regime and all that.
Yeah.
And he was making fun of some other teams' Ring of Honors and stuff. He goes, I go to some stadiums and I look at the Ring of Honor. I'm like, really? You really got this many guys in your Ring of Honor? I mean, come on. I think he even called out one certain team. I can't remember who he called out. But like one team, he was like, you don't have this many honorable players. And I kind of was chuckling to myself, like, all right.
Was it Jacksonville?
No, you know what? He's making fun of the Commanders.
Okay.
Because he said he was given his assistant coach, Lombardi's on the staff.
Mm-hmm. Joe Lombardi.
Joe Lombardi, his dad's obviously, or his grandfather, right, is the great Vince Lombardi.
Okay.
And he said he gave him a hard time because he understands why his granddad is in the Green Bay Ring of Honor, but when he goes to Washington, he said he was only there a year. He's got no business being in that ring. Like hot takes about Ring of Honors coming today.
How does he feel about Ray Bork being up
well,
in the
that's
rafters?
what I kind of wondered because, again, he goes, he was only here a year, and I'm thinking to myself, let's be a little careful because we got John Lynch, and I hope DeMarcus Ware up there pretty soon. So,
DeMarcus Ware should be in there.
He better be in there.
Yes.
But nonetheless, not the longest. DeMarcus Ware will always be a Dallas Cowboy, right?
Ware technically, don't you have to be 4 years for Bronco Ring of Fame?
Yeah, he's one under, but to me, I think you waive it.
And he was only 3 years.
I don't care.
He was the second best player on a Super Bowl winning team. You put that man in the Ring of Fame.
He saved your guy.
Yeah.
If he's not here, I don't think we get Super Bowl MVP Von Miller.
I agree.
He got him to figure out, hey, man, it's cool, all the other stuff, but it's got to start here on the field.
That bookend pass rush.
That was, yeah.
Won you a Super Bowl. Won you a Super Bowl. Combined with an awesome secondary. Hell of a combination. But that got you another Lombardi trophy. That, quite frankly, a lot of us figured, that ship has sailed because Peyton Manning is now the zombie version of himself. Turns out he was able to actually hang in there with that defense and get the job done.
Yeah.
Hell of a thing.
It
really was.
So I think you should go up there.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Steve Foley and Riley Odoms.
Mm-hmm.
He had some comments about that. Happy for Steve Foley to make the Ring of Fame. Got that announcement today. I'm glad the Penner Group is putting someone in. It kind of been, what's it been? It's been a minute since we put anybody in, right? I think we've gone like 3 years at least without anybody going into the ring.
Who was the last one to go in?
Was it Manning with his orange coats? Remember they started the orange coat tradition?
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if that's going to continue now. I think it might have been 1 year of orange coats.
Only 1 year of orange coats?
Well, I don't think anybody else got it, right?
Did they borrow it from Bruce Pearl back when he was at Tennessee?
That's a good call.
Was he selling those things off?
That's the burnt orange. That's a different orange.
Different orange. Okay.
Ours was more, I don't know what you'd call it. Don't you remember the orange coats?
How many shades of orange blazer are there really?
Yeah, but there's not that super tangerine
like the
orange,
Dumb and Dumber
like
orange?
the Tennessee. Yeah, this orange was more, it had a bluish hue to the orange.
A bluish hue.
I don't know. Colors.
Peyton was the last to go in. It was Mike Shanahan before that. Champ Bailey in 2019. We were on a hell of a roll for a while there.
That was a Bowling-owned team, though.
Yep.
You remember.
I do. Mm-hmm.
What year was Manning? 2021?
21. Yeah, it's been a while. These were the first two inducted by the new ownership group.
Okay, so now that they're kind of getting around to the bit, because let's be honest, there's going to be a little bit of pause here. Sooner or later, we're past the 5-year mark of the Super Bowl, so we'll start getting some of the Super Bowl players in, right?
Yeah.
DT will need to go in, but he's going to have to wait a little bit, I guess. Who else is going from that Super Bowl team?
Chris Harris.
Chris Harris should go in. Von Miller will ultimately go in, but he's not done playing yet.
Aqib Talib should go in.
You think?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. How many Pro Bowls did Aqib Talib make in a Broncos uniform?
Maybe all of them.
Yeah, he was pretty damn good. I would put Aqib Talib up there. Aqib Talib and Chris Harris, quite frankly, should both be in there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good enough. Bottom line is you'll get that group in. Trying to quickly think, nobody on the offensive line, nobody at the running back. DT Manning will probably go in, and Manuel's not going in, right?
No.
Okay. DT goes in.
Ring of very good, not Ring of Fame, Emmanuel Sanders.
So where Vaughn, Talib, Harris, Manning, DT? Probably from that last Super Bowl winning team.
I would agree.
Okay?
Yep.
So you got time to make up some guys. Does Ed McCaffrey finally get into the Ring of Fame?
It's a good question.
I don't really have a reason why he's not there already.
Numbers.
Okay.
Are the one. But it's also it's you got to remember, are you going back then and looking back on, okay, what was value to the team versus actual production? You know, like was being the number 2 receiver on those great teams, those great offenses, is that enough to warrant you going into the Bronco Ring of Fame?
Guy had a lot of highlight catches.
I mean, he was very media friendly.
Oh yeah.
Good in front of a camera, great football family, excellent post-football life, including being a successful high school coach, a not quite as successful college coach here in the area. Got some mustard.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's
Dijon too.
Quite a few accomplishments that are
You've
out
ever
there.
had the Dijon where he's wearing that little French hat thing?
I gotta be honest,
beret?
and I don't mean this. I don't think I've ever
Speak
purchased
truthfully.
Ed McCaffrey mustard. No,
you're right. I'm with you.
I've
With all
had
due
Terrell
respect.
Davis barbecue sauce.
But was it given to you? Did you
yes.
actually pay for the barbecue
No,
sauce?
we were
Right.
we were giving it away and advertising on the station, and thus I had a case of Terrell Davis barbecue sauce, which I then gave to all of my neighbors for holiday gifts.
There you go.
Yes,
That-
I re-gifted some TD barbecue sauce.
When you do ads for a liquor store around the holidays,
hey,
you re-gift the bottles that you've been bequeathed.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Damien says Derek Wolfe. I don't think he's quite there. Like, I think Vaughn's
Ring of Bronco, very good.
Very good.
Yeah, it's I would put Derek Wolfe in the same, like the Emmanuel Sanders column. Like, that's the thing. When you win a Super Bowl, like, there's a bunch of really good players on there. Do you look back on them and say those are luminaries in the history of the franchise? There's got to be tiers to these things. There has to be a tough barrier to entry to get into the Ring of Fame, and I know that people can bring up plenty of names and just say, not worth it.
A passionate texter says, "You idiots! Hell yeah! Put Ed's mustard on your sausage." Well, the sausage is gone.
We threw the sausage away.
Sorry, the sausage is out of there.
The sausage is
getting a lot.
I televised.
Travis says the spicy brown is good.
I televised the demise of the rally sausage, the K&L rally sausage.
I'm proud of you because I'd have punted the thing after that Game 7.
Pissed.
It was no longer good anymore.
I was not happy.
It was fun. We had a laugh.
I was angry.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I came to resent the sausage.
Sure.
By the time there was about 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter of Game 7 of the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, I was looking at that thing and I was like, I hate this thing. I hate everything about it.
It was like
I turned on the sausage so hard.
It was like the gal you brought to the club and now you're dancing with another dude. Now you're Minnesota's gal. You know what else I did say? You warned me about this, so I must tip the cap to your sausage knowledge.
Yeah.
It did get kind of watery and gross.
It was sweaty.
It was never opened, and
Yeah.
yet it kept sweating. I'm like, what are you sweating off here, sausage?
I don't know.
We ain't living in a sauna. You've been in me and Nate's bag, and frankly, it hadn't been all that hot.
No, dude, room temperature.
You're sweating away.
Yep. And yet the sausage didn't stop sweating.
Someone says Julius Thomas, Jeremy Roth.
No.
Julius Thomas wasn't even on the Super Bowl team.
No.
It's hard to remember that. That was Owen Daniel that was the Super Bowl. Now, he was on the record-setting offense.
Yes.
But see, that's just it. You just mentioned it. Like, I would say this.
2013?
Yeah, 2013 was good. No, but I would say this. Let's go back to the original Super Bowl teams. You got Elway in there. You got Zimmerman in there.
Yes.
Atwater, TD.
Neyland.
Neyland went in.
Neyland's
Sharp.
Neyland, one of the most memorable speeches.
You're right. There was not a lot of
in Ring of Fame history.
Not a lot of kisses handed out to people. People usually hand out bouquets. He handed out the old number one salute.
Under 22 seconds. Under 22 seconds on the Ring of Fame speech from Tom Neyland.
He very much liked the media policy they had in place.
And he did drop a such as in there in honor of Miss South Carolina.
Is Alfred in the ring?
I don't believe so.
But I'm just saying, to your point, you can't put all the good players in. People are putting in Luis Vasquez. I love Luis Vasquez. I don't think he was good enough to make the ring.
No.
But he is a player that you don't win like you did without him.
Let's see. Last dude from that era to go in was Jason Elam, actually.
Well, there you go.
Jason Elam went in 2016.
And deserves to be.
He was also the author of the Riley Covington thrillers.
That's right.
Monday Night Jihad.
Did you ever hear about him? Well, first off, he lived the jihad thing. He's told some crazy stories.
Monday Night Jihad.
But didn't he also have something with the bear, like a bear in a plane? He was trying to get out of there before the bear got him because he was in Alaska trying to fish.
Wait, was there a bear in the plane?
The bear was trying to get in the plane. He had to take the hell off. He was in one of those pontoon planes or whatever, and the bear was coming.
Well, here's the thing: if the bear should get caught in a propeller or turbine on the jet, and you decide to eat it, as we learned yesterday, fully and thoroughly cook your bear. Yeah, otherwise, you'll get parasites.
I think he had a fishing pole, not a rifle, so he wasn't going to beat the bear.
Just poke it in the eye.
Get a salmon and try to throw him off the scent.
Really
go get it, boy. Toss it like a stick. Go get the salmon. Leave me alone.
You think a bear would fall for that?
No.
I think they might.
I think he might eat you, then go get the salmon.
Well, hey, it's.
I don't think. By the way,
nice dessert salmon.
Speaking of bears, the damn Revenant was on last night.
I watched like a half hour of it. I got sucked into it.
I don't even know why I did. I'm like looking up, and every part of that movie sucks for the main character.
Everybody was so dirty in that movie.
What was even his name? Not DiCaprio, but his actual character name.
It was, wasn't it Hugh something? I don't remember the last name.
Yeah, that thing.
That movie.
I was like, my life is not too bad.
It's intense.
These times seem to suck. And then I forget about how at the end of the movie, like nobody really wins. I guess the chief of the tribe that gets to ride off got to win, but that was it.
Yeah, DiCaprio just dreams about clouds.
Yeah.
That's all that kind of happens.
Well, he bleeds out in the snow.
But his brain was in the clouds, and he was happy.
That idiot guy that he's chasing.
Damn you, Tom Hardy.
Such a jerk. You know, they ain't going to bring your boy back. You're a real jerk.
Yeah, they weren't very nice. No. Turns out.
They keep stabbing each other in the snow and losing digits, and I'm like, how is this fight really going on?
The hunting parties of the Frontiers days.
DiCaprio's got a gash in one hand. Your other guy's missing like 9 fingers, and they're still fighting. I'm like, you know what? I'd call bull on this.
See, but here's the thing. That movie will always have a special place in my heart because my phone once played a trailer to it, and then I got a very dirty look from Bill Belichick. It's a true story.
What part? Where the bear was winning?
It was like a waterfall noise.
Where the bear was just like, Darr!
It was for whatever reason that week, like Twitter just became a little too touchy on like the sound would start to play on ads. And a Revenant trailer was going by, and it was just like, and like it's silent in there. Belichick's pissed as hell.
That sounds like the right music for the game they lost.
Looks over at me.
Dun dun dun.
Pretty much was.
Would you be as motivated as he was?
Cuban Benny wants to know. No, I would not have.
I mean, I was like,
rolled over.
At some point, I'm just going to give you your W.
I don't got that dog in me.
I'm going to stay in the camp.
I'll fully admit, I don't have that dog in me. Mm-hmm. By the way, just for the record, Josh,
it was on HBO.
It was on HBO. So
there were no commercials.
Yeah, it was commercial-less. at
I
that
don't
point.
think you're getting to watch the digits fly into the river.
I was going back and forth between Quick Pitch and The Revenant for a while. But one of those commercial breaks, I got really sucked into The Revenant last night. God, I missed the playoffs.
Well, you know who else misses the playoffs? The NBA. I don't think they were too psyched about how quick these series were set to wrap up. We got a game tonight, though, right?
We do, yes. They go back to Minnesota. Will it be a gentleman's sweep, or will the Timberwolves force a Game 6? We shall find out. Hey, I want to ask you a Nikola Jokic question. I heard an evaluation of Nikola Jokic phrased in a very interesting way. And given the way that we're talking about Luka Doncic at the moment, and I say we're, the basketball world at large, I'd like to relate that back to a Nikola Jokic conversation.
Okay.
Can we have a Nikola Jokic conversation?
Hey, look, we can have whatever you want. I was making up scenarios for new football yesterday. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, let's talk about evaluating Nikola Jokic when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy Bernard would not be happy. Deep cuts only. It's Craigman and Lindahl.
No, he eventually got in the groove and skated around.
How can you not? The only time that I ever ran the Boulder in my life, miserable experience, by the way. I had knee tendonitis. It was horrible. But I finished. And when I came into the stadium, this was the song that was cranking. And I was just like, this is really just the capper on a crab sandwich.
You don't like a little Dave Matthews? Wow. I mean, I'm not a Dave head. I'm not following him around like whatever they call themselves. But yeah, I don't, I didn't hate the song. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. Whatever. This was another,
to each his own.
We had our Bennigan's booth of top quarterbacks yesterday.
Uh-huh.
This song would have been playing while they were in that damn
At
booth.
Bennigan's.
My God, this thing played like 9 times a day. This and the Wallflowers song, 6th Avenue Heartache. All right. Crying your Monte Cristo, I guess.
I thought there were 2. One headlight or 6th
Avenue. 6th Avenue Heartache
it was
the one we had.
The other Wallflowers tune?
Yes.
Okay.
They had 2 hits.
Yeah, hey, give him credit on that
3.
one. It's, again, like I'll tell anybody, go back. Bill Simmons wrote about this a few years ago. Go watch the Wallflowers play One Headlight at the Video Music Awards. I don't remember what year it was, but they had Springsteen sit in with them, and he was so awesome that he rendered the rest of the band useless to the point where their guitar player just completely botched his solo. And Bruce was just like, get out of the way, Junior.
Look out, pal. We're playing. This is for real.
They call me the boss for a reason.
We're
all right?
live. Did you see what he did the other day where he tried to chuck his guitar to nobody? I don't know who he thought was back there.
No one caught
but
it?
he went to throw his guitar and nobody was there to catch it. It just smashed.
Remember
he
when
was like, oh no.
Remember when Chris Novoselic from Nirvana threw his bass up into the air and it
Then
just came down and hit him in the head?
And then he passed out on stage.
Probably hurt
and
like hell.
Kurt Cobain didn't seem to care and kept going.
By the way, I know I had a Nikola Jokic topic ready, but this feels like a perfect opportunity to segue into Jorge Lopez for just a moment.
Why not?
Because last night, and we need to play the audio from the SNY broadcast. This was Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, who I think are the best broadcast team in all of baseball. The Mets, they've had a rough 8th inning. Shohei Ohtani has already homered. It's a 9-3 game. Everything has gone horrible. Jorge Lopez is an absolute mess. And this is what it turns into. Again, here's the audio from the Mets broadcast last night.
With a Will Smith home run, capped by a Shohei Ohtani home run.
Is that Ohtani's first home run here at Citi Field?
You didn't homer here with the Angels last year?
Someone just got tossed by Ramon De Jesus.
Who was it?
Who knows?
I think it was the third base umpire. Yeah, it was De Jesus.
Yeah.
De Jesus has got a short fuse. And he threw Lopez out of the game. What's that all about?
I don't know. He saved him.
Well, that's adding insult to injury.
Because now the Mets have to bring in a cold reliever, right?
Bring a position player in now.
That's frustration by Lopez. I don't know how Lopez and Ramon De Jesus would have anything to say to each other.
Well, what has been a bad day all the way around has just gotten worse.
Whoa.
And Lopez responds by tossing his glove up over the netting and into the crowd.
And that's where the Mets are at right now.
It's not a good optic.
No.
Threw his mitt into the stands.
Yeah, but, he did so in a loving fashion where he cleared the net.
Yeah, he was thinking about the fans. He was like, hey,
have a glove.
Fine souvenir. Which, hey, however many people can say they've caught foul balls or caught home runs or even back pre-netting, some dude would have a bat slip out of his hands. It was scary as hell, but I'm pretty sure if that thing went up in the stands, I think you got to keep it, right?
Yeah.
In this situation, you get a damn mitt.
There was one time I think somebody lost a lucky bat, so he switched the bat out.
Good move.
But yes, I think you do still get to keep it if it's in the stands.
Unbelievable souvenir. Also, I noticed like on the footage, the guy who caught it immediately was just like showing it to everybody in the section. Everyone was trying it on, like, yeah, trying a big leaguer's mitt.
That's a sweaty mitt.
It's a sweaty mitt. There's no doubt about
But
that.
yeah, that's probably the coolest. You can't get it autographed. Was he DFA'd or
He
not?
was. He was, yes. The Mets told Jorge Lopez not to be on their baseball team anymore after he was ejected and threw his mitt into the stands last night.
Let me localize it.
Okay.
You try to talk him into coming here.
To play for the Rocks?
Well, dude, how bad is he? And look, I realize you're in the middle of winning some games and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But seriously.
He's not that bad.
Would he be an upgrade over what they have available?
He's not that bad. Yeah, why not?
Seriously.
Is he better than Tyler Kinley some nights?
We've not even hit July, all right?
Sure.
I would take some major league pitchers. This guy deserves to be in the major leagues, right?
He does.
He's not a scrub, right?
He's a big leaguer.
Go ahead and give him a phone call.
Yep.
I don't care what he said about anything.
By the way, there was some controversy of did he say team or did he say teammate last night. Do we have the audio prepared for that?
Oh, here we go. This
Spring?
is like buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack.
Okay, so here we go. Jorge Lopez, when he was asked after the game by reporters if he regretted throwing his mitt into the stands.
Carlos Mendoza said that he understands the emotion, but that particular action of throwing your glove into the stands was unacceptable. Looking back on it, do you regret doing that?
No. No, I don't regret it. I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole MLB. So, whatever happened, happened. So, whatever they want to do it.
Okay. So, Steve Gelbs, who is a reporter who covers the Mets, quoted him as saying that he called the Mets the worst team in the whole bleeping MLB. And Gelbs said that he later gave him a chance to clarify, and Lopez confirmed that that's what he meant. Sounds like it could go either way. It's a Yanni Laurel situation.
Well, he does tail off, but I heard a full team. I didn't hear teammate.
I did not hear all of mate.
I guess it could really. It could be both. He's the worst teammate on the worst team.
You could be the worst bleeping teammate on the worst bleeping team. That's somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody has to be that.
Yeah.
Technically. Also, I believe the Mets record is still better than the Rockies right now. So let's not get ahead of ourselves here, okay? Although they did win last night. Way to go, Rocks!
Look, I'm just saying, if this guy's available,
take a swing
with the pin. I don't know why you wouldn't consider just letting him come and try to pitch here. I mean, I do know why. But again, I would like some actual competent major league arms to be available to Bud Black when he has to make that 1,000-mile stare out to the dugout when somebody goes boom.
I'm assuming that
on
a guy,
dry, hot day in the summer.
I'm assuming a guy with a sub-4 ERA. I'm assuming that guy will have other offers, which he will probably then take.
Probably.
Nobody ever chooses to pitch at Coors
now,
Field.
let me ask you
Coors
this, though.
Field chooses you.
Help clarify this for me.
All right.
They DFA'd him. If somebody tries to pick him up, can they pull him back and do the trade thing like in August, or is that only a post-deadline?
No, this is a DFA. That's an outright
that a
release,
cut? You're
isn't
done.
it? You're
Okay.
finished.
Oh, that's right. It's waiver, where if you waive somebody and they claim you,
Yeah.
that's where you can pull them back and try to talk trade.
I think
Remember
so.
that weird? There's that weird rule post-deadline where everybody waives most of their roster. That way, if they've cleared waivers, you can trade them post-deadline, right?
I believe so, yes.
Cool, Carl.
Actually, wait, you can't claim him. I take that back. The Mets have 7 days to trade or release him or assign him outright
Okay.
to the minors if he goes unclaimed.
Baseball rules can be wild. This is
The
kind of like the
damn
NBA cap
mechanisms.
rule.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're doing. Do they un-DFA him now?
No, they don't want him. They don't want him on their team anymore.
But do you think about it and just go, all right, come on.
I think after he allegedly said, I'm on the worst bleeping team in baseball, which he's not wrong, okay? It is the Mets, after all. But
there's a little trail off at the end where now I don't know.
do we
Try,
want another? Yeah. Okay, Spring, give us another.
It's like, why not? What are you drinking? I like how Spring's just drinks. Spring's straight. He's having a soda. He's got the legs crossed in what we like to
It's
call
a
the
milkshake.
Clooney.
Well,
having a milkshake from Sonic.
I've noticed.
He's living the life.
It's not ergonomically set up all that well on the other side of the glass. I've had
But
this
he's making it
discussion
work.
with Spring numerous times. Yeah.
I'm living the dream over here.
You really are. What I like the best is that you're rocking the Clooney. The leg's not up.
It's comfortable.
And in an L, you just got one leg over the knee right there.
The desk isn't high enough.
No, it's not.
It's not. You can't fit your legs under there.
I'm more impressed with the size of shake he's housing right there. What are we talking? Peanut butter? Chocolate?
Large vanilla shake.
Vanilla?
Yeah.
That's the only place you went wrong.
Okay.
Bro, if you're going to go shake, what do we...
There's a cherry in there.
I want a large, thick milk. I mean, what are you doing?
Andy needs
Can we not get a chocolate, a strawberry,
Andy needs an
a
entire
peanut butter,
package of Chips Ahoy
s'mores?
crumbled up inside
I
that
need
thing.
you to up that calorie count by double.
He needs an entire tub of Hershey's fudge
Come
dumped
on.
into it.
If you need, if your tummy's upset and you just want a vanilla shake to calm it down, fine. But you just went large glass of thick milk. I need you to spice your life up, Spring.
You don't have to add all the other
You do.
stuff.
You do. You don't just need a big old cup of milk that you drink through a straw. That's essentially what you went for.
Well, I like it, man. I'm sorry.
Andy needs it served in a bucket.
Hey.
A Home Depot 5-gallon bucket.
There better be like a
Sprinkles, Oreos.
whipped cream, the whole deal.
He needs an entire sleeve of Oreos that has been crumbled
That's
up
been
inside
smashed
of
up. Yeah, like a mud pie one. Anyway, let's hear this again.
A mud pie.
I saw a mud pie recipe on Instagram yesterday. That's what I was thinking of. I
was gonna say-
the guy smashed the Oreos and put them in the mud
The
pie.
algorithm does know you.
Oh, it does. They got it down. I got 80s shirts,
This man,
barbecue, and mud pie recipes.
this man will know where to hide more chocolate.
All right, let's hear it.
Let's have it.
I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the
Boy,
whole
he might say teammate.
MLB. So
He might say teammate. There is a second part to that word.
There's an extra syllable added.
Yeah, there's something after the
Now, clearly, English is his second
Right.
language.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
But I'm beginning to think.
And so that's a tough scenario right there. Give it to me one more time there, Spring.
I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole
Yeah, dude, I'm telling
MLB.
you.
So
That's a teammate. He is saying teammate.
Who knows?
Hey, Keith, why don't you just quit spitting at people and let me go ahead and hear what I hear?
Here's my assumption. Okay, my assumption is somebody from the organization went to him and said, "What'd you say?" and then he said it again, and they were like, "Okay, you have some paperwork to fill
All
out."
right, hold on. One more time.
We're gonna
You might
need
be
you.
right.
We're gonna need you to clean out
Really
your locker.
Boost teammate. Really boost that sucker.
I think
Max it.
All right, let's have it.
Pop the needles, Spring.
I think I've been looking the worst teammate probably in the whole MLB. So
I agree with a lot of the texters. He's saying team in, not team
might say
8.
team in.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yanni or Laurel. What color?
Sign the guy.
What
if
color
he's DFA'd,
is the
come on
dress?
down to 20th and Blake, baby.
Do we have the Matt Nagy Spring? We haven't examined this one in a while. What do we got here? Oh, it's not on the first page anymore.
Well, I mean, how often am I really playing this?
He's housed in a large milk. What do you want him to do?
There it is. Here we go.
Buy me some peanuts and
It's peanuts, clearly. I don't know about team in or team 8, but that one is peanuts, the salty snack you like to enjoy.
It's something somebody likes to enjoy.
Big old cup of thick milk.
Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack.
Who knows?
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Sign him. Let him be a Rocky.
It should be noted again. The reporter said that they did follow up, and that is indeed what he said.
He said team.
He said team. Mm-hmm.
And he ain't backing down. Well, you know what? When you say they can do whatever they want to do, he went on in the answer to go, am I here tomorrow? Don't care.
Don't care.
Just let me know.
Don't know.
Let me know if I need to show up.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Can you name that artist, Andy?
Shoot. No.
Keyless? Kellis?
Yeah.
Now isn't she dating like Stallone or De Niro or something? No, I swear, I think she's dating like some really older actor, and I was shocked.
I've not heard
Bill
this.
Murray. How do you spell her name?
Keyless?
Yes,
Kellis?
K-E.
Kelis.
That's it. That's
Let's
simple.
Now I got to go to Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Now I
Bill
have
Murray.
to know
It
this.
comes up. Bill Murray.
No kidding.
Okay. Is this going to be like the Hayden girl yesterday? Did Kellis date Bill Murray? Is one of the entries.
I don't know if it actually happened or not.
Kellis responds to those Bill Murray dating rumors.
I think it just sounds like Bill Murray liked the song.
I need to know. Did he just get Mark Davis?
I think that's all it was.
See, people have heard what I heard.
I think he just likes the song, but people, the Dove Clemens of the world, have written their own narrative.
See, people think she was dating Bill Murray. Now we got to know.
That's a good get. It's a good get for Bill. It's a good get for Kellis.
As long as she doesn't Instagram it and go, don't you dare suggest.
Poor Mark Davis.
Chris Flax says Bill got that milkshake in the yard.
Yeah!
Good for him.
Damn right. Not
I
bad.
gotta find out.
Not bad.
Oh, you damn playoffs. Why did you leave us?
Playoffs? I got a Nikola Jokic question for you.
Do we have enough time to talk about it now?
Sure, why not? I was listening to Matt Moore's podcast, and he brought up a question about the way that Nikola Jokic gets evaluated. All right? Nikola Jokic this postseason, Andy, 28.7 points, 13.4 rebounds, 8.7 assists. He shot 54.5% from the field, a rough 26.4% from three in the postseason. That was through 12 games, a 5-game win over the Lakers, a 7-game loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Did Nikola Jokic have a good postseason? And when you ask that question, you have to ask it in this way. Are we evaluating Nikola Jokic against everybody else in the NBA? Or are we evaluating Nikola Jokic against Nikola Jokic?
Hell with that. Kellis and Bill Murray are dating.
Okay.
She confirmed it.
That's awesome.
It's down. They've been getting close for a while.
Yeah.
I think here's to answer your question.
Okay.
Okay? Did he have a good postseason by anybody's standards? Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Did he have one by his standards? It feels wrong to criticize a guy that shows up all the time for his team in the biggest moments to where we talk about it. I still believe he's one of the most clutch athletes, if not the most clutch athlete this town has ever seen. That said, when I call you that, this is the same thing as like saying Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon had bad playoff runs. Yeah, you were good for other players. But when you're considered the elite, and in Nikola's case, he's had 4 straight seasons of being an MVP of some type. 3 that season-long MVP, 1 being the finals MVP.
He has the best player in the world. He has that handle right now.
He holds that heavy crown.
It belongs to him.
For him, we saw a lot of very un-Nikola-like games. Did we not? Like, there were times where I kept thinking, just give the ball to Nikola. He will break the run in Game 7. He will start scoring. So he will go back to doing what he did in Game 5 or against Phoenix a year ago, and he simply couldn't. Left some short, had some rim out.
2 of 10 from 3.
Yeah.
I mean, those numbers, 29, 13, and 9. 29, 13, and 9. Any other player in the league gives you those numbers.
They're being celebrated.
However, compared to last year, where he averaged 30, 13.5 rebounds, 9.5 assists. He also, and this is one of the big things about last year's playoff run in 20 games, he shot 46% from 3. And maybe that's an outlier performance. Like maybe that was just Joker was hot for an entire postseason. And he was. He was absolutely balling out. And this postseason, like we talked about it, Game 5 against Minnesota, it's one of the all-time great games that we have ever seen Nikola Jokic play. Game 7, 34 points, 19 rebounds, 7 assists. Is that a bad game?
It's not a bad game, but the timing of the points.
But it's not a great Nikola Jokic game.
No, well, it's not. And again, when you talk about, see, to me, the reason why I just don't live off stats alone is because, and you're good about this, even though you love the stats, when were those stats accrued? They went through a stretch in the third quarter where they just simply could not stop the momentum of Minnesota.
Yeah.
And we are used to Nikola being like that reliable starter, the stopper in a lineup where he can come in and restore order and get a few points back and at least break the momentum. He couldn't seem to do that, to where your point, he was settling for threes and outside shots. We're used to seeing him just go to the hoop and make the little lob.
Game 2, he had a 5 of 13 from the field for 16 points. He took 13 shots in that game. It was atrocious. That was when they were blown out at Ball Arena. Game 6 in Minnesota, Target Center. 9 of 19 from the field. He was 0 for 4 from 3. 22 points, 9 rebounds. He had 2 assists in that game. Now, granted, he had 2 assists because the Nuggets couldn't make a shot to save their life, but also a 22-9-2 in a closeout game. That's not a good game.
No.
That's not a good Nikola Jokic game.
It is not.
And that's what's so funny about it now is, like, should Nikola Jokic have been the MVP? Absolutely. Of course he should have. He had a marvelous season. He was the best player in the NBA, but when you're the best player in the world, you have to be able to measure up to that standard, which to me, it's, I still think it's downright laughable, the urge to now crown Luka Doncic as the best player in the world. That's happening right now. Like that narrative is shaping itself. If he can get past Minnesota, if he can go and win an NBA championship, then Luka Doncic has to take the crown. And hey, winning an NBA, being the best player on the team that just won the NBA championship, that goes a long way. It's how Jokic finally got the mantle. But also, Luka Doncic has never won an MVP award. Never won an MVP.
But he might now.
He might win a finals MVP.
Well, but I also could see him. I believe in momentum from the previous season, especially when it comes to regular season MVP.
Okay.
I believe in that. Like, if he wins the finals and is the finals MVP, I could see him having the inside track to finally winning MVP. Couldn't you? Luka Doncic, we're talking about.
Well,
now.
the entire key with Luka Doncic is he ever going to show up in shape?
Sure.
Is there ever going to be a year? He sort of is following the young Jokic timeline of, like, spending November and December working his way into shape and then starting to care around January and February. Now, Jokic started winning MVPs when he stopped doing that.
Right. Well, and see, that's why it's an interesting question you ask, because if he does get a finals and a finals MVP without doing what you're talking about, then why would he change?
Jokic had a marvelous postseason, but by Nikola Jokic standards, did he? Not really.
Well, look, I go back to the same thing with there's a lot of athletes that have set an extremely high bar for themselves.
Right.
Scott Hastings got a lot of flack for talking about how he didn't think Cale Makar was up to his usual past standards. Again, not to say Cale Makar sucks or he's lost it or he's out of his prime.
But you got to play like Cale Makar.
Yeah, when you've set the standard of at times, like, again, let's go back to their Stanley Cup run. How many times, at least twice I can remember, where he just decided, I'm scoring a goal and there's nothing you can do about it. That's what people expect.
Sean Payton had some thoughts about his quarterbacks so far in these OTAs. We will hear from the head coach of the Broncos next. We're beginning the second hour of the show. Kreckman and Lindahl. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer is on the other side of the glass. We will talk OTAs with Nick Kosmider covering the Broncos for The Athletic. He will join us coming up at 5 o'clock. Right now, we will hear from Sean Payton on the OTAs. So, Bo Nix has had 6 OTA practices full team. Not rookie mini camp, not guys trying to scrape together an NFL living mini camp. This is guys that are actual NFL players mini camps here that we have been doing. And Bo Nix has now gone through 6 of these practices. Sean Payton was asked today, how's our dude doing? Previously on OTAs.
Yeah,
Good.
Yes.
You watched it today, Andy. What do you think?
I feel like, you know what? You just kind of introed it perfectly. Previously on OTAs, Nate Kreckman told me what I'd see today.
Yeah.
And I saw it again. Now,
Looks like a rookie.
There were a couple throws from Bo that actually was like, all right, there's a little something there. He had a nice little.
Oh, he's an NFL player.
He stepped into it, made a couple, really put some heat behind it on a couple. But again, what I'm watching for, what I'm concerned about, I'm not worried about Bo Nix in the short game. It's what got him drafted. It got him all those gaudy stats in college, right? Crossing routes, the slant routes, the middle of the field stuff.
Bo Nix solid in short game.
But we know that NFL defense coordinators are going to take that away from him because it's the first thing they're going to see on tape from his college career. So can you get the ball out near the boundary where it needs to be? He threw a couple today that, quite honestly, I'd worry that a DB would run underneath and get the angle and pick it off.
Yeah.
Maybe it won't when we go live. I don't know. Zach Wilson, as you described last week, you watch the kid throw the ball. He's the kid you want to root for as far as, wow, what a lot of arm talent. He'll be able to throw to all points of the field. But he looks like Zach Wilson at times, as you said. There was one point where
Wilson's most notable flaw is he's Zach Wilson.
I was talking to Steve Atwater. Hadn't seen the guy in forever. We were just shooting the bull.
Heard of him?
And I didn't see the jersey number, but I saw the body. I just saw it. The old step to the side and the delivery, and I was like, that's Zach Wilson. And Steve's like, you sure? And sure enough, it was Zach Wilson.
Oh,
He
yeah.
goes, how'd you know that? I said, because I've watched that. That was his classic Jets play. He threw that thing not only with the Jets 1,000 times against the Broncos in the last 2 years.
Yep.
And you're just like, I don't want Zach Wilson Jets. I want new redone Zach Wilson.
He's not redone yet.
I want Pimp My Car, Zach, or Pimp My Ride, whatever the show was, Zach Wilson.
The problem with Zach Wilson is when you think about it, like you put it in those terms of like it has to be rebuilt. Like think of it like an HGTV show.
Yeah.
Okay. And, in 30 minutes, the first 3 minutes of it, they're just like taking sledgehammers to everything, and it looks like a damn good time. And then they call in the contractors, and hey, within a neat and tidy 22 minutes, it's like we're ready to resell this baby and pocket $180,000. Look out, everybody! The problem is if you have ever done a home renovation before, it is a nightmare.
And
okay?
it's 4 months of not living in the proper rooms. Right?
Right. It isn't quite that simple.
And he needs that big a rebuild.
He needs absolutely like
he's the rent a new house while we fix this rebuild.
Like it's just Bob Vila. You're gonna need to bring in Norm Abrams, the Property Brothers, everyone you can think of.
The only
all
thing
right.
it's gonna be the same when we're done is the address.
That husband and wife duo that hated each other. You got to get them all in there.
Yeah, the Mustafas or
and
whatever.
Somehow fix this
And now
entire
she's selling you a
thing.
jacuzzi bath. Here's the deal.
It's not going to go that quick.
No, it's not. And so, but again, there is some talent there. I understand why they picked him up. I would try to re-sign him to a very friendly deal.
Definitely.
And continue the rehab because I think he could have something. And then I watched Jared Stidham, as you described last week again. If we're talking about running a practice and getting the drills done and throwing to the right guy, which I will say Bo Nix, where I don't think Sean Payton is feeding anybody a line of anything. He does know where to throw the football.
Yeah.
He's not confused like some rookies look like sometimes. But as far as making the right play and throw in time, it is Stidham because he's been around.
Yeah, he looks like the guy
that's fancy enough that I'm starting him over Bo Nix. I'm sorry. Just start Bo Nix.
You shouldn't.
And again,
You shouldn't.
I feel for this quarterback group because they are not fast enough in the skill positions. Lucas Kroll's fine. Lucas Kroll's not changing the game the way Travis Kelce does. Okay? The tight end. And all the receivers, without Cortland out there, no one's particularly special. Marvin Mims, you saw it last week, I'm sure. Mims is fine. I think Mims is going to be good. Mims is probably a 2 at best. Mims is not a number 1 wide receiver.
Mm-hmm. They don't have that dude on
They
the
don't
roster
have
right
one.
now. It is Sutton whenever he shows up.
But even Sutton, to me, is more a 2 now after post-injury than a 1.
I don't disagree
Fair
with
enough.
that either. Yeah, he's the best on the team. He's the most talented wideout that is on the team, and he has parts of his skill set that are special.
But he's not A.J. Brown.
No.
So
No.
that's what we're dealing with here.
Right. Yeah.
So
It's not even
again,
Jalen Waddle who just got paid too.
right.
Mhm.
And so again, when you watch all this, just start Bo Nix. I don't even know.
I agree.
And Sean he said it again in a later cut, and maybe even said it there. I think he said another cut where you just by chance happen to see Nix by coincidence. No, it's not. I give Sean credit for this. I really do. How many coaches have we seen take the guy that they know we want to watch, the quarterback groups, and shove them as far on the field? Because we have boundaries where we can go. And Hackett did it. I think Sean even did a little of it last year where he puts them over on the far field. Sean, at least this year, is like, here you go, guys. You can stand on this sideline, and we're going to put the quarterbacks right in front of you. All right.
There was a Javonte Williams question.
Yeah, I want to get into this.
That was asked today. Let's hear from Sean Payton. How is Javonte Williams looking so far?
All right, so this was the first comment I heard from Sean Payton today where some of the folks on the sideline weren't quite in agreement. There's a lot of folks that have watched Javonte run, and maybe this is what you were picking up on last week that had you bring us that story about his fantasy value where it just looks a little off.
Yep.
Where I don't know if he's heavier. He does look a little bit bigger. I don't know if it's because they want him to be the big back, but he doesn't.
It's not crisp.
No, you're right. That's the best word for it. It's not crisp. There's a touch of laboring to it.
Yeah.
Now, not that he's going to be awful, and not that especially with, we find out Audric Estime had to go get a little procedure done on his knee. Sean Payton stressed profusely he's going to be fine by camp, but he will not participate in any of the rest of the offseason. It was a PRP shot and a little scope or cleanup or something. He said they got all the results that they wanted, but Estime is not going to be in the mix again until camp. And he's a big back, so it makes me a little worried that your big guy has got a knee thing too. Your two big guys.
You're
have a
never
knee
wild
thing.
about a young running back already starting training camp with an injury concern.
Yeah.
It's not great.
It's not ideal.
And we have seen in recent years young players coming in, whether it was, Dulcich a couple of years ago, whether it was Riley Moss last year, the cornerback is an example of this,
who tweaked his back, by the way.
You never want to see young players miss a whole bunch of their first NFL training camp. It just puts them so far behind.
You and I covered Josh McDaniels' first year where he gets no Sean Marino. This was prior to them slotting rookies, so no Sean holds out because, of course, he did, and that's what first-round picks used to do. Gets into camp, gets 2 practices. Josh is insistent on playing his top rookie against the Niners. He immediately pulls his hamstring and missed the rest of training camp and never
never really got what they thought out of him because he was trying to play catch up the whole year.
Yep.
Yeah, hey, you are right. A rookie injury to a guy you're counting on, it always seems to turn out where all the guy does is try to catch up because he missed so much in camp.
Okay, I have I have 2 Bronco rankings to drop on you when we come back. And Andy, you tell me if the team that you watched out there during, again, admittedly, an OTA practice today, but if you think they will live down to these expectations, we'll do that next. Hey, back-to-back days, we fit in some Sabbath on the show. Well done, Spring. It is Crackman and Lindahl. We are joining you live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. All right. So it's the time of year where we get a lot of NFL lists, okay? It's good list season in the NFL. Andy, I got a couple of NFL
We're about to live off of
lists for you for a little bit here today.
You just wait till July.
We'll get even listier. We'll list to one side and the other. It'll be real listy around these parts. But no, today I couldn't help but click on this. Projecting the 2025 NFL draft order. Favorites for the number 1 overall pick. All right. Now, you had a chance to watch some OTAs today. I'm going to drop a couple of rankings on you here. Does this match up with what you saw with thine own eyes today? According to Football Power Index, FPI, which ESPN uses to rank teams and project records, strength of schedule, etc., the Broncos have the number 3 highest likelihood to earn the number 1 pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. ESPN's Football Power Index gives the Broncos a 12% chance at the number 1 overall pick. That trails only the Carolina Panthers at 21% and the New England Patriots at 22%. The Broncos' 12% puts them above the Titans and the Manders in the top 5.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that right now. And again, I'm not trying to dwell in the depressing, but we all have to accept what it is. They are rebuilding. And having the Russell Wilson dead cap hit this year hurt. Now, next year, you're probably going to be able to actually do some things and operate like a normal football team again, which I'm sure they will.
Lesser number and the cap goes up every year.
Exactly. But we have to remember, even if Bo Nix is good, to the point where let's say he's Oregon good. He looks like the Bo Nix of college that got all the acclaim, the Oregon Bo Nix.
Yeah.
He's not working with the same skill position talent to where even if he hits a guy in stride, there aren't a lot of guys running away from other people out there. Right?
Well, he kind of is. He has Troy Franklin.
Troy Franklin has got people all up in his grill, and he's very skinny. Troy Franklin may ultimately be one of the steals of the draft.
Yeah.
He needs some NFL weight on him. Have you noticed that?
Coaches are all up in him. You're right about that.
And from what I will tell you folks, do not miss Mike Sanford when he's on the mic on these airwaves, because Nate, I'm telling you, watching a practice with Mike Sanford, you and I've watched with plenty of players.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been with a coach on the sideline, and it's awesome because instead of automatically assuming that guy's fault, he was saying, okay, that's the right pass. That route sucked.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, that's not where they wanted the route. I can tell you that right now. And then there's another, that's not where the pass was supposed to go. Mike was saying Franklin's routes are not like, he's not like changing direction quick enough. I'm trying to keep the term simple so we can all picture it. He's not ending the route at the spot where the quarterback threw the ball to enough. Like, there are a lot of rookie mistakes going on right now.
The precision required of an NFL receiver is different than that of the college level. And also, like, this is one spot where I will say of rookie receivers is that, like, you get to it, you're mentally fatigued because you're trying to remember every damn thing. And because playing receiver in the NFL is, and Gary Kubiak used to talk about this, like the jump from college wideout to NFL wideout, it is probably the most difficult transition to make of any NFL player, just simply the amount of knowledge that you have to have.
Well, and here's the other thing to add to your precision. We're not even to the point of camp where the corners can actually step up and get in your grill.
Right.
There's no contact at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
that's going to change things.
There's a fatigue to it that I think hits these guys that, like, but the slightest error and it's like the coach is on you.
Well, look, with Franklin's speed, how many guys actually decided they would go get in his face in the Pac-12? Pac-12's not known for defense, and he's so fast, guys are backing off, giving him free runs.
Yeah, not a lot
that ain't going to happen in the NFL.
Not a lot of aggressive press coverage going on out there against Oregon.
Jeff was talking about it today. Champ Bailey told Jeff, when I got a rookie wide receiver, the first thing I did was go up and I'd take my hands and punch him in the armpit and see how he responded to it.
Yeah.
And if he did not like the contact, guess what? I'm in your face all game. till you show me you're going to beat me otherwise. This is what he's got waiting for him when they get to the real football.
As it stands right now, by the way, looking at the wide receiver room, okay, let's assume they keep 6. And this is assuming everyone's healthy. And assuming Sutton's going to be here, which I think he will. Cortland Sutton, Josh Reynolds, Marvin Mims, Tim Patrick, who you brought back, and I assume a 4th rounder and Troy Franklin are all making your team. Okay? That's 5. Brandon Johnson, he showed flashes last year.
Sure. But he's been showing flashes for 2 years. At some point, flashes have to be consistent,
Lil Jordan is a Sean Payton guy through and through.
I would give him the edge in the 2 guys you mentioned.
Devon Vele. I actually think Devon Vele looks kind of impressive. He's also 26.
Well, there's that, but he is a big target.
He is.
He's got a big enough body to fight off coverage if the pass isn't perfect.
I don't think the ceiling is super high with Devon Vele, but I think the floor is a little bit raised.
But if you're talking about the lower receiver spots.
Yeah. He might be able to make this team.
Look, I think we thought the same thing about Tim Patrick at one point. And look what he turned into.
Jalen Virgil's very fast. He was injured all of last year.
Jalen Virgil's another guy where you get me excited rookie year. I get a little more hesitant second year. Now here we are, 3rd year. I need to see it.
Okay.
Well, don't you feel the same way, Nate? We've been watching the same. We've been watching Johnson and Virgil for this is going to be season 3. At what point do you say, yeah, we could trust him? I mean, Brandon Johnson at times was an all-pro, and then other times I don't feel like we saw him the whole second half of the season. I mean, I guess he did get banged up, but
they're edge of the roster dudes, which is what we're talking about. We're talking about the 6th wide receiver, edge of the roster. Not a lot of spots available. Really aren't. It's pretty much all spoken for.
But should there be? His team was not great last year.
Okay, so
I'm not holding on to people for sentimental sake.
So let's go to this then. All right. So ESPN is given the Broncos by FPI. The Broncos the number 3 highest likelihood of having the number 1 pick in the draft, which they could. Vegas win total on them is 5.5. That's not optimistic. Pro Football Focus yesterday ranked all 32 NFL rosters. Andy, where do you think the Broncos came in?
Of all the rosters?
What'd
you say, PFF?
Ranking rosters. This is Pro Football Focus 2024 NFL roster rankings. Strengths, weaknesses, and X factors for every starting lineup.
I would say 31 or 32.
You got it on the second guess.
32?
32. Yep.
I don't know how you can look at the numbers because Pro Football Focus is numbers driven, right?
Yep.
I don't know how you look at the numbers of this team without a lot of speedsters.
They don't have
and they're going to be impressed.
There's no double-digit sack guys on the defense. Yeah, there's.
If Pro Football Focus was putting a top 100 player list together, only Patrick Surtain would have a shot at the thing.
He'd be the only one. Yes, he'd be the only one. Right. Last year, I believe their leading wideout and their leading rusher were both sub 800-yard guys last year.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah.
Because wasn't Cortland. Like, Cortland didn't have a lot of catches. He just had a lot of highlight catches.
He had a lot of touchdowns. He had a good season catching touchdown passes, which is not nothing. That's a pretty important part of the job. But then, like, when anyone would, like, make, like, a Pro Bowl argument for him, you'd be like, he was, like, 56th in catches.
Well, and look, here's again. Lucas Kroll's a fun enough player. Lucas Kroll would be a fine, to use your term, a perfectly cromulent 3rd tight end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if Dulcich gets hurt yet again, and I don't know how we trust anything else till we see it, Kroll could be thrust into your top receiving tight end position, right? Who's the guy they brought back from last year that was another Sean Payton guy? Troutman? Is it Adam Troutman
Adam
that's still there?
Troutman's on this team. Nate Adkins is hanging out, Andy.
Yeah,
cool.
man.
He's got a cool first name.
Yeah, they do. Who's the free agent running back I think popped today? That they signed the undrafted college kid.
Blake Watson.
Watson, I think, had a pretty fast run. He showed some good speed.
Mr. Blake
There's
Watson.
a guy that I think you could, but you know what that leads to? It's going to lead to these guys trying to flare passes out into the flat and hoping for a broken tackle. I don't know how well that'll work at times. Look, this offense has got a lot. I think the
What's
line
your best
might be
play?
all right.
Hoping for a broken tackle.
Yes.
That's what we're hoping for.
Well, don't you feel like with the way this thing sets up, they maybe throw short of the sticks and hope he gets across the line?
It's going to take a while.
But who do you have that does that?
It's going to take a while. Here's
real quickly. Let's circle back to Cortland because I thought it
All
was
right.
interesting that you said he'd be here.
I think he's here.
Here's the reason why I'm not so sure.
Okay.
He claims he wants more money. And if
Mm-hmm.
that's truly at its core, I understand why the Broncos are saying, no, bro. We already gave you the extension. You
Yeah.
got hurt. We truly haven't seen return on investment for what we gave you 2 years
He
ago.
has not outperformed his contract.
He's not. He's paid just fine.
Yeah.
But wide receivers keep getting extensions. So does he just swallow his pride and say, no, so what? I'll show up.
Well,
because I don't think they're giving him anything.
He's under contract, and it's pretty damn cost prohibitive for him to not show up. Like holdouts sting these days. This is the other thing, and this is just, tell me if you think this logic is crazy. All right? You took Bo Nix at number 12 overall. He's the future of your franchise. When you draft a quarterback in the first round, that is the designation that guy then gets. You have to give him every opportunity you can to develop into a decent NFL quarterback. And to me, that is having Cortland Sutton, who's actually been to a Pro Bowl before, out there on the field. Like, I think you're doing a massive disservice to Bo Nix, your highest pick and what you have deemed to be the franchise savior. You do him a huge disservice if Cortland's not on the team.
I agree with you, but that's his only leverage.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, again, I don't think this team looks great.
No.
And Sean Payton seems as relaxed as he's certainly more relaxed than a year ago.
Sure is.
When I think he had a little bit better talent, frankly. So maybe he doesn't worry. You know what I mean? Maybe he just says, all right, fine. It's going to be a rough year no matter what. If Cortland wants to play hardball, we'll play hardball back. We'll go ahead and fine you. We'll take back money from your contract, and you can show up when you're interested. Okay, now let me ask you this. Let's say they do play the hardball.
All right.
Because you and I have both said, I really don't see a reason to do anything but start Bo Nix at this point, unless something changes come camp. But if Cortland is not out there, if it does look like it could be a rough go at the beginning, do you let Stidham get a month of games in so Bo Nix can at least see what you're thinking? Because Stidham right now is the only guy that's at least going to show Bo Nix through his play on the field, here's kind of what we're looking for, right?
Yes.
Or is that just a waste of 4 games?
I think it's a waste of 4 games.
I don't necessarily disagree with you.
He's 24 years of age. He's got to play.
I know.
He's got to play. Yeah, it's...
He's got to misread blitzes and put it in his memory bank.
Like, if you're asking me, like, who would be the better September quarterback for the Broncos? Right now, Jarrett Stidham. Okay? He'd be the better September quarterback for this team. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
You're not winning anything anyway. Get the kid out there and let him go play. It's in some ways, Andy, it's so funny. Like, a lot of this conversation sort of mirrors back to so much of our Nuggets conversation of, like, when should you play the kids and all those sorts of things. Like, that's because Sean Payton is going to want to win games. He's going to absolutely want to win games.
This lighter answering, nicer version of Payton from a year ago is not going to be there if they're in a 5-game losing streak again by the time we hit Halloween or whatever.
All right, Andy. I got a press release here from Curtis Snyder, University of Colorado. 2 Colorado Buffaloes football games selected for network television Wednesdays. The television partners of major conferences announced the full schedule for the first 3 weeks of the 2024 college football season, along with select weekday games. Colorado will play at Colorado State September 14th, with kickoff set for 5:30 p.m. on CBS.
Okay, what day is the 14th?
Big CBS.
Really? Full network.
Yeah,
okay.
Big,
so is that a Saturday?
Big old CBS. That is a Saturday. Yes. Saturday, September 14th, 5:30 p.m.
That one's in Fort Collins,
In
right?
Fort Collins.
That'll
Canvas
be fun.
Stadium.
I kind of hope I talk my way into that. I will say I'd love to see that stadium.
Where the game will be played. So the Buffs will open North Dakota State and Boulder. They'll go to Lincoln to play Nebraska, and then they go to Fort Collins in week 3. For CSU, they will open up on the road at Texas Saturday, the 31st of August. They will host UNC in Fort Collins on September the 7th, and then the Buffs on September 14th, again, 5:30 p.m. How does that kickoff time scratch you? You like a 5:30 p.m. kickoff time?
I do. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I can do that.
I like it.
Hey, look, I've been surviving the Pac-12 BS of the 8 o'clock starts.
Okay. What?
I'll take 5:30.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I remember it was late. Do you remember, because you were on the broadcast, what time did the Buffs and Rammies kick off?
Like
last
9
year?
o'clock last year.
It was
Remember
absurdly
that?
late. Yeah.
Because everybody stayed up to watch because of the great CSU comeback, and the thing didn't get done until after midnight. And they were making jokes about it on the NFL shows the next day.
It was one of the best college football games of the year.
Didn't Michael Irvin say something on game day last year? They had to stay up and watch the end of Dion's game or whatever, and then now I'm tired.
All-time great game.
Schrager talked about it on Good Morning Football.
Jay Norvell's got to go for 2. I'll never forgive him. I'll never forgive him for not going for 2 right
I think
there.
a lot of us would never forget a lot of people for making that game go into overtime.
Got to go for 2 at the end of the first overtime.
And you know what?
Yeah, 5:30 is great.
Boy, that is going to be, you want to talk about a fun college atmosphere. I got to imagine that will be one of the peak college atmospheres up there at a 5:30 kick.
I think 5:30, it's a great TV time, and it's a great attending a game in person time, which oftentimes that part of it gets neglected for the sake of television.
You can actually tailgate.
Exactly. You can go to Fort Collins, you can tailgate before the game, and you're not going to be there until midnight. Again, unless it goes to multiple overtimes, and Jay Norvell doesn't ever want to go for 2. But either way, that's a perfect kickoff time. I was very happy to see that. Plus, the game is on Big CBS, so it'll be a wonderful television product, and it's a good time to kick off that game, and I'm glad that it's being played. Again, it was in Boulder last year. It'll be in Fort Collins this year. The game is back on campus, where it should be. Thank God.
You know what? It is too bad. You're right. It should be on campus because it's big fun, and it should belong to the kids and to the local businesses, which is really what pressured this thing to go back on campus. But there are some of us that remember the late 90s with Lubick and Barnett.
Oh, there were great
just
days.
how great it was. But they filled the stadium. They weren't filling in Power.
Yes.
They were filling Mile High.
Right.
And it was all sorts of fun.
Oh, and there were years, the early 2000s.
Yes. The Joel Klatt, Joel Dreesen, Bradley Van Pelt.
Yep.
Lawrence Vickers kind of years.
Ball getting spiked off the head, all that good stuff.
Well, and both teams they were actually fun nationally.
The great Justin Holland.
Sure. Yeah. Jeremy Bloom.
Remember some Rammies and Buffs of the early aughts?
Cecil Sapp.
Ooh, yeah. Now you're talking right there. Mm-hmm. Kyle Bell.
Ooh,
the battering ram. Uh-huh. Yeah, there were some good days back then, but the games are where they belong now. And Folsom's
Bobby
great.
Purify. You remember him?
I do.
I swear the guy had like 10 years of eligibility. I think Bobby Purify, because of some injuries, it felt like he played 9 years.
Didn't he have like a game where he scored like 6 touchdowns or something like that?
Yeah.
Pretty good player.
Yeah.
Pretty good player.
Marcus Houston played for both schools.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Deep pull right there.
Yeah,
that was good. That was good. Mm-hmm. Nick Clifford did the same thing in basketball last year. All right, it's Crackman and Lindahl. 5:30 kickoff. I'm a fan. We're all in agreement. 5:30. Good time to kick off.
Give me a 1 or a 5:30.
I'm a fan of either of those, as long as it's not 9:30 at night.
Yeah, I'm with you. Don't give me not 9:30 at night. I'm not really into the 10 in the morning either. For my personal life, it's better because I can get back and get dinner.
You don't want to drive it. You don't want to have to leave for Fort Collins at 4 in the morning.
No, I'm not a fan.
Okay, that's a good move. I understand that. Mm-hmm. Crackman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. Yes, it is Kreckman and Lindahl here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You know, you can watch us on Twitch. We are available. You can look at our faces if that's a thing you should choose to do. And our Twitch feed is presented to you by Safeway. You can save more with Safeway. Receive their best deals, rewards, and perks as a Safeway For You member. Every day, download the Safeway app and sign up for free this very day. Nick Kosmider coming up at 5 o'clock today here on the show. We will get our buddy's perspective on what we saw out there during OTAs today.
You want a quick interaction I had with Mr. Kosmider?
Let's have it.
So we were just kind of, shooting the stuff on the sideline, and Nick made a funny observation. He goes, man, 3 or 4 seconds into these plays, and every time these guys think they got a sack, he goes, the defense, I think, overvalues what would have been a sack. And the very next play was some 3rd and 11 dump off to a back. That was the biggest disaster play of the day. And he goes, well, that one they would have been. I mean, it just was one of those early training camp, what exactly was that plays. So
yeah, these things. It's hard to at this time of year. I get it, man. Like, it's opened up to the media, and we all want to go out there and just have scorching observations about everything that we saw. And it's like, it's tough to tell.
Yes,
it is tough to tell. Outside of just, again, like there's timing and rhythm. Those are the sort of things you can see right now. In terms of, if somebody's breaking down the left guard for you, it can bleep off. Okay, there's nothing happening.
They're not blocking. They're not allowed to.
There's nothing happening right there.
I will say they brought a couple blitz packages today that was kind of interesting.
An interesting blitz package.
Well, it was only interesting because after what you described last week, I didn't think we'd see anything. I didn't think they were allowed to even get in the same space.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They've changed the rules to this thing so much. But, yeah, there were a couple times where I was just like, all right, blitzes could be a problem for this team. But you know why? You got to win quick off that. And it goes back to I don't know who the win quick guys are. Now, to your point, when we actually get to football, maybe some of these guys are such physical specimens. Like, maybe Lucas Kroll can't be jammed. I'm stretching, Nate.
Can't
I don't
contain
know.
Lucas Kroll.
Well, I don't know who else to bring up because we saw our guy Troutman last year where he had trouble breaking single tacklers sometimes.
Let me tell you who I want to bring up right now.
Bring him up.
I'm going to bring up your Colorado Rockies for a moment.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What are we going to do?
Okay.
Okay, let's try.
Okay, today's an off day. All right. Last night, a 7-4 victory over the mighty Guardians over there at Coors Field. Rocks take 2 of 3 in the series. Good Ty Block start last night. Jumped all over Logan Allen. Brendan Rodgers, B-Rod himself, went deep last night. Second bomb of the year for B-Rod.
I like Brendan Rodgers. You and I have always root for the guy.
Friend of the show. We like the guy, absolutely. Rocks get the win, 7-4 last night. They're off today. They open up a 3-game weekend set in L.A. against the Dodgers tomorrow night. That is a Dakota Hudson Walker Buehler affair coming up here tomorrow night. It's a big game, Andy.
Good for you, Nate. Tell me how.
It's a big game.
How so?
Okay, let me tell you how.
Please.
If you recall, we had a conversation on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We had a conversation, will the Colorado Rockies, in the year of our Lord 2024, will they have a single month where they will win over 13.5 games? We set the total at 13.5. All right? Now,
and this stretch was one where we thought, no way, because of the Phillies and the Guardians and all that.
Now, April, they came up short. They only won 7. March obviously didn't count. They didn't play enough games in the month. But April, they only won 7. 7, man.
That's the number.
However, did you realize that the Rockies' record today, after beating the Guardians 7-4 last night, they are 20-35. Quick math. They won 13 games so far in the month of May.
And tomorrow's the last chance to get that 14th win.
Tomorrow is May 31st. Can the Rockies hit the K&L over in just the second full month of the season with a win tomorrow night at Dodger Stadium.
See, I feel like they could only because when we criticize anything specifically, they do like to try to wag a finger at us.
Just to spite us?
For example, we called out Chris Bryant for having a home run earlier in the week. And what does he do? He goes yacht again. Now, the rest of the night was pretty much a disaster and some bad defense, but he got that second home run.
He's up to 2.
And because we so loudly doubted that 14 wins would ever be had in a month, I could see them doing it in month 2. But it's the Dodgers.
It is the Dodgers.
Who they don't typically do well against.
They're very good.
Now, if it was the Padres, I'd like their chances for odd reasons.
It is Dakota Hudson, who is 1-7 on the year with a 5.54 ERA and a whip of 1.6, which is dreadful. So I don't really like that matchup with Walker Buehler returning from injury. But still, Rocks have a chance with a victory tomorrow night. There's something to play for on the 31st of May. Can they win the 14th game this month? There you go, Andy.
Yeah.
Let's
revisit this tomorrow. Although
Reason to tune in, my friend.
I'm going to, yeah.
That's all it is.
You know what? I'll go ahead and say no. Our doubt has fueled them.
Yeah.
And so maybe it happens.
And the Dodgers are the Dodgers. I don't know if you've seen the Dodgers with a team yesterday that ended the Mets career of Jorge Lopez.
Future Rocky.
That's right. Shohei Ohtani hit his 14th bomb of the year last night as a part of that rally off of Jorge Lopez. Their lineup looks like it's like one of those video games where they don't put any parameters on the trades and you can just load up on All-Stars. Like when they run out Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith right at the top of their lineup.
Yeah, I'm not liking their chances.
Pretty good.
Saying that.
Yeah, pretty good.
Is Ohtani getting an off day?
It's a good club.
He's still not even pitching yet, right?
No, he's not pitching.
Smoking for the Dodgers.
He's crushing the ball. Absolutely. He obviously took the over on his home run total this year because he's murdering the ball.
I think he's just looking at that missing bank account, knowing he's not going to get the money back.
330 right now with a 395 on base and a 615 slugging. Pretty good. Pretty good. Mm-hmm.
Are the Rockies on a heater?
Their version of it,
huh?
Yeah.
Did you ever think we'd have the Rockies on a heater?
They had a 7-game win streak.
They're on a heater.
It's their version of it right now.
But you know what? Again, at least they're scoring. Something's at least happening. It's not an inning of offense and nothing else.
They had a good weekend against the Guardians.
They did.
Yeah.
And they did all right against the Fighting Phils.
Played well against the Phils.
Did our guy pop off again?
Which one?
Who's their outfielder?
Bryce Harper?
Bryce Harper. Did he call him the worst, whatever he said? Who was he even arguing with? Is that guy still on the team?
Was it Michael McHenry that he said it to?
No, it was a pitcher. He was mad at a pitcher.
Yeah, you're right.
McHenry was a catcher, right?
But I think McHenry was holding somebody back when Bryce said it.
I thought Bryce yelled. He yelled at the pitcher that threw at somebody.
Right.
Who I don't think the guy's even on the club anymore.
I think Bryce Harper said what he said, and everybody was just kind of like, "No, you're right."
No, you're right, because there was the player that was holding him back was the guy they ultimately he was one of those Mike Mustafa or something. Wasn't he on the top?
You're
right.
Moustakas. I was thinking of McHenry. It was Moustakas.
No, you're right. Mike Moustakas just went. Oh, he just dropped his head after he yelled it with nothing to come back from.
There is no comeback for that.
And then they traded Moustakas to give him a chance to actually. They did the old, hey, let me show you I can still play, and then the Rockies can trade him.
Well, the Rocks again, they got a chance to do something big tomorrow night.
Good, win a 14th game. I like
win
that.
A 14th game in a month. That's a thing, right?
By the way,
yeah,
our friend Chris Bianchi.
Weather
I
guy.
like to keep up with his weather happenings on X.
Extraordinaire. Weather guy extraordinaire.
He's saying there's some European models saying it could be nice and hot and dry the start of June. We could be looking. Are the Rockies getting out of town?
They'll be in LA for 3 this weekend.
Oh, they're going there. Okay.
They come back home for 3 with the Reds.
Yeah.
After
look
that,
at my old weather app.
4 in St. Louis, 3 in Minnesota. That'll take us up to the middle part of the month.
Yeah, let's see. Let me go see if we've updated next week's. Yeah, we could be looking at some 90s.
Yeah.
And dry.
There you go.
That's usually the
ball will be flying.
Maybe Chris Bryant gets home run 3.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Nick Kosmiter. He will join us. He will give us observations from OTAs. How is Bo Nix looking right now? Is Sean Payton living the good life now here in Denver, Colorado? We will find out all of that on an OTA Thursday. That is next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How has your energy level been? I ask you about this because that was the first sign I worried about with low T, and something that the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you with. Whether you've got maybe a little bit of low energy, or your sleep hasn't been good, maybe the sex drive hasn't been there. It can all be signs of low T. If you want to go ahead and take a quiz and see if maybe you fall into this category, you can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got a quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. It'll take you 2 minutes. And if you think that this is something that you want to look further into after taking the quiz, schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood and have results for you in 30 minutes, and you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. He'll review the results with you and discuss your options, and you can make the decision together as to what you want to do. Cost of the appointment's $99 and does include that consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone the day of your appointment, the visit is free. So if you want to chat with these good folks, go ahead and do it. You can give them a call at 720-440-7900. Or if you want to find one of their 5 Colorado locations that can serve you, just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, let's go. It is hour number 3 of the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. And right now, we are talking to our pal Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com all about what is going on out there at Bronco OTAs. Nick joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. All right, Nick, you got your second opportunity to watch a full Bronco OTA practice there today. What will be the lead of Kosmider's latest on TheAthletic.com? What's the headline of today's workout?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to take kind of just like a headline view and, take 2 practices and make grand sweeping declarations, then what I would say is that I do think this offense overall is ahead of where it was this time last year. Now, that's setting the bar, relatively low when you're talking about a team that was, adapting to a new system and everything like that. But if you guys remember, man, last year at this time, there was a lot of like sending guys back to the huddle because we weren't getting to the line of scrimmage on time, or we weren't getting the calls relayed in the huddle, even in a sort of I guess more friendly delivering of calls the way that they do it at OTAs, which is quarterback stands right next to the huddle as offensive coordinator gives him the play, walks right there, and relays that right away. Even last year, I think there were some hiccups in that sort of chain of communication at this stage. And so, again, I talked about this with you guys a lot. I do think that offensive continuity was something that was going to be a big deal for a team that has consistently dealt with, especially on the offensive side of the ball, schematic changes, cultural changes from year to year. So I think you're seeing some of that. Like, for example, Marvin Mims, I thought, and he spoke a little bit about it afterwards, that, he dealt with hamstring injuries at this time last year. His head was spinning because he comes in, he's in a big return role. He's also trying to learn a complex offense. He just looks, I think, a lot smoother, a lot more in control. And you're seeing sort of the impact that kind of knowledge has for a lot of guys that were with that last year. I think you're seeing that take hold already.
I would agree, Nick. You and I kind of chatted a bit. I was telling Nate about our funny little interaction about the sacks, and then the next play is just a dump off that was completely blown up. I would ask you, though things look right, and I think there's more pace than a year ago, I still worry they're not even in the contact phase of this thing yet, and I don't see a lot of explosiveness out of this skill group. Do you think somebody will show better when they're actually allowed to get physical, or do you worry it'll slow things down for the routes?
Well, I mean, I think that is something going into this season that is a big question mark, right? Like, how much juice does this offensive, skill position group have? And can they be more explosive than they were a year ago? Obviously, that's why they targeted a guy like Troy Franklin in the draft. It's why they drafted Audric Estime in the 5th round. They want kind of some more, just a little more talent at those skill positions and just, explosive play possibility. Again, I think that's why Mims is an intriguing character as we enter this stage of the offseason and ultimately head into the 2024 season, because, again, he was a guy that very early on last year flashed as, okay, he's unique. He's different in terms of the overall speed, his ability to, kind of break a game open, with what he can do on the field. But again, finding ways to get him involved proved to be, for whatever reason, difficult arithmetic for Sean Payton and his staff. And they've said as much, right? I asked him even today, like, what are some of the things developmentally that Marvin Mims had to work on, had to get himself ready for, or still does have to get himself ready for going into year 2. And Sean Payton kind of said, like, we were sort of the ones holding him back, trying to get snaps for all these different guys. So if you're talking, Andy, about explosive plays, adding some juice to this offense, that'll be a big part of it. But again, I don't necessarily think that, like, the big splashy plays is what they've really been missing. It's this overall efficiency, right? This inability to, stay on the field, this inability to convert when you get in the red area. That's where it has to come together for this team. Like, you can add all this skill position talent, you can add more speed to your roster, but if you can't just be more foundationally consistent in those sort of critical areas like third down, like the red zone, like goal to go, where they fell so short a year ago, like that's to me more so than explosive playmaking in an era where defenses are really kind of shut that water off. I think it's the overall consistency, understanding of exactly what they're doing, and just being more sound in that.
Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com, breaking down OTAs for us right here. So let's now wander over to the quarterback-specific part of the conversation. Nick, Andy and I are basically in agreement on this take. It's not groundbreaking stuff, but Bo Nix should be and probably will be the week 1 starter for this team. He is the future of the franchise. He was taken in the first round. He is already 24 years of age, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's just go time right now. Okay, that said, what you have seen of 2 open practices of Bo Nix out there with other NFL football players, what are reasons to believe that will happen? What are things that you see where maybe there could be a world where he wasn't the week 1 starter?
Yeah, let's start with the reasons that he will be. I mean, you mentioned some of it, but Sean Payton has continuously referenced the 61 career starts he made at college. Like, he's saying that this is an experienced guy, a guy who knows what he's doing, knows how to be responsible for checks at the line of scrimmage, audibles at the line of scrimmage, setting protections, getting out in and out of the huddle. A lot of that command that he took during those final 2 seasons of his career at Oregon is sort of translatable right away in Sean Payton's belief to being a starting quarterback at the NFL level. So that starts there. I would say the things that I've seen, we've now gotten to see Nix on the field 3 times, right? His rookie minicamp practice and then the 2 OTA sessions. And really his ability to put the ball outside the numbers, I think, has impressed me a little bit more than I thought. Look, I saw Josh Allen up close when he went through his pre-draft process, including his pro day and stuff like that. This is not that kind of electric arm talent, but he is pushing the ball up the field. We saw it a couple times in his final 3rd down session today, pushing the ball up the field on 3rd and long, 3rd and medium, and converting kind of near the sideline. Had a really good throw to Marvin Mims earlier in practice today, kind of in that same vein. So pushing the ball outside the numbers has been something that I've been impressed with. And just, I think the overall command, it hasn't seemed like he's, unsure of himself and what they're trying to do, gets the ball out quick. All those sort of boxes that you would expect to be checked are being checked. As for why he wouldn't, again, the real marker is always when the pads come on, when you start playing, when you actually have to kind of navigate these bullets that are coming at you a lot faster. How quickly does he progress to that? Preseason will be an important that evaluation, but I think ultimately this is just going to have to be a situation where if you're making that decision and it is go time, which I'm in agreement with you guys. I think that's ultimately the way this is leaning. You're going to have to live with some of the headaches that it can cause. And that's especially going to be Sean Payton's task to stomach, some of the trials that will come with that. But there's been nothing to be seen through these 3 times that we've got to see him on the field. There's nothing to be seen that will say, hey, this guy is absolutely going to be an electric quarterback in this offense. It's a no-doubter. Top of the line. You can't say any of that. But there's certainly nothing that I've seen that would suggest, he's a long way off. There's no chance that he's going to be the starter because, again, I would agree with you guys. I think the arrow is pointing in that direction.
All right, let's talk running backs. I mean, Audric Estime was not out there. Sean Payton gave us a very clear explanation that he did have a little procedure done. Could have been more clear that he thinks he'll be fine by training camp. But, despite Sean's answer about Javonte still doesn't look totally crisp to me, Nick, and now you got Estime dealing with whatever this is. Are you worried at all about the running back position, or is this just spring problems?
It's just such a hard position to gauge with any sort of real clairvoyance at this stage. It's a difficult position because you're not seeing them do, what they're good at, which they're, Javonte Williams in particular, when he's right, will be, hey, you're going to see it because he's going to be breaking some of these tackles where, guys are on him a little bit. He's going to be, by the time this next season starts, close to that 2-year mark removed from the ACL surgery where, a lot of guys kind of try to get that fully behind them and are ready to go. Whether he will fully return to that form he had as a rookie when he was kind of a human bowling ball, I don't know. But I would say it would be too early to make sort of a declaration that he's not going to be able to give you a lot of juice. The Estime thing, it's not ideal. Obviously, they said a scope on his knee everything came clean. He's going to be back for training camp. All those things that shouldn't. Again, he got some work in OTAs early in the practices, and so I don't think that's going to be a giant setback. But yeah, it's a room with a lot to prove, no doubt about it. Jaleel McLaughlin had a good rookie season, but now he's got Blake Watson, the undrafted guy out of Memphis, who's kind of pushing him, for that spot. Tyler Beatty's been a guy on this roster that's been there, for a while. Can he, sneak into that third spot in the backfield? And it's Samaje Perine, a guy that's on the last year of his deal that really didn't end up having the role that I think a lot of us expected he would in terms of being a kind of volume ball carrier last year. Could they make a move with him depending on, how things progress with these other young guys they have on their roster? Those are all questions in the backfield that I think, are interesting ones as the offseason progresses.
The offseason is progressing here now, Nick, and Sean Payton is beginning year number 2 on the job. Just a quick vibes check. How is Sean Payton, second-year head coach of the Denver Broncos, different from Sean Payton, first-year head coach of the Denver Broncos?
Well, one of the things that I kind of thought was interesting about what he made mention of multiple times today was sort of how he really likes this young energy that they've kind of put together on this roster, right? They moved on from a lot of veterans, as we've talked about a lot this offseason. You get rid of Russell Wilson, you get rid of Justin Simmons, you move on from a guy like Josie Jewell, and you let Lloyd Christianberry go, Jerry Jeudy gets traded and all that kind of stuff, and you're now kind of leaning more on this rookie class that you have and this second year group, and even some of the 2022 draft class as guys that are starting to step into bigger roles. And Sean Payton talked about liking the youthful exuberance or whatever it was that brings to what they're trying to do. Now, the proof will be in the pudding of whether he actually, likes it enough to live, like I said a little bit earlier in reference to Nick's, like live with some of the headaches that will cause because you want to develop these young guys, on something of an expedited timeline, given the opportunity that you have. Again, I just think there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of open spots, not necessarily even just for the roster spots, but for roles on this team that are up for grabs. They sign a guy like Cody Barton, who's a veteran at inside linebacker, but Payton makes clear today that he's simply just a competitor for that job. You got Jonas Griffith. You've got a guy like LaVale Bailey, who's an undrafted rookie out of Fresno State, who they like. Jonas Griffith coming back from his injury. Justin Cernad still on that roster. That's just, I think, a microcosm of what they're trying to do, which is create a lot more competition than perhaps they did a year ago, now that Sean Payton has a much better idea of kind of his vision for the roster.
All right, you had the interesting note how we could be maybe changing the offseason, and we won't be doing this, little camp thing, 5-week break, all that other kind of stuff. What's your read on what you think the NFLPA wants and how they want to change the offseason?
Yeah, it's interesting. We were all kind of lamenting that among ourselves as reporters that Sean Payton talked for about 27 minutes today, and we didn't get to that question about the NFLPA's reported proposal or potential proposal about more or less getting rid of this OTA time that we're in right now, giving the players that longer break, and then having an extended training camp that would start, whether it's middle of June, end of June, and then kind of run into what would ultimately be, in the long run, probably an 18-game season. The early read I've gotten just having a chance to talk with a couple of players is like a lot of them aren't really sure kind of where this came from, sort of seemingly out of thin air. I think so many guys have a pretty good routine for what they like to do, and I think genuinely look, you end a season, in the Broncos case, and start of the second week of January. It's a long time until you're back in mid-April. And I think by that point, guys are pretty excited that's what you always hear, eager to be around the other guys and have that sort of, community, that brotherhood, getting to do that. And then you get another kind of 6-week break. There's pretty clear lines. And so this idea that you would change it significantly to that degree, I think would certainly be an adjustment. And again, this might be something of just a trial balloon, right? Putting this out there and seeing what the reaction is. There's no indication that this is hard and set and about to come. But as we've seen the last few years with the NFL, man, they will move fast on stuff when they have the opportunity to make some of these changes. And ultimately, if 18 games is where this thing is going, as Roger Goodell has kind of hinted at for a while now, they might have to make some accommodations in order to make the off seasons fit that schedule. But again, I think this entire like wiping out of the spring OTA period, whatever you want to call that, and a longer training camp. I saw Doug Peterson said today, he's like, let's just be honest, guys don't want a longer training camp. Like training camp is the least favorite part of the NFL experience. It's why guys just decide to retire because they don't want to go through another training camp. Like you want that to be, almost twice as long. I have a hard time thinking when the rubber meets the road that's what players will ultimately want.
Yeah, but the 18-game thing, that is certainly going to happen eventually.
That's coming.
Yes.
That's coming. But you can get that by obviously cutting out. We've gone from 6 preseason games back in the day to 4. Now we're at 3. Like I'm sure there would not be a ton lost by cutting one more of those out. But then that's where coaches say, okay, well, where do we get back that time to really prepare? For that season, that's where the other part of that falls in. But yeah, I would agree with you, man. 18 is going to happen. It's just a matter of when.
I'd be okay with 0 preseason games. Nick Kosmider, everybody. TheAthletic.com. Subscribe, read his stuff, plus listen to his podcast. It's the Not Another Bucking podcast, which you should check out. Latest episode is up, and it's breaking down what's going on in OTAs, and I highly recommend. Nick, beautiful work as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Good. Thanks.
All right. That is our pal Nick Kosmider with us right there on the program, talking about what's going on at OTAs. And part of this, Andy, is, and quite frankly, I look forward to it. We're reframing the way we talk about the Denver Broncos here in 2024.
You've just hinted. It's been a long time coming.
And it's welcome. I've been begging for this for years, and it is now finally here that we're measuring progress differently. This isn't a playoffs or bust thing. This isn't trying to slap in a veteran quarterback or quarterback X and trying to figure out a way for this team to scrape their way into the postseason. Nope. This is a rebuilding football team right now. This is a team that gave up way too many draft picks and spent way too many bad dollars and missed on way too many draft picks and changed their philosophies far too often. This is a team that we hope in the moment is actually finding its way. And I, for one, I'm open to it. I welcome it. So far, I don't agree with everything that they are doing at the moment to be able to get to that place. Yet I'm glad to be talking about the Broncos in this way rather than trying to fool ourselves into thinking a subpar roster is about to somehow rip off 11 wins and go to the postseason.
You've got the 800-pound gorilla living in your division. Do it. It's about time they do it. You were not 2 players away from catching the Kansas City Chiefs, even when they were not even a great Chiefs team last year. And good for you. You beat them once and probably could have beat them twice. But it's still their division, right? This really has been so needed. When they got rid of the 2015 defense, when that all officially was gone, I guess call it Derek Wolfe last out the door, I think.
Yeah.
That's probably when you should have just went ahead and did this.
It is the Craig and Lindahl Show. We got football news coming up here on the other side, including injuries for the Broncos and something that won't be happening in Denver this year, and it's not just the playoffs. We'll tell you what that is next. Let's dive right into it. It's football news time on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. OTAs wrapping up, plus another wide receiver gets paid, and somebody else is going to be hard knocking this year. Let's go, Spring.
Hey, it's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Broncos' fifth-round pick, running back Audric Estime, will not be on the field for the rest of OTAs. He is having a small scope procedure in his knee to just make sure everything's clean, and the Broncos expect him back for training camp. But, of course, the focus in OTAs is always on the quarterbacks, especially when you spend the 12th overall pick on one, and that 12th overall pick is Bo Nix. Sean Payton was asked if Bo Nix is looking better after now his 6th OTA practice.
Generous media laugh, by the way. Andy,
you got a few of those today.
That was good.
We were all having a great time.
I should say so. Audric Estime, 373 carries, including 366 over the last 2 seasons at Notre Dame. Now he is getting a knee scope. Now, that's not a massive procedure or anything else like that, and you would believe that this would have him ready to go for the start of training camp, but also you don't like young players missing any time.
You don't, but I would also, he's clearly in their plans, right, Nate? Because they don't want him missing the most important time.
That's right.
Which, let's be honest about it. You know what's important for these guys? And I think even Javonte has a little of this. Learn how to do the pass blocking. Do you want to know why Samaje Perine, in my opinion, is mainly on this roster? He is the guy they trusted in pass pro all last year. There was a reason why he was in at the end of the game in the 2-minute drills for Russ to flip to all the time, because he's clearly the only guy they trusted to actually pick up pass protections.
Right.
So Estime can be there, and he can be the pass blocker too. That's what you kind of need.
Yeah, and they need depth at that position, like we talked about yesterday, and I know that Sean Payton said complimentary things about Javonte Williams today. I'm not totally sold on all of that quite yet. I do think Samaje Perine is going to be on this roster. Jaleel McLaughlin is a good story and a good athlete and could be an explosive player. Blake Watson was a high-priority free agent that they go and get, and they draft Estime. I think there's considerable competition in that room right now. Now, if you had to ask me right now, like, does Javonte Williams make the roster? I don't know. He's probably like a minus 110 to make the roster at the moment. He's one of the most experienced backs on this team, but also, I don't know. They're trying pretty hard to get dudes in here that could supplant a guy that averaged 3.6 yards per carry last year.
Yeah, because his time is coming. They're going to have to do something contract-wise with him.
Yeah.
And, why take money away from the kid that may be here longer?
My assumption is they're not going to do anything with him contract-wise.
No, he'll be done, and I don't know. Look, if he can get back to rookie form somehow, I think that's a good player.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that a highly paid player? No. Tell me a running back that is. Not many. They don't have a guy like that. They don't have a Christian McCaffrey.
What about Javonte Williams screams longevity?
None of it, because he's a violent runner.
And that's basically any running back. I know that's just unfair to just say about Javonte Williams, but he is a high contact. He's a look for contact runner, quite frankly, that has already had one major knee injury.
Yeah. So, yes, it is.
You don't pay guys with that profile.
No, not typically.
No.
He's got a little of the Philip Lindsay profile to him. It was a lot of fun for a few years, but then injuries struck and they eventually moved on.
In other words, an NFL running back.
Yeah, most
of
them.
That's how it pretty much goes these days. Spring!
High five. The Dolphins have agreed to a contract extension with wide receiver Jalen Waddle. It is a 3-year, $84.7 million extension, $76 million guaranteed. The guaranteed money on that front, it's the third highest amongst receivers in the NFL.
Woo! What are the Dolphins spending on that room right now?
A lot.
That's a pricey room.
Okay.
That they've got over there full of wide receivers. They're good wide receivers to be sure, but wow, that's a lot.
Is there a world where they start to think about life without Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, Tyreek is going into his
Year 3 of this? Because remember, they got rid of him and won 2 back-to-back Super Bowls.
Right. No, he's what does Tyreek Hill probably got? 2 years of prime left?
You would think.
If lucky, he'll be entering this is his age 30 season.
He could be like Darrell Green, who can just run fast forever. But
you don't typically like usually 31 is a pretty hard cutoff for wide receivers that's not to say you can't still be a productive NFL player, but that's usually when production tends to fall off. And so you pay Jalen Waddle, you're going for it in Tua, but Tyreek Hill, this sounds crazy because normally you think about this with a quarterback, but the Dolphins sort of they have to go for it in the Tyreek Hill window because he's such an individual special talent and it makes such a difference for that offense when he is on the field or not. He's kind of uncoverable, just flat out with his speed. You have 2 years left of it at most.
I'm with you. But when I look at some of these contracts, I do wonder.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What are they doing with Tua? Tua's got to get paid at some point, right?
Well, they're going to make that decision this year. This is the year.
Finally, they've got to really settle in.
Rubber will meet the road officially.
I feel like we've been doing this with Tua for 3 years.
This is the last chance right here. This is sort of when they're going to figure out whether or not he is going to be the future of the franchise. By the way, by average annual salary, right now, Jalen Waddle slots in as the 4th highest paid wide receiver in the game. A.J. Brown, number 1 at $32 million. Amon-Ra St. Brown is number 2 at $30 million. Tyreek is at $30 million. This is crazy. I didn't realize this. I just pulled this up on Spot Track. Amon-Ra St. Brown is the number 2 highest paid by average annual salary in the NFL, above Tyreek Hill. I said they both make $30 million. Amon-Ra St. Brown makes $30 million.
And $1?
$2,500. And Tyreek Hill makes $30 million.
That's such an agent move, right?
$2,500 more than Tyreek Hill makes, thus makes him number 2 in the game.
Okay, real quickly.
That's awesome.
Along those lines, this is something else. This is of no value to anybody really, but I saw this tweet that made me laugh along the lines of what you're talking about from one Ian Rappaport. Tell me he doesn't have friends somewhere inside this agency. There was a receiver, and of course now I got to go and look and find it. It was the tackle. There was a tackle that finally got his contract today with some guaranteed money. He's the first tackle picked 27th overall in the 2nd round to get any guaranteed money. And then Ian Rappaport writes in there, he was represented by, here it is, Demarius Bilbo, Nicole Lynn, and Aaron Henderson of Clutch Sports. I'm like, who do you know at Clutch Sports? Blake Fisher is the draft pick.
So he's the 59th pick.
He's the NFL's first player drafted at slot 27 in round 2, so 54, to have guaranteed money in year 3. And then he goes on to tell us who negotiated the deal. I was like, who? Did someone hack your account, Ian? Who cares?
You gotta scratch the backs over there at Clutch
Clearly.
Sports.
I wonder what Clutch Sports inside tip he got that he had to write that.
You need that Bronny James access is what you need. So you gotta the Clutch Sports guys. You always shout them out in the tweet. God, it's so transparent. I love the Scoopsters. Their jobs are so weird. Spring.
High five.
We know which NFL team will be on Hard Knocks, the traditional training camp variety. It will be the Chicago Bears.
Yep, Bears. They get the Hard Knocks spotlight. Caleb Williams, Matt Eberflus and company are going to be all over Hard Knocks this year. The Broncos were one of the Hard Knocks eligible teams, Andy. They did not get the nod. Are you disappointed?
Me? Well, with this free going, shoot from the hip, let's all be yucksters, Sean Payton. Yeah, I kind of am.
Some behind-the-scenes footage of Payton after a couple lattes. That would have been great.
Fun, but no, I think the more interesting team will be the Bears because of Caleb Williams. The Broncos don't have a Caleb Williams personality.
No,
the
the Broncos are legitimately one of the least interesting teams
They
in the NFL.
Really even Sean Payton called his rookie quarterback boring.
Right.
Because he just does all this stuff.
Now, I don't think Sean Payton is boring.
No,
but the rest of the roster, yeah, not so much.
Okay, but isn't this better for the Broncos? Because Sean Payton, though it can be fun for outside entertainment,
sure,
can say some things that come back to make it kind of rough.
Probably.
I.e., see the Jets stuff last year.
Yeah. The Bears, don't forget they also drafted Rome Odunze, along with Caleb Williams in the top 10. They signed Keenan Allen. DJ Moore is good.
It's a heritage franchise.
There's that whole thing, even though the heritage is a big part of why they suck. But yeah, that's going on as well. Montez Sweat's on the Bears now. Remember they traded for him last year
at the deadline. They made him rich.
There's some
really?
good.
It's
There's
working
some
out.
Legit NFL players.
You know why that trade works out now? Because you got the number 1 pick and you got Caleb Williams.
Our old friend DeMarcus Walker is on the Bears.
How about that?
Remember that guy?
Barely, but
Kinda.
yeah. I mean, I do.
Second round pick.
Do I remember highlights? No, I don't.
Do you remember lights of any kind?
No.
When it came to him. Next up, Spring.
High five.
All right, we will continue to hear from Russell Wilson now that he is a Pittsburgh Steeler. You better believe I'll include these cuts regularly in the high five. I like the cringe. I'm here for it. Russell Wilson talked to the media, and he was asked about Justin Fields potentially being an offensive weapon for the Steelers. And Russell Wilson said that Justin Fields as an offensive weapon would strike fear into some defenses. He also did say, though, that Justin is a franchise quarterback. He's a guy that can do a lot of amazing things. The Steelers put 90 seconds of Russ talking to the media on their website. They did not include any of that stuff. Here is Russell Wilson.
All right, are we going to put a timer on this, Spring?
How much can we?
It's a short one. It's a short one.
How much can we deal with?
This is Russell Wilson on how the Steelers have responded to his leadership.
Yeah, I think it's been a great response. I think just everybody's been working. It's not just about me. It's about them and it's about us all together. And so it's been a lot of fun. It's been a cool experience so far, and we're just putting the work in and staying focused and doing everything we can to be successful.
Are they in a Furs cafeteria? Who the hell are all the people talking in the background? Have you ever heard that much background noise for an alleged presser?
Isn't he at a podium?
Was that in the locker room?
That was at his locker.
Okay,
yeah.
there you go.
That
makes sense.
explains
Yeah.
that. Okay.
That sounds. I'm sure we have a clip like that from some OTA in the past 2 years, right? By the way, I know why he wants. Of course, he wants Fields to be an offensive weapon. He gets his block taken off. It's a little less competition. Make him a wideout.
I like the quote: "Strike fear in some defenses, not all defenses,
not all of them, but a couple.
But there are some
There's
defenses.
some that can't tackle. They wouldn't know what to do.
They'd be shaking in their boots if they saw Justin Fields out there." Oh man,
that's going to be an interesting deal, right? Do you think those two? Because there's got to be Justin. Justin's got to be like, dude, I'm not here to just give you the job. You know that, right?
He's already said as much that is the case. I mean, the whole like Russ is in the pole position thing that Tomlin threw out there, it's going to be evident to a lot of people pretty quickly that Russell Wilson is not the best quarterback on that team. It's going to become fairly obvious.
But is he the guy that runs the offense the best? Like, does he first
something nobody has ever said about Russell
Hold
Wilson?
On. I'll ask you this: would he have looked? Well, maybe not. I wonder what he would have looked like this year if he was here. Would he have looked as good as Stiddy? Is my question. Because I will say this.
I hope so.
Well, but Stidham.
But I can't say it confidently.
Stidham's not causing Sean Payton to get angry when he looks at the game at the practice tape.
No, I don't think so.
He's throwing it when it's supposed to be thrown,
right.
where it's supposed to be thrown, and the time that Payton wants it thrown in.
And it also the skill set is matching the price point.
Yeah,
which I do think Sean Payton is very well aware
when we're
of.
going for real, I'm not telling you that's going to lead to first downs.
Let's when we come back.
I've got something to bounce off of you.
5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We've got in fact 2 editions. Of Would You Eat It?
Well, what I would eat, but would you eat it after?
We're going to find out.
Was it tainted is one of them.
Would you eat it? And it's not undercooked bear meat, but that's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. The Blitz with the great Mark Bertinoli coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto and Spring. Getting you all set for Game 5 tonight, Dallas and Minnesota in Minnesota. The series is back at the Target Center this evening. Derek Lively is going tonight for the Mavs. He is out there in warm-ups, and that is something that Dallas very much needs out there on the court. So opportunity to close out, or Minnesota could potentially force a Game 6. By our math yesterday, in the history of teams down 0-3, they are 0-155 all time. But only 11 of those teams have ever forced a Game 6. So let's find out if Minnesota can do it, or will they be gentlemanly swept this evening? We shall find out. All right. Last night, Andy, was this last night or was this 2 nights ago in the NHL?
I think it was, what game was it?
Florida.
It was last night because it was Florida Rangers.
And the Rangers.
Yes.
Okay.
Dallas and Edmonton get together. No, yes, Dallas and Edmonton get together. No, you're right. It was 2 nights ago. It's Rangers, Florida tonight.
5-2 win for the Oil last night.
Yes. So we still got the hockey going. So this was 2 nights ago in Florida.
Which I had missed this. I'm glad that you sent this over.
I'm not so sure I am. It kind of makes me grossed out.
Okay.
So you know how I'll answer the question.
There was a conversation between Chris Kreider and Matthew Tkachuk.
Yeah, because of course it's Tkachuk.
Yes. Okay. A conversation. And at some point in the face wash, the mouth guard of Tkachuk ends up in the glove of Chris Kreider, who then flung it into the seats.
Yes.
And according to reports, the mouth guard landed in a spectator's nachos.
Unlike the baseball from last week where the lady purposely tried to catch the ball in her nachos.
Which didn't work.
Our guy or gal,
yes,
just trying to enjoy a little nachos at the game, gets someone's nasty mouthpiece thrown in the nachos.
So, the physics of it all, like a mouth guard is not going to knock nachos out of your hand. It's
but you probably wish that they did.
You're enjoying your snack and suddenly a mouth guard lands in your nachos. You asked the question, Andy. You're done with the nachos after this, right?
Yeah, that's because the nachos are probably not cheap, and you're hungry.
Sure.
And they are delicious.
They're
how do
nachos.
you screw up nachos?
Yeah, they're nachos.
They're really hard to mess up.
Exactly. They're tortilla chips and golden molten melted cheese. They're delightful.
There may be some sour cream, some black olives. They're quite delicious.
We don't know if it was a Supreme nacho
we
or
don't
not.
know.
But either way, it's not. All nachos are good.
Even if it's just the chips and some dip, I'm good.
So.
But your Tkachuk's spit-filled mouth guard hitting the nachos, I'm done. That's like you hocking a loogie in it. I don't want these nachos anymore.
Okay, so this is the thought that I have given this.
Because I figured you'd probably still eat the nachos.
I wouldn't.
Okay, really? Okay,
even I have my limits, okay? And I'll eat some. I think I've explained this to you before, like having young children and everything like that. Like if I'm picking a cracker, a goldfish, a blueberry up off the floor, the garbage is all the way over there. I can just pop it into my mouth.
You're
and
a
eat
5-second rule guy.
Exactly. I'm liberal with it. Let's be honest, okay? So here's what I would try to do here, okay? And this is me being completely honest. This is what I would try to do. I'd go back to the concession stand.
And you'd show them?
And I'd be like, look.
I like this strategy.
A mouth guard landed in my nachos.
This is Tkachuk's mouth guard.
Yes. I don't know if you saw up on the because they have monitors on the concourse. I don't know if you saw what happened down there, but this isn't my mouthpiece. Because
I'm here to watch the game.
I couldn't eat nachos with the mouthpiece in. Can I get a fresh plate of nachos, tray of nachos from you? However, there would be a second part to my strategy. Okay. I would get, hopefully, my assumption here is they'd call over a manager, humanity would reign, and they'd give you some more nachos. They know how expensive and pricey stadium nachos are. However, this is part two for me. I am grabbing a stack of napkins,
And taking the mouth guard.
And I am taking the mouth guard and pocketing that thing, and I am selling it on the internet the next day.
All right, let's Sophie Choice this sucker. You get your replacement nachos, but they get to keep the Kachuk mouth guard. What are you picking? Your crappy nachos with the mouth guard, or fresh nachos sans mouth guard?
I'm keeping the math.
You can't have both.
The mathematician in me says keep the mouth guard.
Because you're going to put it on eBay.
Again, I believe the profits would go my way selling that on eBay or wherever I sold it the next day, and then I would simply purchase myself more nachos.
The 968 says, the heck with that. I'd put in the mouthpiece and eat the nachos.
How many beers have you had?
Yeah.
Which, again, that's good.
How you labeling that eBay item?
That'd be a good TikTok.
Kachuk's nacho mouth guard?
Huh? Kachuk's mouth guard, nacho mouth guard.
Yeah. Because if I'm at the concession stand, I would say, I will give you the new nachos, but I am keeping the mouth guard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have to show this to my people.
Again, like we were talking about the Jorge Lopez mitt that you catch. That's a rare souvenir.
We all want the mitt.
Catching a mouth guard, while disgusting, is also a rare souvenir.
It's going on eBay.
Yes.
You're going down to Bill's Sports Collectible. I don't know what he's giving it to for you, but yes.
Do you remember
Chuck's deal?
Somebody sold the Adam Morrison, the gauze that was in his nose to block his broken nose?
All sorts of gross things have been sold on eBay, allegedly.
Very much so.
Okay, I got another item.
All right, what do you have?
I'm with you, though. I'm not eating. Someone said they would eat around it.
No, because the
tainted
spray.
Yes,
and hockey players' mouths are so gross. Yeah.
You don't know where Kachuk's been.
No,
not at the rink the whole time.
No, nobody's that's out there playing hockey has fresh breath.
It's
gross.
Okay, I just sent you the picture. Pull it up on Twitter because you need to see it. Spring, if you feel motivated enough to shove it on Twitch, why not?
Okay.
From my guy, the Peg Leg Porker.
This is your guy.
Who literally is a barbecue pitmaster with a peg leg. Now, it's a steel leg that looks like the bottom of a crutch, but he does, in fact, use a peg leg and calls himself the Peg Leg Porker.
Okay.
Has a restaurant in Carolina. Asked, should this be a new menu item? Mrs. Leo McGarry is offering coleslaw popsicles. And it is, in fact, coleslaw frozen into the form of a popsicle. One of them in the picture has got a lot of cabbage in it.
It is slaw in popsicle form.
I wanted you to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
You eating that?
I'd give it a lick.
That's probably going to require a bite, though, isn't it? That's not a lick.
Yeah.
Lick ain't going to give it to you. You got to take a good bite off that
Because you're
thing.
talking about like the slaw juice, the
And
mayo,
is it sweet
and
slaw, or
the
is it sour? Is
the
it vinegar
lime,
slaw?
whatever
What are we
is in
talking
there.
here?
Exactly. Like that's. I mean, that's the frozen part of it, which to me is part of the joy of a slaw. See, personally, I put barbecue sauce on my slaw.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, that's usually the food you're having it with.
You typically, yes.
It's on the sandwiches at GQ.
And so in this situation, I may dip this through the barbecue sauce and give it I would try it. I don't think like I'm going to consume coleslaw in popsicle form as like my new mode of eating coleslaw, but I would certainly try it.
The only coleslaw I'm trying is, funny enough, KFC coleslaw. I would try the KFC coleslaw in popsicle form. The other,
KFC's a good slaw.
Yeah, well, and it's a sweeter slaw. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I think, especially if it's Carolina, it's probably going to have a little more of the vinegar to it and be a little more of the bitter type.
Okay.
I don't think, like, frozen and bitter don't go along.
Frozen
with me.
vinegar doesn't sound appealing to you?
I'm looking at what looks like a popsicle. My brain needs sweet.
You don't want a vinegar popsicle?
I don't want a sour vinegar popsicle. No.
I wouldn't care for that either.
You know what I mean?
It's like something you'd have to clean with. I don't want to eat it. Yeah. Now I'm with you on that. I'd try it.
I don't think I'm trying that one. But give me the chopped up KFC one, I'm in.
I'm not trying mouthguard nachos.
I'm not doing the mouthguard nachos.
Even I have a
Gross.
line, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Mike had written in and said the sack of nachos. Yeah, it might have been. Because remember, the lady tried to catch it in her sack of nachos.
In her sack of nachos. It's a good edition of Would You Eat It right here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's easily one of our top 126 bits. We're back with you tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Mike Sanford filling in?
Mike Sanford
will be here.
We're talking a lot of football.
Filling in for me. I am off tomorrow, but I will be back on Monday, and I look forward to talking to you then. Andy and Sanford tomorrow from 3 to 6. The Blitz with Birdo and Spring is coming up next. Thanks again to Nick Kosmider. He was on the show, and he was great. Thanks to everybody who participated in the show today. We greatly appreciate all of you. For my partner, Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. Have a lovely evening, everybody.